Good morning, chat. Hello, hello. Welcome back to Methods Race the World First for Liberation of Undermine. I'm Rach Darling and I'm joined here by the lovely Royburn.
Good morning.
Good morning, chat. How are we feeling? Hello, hello. Bro, the script this season is going so crazy. Yes, Midgard. It really, really is. Yesterday was such a turn of events. I cannot believe they pulled that out of the bag. And now we are progging the same boss as, well, Echo, as Liquid got it down in the early hours. A couple hours ago, so GG, grats to those guys. Now we're going to see what our team is going to be able to kick out with Muggsy today. We've got 16 hours. My math is mathing. Of prog. They're about maybe 14 or 16, somewhere in those regions. It's going to be good, chat. We're in for a wild ride. It's going to be really, really, really good. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello.
Good morning, everyone in chat. I'm ready to kill the boss. How about you?
Yeah, I'm so ready. I am so ready. We're ready to cast the kill.
Yeah.
110%.
I'm also ready to cast a Gallowix kill. Like, if everything happens in our shift now, I'd be really happy.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think? Like, wrap it up before dinner? Like, for lunchtime?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, lunch.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, all right. I'll let them know.
We have a plan. I hope the Raiders have the same plan as us.
Yeah, that would be nice. So, the Raiders had a good sleep last night. They are recharged and refreshed. They're at their PCs right now, logging in and forming that all-important raid group. Just want to do a quick shout out to our sponsors and thank them for supporting us at the Race World First. Scan Computers, the UK's leading hardware for tech and PC components, your one-stop shop for all tech. Arozzi, keeping our raiders comfortable during those 16 hours of long raiding and can also keep you comfortable too. Steelseries, providing them with the premium hardware and peripherals in order to power them forward. Fateless, in charge of creating that ever so cool Godless Hero Collector video game, as well as Holy, energizing not just the raiders but also us casters as well. Royburn sporting not one but two shakers this morning. Ooh. I don't know why that was squeaky. NODA, our monetization platform that we are using. Open bank sourcing is a feature first for them. Less fees for you, more fees going to your reciprocant, in which case for us it is Movember, our charity for men's mental health. You guys have already done an insane job of raising $4,370 so far. Not too far away from our penultimate goal, or our last goal, which is Gallywix Gang, where Sko, Deepchase and Lorgox will dress as Gallywix. We may also potentially have some push goals in kind of the works after that. But
oh, all right.
We'll see.
But we need to reach that one first,
We
right?
do, yeah. We do. And finally, Surfshark, keeping you protected online while you're browsing the internet, as well as Radar.io and Warcraft logs, obviously providing us with all important data, keeping us updated throughout the Race to the World First. And thank you very much to all our sponsors for making this possible. Thank you to you guys for making it possible as well. All of the sponsor links that we use in the chat, it just goes straight towards supporting the Race to the World First with Method and, by proxy, our Raiders. So thank you guys for watching. Without you, we wouldn't be here. The Raiders would, but we wouldn't. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for supporting us. We super duper appreciate it. Right, should we check in on the Raiders and see what they're up to?
Let's have a look.
All right, let's have a look.
Ooh.
So,
I have noticed like a couple of days in a row now that the very first raider to be at his PC is always Skøfte.
oh.
Today I asked him because he was here like 20 minutes before they actually started, and I think most of the raiders have the plan to, like, because they're in the venue, right? Wake up 5 minutes before they start and then just roll down the stairs and arrive on point. But Skøfte's been here like 20 minutes ago the last couple of days, and I asked him, so Skøfte, are you just always the first one here? And he was like super serious in a German manner. Yeah, I guess so. I'm always the first. Yeah, I don't know what the others are doing.
Yeah, a sculptor is staying next door to us, so he always usually leaves around about the point that I'm doing my makeup.
Yeah.
So I'm like, how is that guy getting up so early? Banner, he blasts the tunes from 7 a.m. like full on. I don't know what he's listening to. It's some sort of drum and bass, but from 7 a.m. until like 7:45. Bearing in mind they have to be on their PCs for like just before 8 so they can get ready to go in. He's blasting tunes, so whoever's next to them, I feel sorry for them.
Very good.
Do we know how many pulls it took for Liquid to kill Mugsy? I think you looked at that earlier, right?
Yeah, chat knows as well, 149. I am really surprised about that because I think all of us, once we saw Styx being a wall as the fourth boss, we didn't believe in the later bosses just falling over, but I think both Bandit and now Mugsy as well fell over a lot faster than we have expected after seeing Styx, but not before the race when we did our prediction. I think we were kind of close with that. Can we have a quick look at that? I actually want to know.
I don't really have to, Robin.
Wait, I think you were no, were you like super...
I think I was like 60
Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go.
70.
I was on point.
Oh
I had 146. See, that's why I wanted to show this. No, but I think once we saw Styx, all of us thought maybe we were a little off with the later bosses.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are.
Yeah.
Also, last boss.
Oh god. Oh god.
Hey,
my pull count for last boss is kind of similar to
that's true.
It might be.
What would you say after seeing every other boss, like all the 7 bosses before now? What's Gallowix gonna be if you could redo your prediction?
165.
Okay, so just a little bit more.
Yeah, just because I think we get Mugsy down sub 100 pulls. You think?
Okay.
And then Gallywix, I'm not really holding out much hope. If I can be completely transparent, I'm not really holding out too much hope. It's going to be like a super duper 250 pull boss, but yeah, I'm not sure. What about you?
I think around 200 pulls.
Oh, yeah?
I would be super disappointed if Gallywix would be less pulls than Mugsy. But I also don't think that Blizzard really wants the race to go on for much longer. Because we saw nerfs to Mugsy, we saw... I think something on Gallywix got nerfed before anyone even pulled it, right? So...
Wow.
I think around 200. I think we want it to be more pulls than the last 2 bosses that we saw, but also we don't want the race to go on for another 5 days.
Yeah,
so
completely agree. So let's say we get Mugsy down today, and it was going to take us another like 200 pulls. That should take us all the way up to just the day before reset, in theory, right?
That's what I'm thinking,
Yeah? Okay.
But I'm also thinking, in any case, we go to the reset and we have to play on Wednesday, bosses are just gonna die because we get more item level, more crests from the reset and all that thing. You don't get a new spark anymore because there was something happening last night as well about the sparks.
Yep.
But you would get the raid buff. The raid buff that's giving you 3% flat damage and healing is gonna start next week already, and I think 3% is quite a lot. So no matter what, in my opinion, Wednesday latest is when the boss dies.
Unless it's a secret phase that there is it way out the window.
Do you think there's one?
I'm not a believer. I sound really pessimistic this morning, but I promise you that's the opinion that I've had throughout the very start. I think it's just because like I thought there was secret phases in the last few bosses that I've been casting, as in like the last 2 tiers, right? And there just never was.
Yes.
And I'm just disappointed, Robin. I just don't want to be disappointed. I would love it if there was.
There is, they data mined it.
Source check. Not
Source,
too sure.
trust me, bro.
True.
Raid leader in method is Biff for a long time now. Do you know when Biff started? He's...
I don't.
I remember that at least the last 4 or 5 races he has been raid leader.
Eternal
and I think
Palace?
maybe?
That comes to mind.
Yeah?
Or Shadowlands? Oh god, maybe I'm making things up. I was surprised that I thought he'd been with Method for the longest time. Nafia, there we go.
We do have a command actually. Biff is Method's raid leader and international man of mystery. Wow. There's a lot of Biff lore if you Google it actually.
Yeah?
Mr. GM and me have asked his Google and there was like a lot of lore. It sounded like someone wrote a book about him.
Oh.
Mm.
What was the law?
I don't remember because it was Mr. GM reading it out, so I was not fully listening.
I see. Yeah, I do turn off when he speaks. Oh, I miss Dan.
He already left, right?
Yeah. He went yesterday after his shift nearabouts.
Yeah.
Mr. Good Morning, which I kind of feel like I've taken his morning shifts from him over the last few days. Sorry, chat. I miss Dan too, indeed. He was always really good at getting the chat to like say things like, chat, good morning. Type morning in chat if you're here. Hello, hello. And then people would just be like, grr. I can't do that. I'm not one of those people.
Yeah.
I do like chat though. Close enough, Jay. Close enough.
Wait, secret face is Roybin coming out and healing Gallowix? Excuse me?
Oh my goodness.
It worked.
It worked!
Wait, is this Mr. GM here?
Is this what you have to do? No way!
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then the follow-up he usually does is asking if there's people from specific countries.
You want to give it a go?
And
See if it
I
works?
know that we usually have a lot of people from Germany, so any Germans in chat? This is Mr. GM speaking here. Any Germans?
Good morning, Scars. 9? Oh.
But why are you guys saying no?
Any UK residents? Any Brits in the chat?
Oh, the Germans are not very cooperative. They're just saying no.
Aye. Oh, big up Brits.
All right.
Okay, we got a few. Morning, brubs. Morning, governors. Going on. What does he usually do after that?
I don't remember. I think he usually then starts talking about mounts and transmogs. Talking about transmogs?
Yeah. Talking about transmogs. Our Hall of Fame yesterday popped off. Did you see?
No.
We used the 3D viewer on people's character mogs, and we were like showing them off and stuff like that.
Okay.
We're still going to keep that going, by the way, guys. I'm not sure if the Method Socials has been tweeting out the Hall of Fame for transmogs. Probably not, because I'm the one that needs to provide the transmogs, so I know they haven't, but we're going to keep that going. So if you want to submit your transmog at any point today, !charity, give us a donation, any amount that you'd like, and then give us your region, realm, character name. We'll pull it up on the 3D viewer and rate your T-Mog. Okay, I know what else he says after that.
Okay.
He says, it's 8:15 in Germany, in Weiblingen, on a beautiful morning. Chat, what time is it for you right now? It's early morning.
He likes to show off that he has learned how to say Weiblingen properly.
Yeah. He loves it. A nice sunny German morning.
3:17 a.m.
Jesus.
Wait, where's that?
That's gonna be like America somewhere, right? East Coast? That was a total guess.
Wait, Germany? Oh, 8:15, yes. 8:17 Germany, yes, but... Oh, New York, alright. 2:17 a.m. as well.
East Coast. Oh, let's go. That was a guess.
Okay.
A huge guess.
We are not in Cologne, we are in Stuttgart. Mr. GM?
Weiblingen.
Weiblingen, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually Echo that is in Cologne this time around again for the second time.
Oh. I feel like we've all got our like stations now. Like Liquid's always had their base. Echo have got their nice little base. We've got ours. Excuse me. We've been here for 4 tiers in a row now. We ain't going. League Camp can't do anything about it. Exclamation mark 1337. You'll have a look at our camp that we're at. It's a really, really good one, actually. We've got accommodation, we've got broadcasting studio, we've got a huge area for the raiders to cast, and not only that, but it's also rentable, the rooms, for like just regular gamers, guildies, all that kind. So we got CSGO pros next to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard them screaming last night. It was great.
There's also rooms upstairs, so you don't have to go into a hotel. You just game downstairs, go up whenever you're tired. There's a kitchen that can be used.
Yeah.
Right?
And then just roll back down the stairs when you're ready to play again.
Oh, remember last time, because you were saying there's Counter-Strike pros next to you, last time we had like, I think FIFA players next to us.
Yes.
And someone that was like a YouTuber / streamer that was just opening Pokemon things on stream. They were loud.
Super loud. Super loud. They were, yeah. They were very excited about whatever it was that was on their screen. And you know what? All the more power to them. If you cannot scream in a venue that's made for gamers by gamers, then where else can you? You know? So it's gotta be here. I've not felt the sun. Nope. Actually, no, that's a lie. I went for a walk yesterday into the town with Krista and Kena. Yeah. We went to Shell Garage so that I could return a parcel. I spoke to some really nice lady that was there, and she spoke like super fluent English, which shocked me because the last time I went into the town by myself, I had to go pick up some bits in order to be able to last the duration of the race. No one spoke an inkling of English. I was scared. I was shocked. But yeah, I was surprised that she did, and she was really, really nice. To be fair, she was like the same age as me, so probably just like you, I guess. It's just very like bilingual. I think it was like the older generation of people that don't technically speak a lot of English. Yeah, and I went for a wander. It was really nice. Stretched my legs, got a scoot back up to the venue. It was a good day out. It was really nice.
All right.
Were you checking out Mugsy Nerfs by any chance?
Mugsy?
No? Oh, no, just someone said there was Mugsy Nerfs.
Oh,
do you know about them?
No, I don't know. I can check it out.
Yeah.
Also, good morning, Kittens Dad.
Good morning.
Let's see. I don't think they would nerf it after Liquid has killed it and Method and Echo are still on it. That would be kind of unfair.
Yeah.
But I am checking it.
12 hours ago?
Oh, I guess then it's fine because that is before Liquid has killed it. Let's see.
12 hours, so that would have been, well, yeah, 8 o'clock last night. We would have felt that nerf then, surely.
Okay, Mythic Mugsy nerfed again. Hosted by Wowhead at 7 p.m. last evening. So like, 14 hours ago. Let's see, what does it say? Okay, it says Moxie no longer stacks during the intermission, which means the intermission at 40% lasts for 45 seconds, which is when we want to Bloodlust and press all CDs, where Moxie would previously accumulate 9 additional Moxie stacks for 9% more damage. This will ease the healing requirement of the last phase. So basically the damage ramp that the boss does at the end is not ramping anymore. It's just flat damage throughout the whole phase. Okay. Moxie stacks paused at 21 stacks.
The morning nerf mixed up. Wait, so there was another nerf?
No, it's the same thing. Or?
It still ramps, just starts after he stops charging.
Oh, in this article it said it stopped at 21 stacks. I just read out what WoW had said.
Blame WoW. It ate on us. Blame WoW.
It's about 1 less stack. Even if it's 1 less stack, if it's correct what I just read, it's 9% per stack. So having 9% less damage in the last phase is definitely something.
Yeah, for sure. We're having big yaps this morning.
We do.
Big yaps. I was speaking to Skopta last night about him. I got him to take me through what his pull looks like from his point of view, from start to finish. He doesn't do a lot, bless him. He's kind of bored with this boss. Unfortunately, a tale as old as time when it comes to tanks. Sometimes in order, when you play at this level, sometimes you have to be a little bit cheesy with mechanics, and this boss is one of those. So Nate is responsible for handling the boss, moving the boss into certain areas, and just making sure that he is where he needs to be. Also face the wrath of the melee. And then Sculptor is responsible for taking the actual boss mechanics, which to me sounds fun, but to him he says not so much. So he does a really fun like cheese mechanic when the golden knuckles, I think it's called, comes out the tank mechanic. He, instead of spraying it around the room for the first one, he just tucks himself into a little corner and like immunes it. So the puddle like just drops all around him, and that means that when it's finished, all of the golden stuff is kind of like dropped in this nice little tiny circle. He's sacking people as well. And yeah, for the most part, he says he's standing AFK. But sometimes that's the way
there is these bosses for tanks. I think Galawix looks a little more interesting for tanks because you have tank-specific mechanics as well, where you have to run into bombs and trigger them, otherwise they go off on the raid. You have to run out with tank hits, and it looked like, at least on Heroic, that tanks took quite a lot of damage, so that might be a challenging boss for tanks.
To me, that sounds like another Sculptor angle. Give it all to Sculptor, get him to immune it, and go. He's also soaking three of the 4 bombs at spawn as well. So Nate takes one, and then Sculptor takes one, and then he like immunes the other 2. I've never played a Protection Paladin. Oh, look at that transmog. Oh, yes, Sculptor. I've never played a Prop Pally, so like I don't know how well they do immune. Any Prop Pallies in the chat? Any tanks in the chat? How well does Prop Pally face against immunities? Let me know. But yeah, so apparently he's a Chad, essentially, when it comes to taking damage and immuning it. Do we have a ready check?
We do have a ready check. I think we're soon pulling first pull of the day. We're still only on 34 pulls right now. And we have the boss down to 20%. 25%. I think we're doing really, really, really good on this boss so far. It's not like the boss gets easier towards the end. But looking at what the pull count Echo and Liquid had, we are doing very good. And I hope we keep going like that, because then there's still a chance to come back and get Galawix down before the others.
True. Prop Pally can immune anything with a Divine Shield spell. Okay, so basically Prop Pally can do a lot of cool things. It's good to know. Hi Dawn.
I think it's interesting that when Galawix enrages all the way at the end, it's casting something huge that's just one-shotting the whole raid. You can't immune that. Even if you're sitting in a bubble or ice block or whatever there is, a turtle, you will just die through that immunity.
Oh, okay. Right, chat. The first pull of the morning. You were here. Right at 25 past 8 in the morning. Alright, so we see Sculptor soaking 1. Then he should catch the other 2. 2. And then the third one. And 3. Nice and easy. Got these soaks. Catching them. And then we've got the AoE soak. So we're all going to jump in that. Boom. Tank line. Going to make sure that Sculptor mitigates as much damage as he can in order to make sure that the second person doesn't take a lot of damage. Now he's going to sack this person. Boop. Ta-da! I thought, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because, yeah, I believe you over Nate, but the Bullet Storm, which I think is that spray in that one direction that goes on a target, I thought that once he charges it up, which gives you like the indicator that he's about to do it so you can get it away from the raid. Once it's charged and he starts actually firing the bullets, I thought you could just leave.
You cannot.
Oh, it'll follow you?
Yeah.
Even in normal?
Oh, normal, I don't know. But on Heroic and Mythic, it's definitely following you.
Okay.
And you should not move around, because then you're just hitting the whole raid. It's a lot of damage. There's a good reason that we're pressing a sec on that, because it just does so much damage. It's ticking every 0 point something seconds over the 4 seconds duration. And you will just die if you don't have any defensives up. I think I really like. Oh, that's the immunity thing you said.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Putting the golden liquid in the corner.
Another
Lava?
sec incoming popped up on his screen for the. What is it called again? Something finger.
Finger gun.
Yes, the finger gun.
Yeah. Finger
doing
gun.
good.
He's so cool little thing with finger gun is that when finger gun goes on one of the other raiders, he's able to just like easily click sack and then click whichever raid frame he needs to. But when it comes to the other tank line, the red tank line, it's not as easy for him to sack the person. So that's like the danger zone. They were trying to figure out if there was like some sort of tech they could cook up for him to make it a lot easier. It might have been done overnight. I'm not too sure. Hopefully.
We hope so.
Hopefully. But there was they were obviously like keeping an eye on your competition. The other two guilds were able to come up with some sort of tech to help the second tank with that. So they were trying to figure out, is this something we can make for Skofta to make his life just a little bit easy? Because at the end of the day, when there's so much going on, there's so much damage, there's so much movement, there's so many mechanics, the easier we can make the raiders' lives during this encounter, the better.
Yeah.
So let me, like, I've been yapping a lot about tanks, but like, let me know what your thoughts are about, like, from a healer point of view with this raid, with this boss particular, if you have any.
Oh, I think as a general thing, I would say it's an interesting tier, not only from a healer perspective, just like generally when we look at comms and what we have seen, like I said it before, just swapping to triple Boomy, triple Mage, triple Shadow, triple Windwalker. What is this? And also interesting that healers are not just healing, but for me, for example, I'm playing Resto Druid, and now on sticks, Boomy is really good, so I'm playing Boomy. We have seen Thanner play One-Armed Bandit as a Windwalker monk because they were just pumping. And there has been a lot of 3-heal bosses, which I think is interesting, and it's nice to have like challenging bosses to heal, but I also think it's kind of sad thinking about a race to world first roster usually has 6 or 7 healers, and then you have so many bosses that are just 3 healing boss fights. Feels a little weird, but then also you have Mug Z all of a sudden with 5 healers. So I think the bosses themselves are really cool to heal. It's like challenging healing bosses. You have quite a lot to heal. You need to be really good with assigning your healing CDs, and it feels like the CDs are also impactful. I don't think there's anything that the Disc Priest ramp wouldn't be able to heal. So if you're the Disc Priest, it's just it's a nice feeling to press your ramp and then the HP bars are just all going up.
Yeah.
But it's a weird feeling with this comp swapping, 3 healing, and now 1 boss 5 healing. So
it's kind of a testament to you guys playing at that level, being able to just hot swap from healer to DPS and still being able to play at that level, like no sort of hindrance to your team whatsoever. Like that's really impressive. You don't get that in well, there are that yikes, ouchies. There are a few people in normal and heroic, to be fair to them, in my guild at least, that can hot swap between healing and DPS, but it's kind of rare. So, test you guys for being able to do that. It's pretty cool. So, what's our healing comp for this one? Because we've had some changes, right? We've brought in. There's way more green on the screen, Rowan. There's so many
lot
bugs.
more. Yeah.
So we have Skofta on Disc Priest. Skarner, sorry. Talking about multi-rolls.
Skarner is all the same.
Yeah. Skarner on Disc Priest. Crystals on Resto Druid.
Yes.
And then are the rest just monks?
And the rest is monks, yeah. 3 monks, yes.
Wow.
We did have, we did have the whole tier basically on every single boss. Skarner on the Disc Priest and Thanner and FTM on the Mistweaver, except on One-Armed Bandit, because Thanner played Windwalker there, since it was the 3 healing boss.
Yeah.
It was also the first boss where Crystal swapped off the Priest to the Resto Druid, which I think was interesting because Liquid and Echo both have been playing Resto Druid from the start, while we stick to the double disc.
Yeah.
Then we swap to the Druid as well. And now we have Surarn finally coming in. That has been on the bench. I think he has played a couple of pulls on sticks, but then we swap back to Thanner and FTM. So finally, Surarn on the screen as well, playing the third Mistweaver here. I think Mistweaver, I was thinking about it a lot. I think Mistweaver just provides a lot of damage while also being able to heal. And we have also heard that the build they're playing is a Chi build, where you have like the cool animation thing on the floor, and then you're just dealing damage in order to heal. Apparently it's healing through line of sight. So whenever there's the cages, you just heal people that are inside of the cage, or if you're inside, you heal outside. Yeah.
Is so with Mistweaver, is the spell where you like put the feline stomp?
Yeah.
Is that still a thing?
Yeah.
Or did they get rid of that?
I think they renamed it actually to Jadefire Stomp, but it's essentially the same, just a rename.
Cool. Yeah, Mistweaver. I used to play Fistweaver in PvP when I was trying to climb up the baby ranks.
Oh, it was so good.
It was fun, right? Yeah. Because you could, we were really cheesy. We'd go in as a prop paladin and a Mistweaver. But we were great. The only danger zone was when we queued up against 2 Windwalkers. Yeah, that wasn't fun, because I would just get leg sweeped and then into a leg sweep, and then it was game over pretty much. But yeah, that's pretty cool that we're running Mistweaver. I love that. I suppose the bubble as well is probably going to come in handy. We're going to see quite a few green monk bubbles at some points.
Yeah.
Are they like full immunities? A cocoon, right?
Yeah, it's just an absorb. It's not really good defensive. It is something, and it's only a 1.5 minute cooldown, but it's not a DR. It's literally just an absorb, which for damage reduction.
Okay.
Like a bark skin gives you 20% damage reduction, which in some cases might be stronger than having, I don't know how much it is, like a 3 million absorb shield, right? So it's not the greatest, but I think just the fact that we now have 5 healers, which is 5 externals, is already, you just manage. Plus you have the prot paladin, like you pointed out, with the sec.
Yeah.
That can also external other people. So I think it's still interesting that we're 5 healing. I assume it's because of the last phase. We didn't get into that yet, but Chet has said earlier as well, even though the last phase got nerfed, it's like crazy amounts of healing that you need there. But until you get there, I don't think there's that much to heal. And we do see Crystal as well. At the start, if you just look at his cast bar, I don't think he's healing a lot at the start. He's pressing a damage convoke here. Convoke is one of your healing CDs that you have your flourish and convoke. And you usually pair it to heal. You convoke, so it spreads a couple of hots on the party, and then you flourish these hots, which makes the hots just be stronger. And now he just stands in boomy form and convokes for damage. So he's spending his healing cooldown for damage.
Yeah.
He's not healing anything. Like, look at the healing meters as well.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything, but yeah, like he's below Nate for healing and very, very bottom of the DPS meter, but I guess that isn't really like indicative of like how valuable he is to the raid right now, right?
Yeah, it's because he's assigned to just let the monks that are passively healing by dealing damage do the healing. With disc is the same, right? You, as a disc, you kind of deal damage and then you heal from it. So Crystal is assigned to you just don't care about healing in this phase. We don't need it. You're there to deal damage.
Got it. And one thing. What?
Oh, we didn't swap the sides. There was the spinny spin, which is when it reaches 100 energy. What happened there?
Maybe it called a wipe.
Maybe.
Because I noticed there was some kind of like hot happy feet on 2 of the bombs, 2 of the soaks that came down with Crystal. I don't know if you spotted it before, but he was kind of like hopping 1 2 1 2, and then he pinged for someone to go into the left, which meant that he might not have caught the soak because we lost Rain. Pricey got really low, and I think we lost somebody else. So maybe it was just too many deaths really early on. So they were just like, you know what, let's just wipe it, go again. It is early in the morning, so there's. I don't see any point in progging when you're down people anyway, especially when you know you can get down to 25%. We need to like see we need to see the rest of it. I was talking to Feifei excuse me, last night, and I told him, I was like, right, give me the rundown of this boss, like from your point of view.
Oh no, you didn't ask a warrior that, did you?
I did. So this is all the information I got, okay? He was like, yeah, so like going through the mechanics, this, that. And then I was like, okay, so what's the sticking point? Why 25%? What happens? And he was like, well, everything happens at once. You get 4 prisons. He gets like really angry, and we just need to live it, you know? We get this, and this, and then we just live it. And I was like, right, you get through it, and then what? He's like, well, then we win. And I was like, right. Looked at Nate, and Nate was like, no, there's another set of mechanics that comes after.
Okay, I just opened up Faithy's Twitter account because Faithy also tweeted about it yesterday.
Oh, no
Faithy
way.
and Dan, our 2 warrior mains that are both playing on this boss.
Yeah.
Faithy tweeted, warrior DMs are always filled with many of the IQs and big brains. And then there's a screenshot of the DMs between Dan and Faithy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Dan is writing, ignore that we do minimal mechanics, that isn't our job this fight. Faithy asks in return, what's Nick? Dan's reply, who is Nick? And why does he need meching?
Oh my god. That's
our
okay,
warriors.
warriors. You just suck. As long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters.
They're amazing. I love Dan and Faithy together.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Oh, I didn't see what happened then.
Oh, I didn't see either.
That's okay. We reset. We go again.
I just saw that. I haven't seen it before. When the big red circle is happening that has to be soaked, it's called Goblin Guided Rocket, the mechanic. And I just saw, because Crystal was dead, so we had a good POV, that there's actually a rocket like flying around in the room,
Yeah.
landing on the spot when the soak is happening.
It's
That's
cool,
so
isn't
cool.
it? Yeah. The attention to detail what they've put into this raid is really, really cool. It's not just a case of like, oh, big red swirly, absorb, boom. Kind of like Kirok, what was his name? Two Totem? Kirok, that guy.
Kirok.
Someone.
Chat knows.
Yeah,
Chat always knows.
Chat will know. Kirok 2 Totem, Timmy 2 Totem is what we called it when we were doing the race. I literally, the curse of renaming the bosses for fun is that I will never remember the original names. Kirok Grim, that's it, thank you. With him, like his visuals, with his mechanics, it was literally just a case of like everything was coming from the floor. Maybe there was like an occasional lightning strike, like, but for the most part, it was like the elemental visuals were happening just like instantly, and you could kind of get away with that because he was like shaman elemental guy. But with this, it's like, right, goblins, rockets, let's like fire, let's utilize that, let's have some fun, let's play with the visuals, and you know what, credit to them, they've done a really, really good job. Like the rocket coming in, the only thing that I'm a bit questionable on, and maybe you or chat will be able to give more info, the icicle feet. So when you get the blue circle around you and then the blue arrow that fires forward, what has icicle feet got to do with this boss, like visually? Like it doesn't, I don't know how it ties in.
I don't know either.
Is it like electrical feet? But it's not, it's like it's ice, right? That fires forward
It is ice,
to the
yes.
player.
You also, while you're having the debuff, you're slipping. You're slipping around.
Oh yeah.
Like, same raid that you just mentioned, Kurok, we had Xenoth, the spider boss. It was the worst boss ever. Just slipping around the whole time. I don't think anyone liked it. So it's definitely ice here. And I don't know how this fits into the boss.
Yeah.
At all. It's like fire and electricity and then just ice.
Anyone got any theories on that?
Two-headed ogres are traditionally spellcasters. But why do they just decide to go from I'm casting fire spells and I'm casting electricity spells to ice?
True. Like, it makes sense on the blue side because you've got the metal grid, right? Metal conducts electricity, so just electrify the raiders. But, like, ice? Fire, ice, lightning, all the elements. Okay, so you're saying, like, the only kind of, like, conclusion then is that he's a caster?
It makes sense. We have the big soak, the goblin guided rocket thingy, fire. We have the ghouls, the cages, earth. We do have the whole lightning thingy and the thingy thing. And then we miss it. It makes sense. That makes sense. Good catch, yeah.
Chat, you are big brain. Damn. Gave you flashbacks to the spider. Sun Off was great. I loved Sun Off. Watching
what? You loved it?
Just watching it. I didn't love doing it.
Okay, so
watching
seeing other people suffer, you loved that.
Oh
okay,
yeah, 100%. It was fantastic. It was like an ice skating ring. I loved that they built momentum as well as they were like kind of like running. And then they're like, okay, stop. But they'd carry on sliding. So many of the raiders fell into that hole.
Yes.
It was fantastic. Did you cast Vault of Incarnates?
No.
No? We did it at home. We didn't have a venue for it.
Oh, yeah, right.
But we renamed all the bosses. Me and Kex. I don't know why. No, I do, sorry. I was trying to recall Senoff's name, and I was panicking because I was being put on the spot. I was trying to do a really big brain take when I did not have the information. So there's a lesson for you guys. Don't try and pretend to be something you're not. And I was panicking trying to recall the name, and I just went Snarf? And that, like, Kexman just absolutely tickled him. So then that led us into, what would we call the rest of the bosses? So Kurog Grim Totem was Timmy Two Totem. The second boss was Mortal Kombat Arcade Machine, because he was stationary.
Teros,
yeah. Because he was just like an arcade machine box. Anyone from Vault of Incarnates? Any Vault of Incarnates watchers? Do you remember the names of the bosses?
I actually remember most of them, I think. We started with Aranok. That was the first boss.
We named that to Eggnog.
Eggnog?
Yep.
Then you had Teros, which you've already mentioned. Then you had Senarth.
Snarf.
Then we had Dathea.
Oh, that was Princess Diana. No.
It was like the tornado guy that was also stationary in the middle of the platform.
Was that Mortal Kombat Arcade Machine? Dathea. Maybe Dathea was just called Dathea because that was a funny regular person's name, I think. Okay.
That is 4. Then we had... Now I need to think. I know the last 2 bosses at least. It was Brood Keeper.
That was Princess Diana.
Razagath, obviously.
Razzie G.
And I think I'm missing 1 boss. I'm on 6 bosses now. Missing 1 or 2 bosses. There was like...
Oh, Kurog Tim Totem. 2 Totem.
Oh, Primal Council. Yeah, that was Council boss. Yes.
Yep. Council. Maybe Council was MK. I don't remember. But yeah, we created a nicknames so that I could remember.
Did Razagath have one?
Just Razzie G.
Razzie G.
Yeah, Razzie G.
I loved when we were fighting that boss. I was in my German guild back then, and it was like a meme that people would like. Razagath had the mechanic that it would blow winds and try to push you off the platform, so you had to use gates and movement speed abilities and rescues and grips and all that. And whenever that ability was about to happen, a lot of times the raid leader didn't call this ability is happening, but someone would blow into their microphone and say, "It's windy today."
Oh my god. That's so good.
Yeah, that was so good.
It's windy today.
It was also really funny that priests didn't really have any movement speed, so they were reliant on the evoker rescuing them. If the evoker wouldn't, they would just get blown off the platform, and it's like oh look, your evoker is dead. Well, I guess you're also dead on the next windy ability.
That's so sad.
That was kind of funny. You could always tell when the priest was going to die, or when the priest got forgotten by his assigned evoker.
Is there any other way that you could have rescued the priest at all? Like, is there any other classes that have... I guess, like, the Warlock portal could work, but that would already be assigned, obviously, right?
Yeah. No, you were literally
just dead?
reliant on other people, yeah.
Oh.
That's how priests went there.
That's really sad. Oh.
It is.
Thank you for actually talking with the chat, ladies. Oh, no problem. No problem. We love to yap. Especially in the morning, especially progression. Progression yap is one of my favorites. For sure. it was kind of badass to fight the boss alone when the rest of the raid got blown away. I'm gonna be honest. When Raziath hit P3, I don't think I ever made it. I think I was always Florpov. Because I was playing, biggest mistake of my life, I was playing an Evoker. It was the first tier since, like, full-on admitting that I was Vengeance Demon Hunter main. Switching to something else, big regret. I played that entire tier as a half and half ranged.
Oh.
That's okay. That's okay. We do have a battle res, so we get Natalie back up. Switching over to the red side.
We're not fully switching yet. I think this is super interesting. If you look at the left side, Wildy, I believe, is still standing there because the boss triggers the other side once all 20 players are crossing the line. And Wildy's basically, you already moved the boss over where you want it to be to pre-position and all that, but Wildy's gonna decide when to trigger, and now he blinked over, which makes the boss trigger. You get the AoE effect that the boss does. And I think yesterday I was not listening, so I don't know for sure, but I know there was one pull where Wildy blinked late and then he was like complaining about it right after because we wiped.
Oh, is it? Oh, there we go. Yes.
There we go.
The
mage
yeah,
tech.
the mage tech. I love that. Yeah, you're right. So he was keeping on one side until the energy bar hit 98 and then blinked across. That's so clever. Instead of like moving your entire raid, like 20 people across, just move them pre-move them over, which means that only one person has to dip their toe back into the red side. That's so clever. Or do you have Verb and Niley down? But that's okay. We have a B-res in 35 seconds. We're going to get one of them up. We're just going to carry on. I do.
Wildy's doing the same now again. The race is already crossed. Wildy is delaying. Now he blinks over. Boss starts his AoE that happens every single time you swap the side. We are pressing Bloodlust right here, right now. That is still a progress Bloodlust because you want to have the Bloodlust in the very last phase whenever you're comfy enough to actually kill the boss. Let's see. Another set of mines coming out here. We need to soak the mines. It's dealing a lot of raid damage, plus it leaves the healing absorb. And you need to soak the 3 red puddles that every mine is gonna spawn. We have the Goblin Glided Rocket coming in again. I think this is the immunity soaks. It is. Looking good. We soaked all the mines, I believe. Wildy getting targeted by the tank mechanic here that the tank has to mitigate if he likes his DPS player. If not, then you just don't mitigate it.
Oh my god, Wildy's getting all the mechanics. He had Imprison on the other side, then on this side he did the soak for the bombs, then he did the AoE soak, of course, but then he got targeted with the line, the tank line, which then gives you the other mitigation damage as well. He's like full on mechanic god right now. It's interesting that he swapped over to this side rather than being on the other side. Is it because there's like a intermission or something coming up?
I think someone else is on the other side, or the boss didn't do its AoE yet. Oh, he did. Oh, blinking through that. What do we call it? It's not a frontal. It's not a backtal. Is it the double sidle?
Yeah, double sidle. I love
I
that.
love this week art. This week art is showing us what direction the boss is going to turn, so you can pre-position a little easier because the boss is changing directions every single time he's charging, and we need to make sure that the boss charges to wherever we want it to charge by pre-positioning ourselves. This one is going to go clockwise again while they're doing the blinky blink. We're having a really, really strong pull here, but the HP bars are dropping super low. We have 6 people down here. Ooh, looking grim. We also don't have Bloodlust because we used it a little earlier. That's not gonna be a new best. But I think good progress for the 3rd pull of the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about getting them back down to that low that low progression area anyway. So good pull. Not best, but that's okay. We'll take it. It's just all about getting the players there and just not trying to prevent the early deaths as much as possible as well will probably help push that percentage back down.
Yeah.
So funny you should mention about that weak aura, by the way. When I saw it last night, when I was checking the replays, the first thing I said was, why do you need a weak aura telling you which way the boss is turning? he goes clockwise, then anti-clockwise, then clockwise, like always.
Yeah.
I was like, just use your eyes. Just look, like which way is he going? And then Turtle was behind me and he just let out a big laugh. And then Nate was like, well, but, you know, it just helps. It just provides more information. And I'm like, yeah, but just open your eyes.
Honestly, I get it because I mean I have done the boss on heroic and it does the same thing there, that it turns exactly the same clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise. But when you're in the boss fight, it's actually hard to remember.
Yeah.
Because you need to dodge a lot of mechanics. There's a lot of healing going on as well. People will get hit by the puddles on the floor, which then is a stun. And you need to be really good with the baiting. And I'm focusing on, okay, raid leader is pinging bait here next. So I'm like, where's the ping? Where's the ping? Where do I have to bait? And then I need to pre-position without getting stunned by the puddles. And it's like, wait a second, what direction is next? I forgot.
Yeah. The easier that we can make it for them, the better. Because they like dodge, dip, dive, damage, so much going on. So if there's a visual like indicate telling them which way is safe, which way is not, it helps. I get it. I just wanted to tease.
It's really funny.
I was like, no way, you need a weak aura telling you which way to go, man. It's like having a weak aura when you approach a roundabout. Which rotation is this one?
Imagine you had that.
An IRL weak aura. Yo, Biff, help. Yeah. I like to tease them.
That actually reminds me of the trains we have here in Germany, Deutsche Bahn. I think it's really funny. I don't think I've noticed that in other countries. When you're about to reach a train station, then there's like what is it called? Like when the train people say, "Hello, this is the next station."
Oh, like an announcer type.
An announcer, yeah. And in the announcement, they say to get out to the left in the direction of travel. It's like, I don't think any other countries say in the direction of travel. They just say, hello, we're reaching this station. You can like leave if you need to get to this and this and this place. And we're like, in German we say, you need to leave the train to the left in the direction of travel.
That's
like, otherwise we'd be too stupid to figure out which side we have to go to leave the train. Imagine you're in the train, you're like on the wrong side, saying, hello, I need to get out of here. Let me out.
Yeah. That is really odd. Damn. Yeah, like they literally just say like, exit to platform left or exit on platform right.
Yeah. You would assume that you don't need the bonus information of left in the direction of travel.
Fair enough. Germany ain't taking any chances. Fair play to them. Although at least German transport is reliable in one sense, as opposed to
it's late.
As in, at least the announcement is like reliable in telling you the direction you have to exit, as opposed to it actually being on time. Because apparently German trains are notorious for being late. According to Liffey, who had his 6-hour train journey today, he said that his train got cancelled, and Lorgok was saying, look, if you have a connection train, back in the UK, if you have a connection train and it's about like 15 minutes, you're probably going to make it. But according to Logok, if you have a 15-minute connection train in Germany, you might as well forget it and just take the next one.
Yeah.
Is it really that bad?
Yes.
Oh.
It is.
Ouch. I guess that's why you drive, right?
It's also just faster. I mean, we do generally have very good connections here in Germany, but I think I'm taking 15 minutes to drive here with the car. I would probably need half an hour to get here by train because I would have to swap trains. Yeah. Are we cast as raiders normally? I am raiding. You're also raiding.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm not from
We're
Australian.
raiding.
I'm from Britain. Sorry if I sound Australian. I'm beating. Yeah, I'm a normal heroic ahead of the curve raider. We get AOTC. We consider stepping into mythic. We never do.
Oh, really?
Sometimes we do. It depends how free of a kill the first boss is. Like, we did we? What was the first boss of
Last year?
Yeah, Palace.
Ulgrax? Oh. Yeah.
Oh,
Ulgrax.
did we do Ulgrax? Any pleb guildies in chat? we're called the pleborians. Like, I'm not just calling them plebs, just as a heads up. I'm not I'm not calling us plebs for no reason. But wait, the Mugsy face has changed?
Wait, what?
When did that change? I think that's Skull on the left. Is that Lorgox on the right?
Oh.
You see that?
Yes.
That's so good. Did you do that?
Oh, let's go.
That's so cute.
How
Yeah,
many
hey,
tries did Liquid need to kill Lorgog, Muk, and his Gozy? I think it was 149, right? 149 or 146, one of those two.
Can't remember.
Wait,
So-
it's gone. Oh, it's because we have a pull timer.
But yeah, we might have. But for say we did step into Mythic first boss last year. For example, we tried to do Castle Nathria with the Bat Boss, Shriekwin. Oh no. That was a whole other ball game for Mythic because you had like the lantern or something, and you had to have a lantern carrier, and if you dropped the lantern, like you couldn't see the things, the echolocation rings. That was too much for us. Like we got ahead of the curve, like week 5 or 6, and be like, right, that's it, no more. We're done. So
I think this tier first boss is super similar to normal and heroic.
is it? What
We
do you
have
know
had-
what the difference is?
We have had Perka explain the mythic differences on every boss yesterday. I was so surprised that he knew all of them, but also he's writing the guides for Method, so obviously he just knew every like mythic mechanic from the top of his head. And on Vexi and the Gear Grinders, it's only that whenever you kill the cars that are coming in, they are dropping oils that have to be caught. It's like the red circles. You just stand in a circle, you catch an oil, and then you walk to the car to fuel the car. And that's it, basically. Plus, you get one more ad in the intermission, but it's you deal with ads in the intermission anyways. It's just one more special ad.
Yeah.
So I think not a lot of mythic mechanics added to what you're
Okay.
doing there anyways.
So kind of free kill then.
I think so.
Okay, maybe we'll give
We
it a
might
go.
try
then.
this tier, yeah?
I will say heroic is kind of a lot harder than heroic Nerebar Palace from what we've seen. I think it's like Styx is a real sticker.
Yeah.
Sprocketmong is a little bit difficult as well.
Did you kill Gallywix already?
On normal, yeah.
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 How is you said you're playing mage this time, right? How's it going?
It's fun. I'm a lot squishier, which is, and I don't play in melee, it's like completely the other end of the spectrum, but the movement's really cool.
Yeah.
And actually being able to see the mechanics and play the mechanics, really fun. Really fun. Although I need to work on my rotation a little bit, so I'm going to be eyeing up Wildy's free time at the end of the race. I just want him to come and have a look at me doing my rotation while I'm in a fight, because doing it at a target dummy, easy. Like I think I've got it. But the second I step into a key, for example, like yesterday, awful.
Yeah.
Like I died, and then I got rezzed by the healer, and then I literally just stood there because I was like, at what point my combustion's on cooldown, my shifting power's on cooldown because I died mid shifting power, and like I have one fire blast and no phoenix flame, so I literally just stood there like, what do I do? What do I do? I don't understand. I'm like still a baby. I don't have the experience in order to pick it back up. I whispered my friend, I was like, I don't know what to do with myself. So I just scorched and just carried on running up to the rest of the party until my brain could like resettle.
Very good.
Yeah, but it's definitely different. That's for sure. Is Wildy from Germany?
He is.
Yeah.
Wildy actually lives like 15 minutes from here as well.
Oh, nice.
All right, we have the icicles coming out. Wildy actually pre-positioned. That was kind of nice to see. Everyone that was outside, not in a cage, is guaranteed to get the icicles. They all slowly move towards the hot heat, the red puddle on the floor, because you want to dip into it to lose the effect that you're slipping around and then you can go hide behind the wall.
Ah.
Looked very nice, while he blinks over to the other side here once again to trigger the boss's AoE effect that takes away his energy, because you really don't want to have the boss reach 100 energy, because then he just enrages and kills everyone instantly. So we're doing good so far. Another set of bombs coming out here. I think whenever you get the bombs, it's kind of dangerous, because people might just accidentally run into the bombs, while it's hardest sign that the tank is soaking them. They do explode, deal rate damage, leave a healing absorb, and puddles that have to be soaked. It's looking good here, while they're dropping super low. And I think we lost the Jimmy here. Fragments is down, but we do have a combat rest available.
This is shaping up to be a really nice pull, actually. Really good progression pull. Crystal stepping out there for the damage. Gets mitigated. Love that.
The HP bar is dropping so low here. It's so scary.
Okay, so we will blink over to the other side. Every time we swap over to another side, we get another dot, right?
Yes.
Another raid-wide AoE dot. So these raid frames are going to be tanking, but that's okay, because we have the Mistweaver crew.
Yep.
Keeping everyone up with that Disc Priest as well. And of course, Crystal and the resto do too.
I wonder why we're not dressing Jimmy, because it is ready.
Ah, hold on. He is pretty deep into his frames, so I wonder if it's an issue with his interface that he's just trying to fix. Bit of an inconvenient time to get an issue with your interface, but it happens. The combo res does get used on Dan. He's going to wait for the blasts to finish. Then he's going to take it, pops back up. There we go. We're going to reposition for that second static charge, or third static charge, clockwise. There you go. We're going to dodge, and
oh my!
Birdie
he
toes!
procced his cheat death here. Still alive though.
Yep, we're okay.
Heal
we're okay. Everyone's
Okay,
frames
good.
kind of settling. As I say that, we drop right down.
Mines are spawning again. This is so dangerous here. Soak all the puddles. No.
Oh, we missed one.
I think we missed the soak. Yeah.
That's okay though, guys.
It's a new best still.
New best, yeah.
Let's go.
I want to see those orange arrows in the chat. Up the orange. New best pull, 25.14% for the 6th pull
Beautiful.
of the morning.
Yeah, I think.
Nice.
And that's with Jimmy being dead for a long, long time without combat dressing him.
Yeah.
That's amazing to see. Let's go.
Nice. Oh, what are they getting?
Oh.
Bakery goods?
Is Liam gonna come here as well? Is there gonna be anything left in his thingy there?
In his little bag.
Surely he's coming here now.
What we got? What we got? Spen got a croissant. Ragnar's got a croissant. What's Snake gonna have?
A croissant.
What's he got? What's he got?
Someone's gonna complain about us saying croissant.
Croissant.
Wrong. Croissant. Are you just following him with the camera?
What's he getting? What's he getting?
A croissant.
A croissant.
A croissant. FTM is too... no, he doesn't want it. A croissant.
Croissant? Croissant? Hello, dear sir. Would you like a croissant? Of course I want a croissant. Thank you very much for the croissant. Okay, I'm going to get off that because the last thing you want to see.
You're so rude to Nate with that. Oh, look at Nate chewing on his food.
It's like watching a cute little deer grazing. Oh. Wait, hold on. The legend.
Hold.
No, Reuben.
There's nothing left
There's
in
no
his bag.
There's nothing.
No bag.
We were
just following you with the face cams from one to another raider. Yeah, and we were hoping that there's something left in the bag once you reach this room here. Oh.
We're not important to
no.
be fed, Reuben.
We're not important enough. What do we have to do?
My favorite ever sponsors, actually. Let me tell you about them.
Liam said we have to be nicer throughout the day. You guys didn't hear that. Just so you know.
I think chat should riot in our favor. Feed the casters, man. Holy takes care of our hydration. Yes, that's a new word. Hydration and energy, but we need sustenance. We need bakery goods. Time is ticking on the race, and there's limited time to savor that German bakery cuisine, which honestly is probably some of the most beautiful bakery goods I've ever consumed in my entire life, and it makes me very sad that Germany is very far away. But thus life.
Free the casters. Let's go.
Yes. Hashtag feed the casters.
Oh, it's feed actually. I thought free.
Yeah, it is free. Yeah, Pump 19 says free. We are we are free.
We are. We just don't have food.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna believe this. We do have a lot of food out there that we can just take if we want it, but we want bakery food.
We do.
It's different. It's better. It's special.
Yeah, it is. Aww. Where are we casting from? We're casting from Leak Camp, which is a gaming camp in Weiblingen in Germany. ! Leak Camp will take you to the website so you can have a little look-see at the pictures. You can have a see where we are. It's actually a multi-story complex that's built on, well, it was actually an IT building, so it has all the IT infrastructure in order to be able to support not just say hundreds. I don't know the capacity, but let's just say 50 to 60 to 70 gamers. We also have a broadcasting studio, so when people visit here, they get to have their own PC in their own room, up to groups of 3 up to 11 or 12, maybe even more than that actually. But you also have access to the studio, so if you're a streamer or a content creator, you can come here and sit where we are, or they dress the studio up however you want, and you can live stream straight from here. I think there was a live streamer here. I don't know if they're still here, but there was a few days ago. They were live streaming from the venue, and then they were coming here and doing a broadcast to their stream at the same time, just hot swapping between the two. That was pretty cool. Not sure what they were doing, but yeah, the infrastructure is really, really cool. And there's also an Italian that does really nice pizzas and pasta. I finally had the pasta last night. My beloved arrabbiata.
Finally.
I waited 6 months for that. What's Method's most iconic boss fight of all time?
Probably one of the last bosses from a race that we have won.
I've not been here since Method has won a race, I'm afraid.
Same.
Oh, okay. We ask you, Uno Reverso to you. I don't know. To be honest, Spine of Deathwing. Is that because of the infamous Ank quote by any chance? I think that happened on Spine of Deathwing.
I don't remember. It was Mist of Pandaria, right? Spine of Deathwing? Or something?
I think that was
Cataclysm, right? Oh, back then I wasn't. I was raiding super casually. I don't remember anything from that.
Me neither. Ank, friend. Yeah, I think Ank friend was from Spine of Deathwing. I think.
Good morning, Kimda.
Good morning, good morning. Jada Proudmore was a good one. Okay. Maybe, what would be really cool is having a compilation. It probably already exists, to be fair, but having a compilation video of Method's best moments and then playing it during one of our Raiders' breaks so that everyone can kind of get up to speed with Method if they're new. Like me, I'm a newbie. There's probably some other newbies in the chat. But I imagine there's probably a compilation video. Okay, we are hitting sub 50%.
It's actually looking good this time. We do have another very dangerous spot here with the mines. Whenever the mines are appearing, it just is dangerous. But we do have everyone alive this time. Ooh! As I'm saying that, Jimmy dropping super, super low. We have the next soak incoming. That was the immunity soak. I think Spen was not supposed to stand in that. He did. He died. But we have 2 combat dresses available. And we're using one on Spen right here. I think we're going to Bloodlust very soon. Right now it's at around 40% HP, right?
Mm-hmm. Indeed, yeah. Switching over to Sculptor so that we can have a look to see his ever important tank roles, as he was explaining to us yesterday. He does some pretty cool things here, but most of the time he's taking care of the rest of the raiders, making sure he puts immunities on them so that they can sort of cheese the mechanics in a way, making sure that all the raiders are safe. And then Nate taking care of the boss movements as well. Heading into the intermission.
Yeah.
We don't lose anyone, which is fantastic.
It's so good. Watch this be a new best easily. Ooh, we just lost Jimmy and Faithy.
Oh, Warrior Zug too hard. Boss is going to charge. Make sure to avoid that. And then we're going to rotate clockwise, avoiding the bullets. At the same time as the ads firing a line of damage specifically to a few people as well. Those ads staying up. I'm not too sure if it's a conscious choice to leave the ads alone or if they can't like get them down while everything is going on, but they don't seem to be too much of a problem. Heading into a new best.
Let's go. This is a crucial point here. We need to soak the bombs that are spawning. A lot of other mechanics going on. We are good on that. Last second soak right here. We have 2 of the ads up that still have a shield, so we can't really do anything to them. And this here is very important. This is 4 cages that we're getting. I think this is a point where Liquid and Echo have spent a lot of time to figure out what exactly has to happen, what to do, what CDs to use. And then it's not like the boss gets easier after this.
No.
It's just once you pass this, which is like kind of the raid just gets one-shot points, then you're good to kill the boss. I think you still have to progress a little bit, but I think these 4 cages are just right now the most important thing. We need to figure these out.
Yeah, there's so much going on, man. There's like the soaks that goes into the icy feet that goes into the prisons, and then you still have the ads that are up and like sniping the players. But
look at this. Yeah, you wanted to see this earlier. You mentioned that.
I did. Yeah.
Method, the orange line here being the bottom line, is very good because that means you need less pulls to be better on boss HP. We're smurfing this boss.
Yeah, I wanted to really see like the progression. I'm not even gonna say curve, like the decline, the progression opposite curve, compared to Liquid and Echo, because I had no context of how well we actually dealt with this boss. Because basically, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Last time I was here, we were progressing one-armed bandit, and it wasn't looking too great. The next time I come on here, we've got 23% on Mugsy, so I had to do a lot of research.
Yeah,
because there's a quite big difference between normal and mythic Mugsy. But yeah, that's crazy. That's actually crazy that we managed to get down that quickly. Yeah, good job, team.
We'd love to see that. It's also really good that we have been getting to the 25%-ish HP a couple of times now, and we just started, right? It was pull number 8 or 9 now. So a very good sign. We just did have a weaker update. Maybe there's something about positioning. I'm not sure if everyone knew exactly where to go with the cages. It looked like it was a little slow, but also maybe because so many people were dead. There was like confusion about, like, if you don't have enough people in the cage, you just die from the initial. You have to have a specific amount of people soaking, otherwise it's just over. So maybe there was a little confusion about, well, what do I do with this? Because I will die anyways. Well, we will see.
I know they have a tactic for the prisons for the first like 60%, but annoyingly, I have been explained what the plan is for the 4 prisons, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. However, if you wanted to, at some point, we can always tune into TS comms so that we can hear what Biff and that are explaining, and then maybe we can get some more context about.
How about we just do that for the next pull? If you want to, if chat wants to, just have us casters shut up and let the TeamSpeak take over and see what's going on during a pull in comms.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. There's a difference between normal and mythic. Okay, right. Look. Okay. I did my research. Actually, I got bit in the bum a little bit. I did most of my research on Gallywix and Mugsy. did not at all expect sticks to be 135, let alone Sprocket Manga being 187. So like other than just progging that on normal, I was totally in you guys' hands for explaining the mechanics on that one.
Yeah.
However, yeah, there's I mean, there's a difference between reading how a boss works and then actually seeing how a team tackles the boss. Like knowing the intricacies of what role each player actually has in this encounter, like what Skovda does compared to Nate. It's not like a duplication of tank responsibilities. One does one thing, the other does another thing. You've got Wildy being responsible for holding the left side and make sure there is no transition until they are totally ready, smurfing out that last like 1-2% of energy. You've got a set amount of people, and who are those people that are set for the prison? What happens if someone who is not dedicated into a prison gets the prison? Well, that's why we've race swapped to Void Elves so that we can have that that teleport mechanic. Like that's crazy in itself. All these like different intricate ways that Method are dealing with the boss, I find so fascinating. Like every little way, and I'm sure there's plenty more as well. I'm sure there's things that the monks are doing, that the warlocks are doing, everything like that. So yeah, shall we tune into a little bit of TS?
I'm down for that.
Yeah?
Chat is being super nice to us, saying that it's also nice that we are yapping.
Oh, thank you.
I also just noticed that insert 3 coins has a fitting name for this tier.
Yes. That's true, for sure.
It fits the whole casino vibe, but I would like to listen into one pull and see. Hopefully we get to the point where we just swipe to, because then we might get a few more information.
Yeah. If we don't, then we go again, because I really want to hear what that sticking point is when they get to that 25%. Would be really cool. So we are going to head over to the Steelseries listen in, just to see what the team is talking about. Try and get some more context.
Like you need to be next to the boss, but don't stand in the laser, right? Like,
that was extremely silly.
All right, let's play it.
It's the answer. Where are they? I see no go.
They've already gone, I think.
I don't-
Nasface.
You go.
Nate in Nasface was talking green. You were on the wrong one, by the way.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can do anything to make dodging all this fucking blue shit in intermission easier. I don't think there's much we can do. I think you just have to game. Like 2 of you died to it.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
we just have
pressing,
to be just game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna run the 3rd charge every time,
Yeah.
but a reminder for it would be sick as well.
Probably
I mean, it's just making myself.
You should be able to make it yourself. I
Yeah.
think the charge time is wrong. Although I'm not sure if they're based from fight time or it might be a bit better basing it from the actual cast rather than fight time, to be honest.
Yeah, I want it on the cast, exactly.
Pretty sure the blue swirlies are like, some are baited on players, but some are random, yeah? So I think you just need to game, yeah? Just fully fucking gamer mode it. Don't take any risks either, just play it safe, yeah?
Also, small question. After the intermission, is it possible to get boss a bit closer to the fire in the middle? I know it's like a mind-soaking at this moment, but if it's possible, it would be nice. We can't afford it.
What for?
To clear the debuff from arrows. Because the boss right now...
You can like hang on that side of the boss and you shouldn't be that far.
Nah, it should be fine. As long as you're on the left side of the boss.
Our positioning was very wonky that try. Like the boss was like way farther because we not that the tanks did anything wrong. I told them to do it, but like we're gonna do that less now. Just kind of play around the helicopter, I think.
Yeah.
You can hang on like the inside of the helicopter, I guess. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, it's kind of like press your invoke like you did before. So I think it's better to just delay Skane's ramp like a tiny bit. So
I'm
he'll
pressing
start
against
like...
again.
Yeah, you're pressing insta on the first pop. Scan will press Evank on the first pop, but he'll start blasting after like second or third, so
Yeah,
he
sure.
should carry the later ones.
I
And
don't
you
mind,
carry like
I
the
don't
whole
mind.
thing anyway. Yeah.
Sure. It's better for me this way.
Mm-hmm.
Baiting mines.
Don't do it now.
Oh. The reminder has
One.
disappeared.
2, 3, 4. And then we're soaking. And we're swapping.
Do you still want my revival in submission? Even with loss.
Gels.
Ideally not, if we can live without it. Because you're not using it again if you press it on intermission.
Be near the fire. 3, 2, 1, go. Frontal on crystal. Phasing soon. Running down to the other guy to do mines. Watch them spawning. Coming now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brown side. And we're phasing him soon. I need triple gels next.
Both main names they had it, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, being of the fire guys, which one? We can break the. Is it the far one?
The moon, the in-season moon.
Right one and the far one need breaking.
Money on moon then.
No. We can res Rain, but we can't get into it. It's just the trap.
Thanks, maybe. And just
Looking over. Running to the other guy.
Do we need early last?
We will, yeah.
damage, not beat damage.
Stone.
Mine's coming. Watch your feet now.
Hit rally when you pop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Soaking the barrier.
Yeah, that's perfect skin.
Oh, send it up, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
have sack for yokes. I don't have sack for yokes. I don't.
I'll be fine.
Verpic and darkness.
We're gonna have to walk over here, guys. Walk over, walk over. Push him. You're gonna take the dick in this intermission.
People kill us at like 51%, yeah, if we have someone dead.
Yeah. Going left on first charge.
Press whenever crystal.
Deadening now, dragging him back. Going right on this charge.
Paradox on crystal ring.
Ending in 3, 2, 1. Monk taunt, drag. I'm going left again. In 2, 1. Charging.
Revival
left.
with him. And health pots here, health pots, health pots.
Ending in 3, 2, 1. Dragging to the copters. We're doing mines here, guys. Watch the spawning. If you have to soak in the shit, you might have to pop something. 1.
Relevating.
2. 3.
I'll do bangers, I'll do.
4. Behind the mines if you have spear. And we need to gate to the jails, people that have it, and they're soaking. Oh, we're already here, never mind. Try and get as far as the soak if we can, try and live.
With a mine walking in, does that mean something?
Maybe it'll go on price if you can stay alive. I just want to see what happens.
You're too close now though.
Wait, just...
Or no, it's because they're enraged because they are no one.
It was fine,
yeah.
right?
But
I don't know if you can have the boss in the middle though.
Middle anyway.
Or like in between them, rather. Like it doesn't fit in between, right?
This looked a bit too close together.
All right. I think it's off when it's red, right? I did the correct thing here. That was interesting to listen in on a whole poll. We did see something very interesting here that I don't think we saw from Liquid or Echo before. We just got to the spot that we have talked about. Would be interesting to listen to what they're saying when we're getting there. It's the 4 cages that are kind of like the thing people have been progressing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we do have our very own strat there, because what we did see at the end, and we heard a Biff saying to Pricey that was targeted by the big red soak, just live so we can see what happens. So we're experimenting a little bit there. We have placed the 4 cages in like, what is the thing called? A square, a thingy
Do you want
shape.
to use this to explain?
No, because I'm gonna be I'm not gonna be able to draw it. But it's kind of like the cages are in a square, so there's like a hole in the middle.
Yeah.
We have placed the boss right in the middle of the 4 cages, and then Pricey, that was the only one alive, was standing with the big red soak in the middle as well. So basically, cages around, hole in the middle, boss between the cages, soak between the cages, which I'm assuming people that already have a debuff from the soak could just stand on the walls of the cages to not soak the big red circle again. And that circle is gonna break the walls of the cages. The circle
breaks the walls?
Yeah, I think it did when Pricey stood there. So the inside walls have been broken, and then I think the plan is to gate out of there. Because if you stand in the hot mess, the big red circle that's dropping the fire on the floor, you take a lot of ticking damage. But also, you're gonna stand in that hot mess because you're in the cages, kind of trapped. And there's a gate prepped over there. So I think what we're doing, actually you see, I don't have to draw it, you see the 4 markers.
Yeah.
Blue, skull, green and purple is where the cages have been dropped. Boss on the gate, big red soak on the gate, and then I think our plan is to just gate out of there. That is an interesting one, because I think Echo and Liquid both have been dropping the cages like alongside the wall, like we did with the 3 cages before as well. We're onto something there.
I'm trying to find a good point of view so that everyone can see, but like Nate moved and no one else is facing the right way.
Oh no.
So they're kind of they're overlapping then, the like prison and then the soak. So they have that tiny little area that they can stand on to.
Yeah.
Ah.
We have done this strat on heroic as well, kind of, but you just had less cages. There was like going into the last phase. There was one set of cages that you dropped like left and right next to each other, and then the soak would be in one of the cages, just hugging the wall of the cage, so people that have a debuff could hug the other side of the cage and not get hit by it. So we do have like the same system here, that the soak is overlapping all the cages. People have to hug the wall to avoid soaking it, and then we just died. But I think the plan was to gate out of it.
Clever.
That's interesting. While exactly Echo, for example, is doing 3+1 cages, so it's like 3 right next to each other, and the other one is like super far away. I mean, it works as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But maybe what we're doing is easier and it's going to save us a couple of wipes. And I think since we just got there and Pricey was the only one surviving, we got to see what happens when the hot heat is going off. Now we are looking at, is it actually doable? Can we play that strat? Do we have to change weak auras? Are the markers on point? Because I think it's kind of tied with space. You need to be super accurate with placing the cages exactly on top of the markers, so the distances are fitting. Kind of interesting, because we had the same thing on Queen Anshurek, where the very last, what was it called, toxins, the green circles had to be on point on top of world markers, otherwise it would just not be good, because you also had like warlocks and monks trigger it with transcendence. So maybe it's another one of those cases where you need to be so accurate with your movement. I kind of loved it. I think it's making the boss fight
interesting,
a little more hard for no reason, but also it doesn't sound so hard to position your character on top of a world marker, but
true,
it actually is when there's so much going on.
Yeah, true. I saw Nate importing a weak aura then and popped up saying rescue Nate War. So I think we might have some sea shanty. Yes, please. Love a bit of OSRS sea shanty. Whack it up, mate. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Raim does a rescue on Nate or if it was just a little bit of a bait. But maybe that's for... Oh, I don't know. Possibly for the prisons at the end,
maybe,
potentially. Yeah.
I also heard one other interesting thing. We are so used to putting evoker utility, which is rescue or paradox or a time spiral, on places, so it's helping the priest, because priests are kind of wheelchairs. So for example, last year on Rashonan, where you fight the boss and then the boss flies to the other side of the map and then you need to run a lot. It's like the priests are so slow, they just get the carry from the evokers with the rescue and the paradox, like I said.
Yeah.
We did hear a call from Biff here when the boss went into the last phase and we had to dodge like the frontals that are not in front but on the side of the boss.
Yeah.
Was a call that paradox on Crystal, that's the Resto Druid. Interesting shift. I love to hear that because I'm a Resto Druid. So getting a little more utility there.
What is paradox? What does that do?
It is a spell that allows you to cast while moving over its duration. And it also increases your range by 40 yards, I believe.
Okay.
So just while the boss is doing his dodgy dodge thing, you need to permanently run, and the Resto Druid really wants to just stand still and spam cast regrowth. So in this case, you just give the paradox to the Resto Druid so he can dodge, and while dodging, cast all the regrowths.
Cool.
It's a really cool ability. I love it.
That's awesome.
And we seem to have fixed whatever we needed to fix when it comes to weak auras. We are going again. I'm ready for a new best.
I am too. I am ready for a new best. I want to see those prisons that we've been talking about, so let's lock in. We've got that. The mines coming out. Nate will soak 1, and then Skovta will soak the other 3, making sure that there's a little bit of delay between each one, because after each bomb soak, we get these 3 little soaks that we have to make sure that we catch. If we don't, we get AoE worldwide damage. We have the tank Tank mechanic going out. Skovta has to stand in the middle to make sure he mitigates as much damage as possible going on to Faithy. He's then going to sack Faithy to make sure that he doesn't take any damage. 1, 2, 3, like that. He runs back in. Where he goes, Zug Zug. Making sure that we dodge the spray and pray there. As we found out, if you move with it, you do actually spray your entire raid. So don't do that. We then switch over to the other side. And we hit with the blue mechanics. Now, blue mechanics, I'm going to be honest, Royman, I am not the best with this. So would you like to explain what we look out for here?
We do see these blue circles on random players, which is not really a mechanic you can do anything against. It's just targeting a random player and it's dealing damage to people around it. So you kind of want to try to not stand inside of the circle. But even if you do, it's not a lot of damage. It's just jumping a couple of targets. What is kind of dangerous is the ad that's spawning over there. We see it's targeting random players. It's dealing quite a lot of damage. You cannot really hit the ad because right now it does have a shield on it. You have to break the shield with one of the boss mechanics. I believe this one here is gonna do the trick.
The
shield is gone and now we can hit the ad. It will start casting a pretty high damage cast on one player that can be interrupted, which you really want to do because it's like, I think it can be interrupted. I'm actually not 100% sure about that, but you want to kill the ad because it's a channeled cast that's ramping over time, so the longer the person is being targeted, the more and more damage they take. I believe up to a point where it's almost one-shotting per tick, so you need to deal with that ad. And then you have...
the bombs again from the fire phase, right?
Yeah, that's from the fire side, though. That's because Wiley is still standing over on the other side. So it's kind of confusing at times because you're on the blue side, but you're getting mechanics from the red side because someone is not crossing the line to trigger. Now again, we swap the boss to the red side, but in fact we're now dealing with the mechanics on the blue side because Wiley is still gatekeeping us to swap the phase here. I don't think the blue side does have a lot of mechanics though. I think the majority of the mechanics is really the red side that has the mines, and actually on the blue side, I think it is on the blue side where we get the cages, right? That's a blue side mechanic?
No, it's a red side mechanic.
Is it?
Yeah. Red rocks.
Right.
I think, so left side is electric. And frost? No, left side is electric. Wait, you might be right. No, wait.
But we have someone still over on the blue side. It is so confusing because you're fighting the boss on different sides than what mechanics you're dealing with.
Wait. Brain, chat, help.
Help?
In prisons, are they red side or are they blue side? I'm
red side,
genuinely
red
so
side. I remember.
Red.
Okay. Blue side. Yeah. You're right.
God, they're like proper, like, because of the whole like
Yes.
switching is like proper throwing my brain out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So prison.
The other way around. Now we got it together. Red side is the prisons, blue side is the bombs and the ad that is spawning.
I have an idea.
This
is perfect time for the whiteboard.
Okay.
Because we can show what's going on. So.
Getting the whiteboard ready while we are mass resting here. I believe I didn't see what we actually died to. It might have been just the mines that were spawning. So we might just see a quick ready check and another pull. Oh, look, the Surfshark guesser winners. That's me and Shaken. Amazing. The rightful winners, yes. It was a fair game, definitely. We do. No way you did this. We're gonna mix something up, and then it's gonna be really embarrassing for us. Why do we have Dark Mech here still? Oh, wait, do we have a picture of Sko and Lorgok? Because they are Mugsy. Did you find them? Okay, I think we need... Oh, we're pulling. Should we do this on the side or in between pulls? Or do we just do it? What do you think? Probably. Yeah. Yeah. We do have Sko that's on the left side. So Sko has to be Mug and Lorgok is the other way around. Yeah. The other way. Yeah. Yes. That's so good. I've actually heard in the poll that we were listening to comms that they are not calling it red side. Biff was calling it brown side. Right? That's what I was thinking. It's obviously blue and red. Good morning, banana dude. Ring, 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 ring. Banana dude.
If Biff called the blue side black, then I'd understand. That's alright, that's,
yeah,
more understandable.
I don't know what he called the blue side. I only heard that he called the red side brown.
But calling the red side brown, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
That's
maybe
weird.
Maybe that's why we haven't killed the boss yet.
Yeah. Biff, you're confusing the raiders.
Good morning from Germany back.
Okay. We have the line. It's a good line.
On one screen it's brown, on the other one it's terracotta red. But come on, we have had like the red and the blue theme everywhere. We had it last year with Silk and Cord. We had it on Lock and Stock this time, red and blue. We do have, I mean, maybe if you look at the floor, but the mechanics are like fire mechanics, and then we have like ice and electric stuff, which is also like red and blue. We won't accept calling it brown side.
Do you know which side is which? As in like, is Mug red or is Z red?
I think Mug is blue.
Yeah?
I think so.
So Mug is Sko? Got it.
Yeah, Mug is blue and Z red. Let's go. Wait, what do you mean Z is brown? Liquid was calling it dirt, the dirt side. Essa, maybe you're not on the list because you guys were cheating, you know? Coming in every single day asking why. I don't think what you did can be called. We actually killed the boss. Oh, that's so nice. You should have the heads on top of the middle line. Yeah.
Cool, right?
That looks really nice.
Mugsy.
Alright. think we do have a pretty good pull going on now, so maybe we have a look-see at this. We are getting close to the point where we want to bloodlust, and once we bloodlust, we are gonna push the boss very quickly. This is a scary point here. Immunity soaks incoming. Looking good, looking stable. No one has died here. We have another frontal. Nurse dropping super low, Suran dropping super low, and we're losing Raim here, but we do have a combat res available that we should... Ooh, we also lost Bangers. Any res badgers in chat?
Res badges.
Exclamation mark badgers.
Res badges. Okay, so we still are dealing with blue mechanics. He's hit 100%. So he's going to go into his intermission. Clockwise first. Amazing blink from Wildy. Finishing off the bullets and the lightning. He's going to charge again. Make sure you dodge that charge. And we're going to go into the opposite rotation into anti-clockwise. Another blink from Wildy. Really nice
They look so
movement.
scary, but it's also really cool and smart. And probably less dangerous than actually having to play the mechanic as in running around the boss.
Definitely, yeah. Final twirly whirly. Storm. Yeah, that's probably a better name for it. Oh, that's so tightly timed.
What is happening there?
Shifting power to make sure that he has his combust to go into the blast.
We lost Thanner here, so one healer down. That's, I guess, kind of fine for now because we still have 4 more healers. We just want to see the next cages happen. Don't die until then.
The only danger zone with Thanner going down is that he is one of the pre-assigned healers to go into the prison, so it's not looking too great. But as far as progression is concerned, will we get a new burst? 23.5%. We're tickling down the boss's health. And we did it! New best!
Okay. New best, and we got to the point. We want to see what's happening when this soak is exploding. It's gonna destroy the walls of the inner sides of the cages.
Oh yeah,
it disappeared. But
I think we got one tick on it.
Yes,
before.
I think the plan is exactly what we did here. Again, drop the cages on the markers and then gate out of the fire puddle after taking the ads down that are in the cages.
That's crazy.
That is very interesting. I think it's a very smart thing to do here. We just need to live.
Yeah, just need to live.
It is so much damage going on there. It's kind of fine to lose a healer, but it's also not really fine to lose a healer because I don't know. I think this is one of those where I kind of wonder why you're playing 5 healers, especially when Crystal is just on a damage duty at the start, but then you get to a point like this where you see exactly why you want to have 5 healers. Interesting boss, but we're getting there. It's nice to see that we keep getting to that point and we can actually do
a little bit
progression pulls and not just be stuck at the start.
Yeah. Chat, new best, up the orange. Let's flood the chat with some oranges. Let's go. Nice new best. Right, so let's have a look, see, shall we? So we always start on the red side. This is where you're going to take over, Analyst Robin.
So we start on the red side. Wait, are we actually starting on the red side? Okay. Oh, explaining. Yeah. Okay, so red side has the mines, right? Yeah.
We have 2, 3, 4 mines.
Yes.
These are...
Do we just want to write down what the mechanics on each side are?
It's probably a better
idea.
idea.
You're drawing it.
That's probably a better idea, actually. I'm a visual learner. Okay, so we have mines. Can you see that, chat? Kinda.
Maybe we need to write it bigger.
Maybe.
We don't really have that many mechanics per side, so it can be pretty big, actually. Yeah, I think that's fine.
You see that?
red side, they deal with mines.
Yes.
And
what did you say? What side was the cages?
Red.
Was red as well, yeah?
Uh-huh. Oh.
Wait, no, blue is... No, we're stupid. The mines are on the blue side. I think...
Do we...
Okay,
we know what we're talking about.
Okay, we know all the mechanics. We just don't know to what side they belong because we're like doing the thing where we're pulling the boss to the opposite side while dealing with the other side's mechanics because one person is staying on the other side.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to like put that together. But I think mines are actually on the blue side. I'm pretty sure the mines are blue side.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so red side, cages.
Yeah.
They're called ghouls.
Okay.
Just the cages on the blue side, on the red side.
Side.
On the
blue
red
side. The red side. Wait, they blue side or
cages,
red side? Really?
Cages, red side.
Red side. Okay, red side. Got it.
Wait, mines were blue?
Yeah,
yes,
mines are blue.
Mines are blue, yes, but cages
Because
are red side. Yes. Cages red.
So we start on blue side, but we fight on red side.
Yes.
At the start.
Yes.
So we get blue side mechanic on red side.
Yes.
Okay, so blue side mechanics are... Okay, let's start with blue side mechanics. Because we get blue... As soon as we go into a pull, we see blue side mechanics, right?
Okay, but in my head, you have done the raid on normal as well, right?
Yeah.
We just think about what we did on normal, because on normal and heroic, both of us started on the red side.
Yeah.
What did we do first? So I think we start with red side first, and we just think about our own experience. Red side, we started with cages.
Okay.
We got it now.
Okay.
We got it, Chad. We're professional raiders. We
Or
know
should
what
we
we're doing.
explain what they're doing? Because that's what we're going to be watching. So that we don't confuse chat.
But then we are going to be confused. That's even worse.
That is true. That is true. Okay, right. Are we starting blue side or red side? Okay.
Oh, we should make weak auras actually for the team. Imagine. Okay, so cages.
Yeah.
Red side. Cages. Are you drawing again? Oh, imagine we would make weak auras and we're just drawing stuff without any text. People would have to guess what we're doing. Focus up, chat. Like, this is, you know, we need support right here. Oh, that is amazing. Prisons. Okay. Then we have, on the red side as well, the slippery boots. I think that's what it's called, actually. Chat, confirm. Is it called slippery boots? It is, right?
Are you sure?
That it's on that side? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. Because you got to drive it into the prison, right?
Yes, on heroic and normal, you got the prisons, and then you killed the ads, and then after you got the slippy slip, and you had to hide behind the prison walls. What are you drawing there? Okay. Or we call it something. Chad will know because Chad is a little smarter than you and me.
But we don't have to pretend we know the...
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Icy boots.
What else did we do? Okay, when you and me fought the boss, we went in, we pulled the boss over to the correct side, we got the AoE because that's always happening.
The tank beam.
But that's not tied to a side, that's just like happening anytime on both the sides, right?
Yeah.
Same goes for the big soak. I think that happens no matter what side you're on, or? Oh, the tank knockback with gold drip. That is also on the red side.
It's played on the red side, but I think it's a blue side mechanic.
Okay.
Well, it's definitely played on the red side. So that would mean if we Uno Reverso, it's a red side. It's a blue side.
Okay, how about we just write down on the blue side what we know for sure is a blue side mechanic.
Okay. But then... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, right.
Okay, blue side. We have the mines. This time for real? Is it 4? Is it more? Okay. Okay. And then we have... I'm thinking if the rocket guided thingy, the red soak, is a blue side mechanic. Chat.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but like having to think of the mechanic and then how we play it and then reversing it.
Yeah.
It's kind of messing with me a little bit.
It is.
I think it's a red side mechanic. I'm pretty sure.
Chat. We need your help.
This is the raceful first analysis I'm here for. Yep. Just setting you up to know what you're talking about in the future.
The little rocket guided goblin, that it's a huge red circle that has to be soaked and then leaves the fire puddle on the floor. To what side of the fight does this mechanic belong? If it does belong to one of the sides. Blue side mechanic. That's what I thought as well. Red is prison, boots, and gold knuckles. Prison, boots, gold knuckles. Okay. So we... Perfect. And finger gun on the blue side, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we keep going blue side. It's the... It's the goblin guided.
Good morning, Sco. The little rocket.
Goblin guided goblin.
Goblin. Big soak.
Big soak.
Big friendly soak. Soak with your
Big
friends.
soak. In a big red circle. Oh, we're getting ready for a pull. We're gonna swap back to the raiders while we are drawing the big soak. And then we're gonna have a look at this right after again and finish what we just need to remember, Rach, that... Oh, it's gone from chat again. But the tank mechanic, the gold knuckles, is on the red side.
No, it's on the blue side and it gets put in the red. I'm pretty sure.
Chat said red side.
Well, good job we have a professional that's joining us on the couch. Everyone, welcome in Lithy! Hello. Welcome in, Lithy. Where would you like to sit? If you want to come here, Royban. And then, there you go. There we go. Or you could be in the middle. Whatever you fancy.
See, gold is red side. Write it down so we don't forget.
Gold is red side?
Write it down while we are in this poll.
Okay, hold on. But hold on. We can actually watch Golden Knuckles happen.
Okay, so right now we're fighting the blue mechanics because we still have the mages over on the blue side. And we're not fighting any mechanics anymore because the mages did not come over to the brown side.
The brown side.
Yeah.
That's
Biff
unlucky.
would
The
say.
dirt side.
Biff is calling the red side the brown side. It's a little
Yeah.
curse.
And apparently Liquid called it just the dirt side.
Well, it's
dirt.
Dirt.
Third.
Yeah.
it's East and West Germany. It's very simple.
Which side is which?
Gold is red side?
Well, the gold is West Germany and the grey is East Germany. That's literally how my office building is divided.
Which is west?
Well, here it's the right side. So east is west and west is east. Makes perfect sense, right? I'll say good morning, everyone.
Okay, I feel like Lithy and also Liam over there, they're like getting in our way with having this, like, we're having a good time with trying to get mechanics together and sort the sides for ourselves and understand, and they're like, you know, they're not giving us the time we need to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just having a little
You're
giggle.
stressing us out, you're pushing us.
I'm sorry.
We're slow
I'm sorry.
learners, okay?
Apologies.
Yeah, we use
Apologies.
mental overload. We're having to reverse what we know, Lithy.
No,
It's
I
crazy.
can get it. I can get in on the mechanics discussion. Where did I interrupt you guys?
So we're on the
big
the
soaps.
rocket. The rocket.
Okay.
This is all the raiders,
Mm-hmm.
all puddled together, and then we have the rocket coming in.
Beautiful.
Whee!
Perfect.
Which goes.
Don't forget the little dude riding the rocket.
Oh.
Do we have a green one? You should have him green.
little
Actually,
green goblin.
I'm gonna read. Huh? What did I? Ah.
The good old Rocketeer coming in. Even got nerfed. Or rather, got his HP nerfed at some point during Mugsy Prog.
Oh.
Poor guy.
I can swap back to
Red
this
Rocket.
here.
Heck yeah.
Mm.
I love how neatly color-coded this whole thing is. It's very nice. Even
We are
the little curve in there
professionals.
for the Goblin Rocket. Ooh, I love that. Heck yeah. Pew, 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 pew. How've the polls been going so far this morning?
They've been going really, really good. We started having new best pulls on like pull 3, 4, 5. We didn't have a lot of pulls yet, even though we started 2 hours ago. I think our first pull was 1.5 hours ago. We had maybe, 10 or 15 pulls. But the pulls we have had were just going into the 25% boss HP area almost every single time. We did see a quite interesting strat for the 4 cages that are happening at around 25%, while Echo and Liquid choose to place 3 cages kind of next to each other, and then the 4th one was a little far away. We do have quite interesting markers. You see it. Let's swap to Wily for a second here. See it for Wily. He's facing that way. It's that way still. We are placing those 4 cages on blue, green, skull, and diamond, which is like kind of in a square. Then we have the boss in the middle of these 4 cages. The soak that's happening at the same time is just gonna hug the wall, the inner wall of the cage if it's someone that's in the cage. Otherwise, the person just stands in the middle as well with the boss. So everyone can soak. It's gonna break the inner walls of the cages. You can hug the wall if you have a debuff and cannot soak anymore. Then you finish off the ad, and then technically you would have to run through the red poop on the floor. That does a lot of ticking damage, but it looked like we're planning. We see it right now as well in the middle of the markers, a gateway in the middle. So you basically just step into the poop for just half a second, instantly gate out, maybe take 1 tick of it, and you should be safe afterwards. We have gotten to that point 2 times now. 1 time was let's see what happens. Everyone was dead, only Pricey alive. And then the last pull, or 2 pulls ago, we got there as well, and it looked like it's working out. So a very interesting strat that we have figured out here. We just need to get there a little more and execute. The hard part about it is that you kind of need everyone alive at that point, because the cages have to be soaked. If you don't have enough people alive to soak those 4 cages, people are just gonna get one-shot by the cages spawning.
To be fair, you're not really killing this boss with 1 person dead in the last phase anyway.
That is also true, yes.
Yeah, clean poll. I mean, that's a very acceptable requirement, I want to say, for the penultimate boss during the race to world first. I think we can ask that of the raiders, and I'm pretty sure Method can do it. So
yeah,
looking forward to see that strat play out. I do like it, and our goblin is done as well. Very nice.
Okay, I was wrong. Chat was right. Golden Knuckles is red. But we do have my favorite tank ability on the blue side. So this is and it's red colored, but it's like the long kind of thick red line
double
where
tap.
the tank
double whammy
has to
shot.
to stand in the way, and it's
Yeah.
whether or not your tank likes you, because the amount of damage that the tank mitigates means less damage on you. So there's that. And then we have Skovta doing the sack on the person that is being protected. Because after the line is finished, that person has to run out of the rest of the raid and then just kind of praise to Skovta for that sack, so they survive the incoming lethal damage they're about to take.
Do you think Skovta has someone on his list that he wouldn't sack or wouldn't mitigate the damage for?
I don't know. Skovta's kind of a sweetheart.
He is, right?
Yeah. I think Nate, on the other hand.
Ooh.
Oh, now he has a few
a full
favorites.
list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Nate is playing warrior, so he doesn't sack anyone anyway. So.
Lucky for the Raiders.
Lucky for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do. That's Muggsy, and then Muggsy line comes out. This.
Little double tap action.
Good morning, Cahoots in
Hello,
chat.
Cahoots.
Good morning.
Oh, we have.
But I also love that the left side, the east side, has my favorite voice line in this boss fight.
Oh yeah.
It's for the cone for the spray and pray. He says, "Say hello to my tiny pal," which is wonderful. Just perfectly in line with all the mafia and
the
gangster
tank?
movies.
Draw a shield.
Trying to imagine what a shield looks like.
Just kind of like a triangle.
Yeah.
Basically a dragon scale. Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
that's a good shield. I'd equip that. Lots of armor.
That's a happy tank.
It's a very happy. It's Skovta. Very
That
happy
makes
tank.
perfect sense. Yeah.
It could. Oh, it's Skovta because he's happy. I was thinking it could be Nate as well because both are using a shield.
Oh, true. True. Okay, so then we have Happy Tank, and he mitigates the damage that this guy is gonna take. The more he mitigates, the less this guy is gonna hurt. Then this guy, he's gonna run over out of the raid like this, because he's about to take a very nasty lethal damage soak. But he's happy because his friend Skovta sacks him, so he lives. Only if Wildy times the switch over correctly, because if he doesn't time the switch over correctly,
Everyone's dead.
Skovta's sack, true, but Skovta's sack doesn't come off cooldown in time, and this person dies. It's not good.
That would be unfortunate indeed.
So how much does Wildy like the rest of the raid? That's the good question.
Oh yeah. If it comes down to that, I don't think that's a position I would like to be in.
Do we know what the name of this actual mechanic is called?
I think it's double tap, but
Double whammy shot.
Is it double whammy? Okay.
Whammy for short. That'll work. Bam. Oh.
Perfect. I love it.
All right.
Okay.
And then we had, before we forget that, on the red side, the golden knuckle thingy, also tank mechanic. What side was the finger gun?
Both sides. Well, you have the spray and pray on the blue side, and you have the you have the storm finger on the red side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because spray and pray is kind of connected with the whammy shot. It's like always double whammy shot. The target of that gets the circle around it, and afterwards gets the spray and pray. So I would say that whammy shot, circle, and spray and pray are like kind of the same mechanic. And then you have the finger gun on the other side.
It's the two heads, right? The right, is it the right head? Should be the right head that wields the gun. That's the one. If he's in charge, you get all the tech mechanics. You get the soaks, the mines, you get the rockets, you get the shot, you get the spray and pray. And while the other head is in charge, who has the brass knuckles or the golden knuckles, you get all the kind of, as double-headed ogres usually are, like one fighter, one caster. you get all these shamanistic spells like the Stormfinger, the Icy Boots, the Goons, the Earth Elemental Spawn.
Icy Boots.
I mean, you wrote down Icy Boots. I'm just.
No, I love the fact that we're using it. Great.
And am I forgetting something there? I mean, the icicles
I think that's,
on the
that's
follow-up.
already it. But
Okay,
you need
so
to write it down. We will forget
we've
otherwise.
got
Or you're double checking.
On the blue side,
We're
we've
missing
got
the
mines
helicopters.
going into, which goes into the soaks, which goes into the rocket soak. We've not got spray and pray, and we've not got the ads on the blue side.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we write those down? Finish the
Okay.
blue side off?
Yes.
Okay, so what did I just say? I forgot.
Spray and pray and helicopters.
Spray and pray and helicopters. Helicopters?
Or drones, whatever you want to call
Oh,
these
yeah.
flying, two flying little thingies.
Okay, I'm running out of space.
You can just, I think you can just add the spray and pray to like this here as well. Like it's whammy into spray and pray afterwards, kind of.
He has
Slowly
a gun,
but surely,
right?
the boss fight
Spray and
unfolds.
pray. It's a gun.
I think
Is it a gun?
so.
It's gone.
It's a gun.
Yeah.
It's his tiny
Oh.
pal. As opposed to his little friend. And in case you guys are wondering why we're doing this little whiteboard boss rundown, Method is currently deep in conversation and planning out a few things about how to play this boss fight, because we're heading into the last essential phase of the boss fight, where really everything converges and you gotta be locked in and completely planned out, since the boss goes into bloodlust and really starts to kick your butt.
Helicopter.
Manu and tactic boards. Oh no. If you think that's bad, you haven't seen me with Excel sheets.
Are you that bad with Excel sheets?
Yeah. There was a time where me and a friend were trying to like do some maths with it, because you can like do like easy things where you have like take all these lines together and then calculate if you do plus how much. Holy moly, we were sitting there for like 2 hours and it was a good show to watch. We weren't good at it.
Nice.
Oh, stacked.
Oh.
No.
Jesus. Okay, blue side is done.
Heck yeah.
So
Well done.
let's recap it from top to bottom.
All right. You want to do it, Robin? Should I do it?
You can do it if you want. You
I
sound
mean-
like you want it.
I mean, I just like talking. That's why I'm here, you know. No, blue side is fairly straightforward. I mean, the order of operation is always a little bit all over the place, but generally it is. I think you get the helicopter spawns at some point very early, but you also, first and foremost, you get the mines. And that's a bunch of them. So those guys spawn, you need to soak one of them, then it explodes and it splits into 3 soaks that you need to, well, soak, otherwise the entire group takes damage. And once everything is done and dusted, you can move on to the next mechanic, which is going to be the rocket that needs to be soaked by at least 5 people. Or was it 6 people? Well, the person that gets the rocket and 5 people in general. And you'll see every now and then that the raiders will soak this with like a full-on immunity squad, just to make sure that no one gets the follow-up damage and kind of minimize the just the amount of effort the healers have to put into it, because the fire patch this rocket leaves behind does a lot of damage. And then of course we have the combination of conal and gun-related and tank-related mechanics here, starting out with the double whammy shot, which basically just double taps 2 targets, which means the tank needs to stand at the front of the line while the guy behind it gets the paladin sack and then runs out because he explodes. And after that, a little cone spray and pray. I mean, if you've played Mugsy on normal or heroic, you'll know this ability, because that's the one that the warlock always points into the entire raid group. But yeah, generally that's it for blue side. Once that's done and dusted, you want to drag the boss to the other side because he is going to near full charge, and we'll get into
The side is not done
elemental
yet.
catastrophe and transition to red side, and that's where we're gonna pick up now with prisons and ice boots. Very fashionable, by the way.
Fashionable icy boots.
And
Okay.
gold knuckles.
So, prisons, icy boots, golden knuckles.
Gold knuckles and the finger gun. That's the
Finger
think
gun is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is there. That's the 4 mechanics we're dealing with on that side, I think. Is there more?
Jails, Stormfinger,
Knuckles.
icy boots and icicles, and gold knuckle.
That's it, right?
That's
what I think.
I think that's it. I think that's it.
Red seems easier.
Something you can argue about. It's definitely easier on the healers. It's a little bit more difficult to play just from a position and coordination side of things. Also very interesting for Mythic is the fact that you basically play the sides reversed. So while you have the gray side mechanics, you play on
No
gold
way
side.
you called it grey. Stop the cap.
Blue
it's
side?
red and blue.
Oh, sorry. Well, you play the blue side mechanics, apologies. You're generally playing on the red side, and if you're playing red side mechanics, you're generally playing on the blue side. And first and foremost, you need to do that because you need the red side mechanic Stormfinger on the blue side because you need to hit both helicopter ads with the Stormfinger because they have a shield that gives them an immunity and you can't kill them while they have this, and it's only removed if they're hit by the Stormfinger. So, gotta drag the boss over so you can hit both with the helicopters.
That's why we got so confused, because a lot of times right now as well, we are on the red side, but in fact we're dealing with the blue side mechanics.
Indeed.
Because we do have a mage, aka Wily, still on the blue side, and the boss only changes its face when all 20 people have swapped their sides.
Exactly.
Right? So it is a little confusing at times what side the boss is currently giving us as mechanics, because all this swapping and like having someone stay behind. But I think we figured it out now, and I think that we have figured out what we want to do with the strat, because we did have a pretty long break looking at Uyghurs and all that stuff. We see the first double whammy shot coming out, the big red circle, then the spray and pray that has been turned around nicely into the wall and not into the whole raid, like a warlock would do it, you said. Now we swap the side. You see, whenever the boss does this massive AoE, it's when he does swap the side with his mechanics. That means the mages have been blinking over. Now we get the first cages going out here, which is in fact a red side mechanic. So now we're matching bosses on the red side. We get a red side mechanic. Nicely done here.
I have a question.
Mhm.
When we transitioned over, it said Mug is taking charge.
Yes.
Mug is red.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's possibly messed it up. That's okay.
We thought Mug is blue and Z is red, but maybe we have.
We can rub out
mixed
and redo it. It's okay.
Yeah, no, wait, you know what? If we're wrong with the colors that we put in there, we say it's because this whole thing, you know, you're fighting the wrong side
We just tell
colors.
people they're colorblind.
No,
that's
we
all.
just say it's on purpose.
Oh yeah.
Because on Mug is the red side, but also when you're on the red side, you fight blue side mechanics. So we thought we got just gonna make it blue, you know?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Like
true.
we have no matter what's the correct answer, we have a solution for both.
You lost me. Did you know that the goons, the earth elementals, are wearing pink hats?
What?
Have you not seen that?
No.
You haven't? Oh, you gotta keep an eye out for those.
How do the cages work, is someone asking in chat actually. The cages are, it's just the random players that get targeted. You need friends with you to soak the cages. Once it's spawning, it's like a line of sight mechanic, and you have an elemental inside that you need to fight. The elemental is permanently casting a frontal. Interesting enough, you can have one person assigned to taunt it to the side, so you always know what direction this frontal is going to, and the rangers don't have to move as much, they just stand on the opposite side. And it's casting one cast that has to be interrupted, and then you just kill the ad and hope that the walls have been broken by the time you do so, and then you just walk out of the cage. That's all you need to do there.
Okay, so Mug. Mug is taking charge.
And we're going
What
blue?
color are these? Are we getting prisons? Or are we getting... Mug is red!
Yeah, we did it on
Reuben,
purpose, though.
I gotta fix it.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Alright.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sad.
I'm so sorry.
Do you remember what it was?
Wait, where do you see?
Mug
Where
is
do you
red.
see who's taking charge?
In the center of the screen, it just says Mug is
It's
taking
like
charge.
a big wigs thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do it quick before you forget.
Yep.
Mug has to be red. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, was that the?
They both
the
decided
icicle?
to break the same wall with the
Oh,
icicle.
This is tricky because the icicles are breaking the walls of the cage, but if two people hide behind the exact same spot, then the first one is going to break the wall and the second one is technically not hiding anymore, so you need to be a little careful with that.
He stole the other one's hide.
Yes.
Unlucky.
Who is it? Span going down here. We don't have a combat wrestle available. That is not good. But we might still get to the point where we get the 4 cages that we want to practice. So kinda all good as long as we don't lose a healer, because healing might become
Down
rough.
is the Disc Priest.
Okay,
Good job, Reuben.
yeah,
Good
never
job.
mind. You know what? I'm gonna go to take a bathroom break quickly and maybe get some quick snack
All
on
right.
the way back.
Enjoy. Maybe try and find those bakery goods.
Oh, there's none left, I think. We need to be a little more nice, like Liam said.
We need to
I'll
scout
be right
them
back.
out.
I might have eaten everything that was left when I arrived here. I'm very sorry. Under the pillow. There you go.
Okay, so that's corrected. Now, oh my god, Faithy's mail is so full, he couldn't actually race change because his mail was full. He said he sent 300, he had 300 mails in his mailbox.
I mean, hey, if your bank is full, you gotta use your mailbox, right?
That's so bad. He literally spent 20-30 minutes clearing it out just so that he could race change.
I couldn't do it.
Crazy.
If that mail icon is on my screen, it's
Same.
just like, oh my god, I need to clear the
Another
notification.
really bad offender for icons on the screen. Look at the top left. What do you notice?
Oh, you've been chosen for a GM survey. Okay, sure.
That's
Nate?
been there.
Nate? What's up with that?
2 weeks before the race started, it was there.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nate. Oh, Nate.
Right.
Did you never feel the urge to
Oh, I
hijack his PC? And
I
just
walked over while he
do
was
it?
on his computer, and I tried to take control and like put his mouse on it, and he was like, no, and I'm like, well, just click it, dude. Like, what are you doing? He's like, no, I have to look at it later. How later?
Later being after the race, apparently. That's when he has time. No,
Yeah.
wait, that's when he's prepping for the next race.
True.
We'll make a mental note. If this thing is still around next year, we gotta do something about it, honestly.
I'm gonna get him a t-shirt with that printed on it and make him wear it for an entire day. It's like sinner. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we got prisons, boots, golden knuckles, and then the finger gun, right?
The Stormfinger, yes.
Yeah. What does it look like?
It's Moxie doing a finger gun.
Okay. And then on the floor, what does it look like on the floor? Or is it, what's the visual animation for the finger gun?
Well, it's him pointing his finger and like a lightning storm erupting from it. It's this wind lightning effect thing. It looks like Spray and Pray, just blue, and lightning in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Lightning. Speaking of lightning, I can feel the static building up as I'm like twisting and turning, doing my own finger gun.
Hey, I don't envy you. I get shocked a lot at home from whatever static charge my desk is accumulating. I have no idea why and how it happens, but it does happen.
I've not been static shocked so much since coming to Germany. I think it's like your humidity or something right now is like the perfect level to generate static. Something like that.
Well, it is the humidity that gets you, so yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
But lots of talk at the moment.
Oh, it's the wrong way around. Uh-oh.
I'm curious what the Raiders are having long conversations about currently. Because it's most likely going to be something around last phase, because the early phases, everything going into the 40% transition and Bloodlust looks really good, more or less. And from there on out, as Royman explained earlier, right, you have the kind of the horseshoe, the quadrant strat for the jails into the rocket to break things out that you want to play. That's something you need to clean up. You need to coordinate cooldowns, personals, healing cooldowns properly so you survive getting into those jails in the first place. And of course, you need enough damage to kill off the goons just in time before the rocket comes in. So quite a few things that just need to be completely properly planned out and nailed down before you can go in with confidence. And quite honestly, confidence is something that Method has had throughout the more or less entirety of yesterday. After they've killed Bandit, the Muxi pulls have been looking absolutely excellent. So 44 pulls in, 22.81% on the board. That's pretty good.
We've had 3 prog pulls, like 3 new bests this morning. So they are whittling it away.
Heck yeah.
Pretty cool.
Love that.
Right. We have finished the whiteboard. So, chat. Thinking caps on. I want you to memorize this board, and then you will be pros going into this next pull. So we start off with, we are in the red side, but we have mines. So we have mines into soaks, into rockets, into the double whammy, take that away, spray and pray, adds, then prisons, boots, put the boots in the prisons to protect yourself. Then you have golden knuckles, the tank, and then you have finger gun. Ba-ba-ba-bam. Now you are pros. You will cast this next fight for us.
I am much more impressed with the fact that there are no caps on these pens and you've managed to not draw on yourself. Never mind,
I just did it.
Unfortunate. Anyway, I hope you guys are all ready and strapped in because we're going into another Mugsy. Paul and his rage just gave you the beautiful rundown. You can watch it play out in real time. As we have the mines soaked and the follow-up soaks handled as well. Into the big rocket, a barrier down from our Disc Priest here. Lots of damage going in, but that is handled and taken care of into the double whammy. Yes, I heard you broke the whiteboard apparently, but we'll get back to that later. Don't worry, I'm not going to forget about it. The Rocketeer underneath the boss is just going to get cleaved down. Nothing you have to worry about too much. He has the disintegrating beam that does a little bit of damage, but honestly, once you have your healers on the case, it's not going to be too bad. A little bit of elemental carnage going on as we transition to the other side. And now we're getting the kind of the shamanistic mechanics of Mugsy, which is going to be jails first and foremost. Those are going to be positioned to either side of the boss, because you can't have the boss in on the inside, because then the goon instantly enrages. You also can't have the goons overlap their prisons, because then they enrage as well, and that's basically an instant wipe. In the meantime, the people inside the jail are going to kill the earth elementals, and as you can see, pink hats on those goons. And once those goons are dead, well, on heroic, the goons, well, on normal and heroic, the goons actually cast Break Jail and knock everyone back and break the walls with that. On Mythic, they don't break the walls, which means on Mythic, you either need to have abilities on the players inside the jail to get out, like Monk Transcendence, maybe Demon Hunter, double jump, backflip over the wall, Mage Alter Time, all these things, or you bring in the Frost Shoes and the Icicles they shoot to break the walls afterwards, which is very doable, but you also need the Fire Patch close by because you want to cleanse the ice buff from yourself so you can maneuver and run around a little bit better. So, now that we've dragged the boss to the other side, we just saw the Stormfinger come out and lasered both of the helicopters, subsequently taken down and replaced by the next set of helicopters. While they are zapping, that's the little blue circles you see around the players every now and then. By the way, that's a kind of transmittable debuff, so if you get zapped and someone else stands in that circle while close to you while you're getting zapped, you actually zap the targets next to you. So
like a static charge.
yeah, it's a little bit of a static charge, a little bit of a chain lightning effect, and especially the melees are notorious for killing each other with that. So not ideal, I want to say, but so far everything nice and neatly managed here by Method. And once again, we're heading back into the elemental side, the red side, and we're gonna start it off with jails. And the big thing on Mythic, you get more jails with every set that you play. So first one was 2, now we're at 3, and the next one is going to be 4. The initial damage taking no one down as it should be. The bait for the Frost Shoes is going to come in just a moment here, with the players walking into the middle, into the fire patch, or right next to it, and then splitting to the outside to bump away the walls. There we go. Got a little bit of Frost Shoes going on, an Icicle right behind the wall, nicely baited. That wall is done and dusted. And with that, the mechanic taken care of. Method looking good so far this pull.
Yeah, indeed. I love the use of the mechanics getting out of the prisons. I didn't know that. I genuinely didn't know that they didn't break. So that's an added level of complexity to Mythic then, huh?
Yeah, it's getting spicy. I love Mugsy's design in this regard, because he's very much the kind of boss that doesn't change too much in terms of like extra mechanics on Mythic. It's more like, hey, you've played Heroic, you know how to play Heroic. Now, here's a wrench, and I'm gonna push that into the spokes of your bike. So have fun on Mythic. And
yes,
I love that style of fight design. It's a very fun one, and it's working really, really well for this boss fight, I feel like.
Yeah.
So we get another rocket. You will see this is a overlap that is absolutely nasty with the mines into the rocket, but also a point where the boss is already on 42%. So we're gonna transition in just a moment here. You don't have to worry about too much following up. You just need to meet the damage check to push this boss before he reaches 100 energy, which from what I've heard is really, really easily doable. Like we don't need Bloodlust, we don't need DPS CDs. And now that the boss transitions, you get this shock coil in the middle of the room that is gonna divide both sides. And, well, Bloodlust, and we're pumping the boss. And of course, he's going to charge throughout the room a little bit and cast his Bullet Storm, put out both guns, both sides, and just spin to win.
Weakor telling which way he's going to turn as well. Love that. Quick little blink across with Wildy, utilizing all that mage utility in all of amazing ways. We're then going to get a boss charge, make sure that we dodge right in front of Wildy. Again, using that blink to get out of there. I love it. And then, blinks again into, Burny Toes. Although it's not Burny Toes for Warlock, for Mage technically. It is, it's something else, but I like to call it Burny Toes because they're on fire. Luckily though, we do get him back up. We do drop 2 people, Battle Res coming up in 3 minutes, so that's okay. That's okay. It's not going to be the kill, but it's going to be a good progression as we tickle into 25%. Now this is the progression part, right? This is what Royman was saying with the 4 imprisons. So there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see our weak aura telling everyone where they should go.
This is a really, really difficult overlap. You can see the jails are positioned nicely. One ad is instantly enraged because the boss was inside the jail. So that's not ideal. That's not what you want. But that part looks okay. The problem really is because once we're going into this sub 40% phase, the boss is going to cast mechanics from both sides at once.
Yeah.
And you get mines into icicles, frostboots and icicles into the jails. So it is a set of mines with icicles where you have nothing to block the icicles except for the mines. So you need to hit the mines with the icicles, which freezes the mines, at least temporarily, I think. And then you can play the jails. So this entire mess of movement, of mine spawning and baiting icicles, that is something you need to play out and keep everyone alive throughout after you've just used the major healing CDs to kind of go through this last massive overlap going into the, well, P2, I'm just going to call it. And then have everyone topped off and ready for the jails. And it's a really, really difficult kind of progression point. It's a tough nut to crack, but once you're through that, we're looking pretty good. Once we're through that, we're gonna see 10% pulls, I'm pretty sure. And that's kind of the major point that Method is working on right now. Also, you saw the big Tesla coil in the middle, that splits the room into two. That one's rotating as well, so you can never keep the boss in the same position. You need to keep moving the boss in a circle around the room, which is also why you want to place the initial first rocket in the first jails off to the side where we're seeing at the start of the boss fight, why the second rocket is going basically onto the door that leads to Gallywix, just to get it as far out of the way as possible, so you have so much more space to play with towards the end of the fight. And that's why the last rocket that we see that comes in at like 45%, that's why it goes into the middle of the room, because you need that fire patch to cleanse the frost boots that come in right after, because you're not getting another rocket before those frost boots come in. And well, if it's sitting like right on top of the Tesla coil in the middle, you can always walk up to it and dip into it, even if the room split is rotating.
Got it. Oh. Insane knowledge, Lithy. I have to give it to you.
I've been watching a lot of Moxie Pulls the last few days.
Yeah?
It's a really fun boss. It's a really fun boss.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really, really is. Like you said before, like the switch between normal, heroic, and mythic, it's not like you're not introducing like I think the worst, from my point of view, the worst transition from heroic to mythic probably has to be the first boss in Castle Nather Sharikuing, because that added a mechanic entirely based on, hey, you can no longer see the echolocations, you need someone to carry the lantern, good luck.
Oh, right, yes.
That was hard, whereas this is more like, hey, these are the mechanics that you see, you know, you love, but we're just gonna, you know how you deal with that mechanic? We're just gonna like take that away. So yeah, have fun trying to figure it out. Big brains, you can do it.
I mean, know and love is a claim that I'm just gonna leave standing. We'll maybe get back to that later. Speaking of getting back to things, welcome back, Royben. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Did we kill the boss yet?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a reclear.
We went back to heroic splits because we need some more gear.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh god. Do you think chat would notice if we just started like saying that it's splits?
I can promise you within
would.
the first 5 minutes, someone would ask why they're only splitting with 20 players instead of 30, you know.
But also chat helped us a lot while we were doing this, so I think there's a couple of people that know a lot about the mythic bosses.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
Chat would notice.
Do you think?
I mean, chat is 9 out of 8 mythic already, so of course they know.
9 out of 8?
Chat would cry if it was splits. So would we. So would we.
You know what the great thing about coming in late to cast the race?
You're fresh.
You're dodging splits.
Dodging splits, yeah, you're great. You brought all the energy, all the knowledge. We're on day 11. We are, but we're still good. We're still going, you know.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm 10 out of 8. Oh my goodness. Absolute chat.
What a gamer. Now, while you guys were casting splits, I was sitting at home and spamming keys 16 hours a day. It was good times.
Fun.
Oh, yeah. I had a great time.
Chat is quality assurance people. We already cleared it twice. Fair point.
Yikes.
Yeah. Fair point. I'm going to take a quick 2-3 minute break as well, so I will be right back.
Thank you.
Alright, did I miss a good pull? Did we get to
No,
to the
you
4K
really
again?
you really just missed a lot of talking about weak auras.
Okay.
We finished the whiteboard.
Alright.
Yeah. But other than that, we had a pull or two into last phase.
Okay.
We saw the attempted jail strat, the 4 jail strat, in the last phase, but we had half the raid dead when we got there, so They're definitely like
Okay.
still working on this mines into icicles into the jails in that last phase. That's the
We don't
kind of
even
progression
know.
point, I feel like.
We don't even know if the strat is working out because we are the first ones that came up with it, while Liquid killed with whatever they were doing, right? So it might even be that we're trying it for a couple of times, it doesn't work out, and we might go back to whatever else there's out there.
The big concern I have with that strat is that you're putting a lot of pressure onto the people that are soaking these jails and the rockets. That's a lot of damage coming in. So it's a bit more risky for the healers to get through the entire thing. But the main concern I have is actually the fact that you basically block off that segment of the room.
Yeah.
You don't really have any space to play the fight anymore if the room split rotates you back into that segment. So in theory, with that strat, you put yourself in a position where you need to kill the boss before he wraps back around and you run out of space, basically.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, if it works, if you're meeting that damage check, that's fair enough. But if you don't, well, you're dead, just like the raid right now.
That was, I think it was a mine, or did we just hit
No,
100 energy?
100 energy.
Oh. Wildy doesn't look happy. I think Wildy is usually the one that's responsible for swapping sides because he's a mage, he's the last one. He just blinks over. And I remember yesterday I was watching, not for super long, but I was watching and I caught Wildy. I don't know, the raid wiped, exactly this happened, and Wildy went like on a ramp. He was like, he's usually not very loud, but it looked like without listening to it that he was not very happy with what happened, and I don't know if it was his fault or if something else happened. But it looked very funny.
I mean, heated moments are somewhat normal.
Of course, yeah.
Right? It does happen. And especially a boss like this where you're... I want to say you're starting to feel the pressure a little bit. You know, Liquid already killed this.
Yeah.
Echo, I want to say, fairly close to killing it. I mean, their personal best is still somewhere around the 10% mark. They've not seemed like they've had some really good pulls today, but I mean, we're all just kind of waiting on Echo to kill it, and in the meantime, you have the pressure of being Method. You want to catch up. You've fallen behind a little bit on the middle bosses of this tier. But you've started this boss out swinging with so good pulls.
I actually think that right now we're not feeling that much pressure because we came to this boss and we were just getting super far with very little pulls. Obviously we're still a little bit behind, but just looking at the pull count, I think we made up a lot of time. So just from a general feeling, talking to the raiders when they came down here this morning, was like, not really pressure yet, but obviously if we get stuck, then that's gonna ramp up a little more and more.
Yeah.
But right now it's a good feeling. Everyone was like positive towards this boss. I hope that we can kill it today. We should be able to because Liquid killed it, and it's not like they're gonna wait for us to catch up. They're obviously going to pull Gallowix. They went dark, which I understand. You don't want to give away any information, but I also think they didn't really pull the boss a lot. What I'm assuming is that they just went dark, they pulled the boss, they didn't even try to actually kill it. They just wanted to live as long as you can, to see timers, to see mechanics, to see what's happening. Is there anything added that we didn't think about?
Yeah.
And then go to bed while the analysts are working on everything that they have gotten from pulling the boss a couple of times. I think everyone would go dark if they were in Liquid spot. Do you think otherwise?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you're ending your raid night with the start of a new boss. I mean, we've seen the same thing from Echo this tier already, right? They killed Sprockenmonger. They went to one-arm Bandit and went dark, not wanting to give Liquid any information while they were stuck in splits and trying to kill Sprockenmonger. So just very very expected. I would do the very same. It's just the right decision to make for the competitiveness of the race, because yes, you want to stream the Race to World first. Yes, you want to have the viewers be there on every piece of the journey, but you also want to win. And ultimately, to the raiders, maybe not as casters, but to the raiders, winning is the biggest thing here. And if they have to go dark for the night to make that happen, then they're gonna go dark, and no one is even gonna doubt that for a moment.
Yeah. I agree. Are we just yapping again? Is it slow pulse at the moment?
Yep.
I just spotted something that's illegal.
Uh-oh.
Verb has no healing meter open, it's double DPS meter.
Classic.
No, man.
Classic. I mean, that's an average Demon Hunter move, honestly. He's fairly high up on the meters, though, so I respect it.
Yeah, Demon Hunter's definitely doing good. I'm surprised that we didn't have more bosses where we played double Demon Hunter, but then again, you just played like 5 Windwalker monks because they were just pumping even more than the Demon Hunters. Interesting tier when it comes to comp choices, for sure.
5 monks is wild. The good thing about that is that just means that monk's gonna get nerfed after the progression is over.
That's what we think.
I mean, as long as Mistweaver gets like the slight in a love tap with the Murph bat, right? I'm completely happy. Just don't touch Disc Priest, please and thank you.
Liquid switched 1 rogue in. I think that's another interesting thing because rogues are not performing like insanely well. It's not like they're pumping the damage meters like no one else. But also rogue is still a raid buff. It brings 3% damage reduction, which is equal to the Devo aura that the Paladin brings. And you definitely want 1 Paladin in the raid, right? It was like a, Holy Paladin doesn't look bad, so we have to play either Prot Paladin or Red is also doing okay. But for Rogue, it's like, well, we just swap him out, which it's essentially a Devo aura on top. So, if they swap the Rogue in, does that mean Rogue does anything good on the last boss? Maybe it does have a fitting damage profile now, or do they actually need the extra damage reduction that the Rogue brings?
So, since Sub-Rogue is kind of the go-to at the moment, Sub obviously brings very high kind of pinpoint bursts to the table. If you have an ad that needs to be killed, like deleted as fast as possible, I mean, putting a Sub-Rogue onto the job is definitely not a bad call. If they have cooldowns, they're just gonna take care of it in no time, right? On top of that, lots of mobility, as you mentioned, the rate buff, either the 3% poison, or you can even reduce attack speed if you go for the other poison option, the mind-numbing poison, which can also be very helpful for the tanks if it's a mob or a boss that just does a insane amount of melee hits and melee damage.
Fair point as well in chat, maybe Cloak as an immunity.
Exactly, right? You have an immunity, you have a lot of mobility, shadow step, sprint. For a melee and a leather class, you are fairly resilient. You have a cheat death, like literally, you have cheat death. You have feint, which allows you to basically reduce AoE damage like crazy, especially with the current hero talents. You take a very little amount of damage if you play everything correctly. So Rogue can be incredibly sturdy and very, very survivable. Tough to kill, whatever you want to call it, really. So it's not a bad class to bring. And as we've already established, right, the Rogue damage is still good enough, especially if you have a damage pattern that really agrees well with Rogue. So I'm not surprised, and especially considering what we know of heroic Gallywix, right? You have quite a few things where something like a high mobility melee or an immunity like Cloak comes in handy, right? You have the canisters you have to soak for the healing absorb. You have mines that need to be carried around, and generally those mechanics are, well, not necessarily melee jobs, but rogue jobs, demon hunter jobs, mages, hunters, anything that can get from A to B and back in no time. So, yeah, I can see the rogue. Once we get to Gallywix, we'll know why, but yeah, rogue is just Rogue for me always, as you mentioned, right? Raid buff I think is by far the biggest reason, but Rogue always feels like a guaranteed raid spot for me. At least one.
Yeah. So surprisingly, we didn't have a rogue in on every single boss so far, but we managed, right?
Yeah.
And now we're back to a rogue. I think we might have even played rogue on every boss. I'm not entirely sure about it, but we do have a pull timer going on here. We are about to pull 56 and see if we have done any changes. I really wonder if we abandon the strut for the cages at some point, like we said, because it is something that other guilds have not been doing. But it looks like, because we still have the world markers down, that we are not giving up on it yet, and it does sound and look like a pretty smart thing to do. But for now, the first thing we need to take care of is the bombs that we need to soak. It's usually... Oh, nice dash right there. Tanks are exploding them, then afterwards there's 3 small red circles that have to be soaked. If they're not being soaked, then that is a lot of raid damage. All done here though. We have the double whammy shot going out. Tank is mitigating it. The target gets a circle right after. This is a load of damage as well. Look at the HP bar going down here. Actually didn't go down. That was a massive defensive or external. We have the cocoons going out here as well into the spray and pray. And now we're gonna swap the side, right? Now it's happening.
Exactly.
And we have been fighting the blue side mechanics the whole time until now.
Exactly.
Even though we were already on the red side.
Exactly. Now we're getting red side mechanics. We're gonna start out with the jails in just a moment here. Also, Uggs, by the way, playing Assassination. I just noticed. Which is just insane amounts of boss pump, which is very needed on this one. But we do have the goons out. We do have the jails rolling, and well, you got to dodge the shakedown. You don't want to lose all your money or health bar, whatever it is, really. And the nice backflip tech out of the jail here from Verb. Nicely played on the Demon Hunter. Icicles are coming out. You can see them breaking the walls with those. Kind of dodging it. One of the mages jumping into the wall, trying to get away from the icicle, and they're getting catapulted back into the arena. And, of course, the Stormfinger coming through. So, you can see the 2 helicopter ads are getting zapped, so now they can be killed off.
And again, we have swapped over to the blue side, but the Stormfinger is a mechanic from the red side. Same again. We have a mage staying behind, not triggering the boss swap yet. Blinking over last second. You want to make it as close as possible, looking at the energy bar the boss has. If the boss hits 100 energy, you will just die. It's a one-shot on the whole raid. So the blink should be timed very well to go over on like 97, 98 energy. We do have the next soak going out here, putting it in the corner. That shouldn't be an issue at all. And the next mechanic we're getting should be the mines again, I believe.
Double whammy shot.
After the couple of frontals and spot healing single target damaging abilities.
Alright, spray and pray on the follow-up, then we'll switch sides and go straight to jail. We're not passing go, and we're not collecting 200 bucks.
A lot of raid damage here again. I really want to see a healing meter. We need to swap POV here. It is what it is.
Yeah, it seems like Crystal seems to have a little bit of a monopoly on the healing meter here.
Crystal is just, so far, you see he's just casting Wrath. So far, he's just there to deal damage. His job is to pump as much as he can, because the other 4 healers that are healers that deal damage in order to heal are just carrying the healing. I think Crystal is starting to heal on the next set of mines, or like anyways kind of late into the boss fight, which I think is very interesting that you bring 5 healers just to survive the last phase.
Oh, Faithy!
Oh, we do have a combat dress available that we should be using on Faithy here in just a second. Unless we decide to keep it for a tank or a healer.
Waiting for the Stormfinger here, and Crystal getting lasered. That's unfortunate. There we go. They were waiting to raise Crystal after that Stormfinger. That's unfortunate, but controlled destruction is coming through, so we're swapping back to blue side mechanics. And this is going to be the last set of blue side mechanics, because we are on 48%, and at 40% the boss is going to transition.
Yes. we do have some really good tips in chat coming in hot. Method needs to do more damage. Method needs to heal more healing. We got it so far.
I mean, it's onto something. I don't know.
Immunity soak happening right here. The rocket flying across the screen, hitting the floor, leaving a red puddle, and another whammy shot into a big red circle that has to be just brought out of the raid. Huge damage on the target, followed by a spray and pray. Another massive single targeting damaging ability. We're already dragging the boss over, but we do see once again Wildy. And I think only Wildy here staying on the blue side. We're popping Bloodlust now. Wildy coming over to trigger the other side of the boss. And we're pumping now.
Exactly. Bloodlust in, all the cooldowns are rolling, and we're gonna go into Bulletstorm. This is, of course, the intermission, the transition into the last phase here, while the boss is charging around and just spraying and praying at everything that isn't nailed down on the count of 3. Well, looking good so far. It's a bit of dashing, a bit of running, and a bit of dodging. Both warriors now down as we're reaching the execute phase. Of course, that is a little bit unfortunate. A lot of damage you are missing out on, but luckily, we still have the Fire Mages, and Fire Mages have a little bit of execute as well. So.
Wildy dropping so low here. It's so scary when the screen turns red on the sides when he's lower than 30% HP. But we're fine.
No stress whatsoever. And now we're going into the very, very tricky part of this fight. This is where Method has been progging. This is where they've been wiping over and over, and it looks like where they will wipe again. It's this set of mines into the icicles. You can see some of them aimed. You want to hit the mines with these, and the hitbox, luckily, is very big. So that is manageable, but now the jails are coming out. Looks like they're still going for the 4-jail setup here. And as you can see, this is tight. This is really tight because you can't have the jails overlap, and you can't have the boss inside the jail, or even somewhat close to the jail. So it's a strat that just feels very, very risky. And I'm not exactly sure if the payoff is going to be worth it ultimately, because the boss position needs to be so precise. You can't move the boss at all while the jails are up, and
I think
it's a lot.
I think the strat still looks promising. The problem is that right now we're just dying way before the cages go out. It's like whenever the cages happen, we have like 10, 15 people dead, and then it's like really hard to judge and actually see the next mechanic. We kind of need to fix what we're dying to before.
It's the mines, right? It's the mines coming out. It's this set that I'm not sure what the soak order is, how much you want to soak there and how quickly, but it's most definitely kind of one of those points in the fight where something isn't quite lining up. I'm actually tempted to go check the analyst desk to kind of figure out what exactly is happening there, but I think we'll do that a little bit later. Maybe take a little break and set things up. But that's a big proc point, right? And it's so difficult because, and you know this as well as I do because you're playing a lot of healer, right? It's this massive overlap of mechanics of the mines into the rocket just before you transition into the intermission phase, where you're already using a lot of healing CDs, where you need to pump like crazy because the mines just hit so hard, right? It's a massive healing absorb, and it's a massive hit of raid-wide damage for every single of those 4 mines. So instead of going from mines, 90 seconds, play through all the...
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this one here was active. I'm sorry. I forgot that your headset is... I'm so sorry.
Stop talking, Lithy. Oh my gosh, shut up.
I'm so sorry. I thought it was this headset here.
Oh, you God, don't worry. Don't worry. But yeah, as I was saying, I'll get to the point quickly. Don't worry. Lots of mines. You use big healing CDs, and then you go into the intermission. You just play the intermission phase, and then you immediately get mines again.
Yeah.
So you're playing 2 mindsets back to back in a much faster fashion. So a lot of the healing CDs that you're normally using for your mindsets are not going to rotate back up, and that's something you need to handle as a healer.
Yeah. I wonder if I mean, we cannot really judge it because we're just watching. We don't hear what's going on. I wonder if it's a bad assignment for healing CDs that we're having right now, or if we're just misplaying something. Maybe we're soaking the bombs too quick. Maybe the disc priest that has the ramp assigned just had a bad ramp so far, or like died to another mechanic because he didn't see it. Whatever it is, but it's definitely a point where we just need to find either more healing or better defensives or another way to play the mechanics, because we just rot down there every single time, and you cannot not have everyone alive for the 4 cages.
Yeah.
That's just a crucial point. So let's see if we do change something in here. Also, one question in chat: why do they play a Resto Druid? Seems absolutely bad in terms of healing. It's actually not bad in terms of healing. Resto Druid was pumping. If we look at Lock-in Stock, for example, or One Hour Bandit, I think on both the boss fights, Resto Druids were topping the healing meters. But I think the more important point is that we want to avoid playing a Boomy or a Feral, because in comparison to the other DPS specs, Boomy and Feral are just not that good. And you'd rather play another Windwalker, for example. Or second mage or second demon hunter, whatever it is. So in that case, you put the mark of the wild buff on the healer slot, because it is a healer that can pump, but also it doesn't look like he is pumping because he's just assigned to do damage the first probably 2 minutes of the boss fight. So it might look a little worse in the healing meter because he starts to heal late into the boss fight.
Exactly, and out of the healers that if they just head down, do nothing but DPS. I think Druid is actually one of the better healers to have, because they can, if they just go full cat, you can scratch a lot of health off that boss. But we are back into second blue phase. We got another rocket positioned off nicely to the side of the room here. You can see all the immunities come out there for just a moment, ice blocks, turtles, etc. to deal with that initial damage of this rocket. No one really wants to take that. The Rocketeer out as well, lasering some people. That's something the healers need to pay attention to. And of course, gun on me, it says there, from our friend in green.
Insta cocoon as well on that target.
I mean, only has 90 seconds cooldown, so why not, right? And big uppies from the Disc Priest. Nice pump with atonements on everyone. That's just a good Disc Priest fight. I love this boss. And we're going into the next red phase. We're going into second set of jails. It's 3 jails this time around. And we can see the Mistweaver POV from the inside. Thanner going into the 1v2 or 1v3 with this goon over here. And it's looking pretty solid so far. Thanner seems to be winning. The pay respect, something that needs to be interrupted, because otherwise it is going to be a shield on the boss, and that's basically a death sentence. And we do have a Nully going down, but we do have a Bellarez available. So the healer, the Windwalker picked up once again. Healers need to stabilize, but we do have a Stormfinger come through, and this is going to take out the 2 helicopters.
Yep. I was... Nulla just ticked down there, right? I was watching it. Nulla going down a second time here.
Unlucky.
That is not good. We're gonna keep playing, obviously. We have a combat rest available in 15 seconds that we might just use to meet the damage check that we need. But it's way more important that we just have everyone else alive once we get into the 25% mark of the boss. But it's a long way until then, and a lot of mechanics that we still have to play. I was wondering though what he died to the first time, because it was during the cages. Thanner came out of his cage, and Nulla was already super low. We have to keep in mind there that it's a line of sight mechanic, so if Thanner is in one cage, Nulla is in the other one, he cannot heal him. The only thing that can happen is that Shiji passively heals everyone, even through line of sight. But still...
Which is why you basically run 3 Mistweavers, so you have 1 Mistweaver for every jail, more or less. There's always the potential that he stood in a shakedown, the goon frontal, and got killed. Always the chance that the boss reaches 100 energy before he transitions and just one-shots the raid. That's what people can die to.
I even think that Null is assigned to taunt, because what we want to do in the cages, the elementals have a frontal. That frontal is like you can decide what direction it's going on by just taunting it.
Oh.
So basically you assign, and I'm pretty sure it's Null in their cage because the verb was in the same one and verb wasn't taunting. So Null taunts the frontal to one side, and everyone else in the cage knows to stand on the opposite side. Especially for casters, that's really nice because they don't have to dodge and don't lose damage, don't lose casts. And it just makes it safer. It makes it a little harder for Null because he has to taunt on cooldown and then dodge the frontal himself every single time. But he shouldn't be melee. What could happen as well in the cage is that the cast of the ad is not being interrupted. That is like a single target spell, I believe, that's being casted. So if you're targeted and it's not being interrupted, you might just die from that as well. Or at least tick way lower than the others.
The cast actually just puts a shield on the boss. It just doesn't murder anyone. So
I thought it's damage. Maybe it's a shield as well.
Yeah.
No matter what it is, you definitely want to kick it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing you ever want to get through. I think it's an auto wipe if you don't interrupt one of the goods. That's basically where it's at with this boss, especially on Mythic. But consistency falling off ever so slightly. Maybe a light pre-lunch slump for the Raiders.
Maybe
we need some food buff energy. It is 11 a.m. already anyway. We've been polling for, I want to say, the better part of like 3 hours already. After breakfast. Didn't they start at 8 this morning? A little bit after?
Yeah, the first pull was like 8:30. We were kind of slow in pulling the first pull of the day, even though we started at 8 today. So it's...
we're being rejoined
2.5 hours.
Rage herself. Hi.
Welcome back.
Hello. I was watching from the sidelines. And then I got distracted.
Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy the pulls?
Yeah, it was alright.
It was alright.
It was alright.
Good verdict.
Yeah.
I like it.
10, like, solid 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Speaking of ratings, just want to give a reminder to you guys that we are rating your transmogs. And if your transmogs get rated highly, then you go into the Hall of Fame for Method. So if you want to submit your transmogs to us, !charity, donate to our charity any amount that you like. Doesn't matter. Obviously, the more you donate, the more likely you might be in the Hall of Fame, as Shaken says. All you need to do is screenshot your character in-game and then link it to us with Inga. You can send us a WoW Armory link with your character, or you can send your region, your realm, and your character name, and we'll bring it up on the 3D viewer. This will be day 4, I think, of the Method transmog rates, I think. Yeah. We've got a few to go through that came through last minute last night and yesterday, so we'll start with those, and at some point today we will rate your transmogs.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I love transmogs.
I think the plan is to rate the transmogs when the guys kind of push it to about 15 to 16%. I think that's when we're gonna switch over to do some transmogs, because you have that long progression period, because by that point we'll have seen all that progression period of like that first 70-80%. So we have that we obviously have the pre-pull chats, and then we have the first sort of like 10-15% in the progression pulls that we can look at some transmogs real quick.
Heck
Yeah, so that's going to be done later today. When is the pet rating? Oh, true.
What is that about?
Pet pictures.
So, yeah, I asked chat yesterday to submit pictures of their pets via charity donations, and then we'd bring them up on screen. I feel like we'd do that at the same time. Transmog rate, pet rate, together. Why not?
I mean, alternating is a little bit of variety, a spice of life. You know? You know what I can't wait for?
What?
Latest point, midnight, we do housing rating.
Oh, yes.
Wait, does housing exist already?
It's coming.
In midnight.
It's coming in midnight.
Oh.
Yeah, so when we're in a tier in midnight, we can do submit your house.
Okay.
To get it rated.
Oh.
So you better get those decoration skills prepped. It's gonna be awesome.
But yeah, go ahead and submit if you like. Also, something unique to NODA is the fact that they have open source banking, which is a feature that is exclusive to NODA. Essentially, it means you link your bank up, it takes a couple of seconds, and when you send your donation, it's limited fees. It's such a small amount that the charity has to pay in terms of fees, so they get way more of that donation that you send. It takes literally 2 seconds, 3 seconds, probably more than that. A couple of minutes to set up on your end, but it gives way more to the charity. So if you guys want to utilize open source banking, it's a unique feature that NODA has. So yeah, go ahead, do that, !charity. And of course, we have our debuffs and buffs as well, as Manu knows so well with the mustaches.
I have gotten away without wearing a mustache for a couple of days now.
Oh, really?
I love it. Yeah.
I think that needs to change.
And there's mustaches in the mug there.
Yeah.
Do you want one?
I know that there's mustaches. I know it very well.
Oh, you don't want one?
No, I don't want one.
Okay.
But talking about getting away with something, I think we just got away with not soaking all the puddles from the bombs. We dropped super low. We managed to heal it back up without losing anyone. But it was very scary, and it should not happen.
It looked very sketchy. I was slightly concerned here for a moment, yeah. But, hey, apparently Method has good healers, so we're good, we're fine.
We have 5 of them now. Actually, Crystal seems to not be a good healer. He's not healing anything. He's like tank healing.
Can't do my boy like that, man.
Why do we bring a Resto Druid?
Oh my god. All these Resto Druid mains, man, just sitting in cat form, fighting boss.
Let's have a look.
He's not even cat forming. All right, bear form, roar, good utility that the Druid of course brings to the table as well. Very important to have in this situation. Just makes everything so much easier to play.
But he's casting Wraths. Maybe he doesn't know that he's Resto Druid.
Oh my god.
Oh, maybe he signed up for the raid for DPS. And they clicked the Resto Druid, they invited him into the raid, and he thought he was... Oh,
no.
Someone should tell him.
How embarrassing on the race to world first in front of 4,000 people. Tut Crystal. But no, we joke, but Resto Druid is actually doing something pretty good. Isn't that right?
It is doing really good healing, like we saw it on Lock and Stock and One Arm Bandit, but also Crystal here is assigned to just deal damage, because we do need the 5th healer later into the boss fight when it's getting really, really rough to heal. And until we get to that point, it's just the healers that are dealing damage in order to heal that are healing passively.
I also want to mention that his doing nothing is still like 1.6 million HPS. So
yeah,
his doing nothing is more healing than the majority of healers are ever going to do.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that's really sad.
That's
such a sad realization. Oh my.
In all fairness, a lot of that is because a lot of healers just play content where you can't reach those numbers because the bosses just don't do that much damage.
Oh, so you kind of capped.
Yeah, yeah.
My Resto Druid in my guild is doing something really whack at the moment. She's playing a haste build. I don't really know much about it, but maybe you can fill in the gaps. She's playing a haste build, and she's playing the race of HPS. So she asks for innovate pretty often, but she's doing something fun. That's what she says. She's doing something fun and she enjoys it. Not sure what that means, but apparently she's playing Resto Druid in a way that's not normal.
Sounds like padding the meters to me.
Yeah?
I mean, that is fun, yeah. Topping the meters as a healer. Sure, that's great.
She is top of the meters. That might be what she's doing. Yeah.
That's good.
All right. Well, we
Another
do have a wipe.
Importing Rigora. Something's happening.
Definitely something you need to sort out. Those Rigora updates can be essential. But again, and I'm not sure what that kind of felt like an intentional wipe.
I am not entirely sure.
Like we got 100 energy enrage.
Oh.
With like half the raiders not on the right side. I'm not sure if that feels like too much of a massive miscommunication that it's not intentional, right?
Yeah, we saw that play earlier as well for an intentional wipe, so I think you might be right.
Yeah.
I think they
Yeah,
might
maybe
be.
maybe if they got the heads up, there's like, hey, our super important weekor update is finally ready. Wipe it up real quick so you can import it. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Which also means everyone gets to import and look at it now, and they get the walkthrough of what was improved, which means we get to yap a bit more without them pulling.
True, true.
It's wonderful.
Chat, good morning. It is, I'm going to do Mr. GM. It is 17 minutes past 11 here in Weiblingen in Germany.
Oh, Mr. GM, you're really good at pronouncing Weiblingen.
What,
you sound like
Weiblingen?
German.
Yeah, I'm so good at pronouncing it.
I literally just heard that in Dan's voice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it for you guys in chat? 4,000 viewers in... That was very Dan-like, right? You know how he like leans forward and he like shouts the name? 4,000 people in the chat. Good morning, good morning. It's very sunny here in Germany. There we go. See,
Say it again. In Germany?
Weiblingen.
Yeah.
In Weiblingen.
I love it.
It's currently 18 minutes past 11. Nakatashi. So I say good morning. Usually people say good morning when it's in the morning.
7 in Tokyo. Thank you for joining us from all the way over in Japan.
Houston, Texas as well.
It's pretty. There are like some first-time chatters. Hello, Tracer. Tracer? 11:18 a.m. Snap.
I think you need to put a little bit more of a French twist on that name.
You want to try it?
Tracer. Oh god, I don't know why I did that. I am so sorry.
You set yourself up for that one.
I know. I tried to set you up and you just outplayed me. It's unfortunate. I respect it. I respect it.
Oh, we have some New Zealand viewers too.
Oh heck yeah.
Hello, hello.
I need to visit New Zealand at some point.
It's very pretty.
Yeah.
Never been. I have friends there.
Mm.
It's very, very nice.
Yeah, I've never been.
Greeting from Lübeck.
Oh.
Ooh.
I've been to Lübeck once.
Welcome in, first time chatter.
All the way in the north of Germany, right?
Coastal, one of the big coastal cities. Very important trade harbor back in the day. I think it still is to an extent.
Isn't Lübeck very famous for the marzipan?
It might be. I don't like marzipan, so I'm not too involved in that topic. But
You're not a marzipan connoisseur.
no,
How do you say
not
it in
so,
English?
like it.
Marzipan.
Marzipan as well?
Marzipan, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just not for me.
It is. I love it. I love marzipan. It's so good.
Any more first time chatters? Anyone new here? Anyone not been here before? Anyone an Echo or Liquid
new here.
viewer coming in?
Anyone
You've
that
been here
still has a
before.
Prime sub they haven't used yet.
First time here? Don't lie. Totally new?
We can see it in chat. You can't fool us, guys.
You're new? Who gave you permission to lie in my chat, guys? Why are you lying?
Oh, banana. Did we set up words again?
Banana?
Test.
Banana? First time!
Let's
Come
go.
in,
From
Thor.
Dresden. There's so many Germans here.
Yeah.
It is crazy, yeah.
Someone from Heidelberg.
Oh,
Alright.
welcome in. First timer. I'm new. Hello,
Hanwar, you're
Judgeable.
not new. We can see that. Don't even try.
Definitely new. No. No. Never been in the show. No.
Oh, Wilhelmshaven. Oh my god. That's where my dad is from.
Is that Germany?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a it's a coastal city in the North Sea, like top left of Germany. One of the major German marine bases in the country, as far as I remember.
Nice.
Ich bin eine Kartoffel.
Oh no, you'll summon the Germans.
Hi, I am so glad you're realizing that for yourself.
Hi,
I
Ruski.
am proud of you, Reuben.
Welcome in. Oh, see? First time chat. Now the chat's going to turn into
Grüße aus
German.
Neubrandenburg, another first time chatter from Germany.
Cute. This is going very against our chat rules, Reuben. You
To
did
keep
this.
chat in English, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just having a moment.
Yeah, you're going to have, like, Madeline's going to come out with her mod sword and she's just going to start, like, chomping.
Chop, chop.
What does that mean? Ausschon Schwabenland?
Oh.
What's that mean?
Aus dem schönen Schwabenland.
Yeah.
It's basically from the nice or from the beautiful Swabian part.
Schwabenland.
Yeah.
It's the I think it's the
Stu-
greater
Stuttgart,
area
yeah.
here. Yeah.
Boom.
To lands down under.
Oh, heck
Good
yeah.
day from the lands
Oh.
down under. My name's Dart, mate. Good day, mate. Mate. Good day, mate. Dartmeg will be here at some point today, by the way, guys. So.
I think he's on the evening shift with Krista. So you get him
It's
for
his
a couple
last day
of
today,
hours.
right? He's
Is
leaving.
it?
I think he's leaving tomorrow.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Oh.
I get here and everyone is leaving. What is going
Exactly.
on? Damn.
Morgen,
Guten Morgen.
Leuben.
Yeah, that was good.
Guten Morgen's easy to say, though.
Wie geht's?
Rent West.
You can embrace the proper North German Moin.
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 Moin. Moin.
Yep.
Good day, mate. That's moin.
Exactly, yeah.
Wait. Is that a serious question? Anyone from Sweden in your raid group at the moment? We have not just anyone from Sweden, we have
The
Mr.
king.
Sweden himself right here.
He looks so handsome with the glasses.
He does.
He looks like an old man.
He does.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a really nice picture of him that Metha took and posted on their Twitter, and it's of him facing his screen, but he looks like your dad's just stepped on your computer. What are all these pixels?
I'm
Don't
pretty
sit too
sure-
far to the screen, you'll get square eyes.
I'm pretty sure I still have a picture with Jimmy from Ajara's Eternal Palace from the race.
Ooh.
When he was still young and fly.
Young
That's gonna
and
be fun.
fly. Oh, he just left. He's gone. Mr. Sweden is gone. It looks like
He heard us talking.
we're.
Oh no.
Hmm?
He's approaching our location.
Oh, I see. You guys just called me old. I heard that. Oh, wait, that's not what we wanted to do.
I need to quickly sort something out, so I will be right back.
Alright. It doesn't look like we're pulling anyways, because we do see Mr. Sweden Fragments is missing, and also on the other side... No one else is missing, but he's missing. And we're not going to pull without him.
Oh god. You wanna see something slightly traumatizing?
Who do I
Switch
swap
to
see
switch
it?
to Quep's gameplay.
Quap gameplay. Alright. He's an Oribos?
Ah, good old Oribos. Don't we all miss it?
Show us Mr. Norway. Mr. Norway is not here this time around. He's playing from home. Just 15
who's,
minutes from the venue.
Oh, shit.
I think he's gonna join us once the raid is over to have like a big party together and the dinner and all that.
Heck yeah. Oribos Labs? Nah, man. Dalaran Labs is where it's at, right?
Yep.
Yeah, nothing better than Dalaran Labs. Although Dornogal Labs on the Flying Mount are also pretty nice. Doesn't have the same vibes as
Yeah.
Valdraken though. You can't like swoop down the stairs and then fly back up and swoop down the stairs again.
Who is Mr. Denmark? I think you can pick one. I'm gonna show you a couple of Mr. Denmarks. Okay, we have Mr. Denmark number 1. Mr. Denmark
Very Danish.
number 2.
Also very Danish.
Mr. Denmark number 3.
Also very Danish.
Pick one.
Can I take all 3?
Yes.
Nice. Now I'm
Sold.
taking all 3. Wonderful.
Oh, is Verb also Danish? I don't think he was Danish. Is he?
Are we playing cards?
Oh, right. Yeah. We can look at the player
When
cards.
Scoofy, I went to school with Faithy for 9 years. What do you think of him now, Maddie, when you see him up there?
Okay, okay, we missed one. Mr. Denmark number 4, actually.
Okay.
All
Favorite raid Amirdusil? That's a solid take.
FTM is French. FTM is angry, I can tell you that much. went to school with Faithy for 9 years. I didn't know he was in school for that long because he's playing Warrior after all. No,
Oh my god.
I'm kidding. If you want to see something really funny about Warriors, go check out Faithy's Twitter actually, because he leaked some DMs between him and Dan, our 2 main Warriors, and it was really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Okay.
funny.
Inside to the Warrior
Can
brain.
recommend.
Okay.
Where's FTM from?
Norway.
Is it?
Yeah.
Boom.
All 9 years per primary school. Oh.
Wait, Denmark, I meant to say, not Norway. Okay, we just had 4 Mr. Denmarks, and we showed FTM and Crystal, and I forgot about Verb and Faithy.
Why are they cackling?
Good question.
They are cackling. Something happened. Yeah, I mean, to be fair to you, if you showed me a flag of a country, I would not be able to tell you where it was.
Really?
Yeah, so let's just pull up a random one. We just did it. Sweden?
Wait, what?
That flag?
It's Sweden, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let's
the
do
Sweden
another
flag.
one. Germany?
No, that's actually Belgium, not Germany.
What?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, what's wrong?
She doesn't know, guys. Oh, that's Frost.
Wait, why are we laughing?
I don't know, I'm just...
What did I do?
Show us the next. I'm telling you the...
What's
the
wrong?
flags. Sweden again.
Right. I know that one. That's Britain.
Yeah. Oh, that's Belgium again.
No, it's not. Are you having me on? No way! Having me on? That's I know he's from Germany. He's got the little one with the dots.
Oh, they mix up the flags then.
No.
You're ruthless,
way.
Ryman. That's amazing. Oh my god.
I like the new Swedish flag.
Wait, so like, wait. So that's not Sweden?
No.
No, that's Denmark.
Well, then what's that? I thought that was Denmark.
That's Netherlands.
That's Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flags with Rage.
Oh, that's probably like my weakest area in education.
No, we didn't notice. It's all right.
Okay.
No one would have guessed.
Have I been to IKEA? Oh yeah, bet. Wait, so this is
Just
Sweden.
look, yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
That flag is on the Arozzi
Let's
chairs.
go. Production is clapping for Rage here. Let's go.
Yeah, that flag is on the Arozzi chairs.
Yeah, it actually is. Yes.
Yeah. It's very cute.
Thank you.
IKEA, the Danish store.
Okay. Yeah. I
You
thought
know-
Rage
you
was
know that this
trolling.
is-
Oh my, no. Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure if you were trolling or not, but I had to commit to the bit in support of Manu, and it was really funny actually.
I genuinely had no idea.
You know it's gonna be clipped.
Probably.
Oh, 100%.
100p.
Well, I
Yeah.
appreciate you for making us laugh. You're
Okay.
Thank you, Rage.
Look. There's a left side of your brain that's supposed to be super creative and the right is supposed to be academic or whatever. My right brain is just underdeveloped. But that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes left brain is bigger than right brain. It's fine. It's fine.
Also has its advantages if you're a little bit more left-brained. So
Exactly. Oh, it's a myth? Well, there you go. There's another academic flaw of mine. Yeah, I can't tell the difference between Sweden and Denmark sometimes. That's like in the moment, spur of the moment. If you're Danish,
yeah.
you're from Denmark.
Yeah.
That is,
And if
good
you're
catch.
Dutch, you're from Netherlands. But like, I don't get why don't they call Netherlands like, I don't know, the Nevers.
Netherlandish.
Netherlandish.
Mhm.
Yeah. But Dutch is just so like out there. It's like I'm Welsh, I'm from Wales, or you're English, you're from England, you're Scottish from Scottish, Irish, German, Germany. Why is Netherlands gotta be like, woohoo, I am Dutch? It makes no sense.
Good
It's
question.
not called Dutchland. That's here.
It's gonna get even better if you hear what the Germans call the Netherlands.
What?
Holland. Which is technically just like a part of the Netherlands.
Don't ask her about Dutchland in languages. What does that mean? Oh, the way
Germany
Germany.
and other languages.
Why?
So it's Deutschland in Germany, or in German.
Deutschland.
It's Germany in English.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure it's Deutschu in Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
We also have Alemania.
Alemania.
Out there
That should
somewhere.
be French.
So Alemania is Germany in French.
Yes.
So are you Alemanians?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alemanen. Oh, actually, it's
That makes sense.
Tyskland in Norwegian.
So you're Tysklanders?
Tysk. I think that's how you
Tysklanders,
pronounce
maybe?
Tyskland.
Do you see my point though, right?
We're special. But the Dutch people are even more special. You're right with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Tedesco in Italy, right?
Yeah. Anyway, this is looking like a nice progression poll.
Yeah, 3 dead. We're about to wrap this one up. 27% though.
We've already used Bloodlust.
Yeah. Once again, same mindset. That is the one we need to manage, ideally with everyone alive, but we already went in with a couple of deaths into this phase, so we're not even going to attempt playing these jails out, but...
We do keep them... Well, we do try and place them where we're supposed to place them anyway, because it's good to just keep playing just to see.
Indeed.
And it's a wipe. We go again.
So, if Holland is part of the Netherlands...
Oh, God. Uh-huh.
Where's Tom Holland from?
Netherlands. In theory.
No, I'm just pulling your leg. Isn't he English?
Yes. I
thought
think.
so.
But that's weird because there's some Americans that sound really like posh.
Tom Holland.
Oh.
The actor.
Like, you know the woman, she's an older actor, she's really posh sounding. She's from the TV Netflix series Sex Education. She is the main lady in it. I don't know if you guys have watched it.
Oh.
She also was the main woman in Devil Wears Prada. Super sophisticated lady.
Meryl Streep? Was that her?
Is it Meryl Streep? Or is it the same? Have I just messed it? Maybe it's not Meryl Streep.
I know the face. I might be confusing the names.
Chet knows?
Gillian, I messed them up. That's hilarious. But yeah, Gillian Anderson.
Yeah. Okay.
She was so she was born in America, and then when she was 11, she moved over to the UK, lived there for a bit. Then she moved back to America when she until she was 35. Then she moved back to the UK. So she's technically American, but she grew up she had a smaller education in the UK. Spent most of her young adult or all of her young adult life in America, then came over. So she is American, but she sounds British to a T, and she has an American accent by default.
Gotcha.
But she calls herself British.
Yeah.
So that's another one where it's like, is Tom Holland actually British or is he a secret American? Who
True.
knows? Who knows?
Yeah. It's not quite on the same level as Arnold Schwarzenegger, technically being Austrian, but...
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was German.
Was he German? No, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, everyone thinks that, but I don't think he is.
Oh.
Wasn't he? I'm like 90% sure he's Austrian.
I'm pretty sure he's not German, at least, because he went into politics, and that was not German politics, so I think it is Austria. I'm pretty sure. Chad also says Austria.
One of you casters sounds German. Which one?
Which one?
Is it Rage?
Rage is not you.
Guten Tag. Shh. I don't know if that's going to be a swear word.
Weiblingen again.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Like a table?
Tailor.
Tailor. Schneider.
Schneider is the German word for tailor.
But it's also used as a last name.
Why do I have that in my vocabulary?
I don't know.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch. That means speak German, I think.
Ich spreche Deutsch ein bisschen.
No idea what that is.
It was a very bad German.
9.
In the middle, I think. Not sure anymore.
I should start to learn Mandarin.
Mandarin?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should learn Welsh.
I think I'd rather learn Gaelic.
What? How can you say that?
What? Gaelic sounds fun. I have a few friends that are learning Gaelic. It sounds so fun.
Imagine you're German, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine you say to me, you should learn German. And I have, I don't know, Shaken next to me. And I go, nah, I'd rather learn Swedish. You'd be like, bro, what the heck? Even though you're not Scottish in this scenario, but why Gaelic?
It just sounds fun.
Do you know what Gaelic sounds like?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
I have a friend or two that speaks Gaelic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay. Fair play.
Yeah. Small world.
All right. Yeah. Go off, King. Nice. Yeah, sure.
Sounds like a plan.
Go for it. Ah, so we figured out Tom Holland was born in Kingston upon Thames. There we go. The more you know. But words and pronunciations in Gaelic makes no sense.
Isn't that the same thing with a lot of languages? There's some German words where I'm like, the hell are you talking about? Especially once you get into like the more regional dialects.
Yeah.
It gets spooky.
So does the language change depending on where you are? Oh, that's so weird. Actually, it's kind of the same as the UK, to be honest.
Oh yeah, very much, right. I don't want to say like a Manchester accent is very different from like in terms of like understanding the words than like a Londoner, so to say. But like definitely once you get towards Scottish, which for me is still kind of qualifies as more of a like English dialect, like the Scottish English, you know, that gets a little bit more in that direction. And on the similar level, you have stuff in Germany, for example. You have like the main dialects is like you have the Schwäbisch, which is kind of this area. You have Bavarian, the Bavarian dialect.
Okay.
And it's a little bit more of a like the dying breed kind of type, because the youth doesn't really pick it up as much anymore. So it's really just the older folk, mostly the older folk that speak it. But you have that
same for Welsh as well.
Yeah, kind of exactly like that, right?
Yeah.
And Northern Germany has really the northern accent, Plattdeutsch, which is basically Old German that survives to an extent, and the Hamburger dialect.
Okay.
Also, there's Berlin, but Berlin is its own abomination. And I don't know, man. I can say it. I am from Berlin, so.
Any Berliners in chat? I tried to learn either Welsh or Gaelic to RP a druid. Damn, in a pen and paper campaign.
Heck yeah, that's commitment. I
What is
love
a better
that.
choice? God, I don't know. You've got two ends here: Welsh speaker and Gaelic listener.
enjoyer.
Yeah, Gaelic enjoyer. So Welsh is very elvish, right? Whenever, although sometimes people say it sounds elvish, some people say it sounds like Gollum. It's very sing-songy. Very sing-songy.
Gaelic feels a little bit more like, I want to say coastal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to say depends on the campaign,
Yeah.
the setting, and how likely do you want your DM and your co-players, your party members, to be able to like actually understand you.
Yeah. Cthulhu, give us the context. When would you use Welsh and Gaelic? Have you got a particular idea? Also, shout out to Kitten and Kitten's dad, by the way, for the $15 donation. I see you guys have submitted 4.
I see some images.
4 links?
That's
Yeah,
3
3 image
links.
links and then 1 Warcraft Armory link. Thank you very much. We'll have a look at your mogs at some point today, so make sure you stick around for that. If you guys want to jump on the train as well, !charity, submit your transmogs to us or submit your pets to us if you want us to show your pets up on the screen. I'd say rate your pets, but I could never rate a pet
All
below.
pets are at least 11 out of 10.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. We love pets. Oh, actually, no. Tell a lie. Yeah, Kitten's dad. They've submitted a transmog for $5, and then they've also submitted 3 images, which I'm going to assume are your pets, right? They have
Based on the name, I would suspect it's cats.
Yeah, we got our first pets, guys.
Heck yeah.
Love that.
Between cats and dogs.
Dogs.
Always dogs.
Always dogs.
Big or small dogs?
Baby dogs. I like my baby dogs. You want to see my baby dog?
I'll never complain about dog pics.
This is my baby dog.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's cute.
You little cutie patootie. I imagine to use it for some spells or ritual chants and so on. Technically, per rule, only druids are allowed to speak druidic, so it would be more of a flavor thing. Okay.
I mean, I personally would go with Gaelic in that case. Sounds a little bit more mystical.
I'm
like
going to translate a druidic spell.
All right.
Let's see how it sounds like in Welsh, because it's probably going to sound awful. In which case, you've got your answer. Gaelic would be the way. Let's do Call Lightning.
Call Lightning. Oh, that's a good spell. I love Call Lightning. In the meantime, in case you're wondering why we're just yapping about, because Method has... they're running in a few polls, and so far it seems like a little bit of early phase reprogression. Maybe they've shuffled some healing CDs around to better accommodate the later stages of the fight, but...
potentially.
Maybe it's going to take them a few polls to kind of get back into the groove. So what's Call Lightning in Welsh?
It is Galwch Melt. Stop.
Rage is casting spells now to kill the boss quicker. I see.
So if you want to say, I call forth the power of lightning. Okay.
Okay.
Lightning.
I am very curious. Do you speak any German dialect?
Me?
Yeah.
Swabian.
Okay.
If I need to.
Like proper Swabian?
Ik kan så Schwäbisch schwätze.
Oh, nice. Very good. Very good. You know how long it took me to start understanding like the old people in Baden?
Yep.
And it was a few years after moving.
That's probably the best one. Schaffe Häusle baue.
What does that mean?
That's summoning all the Swabian people. It's basically, it means
work,
build a house, which is like a typical thing you would say about Swabian people. They are like just working a lot, and also you say about them that they're like greedy with money. They don't like to spend money.
Oh yeah, they're stingy.
Yeah.
So what this would sound like in Welsh, and I have no idea, and I have no idea how to pronounce it, so I'm gonna play it.
Galafnir Soverlechten.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Galwafner Sefellten.
So there you go. That's what it would sound like if you wanted to call
was
forth the
close.
power
That
of
does sound
lightning.
very elvish. I gotta agree. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, doesn't it?
Mm.
Kitten's dad, can I double check? Those 3 image links that you sent, are they transmogs or are they dogs or cats? Because if they're dogs or cats while they're yapping, I'm going to bring it up on the broadcast.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, I don't care if they're trans or cats. Just give me something to look at.
Guys, we want to see your dogs or cats. What do you prefer? Dogs or cats? 1 in chat for dogs, 2 in chat for cats, 3 in chat for both.
My big issue is that I've recently been reminded of the fact that dogs are feet.
Dogs are feet?
In the English language. Or rather, a lot of people call their feet dogs, apparently.
Oh, yeah, we do.
in
You
English.
say you got your dogs out.
Yeah, exactly. The dogs are
So
barking.
many twos. The dogs are
and
barking.
it's just like...
Who let the dogs out?
We also had the animals added to the list. One was ferrets, and one was unicorns.
Unicorns.
When I was a kid, I wanted to have a ferret. I don't know why. I felt like it's I don't know. They're kind of cool.
Yeah, ferrets are sweet. They are really nice. Yeah. Okay, we will show pets after this poll. But if you guys want to submit your pets, !charity, give us a link, upload it to Imgur, and submit it to us so we can show your good boys and good girls on the stream. Give them the stage that they so rightly deserve.
Okay.
I want a turtle! !charity. Turtles.
I think Echo had a new best. They used to be on 10 point something%, and now it is a little bit lower than that.
That's a lot of polls, 129. Oof.
But actually, Liquid killed in 149 polls, so Echo is still fine. If they kill within the next 20 polls, I would say.
Yeah, give it another hour or 2, maybe. We'll see where Method is at that point, with 60 polls.
At Galavix, obviously.
Obviously, of course.
Of course. !charity. That's where you send it.
Indeed. Not just do you get to show off your pet pictures or your transmog or ferrets, dogs, cats, wombats, if we do have any wombat pet holders, since we have some people from down under around and about. Or, I mean, hey, snakes, lizards, geckos, chameleons.
Just don't send your actual
parrots.
dogs, like your feet. Please don't send feet pics to production. Please. We need them.
Yep.
No, so you need to upload your image to Imgur or any other image website, and then give us the link for it.
Exactly.
The same way you guys submit your transbox to us. Oh, nice, Lord Austin. I'm sure he's so happy about being sent dog pics.
I just passed the caster room when I went to the bathroom, and Shaken was sitting there with Darkmech and Krista, and Shaken was explaining them something about the boss. I just heard while walking by. So basically, there's a point where you need to soak the bombs, and then I was gone. The Shaken is having the Shaken lesson again.
Love the Shaken.
Honestly, sounds like this fight in a nutshell. It's like soak the bombs.
Yeah, he might have been talking about the pain point in P3 where you have the soaking of the bombs, but then you've also got the
icicles.
And you can't put the icicles into the prisons because you got to put them into the mines, and then it freezes the mines, and then there's a big overlap in. I think it's P3, right? Because it's all of them all together. That's what we're calling P3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a really tough overlap, and as we already talked about, right? The jails so far are fairly easy. At least Method is making it look fairly easy. They're playing these really clean, these sets. We've rarely seen any deaths in the recent polls. Of course, a few of them are a little bit all over the place, right? But in general, this part of the fight has been kind of worked out quite nicely, although that one goon is living two of those goons are living a suspiciously long time. Now they're down, that's okay. got things sorted out, but one healer down on the floor. We need to get them rezzed up in a moment if we can. 35 seconds on the next battle res. In the meantime, the Stormfinger is going to come out, which means the helicopters can now be killed off as the next set is spawning in. And we will be transitioning the boss over into the the blue phase of mechanics once again in just a moment. And this is going to be the sub 50% kind of mark of the fight, where we get a set of mines into a rocket and basically then transition the boss sub 40 before he enrages, or rather gets to 100 energy. Nice jump here from Faithy.
And
Great
into
reaction.
another one.
And
What
the
a
follow-up,
legend.
the follow-up soak of the mines is looking good as well. The rocket is coming through. This is going to be positioned in the middle of the room in preparation for the last phase. Big shield coming out on our Disc Priest. The barrier is down as well. The double tap is coming through. Double whammy. Not claiming any lives just yet, but you can see how low everyone is getting. And we're moving over 90% energy already. You gotta get to the other side. You gotta sync things out, but it looks like people are not moving, and we might not make the damage check. We're 0.3% off, just shy of making it through this intermission, but a little bit of a rough moment here, and you can see how much healing work needs to be done in this case, but even with one healer down, this looked pretty solid. I want to even go as far and say it looked even better than a lot of the polls so far. So it seems like all this talking, all this yapping that Method has done in the last hour is starting to show results.
Definitely, yeah. Faithy, what a lad. I mean, we've been ripping into Warrior, Zug Zug, One Brain, but like, what a legend to act that quickly. I really wanted to see that Void Elf racial change come into action there, but I didn't quite catch it. But a number of our players had to race change from whatever race they were to Void Elf in order to utilize the teleportation mechanic to get out of the prisons. So we'll stick on Faithy for the next poll, and we'll see whether or not we can point it out, because it's really, really cool to see everything that they do to kind of like min-max the mechanics and play to their end. We have had 2 more charity donations, so I'm going to hop over to the desk, and we're going to grace ourselves with some pets.
Heck yeah!
Let's go. I love that we're having a wipe, and Pump19 just writes in exclamation mark badgers. Everyone's dead, but we need to rest badgers. Love it.
That's the secret. That's the secret sauce. That's how you do it. That's how it works.
Oh, amazing.
Wonderful.
Looks like we have a little bit of talking going on again. It's not like we're at the point where we're just pulling one after another because we have everything sorted. It's still a lot of sorting going on.
Lots of yapping.
Yeah. Perfect time for us to show the pet pictures. And again, if you want to send us your pet picture as well, exclamation mark charity, that's where you donate, and make sure to leave us a link. I think the best is probably Imgur, so upload your picture somewhere, screenshot it, and leave the link there when you're donating. It's for a good cause. It's for our charity Movember. We have been working with Movember the last couple of races already. I think it's a very important thing. They're taking care of mental health for men, which is a topic that's not being talked about enough and not being talked about very often. It's more like a shy topic, a topic that maybe it's like people that do have mental health issues that are men also just don't want to come out with it.
There's still a lot of stigmata around men struggling with mental health. So any work done to kind of normalize the conversation, normalize men looking for support with mental health is very, very good, very important, and much appreciated. So
it's pet pictures for a good cause.
Exactly.
Love it.
And
an extremely good cause. Okay, are we ready to see our first pet of the day?
Heck yeah!
So this is submitted from Kitten and Kitten's dad.
Blizzard had to limit battle rests, else badgers would be too powerful. That's cool.
To be fair.
We are fixing
that's one way to nerf badgers.
We're fixing some technical issues.
Holding. Currently holding. Currently still holding.
Marius has been sprinting to the analyst desk.
Also still holding.
Holding.
Pause jump.
Hold. we do have a pull timer going on.
Still holding?
here, but we're holding.
This will be
Right. Okay,
the
we're
last
going.
pull
We're
before
going.
we switch off. So
Mm.
I'm gonna show the pets that we've got, and then we'll switch back up.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Mustache,
It's ready.
no, stop it.
Okay. First pet
My
of
shift
the
is over
day.
3 minutes.
Aww. That's so adorable.
So
small.
cute.
So small.
It's a small potato. This is
Aw.
submitted by Kitten and Kitten's dad. And then we also have another one as well. With that. Oh, and we have this little cutie. Look at this. I do like cats.
Very majestic.
Beautiful orange eyes.
Is that a drawer? It is.
Yeah.
Cats in drawers. I love it.
If cats fit, cat sits.
Yeah.
Very sweet. Oh, and we have one more from Kitten and Kitten's dad.
Heck yeah.
And it's a duo, cat and dog.
Oh, let's go.
Doggo.
Very sweet.
He looks so relaxed.
Having a snooze on the sofa. I love it. I
I
love
could go
it.
for a snooze on the sofa, honestly. That's
Very
a vibe.
adorable. Thank you guys. Thank you for submitting your pets.
Thank
Back over to you guys with the poll.
so much for the donation and the pet pictures. Ah, that warmed my heart, honestly. That was great.
The cat is going to attack the dog. You can feel it.
Nah, that's a clear. What are you doing? Kind of look, not a stop what you're doing kind of look. I've lived with cats for way too long to not be able to immediately recognize when a cat wants to mess me up and when not. And that cat did not look like she wanted to mess it up. Or he.
Really, really cute. Bro, how to get my pet rated? My cat Salem is the most handsome cat alive. Dude, yeah, send it across. ! charity. Give us a charity donation. Goes to a really amazing cause. And we can just show off your cat or your dog on screen. We are heading into a raider break, or one is scheduled at 12, which is 59 minutes past 11 right now. So we are close to lunch break. So potentially whoever's on the next shift, I think it's yourself, Lorgok, and...
It's actually 4 people. I checked
4?
earlier.
Yeah.
Wowzer.
You, Lorgok,
Krista?
Krista, and Shaken, I believe.
Might be Perky.
I think Perky, yeah.
Gonna be a full couch.
Whoever it is, maybe we can convince them to carry on showing the pets in between chats.
Ooh.
That's down to you, Liffy. You're the only one. We're handing the torch over to you.
Lithy, you have because Perky is already here. I have one thing I would like you to ask him when he's on the couch later.
Okay.
Ask him about their sticks progress last night. That would be amazing.
I don't need to ask him. I was there.
Just make him tell stream about it.
I was there. I was sitting behind him the entire evening. That was fun to watch. The waiting is on fun to watch. Good times.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kitten and Kitten's dad, but thank you for sending the picture in. We always love to honor pets. Super, super, super appreciate it. So love to you guys, and thank you for the support as well. Alrighty, so we are heading into 50%. This is I think the last poll before Food Buff comes in. So let's make it a good one.
Yep. Method just
Switch
making sure that Muggsy
Sound like a sculptor?
wags his finger angrily at the helicopters. And they've been taken out immediately to be replaced by the next set. Which is alright, because the zap actually doesn't do that much damage if you play around it carefully and not kind of send it into other people too much.
Yep.
And a little bit of bubble mind soak action here. So we're actually starting to use paladin immunities here for this set, because this is the last set before going into the intermission. Gotta keep an eye on the damage check here as well, because the boss is at about 75% health. We have 1.5% to go. We need to hit that 40% mark before the boss hits 100 energy, because otherwise he's gonna instantly one-shot the entire raid. 1 raider down, 2 energy left to go, and oh my god. We just hit that intermission break point. So close. Bloodlust popped in. And now we're gonna send the boss. Let's see where we arrive at the tail end of this Bloodlust, because Muggsy is gonna be charging around the room a little bit here, casting that Bullet Storm as ever much he wants. We have 1 raider down as Ben hits the floor. Gonna be picked up immediately. Warlock back in the game, and to slightly
he's a tank. He can
uncomfortable situation here for Skufter, but as you said, exactly right, Royben. He doesn't give a damn.
He literally does not care. He's just taking them. You know
to be
what?
fair, the Bullet Storm doesn't do that much damage. It's not like a one-shot as soon as you stand in it, so if you have like a heavy personal that you can use, you can theoretically survive it. But we just lost another 2
people. We have Axe down and Skarne. Skarne, one of our healers that has probably the most impactful healing CD with evangelism. So it might be rough here. We need to keep everyone alive, and we're not doing very good with that. This is another wipe right before we're getting to the 4 cages that we really want to practice more.
Yep.
Still not stable, but also Skarne dying there probably didn't help, because I think he might have a big ramp assigned to this spot here.
How deep into the fight is this? I can't see. Is this like 5 minutes something? Because we know he's using Appy's Ultimate Penitence a little bit earlier into the boss fight for, I think, the second phase transition. So since Appy's has 4 minutes cooldown, and these 2 mindsets are more or less back to back, it would be a great kind of point to just send the Dispriest Appy's in to just cover a lot of that AoE rate damage going out. Just not sure if that is ready, if he's using it there. Also, Appy's fantastic in that sense, because it gives you a shield worth 50% of your health bar, so you're generally fairly safe once you get into that Ultimate Penitence. But I think this is the point where we take a little lunch break and say goodbye to Rage, you, and Royben.
At least we are.
For sure,
maybe the Raiders are doing 1 or 2 more pulls, because I think they're still all at their PCs.
So we are going to run a quick VT break as we swap off and bring some 2 new crasters on for you guys. But before we do, I just want to say a massive shout out to those of you who have already donated to the charity. Break timer goes out. There we go. Perfect. Specifically, Seeb, who just donated $50 to the charity, putting us to $4,455 total raised, and submitting their pets. So I will sweet talk the casters and see if they would perchance show your pets in this lunch break. So thank you all so much who have donated so far. We really, really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for having me on the couch. It's been a pleasure to cast with you finally, Liffy.
Heck yeah.
And yourself as well, Royben. It was really fun. Chat, stick around. We have a short message from our sponsor.
See you tomorrow.
Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, and of course everyone in between, welcome back. I am still Lithy, and I have two wonderfully good-looking young gentlemen with me. On the far left of mine, we have Perky. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
Very good. Had a nice sleep. Watched Liquid late into the night. So
I did watch Liquid as well.
Yeah, I skipped breakfast because of it.
When
so.
I sleep, I always tend to wake up like twice and stuff because I eat a lot and I need to be. And each time I open my phone and then I get baited to watch like 15 minutes, so my sleep gets interrupted.
Same.
Which is why after breakfast today I went back to sleep.
Heck yeah. Nice
I had
little
to catch up, right?
Nice little afternoon after breakfast morning nap. Very good. Logok, good to see you again. Welcome,
Good to
welcome.
see you. Yeah.
Was your nap good? Did you rest up a little bit?
But it was enough, you know. I tried to get 8 hours, 9 hours.
That's good. I got I think I got 7.5 or something. Did you recover from Styx trauma?
You had to ask it, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was tasked to do it.
Honestly, we were like I mean, you've been there, right?
Yeah.
Behind us. We were happy that we got it that we got so far very early on. But like chat, we had a heartbreaking 1% wipe on Styx Bunker Junker after 1 hour or so, and our Demon Hunter did not have a ring equipped at all. So he was like 616 item level.
Wait, he unequipped.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, considering your progression pace, that was totally out of place compared to usual. You guys like destroyed that boss. Super fast, insane performance. That would have been like World 12, 13 or something.
No, it would have been even higher, I think.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, damn, I had to go check Warcraft logs because I didn't take your word. I didn't trust you initially.
Yeah.
It was impressive. You know, like super. I did progress the boss, and I was like, you know, even with the nerf, it's still hard. And then I see they almost killed it in like 40 pulls or something.
Yeah.
Like, but then they wiped another like 40 pulls without progression, basically.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, like you get surprised that it's still a DPS check if you're running 4 healers.
Yeah.
And I mean, that pool was just astronomically good, yeah? Like we did everything correct on that pool, and we just missed one ball at the end, and then like
went in rage.
Yeah, and we went in rage, but
I mean, that's the ball. The ball is 2% of the boss HP,
Yeah.
right? That's oof.
Yeah, I mean,
that hurts.
I guess you must have had it. Sometimes you get to a boss and it reaches like 0.2% or something, and then you go check the second pots, and some people forget it.
Yeah,
that was
true.
a similar guilt from your player, right?
Yeah, but as I said, overall, you just take it that, okay, you know how to do the fight, you know how to get there, you don't have to think about it, right? You don't have to, like, think, oh, can we do it? Is this going to be hard? Nah, you just go do the same thing again, right?
Yeah.
And you got it.
Yeah.
But it's still the kind of fight where you can wipe a lot longer.
Oh,
right?
for sure. Like, that's one of those fears that I have, that we might end up on Sunday and you just end up, like, 3 or 4 hours still wiping, even though you had, like, a 1%. It's quite doable. We've seen it happen to other guilds as well, so...
Yeah. How do you feel where is Styx gonna slot in for you compared to the other bosses this tier in terms of just playing and enjoying the fight?
I mean, honestly, like the first evening on Styx was one of the funniest evenings ever when it comes to my raiding history. Like it was just really fun. I think that boss has a interesting fun factor to it, like because a lot of strange things happen, you know, and like somebody drives into another player and then knock each other, then he pops a bomb, and then, you know, weird discussion, how you drive into me and stuff like that.
We also had super funny moments,
Yeah. Later, obviously, once you feel good about the fight, then you'll kind of lock in, and then you just don't want any mistakes to happen.
Yeah, of course.
I think the fight in this state is really great. I wish it was like, well, I mean, not sure if I want it for the world first, if they had the same version, because then they would have killed it just probably in 20-30 pulls.
Yeah.
But yeah, good fight. Hope Lockenstraw gets some nerfs as well, though, like, because that does not look fun. Judging from the logs that I've seen from other guilds.
They're struggling a lot, right?
I mean, at this point, this boss looks like the guild killer, you know?
I mean, it is the hardest fourth boss in years. I think it's even harder than Gore Fiend.
Fourth boss, yes. Fourth boss, yeah. But The other one is the 5th, which is also one of the hardest 5th bosses. It reminds me of Painsmith and stuff,
But
right?
It's hard to like say 5th or 4th because you could
You can
technically
choose that
you
order,
can
yeah.
choose, right?
Yeah.
So like you could agree that like Rick is for sure 3rd, but you know, at the end of the day, we don't really know what Blizzard was thinking. Maybe they were like, no, Styx was like the 5th and Locust
I
Rock
get
was
what
the
you mean,
4th,
yeah.
you know.
Nah, man. Clearly, Cauldron of Carnage is 5th boss.
For sure, yeah. I mean, that fight was quite decently tuned for a second boss, but still, there was still a way too big of a gap between Rick and Cauldron. I would
Yeah,
say.
I mean, Cauldron is just this absolutely epic, bombastic spectacle. It's just
The animations are amazing. I agree.
right.
Yeah.
The clash in the middle. You get the mecha Devil Saur versus the cyborg gorilla. It's insane. I saw this fight on PTR and I was like, oh my god, what is going on?
Yeah.
Why is this going so hard? This has no business.
The animations are actually super cool, but then you do the fight and there is not much going on, right? Compared to what you
Yeah.
see animations-wise.
Yeah.
I just do wonder, like, out of all the things that they could think of on that fight, how do they, like, I don't know, just decide, oh yes, let's toss in some toys that need to crash together? Like, that's such a random thing to add to a fight, right? Like,
Okay, guys, chat is kind of trolling, but you know I'm using double XL and it's also US sizes, so I'm also cutting. So I'm only this morning I was 1.5, so lost 10 kilos already.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I was happy to see it. And yeah, these t-shirts actually are super big feet. But didn't you know this perk? I guess you also have one, right?
yeah.
Yeah, they're bigger feet than usual.
I mean, I took the large one and it fits like good, but I'm like, you know, maybe after a few washes it might be tight, or maybe I'm just gonna grow bigger, you know, like
Yeah,
like
true.
I'm sitting next to you for the past few days. Maybe that affects me, you know. Maybe I'm gonna just passively grow now.
Yeah, could be,
Problems I don't have. Everything fits me.
These are super good with boss design and mechanics. Yeah, if there is one thing we can't really flame them for, the tuning part maybe, you know, they've done some mistakes, but the boss design mechanics is super cool. Honestly, the raids are always super
Yeah.
well designed. I mean, there are the times that we've seen really disappointing raids. When was it? I guess the one with Sarkaret wasn't the best.
Yeah, that one was very disappointing. It had a few.
It
filler
still had a few really good bosses, like especially if I'm thinking about Rashok, right? And Sakura
Yeah, it was
itself
pretty nice.
also
No,
wasn't
no,
too
it
bad.
wasn't,
Rashok-
it was Neltarion and Rashok that
Yeah.
saved that tier for sure.
Rashok getting hit, people getting hit by waves and stuff that were
Yeah.
deadly. But like one of the worst raids I can think of is Emerald Nightmare. Yeah, that one was not good. But that's been
To
like
be fair,
8 years
Emerald
by now.
Nightmare also was just undertuned like crazy.
Yeah, it was.
right?
But also the fights were so like simple and stuff.
Yeah, different times though. Like, you know, I feel the last two expansions is also like we really ramped up in raid design when it comes to difficulty and how you need to play it.
Yeah, Emerald Nightmare was my first cutting edge actually.
I mean, I think everybody
mine
got it
as
there.
well.
Just kidding. I was actually playing casual in that tier because I quit and I came back and I wanted to play with my Italian friends. They were IRL friends. Sorry. And then by midway through the tier, I just left because the guild is like bad players that are toxic to each other and I couldn't stand it. And I went back to
Oh,
World First
no.
raiding.
Yeah.
Italians are special.
That expansion had
I'm
so
Italian myself, guys.
that expansion had so many unique bosses. Helia, for example, I
Oh,
feel like
Helia
that.
was great.
I feel like that boss doesn't get mentioned at all. Like you rarely talk about that boss when you think back, but I feel like it
It's
was a very
just-
unique encounter. No?
It's just these mini tiers just feel like they fall under the radar a little bit too often. Like Helia, Unat.
Yeah, they did a great job with
Yeah.
those. I agree.
They were amazing.
Yeah.
I love Guarm as well. I mean,
Guarm was a good boss, yeah.
Odin can go take a hike, man. I don't
e-
care about that guy
Even
at all.
Odin wasn't that bad, you
No,
know.
it
It
was
has some
okay.
unique abilities, I think.
Yeah. I would bring the rune mechanic back if I would design a boss.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah.
And yeah, which other small raids did we see in the past? I mean, I guess the ones from Wrath of the Lich King, those were boring. Those were not great. But Unat and Elia were definitely like
Crucible
really
of
good.
Storm was the last like mini tier.
Yeah, it was the
right?
last one.
Yeah.
They just decided I think once the whole world first thing really kicked off, they realized that
They
you
want more
know,
publicity and stuff. I
Yeah,
guess.
like the three bosses filler raids do not feel a purpose for the guilds. They don't want to make a world first race around the third bosses.
it's also the amount of effort you need to put in to make a raid boss, and I think that's one of the takeaways from Crucible of Storms, right? Because Crucible of Storms came in at the end of Battle for the Tsar lore, so it was tuned around people being basically like full Biskier Desar lore, which made the instance itself incredibly hard, but you couldn't go over the item level limit of that season.
Yeah,
so
there was
you
no
basically
reset kind of boost and stuff.
Yeah.
There was also no splits, so you just went straight into the highest difficulty.
Yeah. It was a really rough, and the amount put in the amount of work in you need to produce 2 or 3 really good, solid, polished bosses to on a level that basically, well, it's a mini tier, so you kind of have to target like the first boss. If it's 2 bosses, first boss has to be like middle of the tier mythic difficulty, and the second boss has to be end boss level, more or less, of mythic to be a proper challenge. And I mean, if you think about a mythic end boss, developing and building and making a mythic end boss takes somewhere around 6 months. And just tossing an extra 6-month workload boss somewhere randomly in there for a 2-boss tier is just not worth it.
Yeah, me and Darkmech were talking on the couch as well. The idea that could really work and would be really epic is having a 3-boss tier at BlizzCon. You know, like
live raid at BlizzCon,
without splits and gear spike and stuff.
Yeah,
so don't do splits, just fight the boss.
Yeah, invite the top 3 guilds to BlizzCon and give them 3 bosses, and obviously release is gonna be
just one. Just one. I mean, make it not crazy difficult, but make it interesting, make it fun, make it something you can start and finish progression in like 2 hours, basically, on stage, and you go through the entire thing. Could be really entertaining.
I mean, I would still make a real competition out of it if you're gonna do it, and I would let them do it for a few days, and I guess a boss. I guess like a 300 pull boss would work out like for like a 3 days race, or like leading up to BlizzCon. So if they arrive there a week before, you know, stuff like that. I mean, it would be interesting to see.
Yeah. It's an interesting discussion. I mean, Chad is weighing in as well, right? Should Blizzard design around, like tune around Race the World first? I think.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
I saw a tweet. I can't remember from who. Not sure if it was Panda TV or something, but somebody mentioned. Is it a coincidence at this point that we had 3 raids that are super tuned for World First raid, for World First guild? Sorry. Like at this point, I mean, are they doing it on purpose? So it's very hard for the race, and you know, it gets more views, you know, more publicity to the game and to the fans, and then they just nerf it afterwards for everyone else. Like at this point, I don't know. I think like it's intentional because it's been 3 tiers in a row where you have these bosses that they're not gonna die unless you're a top 5, top 10 before nerfs, and even top 10. I mean, all these bosses after 1 week they're already nerfed, so the 5th guild or 6th needs like they're gonna do it with a different difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, right? Because you have these different waves of guilds. Like you have the World First Race guilds.
Top 3, 4, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Top 3, then you get top 10, then you get top 50, top 100, etc., etc. And everyone kind of basically gets to play a level of difficulty that is appropriate for their skill level, and even more so appropriate for the level of commitment and resources you can invest, right? Because the biggest difference between Race to World First guilds and the top 10 guilds is mostly, yes, of course, player skill always is a factor, but it's mostly about the amount of characters and the amount of different comps you have available to send at bosses. And once you move down from that, the most of the nerfs we see to bosses, especially if you think about Brute Twister last year, right? It is nerfs that make the bosses more approachable by comps that are
classes,
you don't have 5 monks to bring to Monksy,
I was gonna say here is a good example. 5 monks.
Yeah.
You don't want that in. I don't think any guild outside the top 3 have 5 monks. There is no way.
Yeah.
Especially monk not being the most popular class. and now like suddenly everyone is running 5. I mean, I think if you have 1 or 2 per guild, it's already like
that's a lot.
Surprising, yeah.
Exactly, and through that, because Blizzard at this point, they're really, really good at having these tuning levers on the fights, so they can adjust based on who they think is progressing this boss currently, and ultimately, I think it's giving us more polished fights and more interesting fights than it would give us if we only catered to, let's just say, guilds that play on a top 400 level. Like, Race to World First guilds would blow through the raid in a single day. Top 400 guilds, they take their normal time to get
Like a
through
week
it.
or 2, I guess, yeah.
Once
Even
you get
2-3
to
weeks.
once you get to the guilds that kind of teeter on like last month of the tier, they get cutting edge, barely make it through the tier, killing the last boss, right? If you only tune around that like this level top 400 level, this mid-range mythic level, I think we'll lose a lot of guilds on the tail end that can't get cutting edge anymore.
I feel like the last raid was the most nerfed ever seen, because you had insane nerfs to the bosses, and then you had like this 20% damage healing buff. So by the end, it was totally different and super easy. I mean, I wonder how many guilds killed the last boss. Did you check cutting edge? Because there's a huge damage and healing buff, plus all the absurd nerfs to Queen. I mean, the last phase of Queen, by the time we reached it, it was a joke. But before, it was the hardest part. You know, everybody was doing crazy plays to reach that. And yeah, when I did Queen, I was so disappointed because the last phase just didn't feel hard by any means. It was so easy. Ads die and you skip a phase because the damage is super high.
It's also something you could argue is a way to make players push themselves, because if you see these bosses and you're disappointed that you get through them in a nerfed state, okay, you want to play them on the harder level, push for a higher guild, play better, play on a higher level and get into a guild that tackles these bosses on this difficulty level. And I think that kind of creates a inherent kind of drive and striving from players within the community to push for higher levels of play that you can't create through designing bosses in a way.
I mean, chat is also saying it like with Wolf First is essentially a beta test. You brought up really good points about it, like why is it good, and I think that generally Blizzard should like at least the race should be tuned around the World First also World First race first. The reason for it being, I mean, I always go back to like times like BFA when the game was really bad. I mean, we all agree, like in BFA, you just didn't want to play the game. The AP grind, the RNG, just the islands, you know, like it was just not a good expansion, and a lot of people will say that was probably the worst one ever. I mean,
the raid content was really damn good, though.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the point. Like the raid content was really good, and I feel the World First race was the only thing keeping WoW in spotlight, because everybody I know back then quit WoW. Even within our guild back then, we had people quitting or things like that. And the World First thing was always something that created hype, and you would see players come back, try the game, you know, get a bit interested. And for that alone, I feel it serves like a very big purpose to like promote WoW in a nice way. But the other thing is also like, if you just look at last year, we had Evokers being absolutely broken as healers. And
augmentation as well.
Yeah, and if the World First race does not highlight things like that, they're not gonna get fixed. This is what we had in the past, where, you know, it wasn't so available that you can actually see the comps and that you can actually see. Plus, the players are just better nowadays, so they can really know when you can juice something to the absolute max potential, right? And we see what happened last year, right? Like they went in with Evokers were just doing more healing than the other two healers combined, you know. And then they nerfed it, and then suddenly all other healers become playable. Suddenly you saw Resto Shaman, suddenly you saw Resto Druids, like everything started playing, and without the World First race, that's just not gonna happen. You're just gonna have 6 months of broken evoker that is sniping all your heals, and you're just sitting there as a holy paladin and casting some holy lights. And
I
stuff
can
like
tell you
that.
though, it wasn't during the stream, the race to world first, but in the past we've seen something as crazy as Surrender to Madness Shadow Priest, and that must have been the most broken spec I've ever seen.
It was
for
so
world
good,
first.
Yeah, that was for sure the most broken thing
It
in
was
WoW
literally
ever.
like
Yeah.
it was so like it didn't even make sense. And when it went through, and then they actually kept it for full Emerald Nightmare into Trial of Valor, I was wondering, are these people even watching any log, playing the game? They were so far ahead of everything. And then not only that, they were also like blasting execute. So basically every hard boss that wants you to blast the last phase, Shadow Priest was Surrender was just
The thing, Surrender to Madness is such a fun example because, in my opinion, still one of the coolest things we ever had in the game.
For sure.
It's the ever old discussion about risk and reward, right? Yes, Surrender to Madness was really good and really broken,
It was-
even.
yeah,
But
broken
you
is,
needed to be really damn good at Shadow Priest to be able to get the maximum out of it. And if something has, well, this much of a high skill requirement to actually pull off, a lot of the player base isn't going to get there.
No,
so
I agree.
for a majority of the player base, it's not as broken, which makes it a little bit like...
I agree, but I feel like if you were average, you would still be topping the meters. If you were good, you were gapping everyone by like 30%. That's the thing, yeah. That's
30,
kinda
I
how
think it
is.
was even more, yeah.
Yeah, like, it was. And then if you had 2 or 3 targets, so you could dot as well, it would be even worse because you're like dotting stuff with like full stacks.
Oh, yeah.
And you can also get extra stacks by having the shadow apparitions or what it was. Yeah.
Yep.
So Surrender was definitely like a mistake, but I get what you mean. It's fun to have a mechanic that is so high skill, and you can tell the difference between like a good player and an insane player. I mean, I remember Viklund, which we spoke about yesterday. He was the king of Surrender to Madness, and mechanically, it might have been the best Shadow Priest ever, in my opinion. And yeah, it showed when he was playing that spec how good he was, and you could tell that he was really blasting much more than the others, right?
Yeah. It was good times, man.
Yeah.
It's the only time I actually played Shadow actively. It's great.
It's
It
the
was
best
my
time
alt.
to do it as
That's
well.
the time I made my Shadow Priest alt. I was enjoying it as well.
Yeah. I started playing Priest in Nighthold.
But Nighthold was already nerfed though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was fairly casual. I think
Okay.
I think I got cutting edge like last week of the tier and of Nighthold, and then I started playing top 100 with Two Cigaras. It was good fun. I was actually raiding with Faithy back then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see how players come and
Dude,
where
it's
they
a
come
small,
from,
it's a small world.
Right?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's some wild times. Legion was a good expansion.
It was one of probably the best in recent times.
Are you guys gonna play Legion Classic?
I mean, we'll see. Now it's Pandaria the priority,
Yeah,
right?
Pandaria, I think
I
we're
wanna
all
try
gonna
it.
check it out. Yeah.
Oh no, wait, the other way around. We're getting time running Legion, right?
I don't know.
Wasn't
Do
that?
we? Are we?
Wasn't that? That's the big talking point that people are just saying again and again. Oh my God, we're getting time running Legion, Legion remix, like the same as the Pandaria event.
Would be fun if they release KJ pre-nerf and to see if
Oh
with
my
the
God,
current tools of today, maybe somebody can kill it. You know, like pre-nerf before we even killed it as method. You know, the original.
The mathematically
state.
impossible.
Yeah, it was, I don't think it would be killable nowadays. Like there is no way. There were some overlaps and like numbers that just didn't make any sense.
KJ was mental. I still. I mean, we're just on the throwback train now during the method lunch break, but the Chinese streams before anyone else was streaming Mythic Kill Jade in progress, 1,000 pulls on Avatar, going into like 800 pulls on KJ, and they were just blasting like 20 hours a day. It was crazy.
And there would also be kind of guild, because we speak of different approaches of guilds. Some guilds pull faster, some slower. So there was no tactic available, because back then we would wait 3 kills or 5 before releasing the video. And they were not the kind to like plan a strategy and be like, oh yeah, we do this. They were just chain pulling, like die, rest, pull, die. It was so quick. And then we would kind of laugh because the bull count just kept going up and they weren't really getting through phases because they were just hitting a wall without any logic. And yeah, as I said, even though there were kills already, there was no videos available basically.
Yeah.
Nobody had killed those, so
that was fun.
Yeah.
That was great. Yeah, Tomb was a great tier.
For me, it's always funny, like, I was a dirty casual back then, obviously watching all the stars play, and I always felt like they're aliens, they're like, they are all good at the game, there's no doubt about it, yeah?
Yeah.
But it was just surreal to think, for me to imagine, how can somebody go in and kill a boss that is that hard, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, that's how you see it until you reach a higher level, and then you understand they're also like normal people, you know?
Yeah. It's just like a lot of learning the game that just goes into reaching a higher level.
I would say it's hard to tell, but it's like a mix between experience, time commitment that you put, and then obviously skill. I mean, skill is very important as well, right? If you're not a good player, so top guilds, all of them are good players, but then there are like the world first good players, and then there are like just the good players that they're still like they're holding their own, but they're not like carries, let's say. And yeah, then like in any sport or game you have like the ones that are stronger or worse, and it's also like the effort you put into it. Some people are more motivated, maybe there is a tier that you also perform better because you have bosses that you just understand quickly, and you always have like some bosses where, for example, you don't like and you don't play well on them. I had like one or two in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's also how like the whole meta shifts, where you come from a time where you had like no melee mechanics, or you would just straight up bench melees because it was just ruined the combo, right? Like, they didn't work. And nowadays it feels like that every boss is kind of friendly towards both. You rarely see it now that you're like, oh yeah, we don't want to play melees here. You kind of don't have a choice anymore with so many buffs in the game where you need to bring that many classes. You're like kind of locked in on 15 classes, I think.
Because of buffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I guess
so what would happen now if they would actually create a fight that is so bad for melees? What do you do? Like.
I think an example of a fight where we brought basically zero of something was Lords of Dread. I think there was only one Warlock for Healthstone. They didn't even use Mage because everyone was agility or strength.
Yeah.
Lords of Dread was the only case.
Lords of Dread was a good example, yeah.
And maybe, I mean, historically, I remember like Blackhand, there were no melees except 3 rogues that were doing the mines. But yeah, overall, it is quite balanced, except this tier with 5 monks. I mean, the 5 monks is quite odd, right?
It is.
I don't think I've ever seen 5 monks tier, to be honest.
This might actually be the first time.
Yeah.
It's a bit inflated though, because you're using obviously the healers as well, But
I mean, it's like Druid though, like.
But it's also Mugsy, the fight itself, that really lends itself to monks. I don't think if Mugsy had the jail mechanic, you'd see 5 monks. You'd see
that's
3,
true.
maybe 4.
I think 3 to 4 is like the play overall, but for Mugsy specifically, I can see why they bring an extra 1 or 2.
So like one thing about the Windwalker though, which is quite interesting, is that my guild has one of the best Windwalker players, like NODA. Like a lot of players know him because of the logs. He's always top logging. He's like a Windwalker only enjoyer forever, yeah? And for example, we know when Windwalker is bad because we see him like when he does like the testing and stuff like that, and if he's not pulling ahead of everybody else, well, then you're like, oh yeah, Windwalker is really bad. But we seen him last year, and Windwalker was blasting.
We have the monk as well as blasting, and now he's giga blasting. But last year he was holding his own,
So even last year we were thinking, well, Windwalker is pretty strong.
Yeah.
But then we went on PTR this year. We're like, oh yeah, he's really strong now. But we thought, but at that point we were like, yeah, he's just way too good, yeah. But no, it actually ended up being.
It felt the same because we have a guy that is like one trick monk and he's really good at it. In my guild, like it's casual guild, like top 40 3 days a week. And now this tier is like gapping everyone. I'm like, damn, that's his tier,
Yeah.
Can finally shine.
I mean, it's been kind of to an extent, Blizzard's kind of balancing philosophy for a long time. Like the passing of the torch, your time in the sun, kind of balancing. So
I don't know,
sometimes some tiers you have monks at the top. Next year it's hunters, then it's druids, etc., right?
They're quite slow with nerfing stuff though. Like last year, Enhancement Shaman was so OP, and they kind of kept it like that the whole tier, right?
But overall, like if you look at the overall statistics, I think last balancing has been, at least in PvE, a lot better than it has been in the past for a long time even. Because I think the majority of DPS specs, like on the overall statistics, right, were fairly close together. I think like 5% apart from each other.
Balance Druid hasn't been that great, yeah. Balance Druid is always like there at the bottom. I was surprised I didn't buff it in Reset 2, to be honest. The single target is just not there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I agree with Liddy when it comes to balancing. I do think things are way closer now than they used to be back in like older days, you know. It's just that the problem is always, well, you always gonna have a list, and you don't ignore the numbers on the side. Whoever is on the bottom is bad.
Yeah.
Even if it's like 5% difference, whoever is on the bottom, unplayable bad, you know. And that's often like the
community perception is a huge thing. It's like, I think it's something Blizzard talked about at some point, right? It's the feral druid factor even. Like, no matter how good feral is, it's gonna take basically like a full expansion worth of feral being like absolutely disgustingly broken OP for the community to shift their perception away from feral being bad.
Yeah.
And feral isn't bad. It's okay.
It is
more
okay,
than okay
yeah.
even. And we've seen it in World First Race in the recent tiers even a little bit. But yeah.
I fully agree with you. I also think that the moment we saw a feral tier quite recently, you just see players in the World First Race swapping much easier to it than they used to.
Yeah.
Back like honestly, like I don't know, 4 or 5 tiers ago, it was unimaginable.
Yeah, but because Boomkin was so broken that you would always use 2-3 Boomkins. Feral was never considered. It was like a range class and like best range with Warlock historically. Now Warlock is also not the best. Most guilds are just running 1 or 2 at best.
But guys, we have a pool. The break is over. We are back.
Welcome back from a lunch break. Food buff has been consumed. We'll go check out how Mugsy is going now. Current progression point really is that last set of mines going into the 40% intermission and the mines coming out of that intermission after we're hitting P3. Because for that set, you don't have any jails, and outside, coming right out of the mines, you get the icicles immediately, and we're off to a good start, Logok.
Yeah. So basically in this part, Skofte soaks the mines and then the range DPS mainly. Sometimes also some melees have to help to soak the red paddles. And we could see that the red paddle was unsoaked, so it killed 2 people, and that's just an early wipe.
Yep. I mean, obligatory welcome back pull, you know.
Yeah.
Just
of course.
wipe it up real quick, go again.
Just to wake up everybody, like surprise wipe at the start, you know.
But yeah, as you were saying, now they need to get to that part, and you know, the DPS check is relatively easy because they got used to do it without blood loss. So I think the part that they have to progress on a lot now is their 4 jail together with the rocket debuff, where you have the immunities getting on the edge of their jails.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be pretty hectic and a hard part to learn, but you know, if they focus, they can get through it, and maybe hopefully we see a kill today, because like being objective, I think we need to kill it today to still be in the race. If it doesn't die today, I mean, you're like a full day behind, and then it's really hard to catch up on a single boss while being like a full day behind, right? So this is kind of like the day for raiders to perform at their best, kill the boss, and still stay in the race.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm saying staying in the race to compete for the first spot, because obviously second and third spot, as much as they're lovely, you know, it's not the main goal of the guild, right?
Hey, second place is first loser, right? It's just how it is. But you're very correct. So far, the Mugsy progress for Method has been incredible.
Yeah, definitely.
But it needs to stay on this level until the very end. And Liquid already killing Mugsy last night. Echo has been pulling all morning. They've gotten a couple of new PBs in. They're at 8%, so very likely that the boss is going to die for them today as well.
So
Method
Liquid struggled a lot in the last 5%, though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I was watching, as I said, at night I just open my phone when I go toilet, and then I see, oh, 5%. Then I open again, it's like 2%. And then they kill it at like 7, 8 a.m. or something. But it was quite late, so it did take them a long time to get that last 5%.
It's a tough DPS check.
Yeah.
Just looking at some of the polls from Echo this morning, like they had some good polls, and towards the end it gets so hectic. You need to play so clean and min-max DPS so much throughout the entirety of the fight. It's crazy. It is crazy how clean you have to play to actually get a kill on this boss.
This fight turned out to be really good in terms of tuning and in terms of like the overall design.
Yeah.
I think they nailed it. It's probably I would say it's the best tuned fight this tier because it feels like, okay, second to last boss,
Yeah.
150 pulls.
I think you have a point,
Yeah.
For a penultimate boss, 150, 160 pulls is reasonable, right?
It turned out really good, but they did. I found it funny last night. They did push it a bit with the Spark update, because.
Oh yeah, but that was a good way to passively nerf the raid in League 2 without doing any major changes, right? That was, I mean, obviously it wasn't intended that somebody managed to get a second craft, so they just gave it out to everyone. That was a one-time thing that I've ever seen, but you know, it worked, and.
Yeah, it's a cheeky way to nerf the boss a bit.
I mean, they also nerfed the boss last night,
of
right?
course.
So that helped a lot. I think it made one of the deadliest overlaps in this fight actually playable.
But I think they were really scared to like just flat out nerf the HP by 5%.
Yeah.
So they wanted to do it in a different way, right? Like, like just there you go.
If a boss like this is just teetering on the edge of being killable, right? And if you come in with the baseball bat 5% health nerf, then the boss is just gonna fall over. If instead you just buff the player's survivability a little bit more by reducing some of the damage, it just makes it so much more interesting because you still have to really work for it, but you're not being punished for the smallest missteps as hard.
For sure,
anymore.
I feel like sometimes HP nerfs make sense, but in this case, I think it was a good approach to just give us an extra spark, and they nerfed the ticking damage of the last phase, I think, which made guilds have an easier time on those overlaps.
Yeah.
We can see here only classes that can jump off the wall are inside, and others are just min-maxing boss on the damage on the boss. Sorry, nice jump by Jimmy.
Almost getting caught there.
Yeah, I saw that.
To wiggle out. And now the icicles are in, those last walls broken, so anyone that would be still stuck in this jails would be free at this point. In comes the Stormfinger, which is going to enable us to clear out the helicopters. And from here on out, 75%, we're going to move into another rocket that's going to be positioned at the tail end of the room, at the gate towards Gallifix.
So
exactly.
Only immunity classes are going to soak that rocket, but first I think we have mine baits, which are obviously going to be soaked by Scorte, and the rest of the raid following up with the red paddles. This is a pretty easy part, you know, just a bit of soaking and okay. Yeah, it was
very good.
It was risky, but we made it alive.
Looked ever so slightly spicy, as these mines tend to do. Something that's also going to get better with more eye level because people don't drop as low. Immunity soak coming in, you see the turtles, the ice blocks, and all the good stuff sitting in that fire puddle here for a moment. And with the double whammy and another tank blocking that, the Paladin sack is going to be used here as well. I think this phase is mostly done. Spray and pray. And the boss is on 90% energy, is going to be transitioned over into the other phase in just a second here. Beautiful elemental carnage coming through, and we're looking at the next set of jails, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, this is usually the part of the fight where like it decides if it's going to be like a decent pull or not, you know, because you can easily mess up here and just go again. If you get past this point, you are looking at a potential really good pull.
Yeah.
We do see Nelly went down.
We don't have a combat rest either.
We don't have for a minute.
We might need to use Bloodlust just to get through the DPS check, but I think they will decide later. Just judging by the boss percent, I think they're still on time.
Yeah.
It's dying, jumping off.
As you can see, chat, like, this is so hard. We lost another
also
2
goes
players.
down,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just this point of the fight is like, okay, you get past that, and now you're like, okay, just don't mess it up. And then we're looking towards the intermission.
Yeah.
And once you're in the intermission, that's basically the end game. Yeah. Then you're just playing the absolute super hard of part of the fight, and it's just like pray to do it good. Yeah.
Also, having one single death for those jails, if it's a person assigned to do a lot of damage on the heads, it's definitely not gonna help. Because I've seen the head going and rage just because there was a dead person on the head that was meant to blast it, and then they didn't kill it in time. But yeah, this is definitely one of the harder parts until phase 2, and then there is also the raid soak with barrier, which isn't the easiest, combined with the mines, which is kind of like an overlap, and then it's straight to phase 2. Phase 2 is so short, I don't even know why they call it phase 2 instead of like intermission. Right, it's like 40 seconds at best.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a case of arguing semantics. You could call it a phase 2, you could call it an intermission. It's honestly whatever you want, kind of thing. I would call it an intermission, really.
So short for being a full phase, right?
Exactly. But it's also interesting to see, right, how the fight has different weight points on the different roles, and especially the part where we just saw the wipe, those jails. That's very much one of the major checks for the DPS players, and right after that we're going into mines, rockets, intermission, and mines again, and that part, that's the kind of big progress point for Method at the moment. That's a massive healer performance.
Yeah, the fight has a small issue in RNG due to prisons, because it picks random targets, right? And you have your preset groups who should go where.
Yeah.
And you can get a set where several players from the same group get the prisons. What do you do?
True. Maybe they have a weak aura.
Yeah, they have a weak aura for sure, but it's annoying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it will always create fluctuations in the pool, right? Like your damage numbers won't be optimal. You will maybe this ad will be faster and stuff like that. It's always like I'm against designs like that. I don't think like, okay, if you need to split the raid and things like that, don't put an RNG element late. Like, I don't know, just drop an orb on the ground and whoever picks it up gets it, you know? Like, make it a bit more static, like so players can actually decide how they want to do it. Because we saw it on Heroic. Heroic was a good example. You had only 2 prisons, obviously way easier fight and everything, but yeah, suddenly you had 2 players
that are from the same side.
From the same side, yeah. And first it creates confusion, and then you have, especially if that player is like a strong one that does a lot of damage to the ad, suddenly you have one ad on 50% and the other one is dead.
Yeah.
And that's like, well, that's not a skill issue. That's just like, okay, bad design, I feel.
Yeah, there is always a bit of RNG involved in the lot of abilities, but I think they get around it with just weak auras, right? That tell you if you have to change group for whatever reason. I mean, it literally shows like on the weak aura on which marker you want to go with the jail. Like normally they always have some kind of system to prevent issues.
The thing is, if you remove the RNG from this type of mechanics, right, the boss gets so infinitely more easier to play.
Yeah.
Because you can literally just assign who is going where, and it's going to be the same people every single time. And you can even go as far as start to heart cheese mechanics with like immunities and stuff like that, and suddenly the whole difficulty level of that boss falls apart. Just because
I
there's
mean,
no RNG
you have a
anymore.
point, and it's been the case with many bosses, and I think it's one of the reasons why they want to keep it a bit versatile. You know, like if you have always set classes that get a certain ability, then it makes it too simple. Yeah. Especially on a penultimate boss. But there have been cases where it's really like required to make it that you assign a person by role or something, because otherwise you can get like crazy RNGs. For example, 2-3 healers get an ability at once, and then you're like, okay,
2 healers on the boss, it sticks, yep.
And then you're kind of doomed. I mean, it's also, if you get 2 classes that blast, let's say Boomkin or Shadow Priest, you're like, okay, guys, I think we're gonna struggle with damage on those bombs now.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think a measured amount, like a targeted amount of RNG is really good to have.
Back to Jimmy.
Back to Jimmy. I mean, Jimmy's POV is great anyway.
Spotifying.
But once you stray away from the targeted RNG, once it gets into the territory of being bad RNG and annoying RNG, like as you said, like healers getting a mechanic in the heat of all the raid damage going out, maybe not ideal, maybe not the most fun things to go with, but generally, for me personally at least, RNG is the spice of life to an extent in raiding, and I think it's good.
I mean, it's always been there.
Yeah.
Sometimes also just to make a DPS check, you just gotta pray that you get a good RNG pool. How many times it's happened over the years? I mean, it's so common that you might have a really good pool, everyone alive, but you just didn't roll good RNG, so you're kind of like, okay, I guess we just go again and hope for a good pool damage-wise next.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it works, but that's also, I guess, makes it more fun for the viewers, you know, like, see you're having a good pool, you assume that you're gonna kill it, but then people start dying, and sometimes even on a not so perfect pool, if you had the crazy RNG, you can still get through it, but then you have a perfect pool with everyone alive, but bad RNG, and you don't kill it.
Yeah. It's interesting to see, and I'm glad that the variance in damage nowadays is
not as bad, yeah.
It's not as bad as back in the day. I think nowadays it's like what 2 to 5% or something in that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess depends from the classes. You always have classes that are a bit more RNG dependent.
Of course, I'm just talking about the variance on spells. Of course, the variance pull by pull with like procs and all that kind of stuff. That's a bit more. But like I think spells in WoW currently do somewhere from like either 1% less or more damage depending on your luck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really look at this kind of number stuff, so I cannot answer in honesty, but I do know that the RNG is a bit less compared to before. That I can confirm, yeah. I mean, there have been cases and expansions where your RNG would literally turn your damage by 15-20%. Even Boomkin last expansion, you could get a good pool and be 15-20% ahead of a bad pool, and that's not good design because you're just playing the same way, right?
Yeah, the same thing on my rogue last season.
Yeah, the rogue with
the you either get
roll
the rolls, but also assassination. Like if you crit your Kingsbane in opener, yeah, double the DPS. If not, well, good luck, man. You're like bottom of the meter. But I'm glad that kind of RNG is not as common for a lot of classes.
I agree.
At the very least.
Yeah, guys, we're doing good progress here. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, I'm just saying objective. We need to kill this today, I think, to stay in the race. So I really hope the players continue with this great progression and manage to get it down, you know. So far, so good here.
It's going to be an interesting day for Method. So far, the progression has been really, really good. 65 pulls, 22.57, the current best. As we've talked about already, we're working on mostly the first mindset after intermission. Yeah. That's kind of where we lose a lot of players at the moment, which kind of leads to the result that it's not really possible to properly practice the jail strat that Method has come up with for that first 4 jail set in the last phase. But once we get there, it's gonna be a good time. I think once the healers get a solid setup for that first mindset, obviously we gotta hit the icicles there as well.
Yeah, this is one of those fights, but like majority where healing wise is super intense and they have like the hardest task overall. When you see the phase 2 or intermission, how we wanna call it, that part for DPS is super easy. Like you're just blasting the boss and dodge a double frontal cleave.
Yep.
But for healers, you can see the HP dropping so fast, and you know they must be sweating it, to be honest. And it's so often that they have to. There are phases where they have to literally squeeze every bit of healing, and then the DPSers are just chilling and having an easy time.
Also, one of the reasons why the healing lineup is looking like what it is at the moment, right? Disc Priest really good at healing on the move. Monk incredible at healing on the move. Druid by far, I think, the best.
Moving,
Exactly. So they get to push through so much healing while moving in that intermission.
Scoffed was dropping the yellow paddles on top of the rocket there, so we don't have a...
It's an interesting tank buster, right?
Yeah, I mean, as a paladin, yes, because you're handling every ability. I feel like Nate is just chilling, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. As paladin, you are soaking the mines with bubble. You put the yellow paddles on the edges. I think it's Nate that takes the red line. I'm not sure, but that mechanic is also really easy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Feels like it's there just to have an extra ability. You can see he soaks the first mine, kind of dry. Then sometimes he pops bubbles, but someone else is help. There it is. You can see the bubble going off, and he soaks 2 at once.
2, 3, and this is the part where the healers are pumping
With the
like
immunity
crazy.
soak as well on the side.
Exactly. Also, one of the reasons why we immunity soak this one and not, for example, the third one. Yes, you get the immunities back for last phase, but also you're literally just coming out of a mindset, and the healers do not need the extra pressure of healing a rocket soak in that situation, because that would get way too sketchy.
We were also speaking of raid compositions in World First Raids, and this is a good example where Paladin is just so much ahead of the rest. I mean, we see with Bubble he can soak each mindset, and then also you have Spell Ward. You know, at this level you always have to bring some specific classes to get through some phases. Otherwise, you can't even get through the boss, you know. Before nerfs, it's just how it is. You can see next set of jails. Still easy part, I would say. If everyone is alive, there is not much going on here.
No, so far very manageable. Method has this part locked down very nicely, I think. Nice knockback into the wall here for Skövde. And he's just gonna be running for it. The more you run, the more stacks of liquid gold you drop, and if you do not drop all stacks of liquid gold, well, you're gonna get solidified into a statue, and basically you're dead. So you don't want that to happen. Boss repositioned into the second half. The Stormfinger is gonna come through. You can see Wildy on the left side here, the last mage remaining. Exactly, Stormfinger opens the shield. The helicopters are gonna be taken down immediately, and now the mages are gonna jump over and send the boss one more time into the blue phase of the fight. So we're getting more mines, more rockets.
Yeah, this is the hard part, I would say, of the phase, because he does the mines while overlapping with the raid soak, and we take it with a barrier. You want the tank to not soak the mine while we're having the soak, because most players are busy doing the raid soak, so you don't have many soakers outside. So you really want to make sure to time this properly. You can see the raid soak happening, barrier incoming. Yeah, this is a bit sketchy. Everybody's covering. Good.
Yeah, 3 down as Swarn and Dan are down as well.
Yeah.
The rocket soak a little bit too much damage, and if you're missing your druid here, the throughput lack is
As I
just very
mentioned,
palpable.
this is tricky, and I don't know if it's planned or they're just gambling it, but you don't want to soak a mine specifically during the rocket soak, because then you're forced to have some players outside to soak the paddles, and then you have less people soaking as a group, and then you see what happened, that with less people soaking the rocket, you have deaths. So yeah, that's definitely, I would say that's the hardest overlap until phase 2, which has already goes plenty of wise, but with practice we will get better at it and get through.
Welcome back, Poker.
Welcome back.
I
We
thought
can
the
do a
boss
quick
is
swap.
dead
I go
already.
toilet myself. I go.
Yeah, no problem. Just went to grab my lunch real quick before it gets cold.
Heck yeah. Was it good lunch?
It was very good lunch.
What did you get?
It was like this bowl of chicken and rice. So Lorgok would approve. It's like the perfect type of
Chicken
meal.
and rice.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Heck yeah, dude.
And since we are not raiding tonight as well, I might go to the gym finally.
Oh, heck
so
yeah.
good start to the day.
What days are you raiding normally?
We raid 5 days a week, so we don't raid Friday, Saturday, except yesterday. That's like always our because some guilds kicked off the new meta. It's called replacement raids. So we just like assumed we're gonna miss a raid in the future, and just we raided yesterday, just in case we miss a raid, you know. So we don't really. You heard it? It's the new.
You
meta,
raid
chat.
an extra day
Yeah.
in like the first week or something, first 2 weeks or something, and
Look, we didn't invent that. That started last year. Several guilds were doing replacement raids.
No, you raid an extra day. That's an old thing. You're just calling it different to make it seem less obnoxious.
As I said, we didn't invent that. Yeah, that's other guilds invented it, and we're just jumping on the replacement raid train.
Perfect. I need to introduce that concept to my guild. See if they like it.
But yeah, we only do that one, so from now on it's just regular 5 days: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Heck yeah.
What about you? How often do you raid?
2 days a week. 2 days a week, 3 hours each. We're chilling, dude. We're chilling, dude. I mean, we've done like volunteer, whoever wants to tag in on Tuesday night before reset. We'll do some extra heroic, just tackle the bosses we haven't killed yet, stuff like that. And bunch of people turned up for that, but yeah.
I honestly feel that in WoW there's only two acceptable, three acceptable schedules. It's either 2 days, 5 or 7. I think if you do 3, it's like in an awkward middle. 4 is like
3-day guilds are 5-day guilds in disguise.
Basically, exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I was going with it.
Because the majority of 3-day guilds I've been in my life had an additional raid day for the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks or something along the lines, plus a non-mandatory social raid on the weekend or something. So, see? Yeah. 3-day guilds are just 5-day guilds in disguise.
Yeah, so that's why it's either like 2 days I completely get behind it, you just want to have some fun at night, raiding with the friends.
Exactly. Or you just don't have enough time for more.
Yeah, and you tend to also stay true to those schedules, and 3 is just like as you said, 5 days in disguise. 4 is like, well, if you're already doing 4, why would you not do 5, right? Well, 6 doesn't exist because 6 is then why would you
everyone
do 7,
everyone that wants to raid more than 5 just says, all right, I'm just playing 20 hours of WoW a day all week anyway, might as well day raid, right? So it is very true. That is very true. It's also 2 days is so manageable to fit into a schedule. Like, even if you're working a day job, 2 days, 3 hours a night, 2 times a week, that is something you can manage very easily without kind of sacrificing different hobbies or other activities in your life.
For sure. Like, I agree. As I said, like, I like 2-day guilds. Everything else, well, yeah, it's either 2 or 5. That's my call. That's fair. That's the meta, guys.
That's fair. I'm with you. But I'm starting to. So, I was for years and years hardcore. So like 4 to 5 day raider. And when I stopped raiding high end, like I took a long raid break in Shadowlands because I didn't have time to raid anymore. And then coming back, I was trying to do 2-day, and like the mental shift of I need to go hard the entire season, like until progression is over, just to get out of that mindset and into the mindset of, we're just chilling 2 days. Doesn't matter when we kill the bosses. We're going to kill the bosses. It's going to be fine. Don't worry too much about it. Don't stress. Just chill. It took me a bit.
Raiding should always primarily be about hanging out with people and with friends. I am always very disappointed when I see other guilds kill videos and there is zero emotion in the kill. I'm like, why do you do it? Is it really just for the achievement or for the item? Like,
I mean, hey, if that's what you're looking for, if you really just care about the items and the achievement and not about the people, then hey, that's what you want. That's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna.
I'm just the people's type, Like for me, I said I'd be long gone from World of Warcraft if it wasn't for all the friendships that I made within the guild. That just keeps me going, and
Heck yeah. We're raiding for the memes, nothing else.
Raiding for the memes, exactly. And we also have a really good pool right now.
Oh no!
The prisons are looking good. Everybody's alive, and we also have a CR if necessary. Hopefully not.
We're slightly ahead in terms of damage compared to our personal best pool, but the moment you said is looking really good, one of the Pay Respects casts came through, so we missed an interrupt. So. Could you please refrain from actively jinxing a pool that's looking this good, where nothing can go wrong?
Chat always says I'm like the curse and everything, so I got used to it, Like I have to embrace. I have to embrace the fact that, guys, when I'm on the couch, we're either killing a boss or doing absolutely nothing, yeah?
You're a true WoW esports caster. It is beautiful. So this is the mindset that is really, really hard to deal with. A lot of healer throughput that is required to keep everyone healthy and alive, and it's looking good. Nurses is very low. Big heals on Ox. It needed, as well as the Evoker is almost dying off. Big swap over from FTM, and I don't think there were enough people in the rocket soaking with him. He grabs the Soulstone. One more combat res on Swarn here. Both healers back on their feet, and we're through this mine phase. One more death farmed here as we have the spray and spray on FTM, but it's gonna be managed with a cocoon. Everyone else stabilized. Only one man down, but that is a healer missing, I think, and we didn't made the DPS check. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Well, good pull so far.
Pull.
We jinxed it, and we go again.
But we go again, yeah, exactly. One thing I have to mention is like, I don't know if you're aware, but like Method has this cool, let's call it a promotion, like with the guilds when the tier starts, where if your guild helps Method in the splits, so like if you provide characters for the splits, you gain some benefits, like apart from just gold, you also get like weak auras, MRTs from Method. So my guild is always like working close with Method, and we have the same weak auras that Method is using.
Even the ones from, like they gave you straight away or after the tier?
After they kill it.
Oh, okay.
So when
cool,
they kill, so we get like the, I believe the sticks weak aura is already there. No, the sticks, the lock and stroke, the sticks we have. And that's also what I wanted to say now, because you guys saw the mines. And there is like this little bubble on the mine saying avoid. Really nice, like really visible, makes it so much easier. And last night we had one of the players on sticks who is using this weak aura.
Little of bombshell colliding.
Yeah, after 2.5 hours of sticks, he's like, wait, why do you guys have that circle? Where can I get that? And I'm like, you have the circle. I was like, no, I don't. I'm like, yeah, you do. So he goes to check a VOD, and he's like, oh, I never saw those.
Oh, my
God. Classic. That's a classic.
What is Wildly doing?
Gambling, apparently.
I think somebody released, and they didn't have a Soulstone, probably, no? I think that's what's happening right now.
But Wildly isn't like the best person to go back, or?
Well, I assume that just somebody went ahead and now he's just lazy and he's gonna wait for a summon.
Maybe. It's just looking at the environment, you know?
I mean, that's
explore
what I
the
would do.
casino. That's a really good looking raid instance, honestly.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that you have this massive of a casino and you literally just fight like one boss in the casino
True.
itself. I would have slapped 3 bosses in there, I think.
I mean, they decided to go for different concepts, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's exactly what's happening right now. He's waiting. He's just waiting for a summon.
I would just stop running though. He's laughing.
He's just laughing and vibing. Did you know that there's a Murloc with cement shoes in the aquarium? Did you see that?
Really?
Yeah.
No, that's kind of savage.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But the question is though, well, does it matter? They can breathe underwater?
He can breathe underwater. Yeah, it's no
so,
problem.
So
but
he's just
he
stuck
can't
there.
move.
He's just stuck there.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I'm not sure if the crabs come get him. There's also a shark in there, so it's a bit dangerous, honestly.
He made it back on his own. Well,
is he gonna body pull the demolisher though?
Nah.
Another fun thing about sticks. Obviously, guys, like, you know, we watch sticks on the Method cast. We saw the progress, but there's a lot of small things that you cannot see just from watching, right? Like somebody in chat mentioned it yesterday as well. Well, just because you watch like Haaland play doesn't mean you can be as good as him. Just, you know. What I wanted to say is that like we would do calls like when you do bomb, like when you kill the big bombs, you're like bombs are done. So we just said bombs are done, and somebody just fully crashed into the boss, assuming the bombshells were done. And then we started calling it crabs. Then we switched to crabs. I mean, I shouldn't be saying that. I'm giving Lorgok tips now how to be better on the boss, but we in fact noticed that it's not really good to call bombshells and bombs, because like if somebody just go and be like, yeah, bomb, you know, then you're like, well, which bomb? Is it the bombshells that are done, or is it the big bombs that are done, right?
Yep.
Perk is so competitive, guys. But I have to say, my guild sometimes trolls you. Because you guys do like 3 times more pulls than us on every boss. And they're like, how many pulls did Honolulu have? And I said, I don't know, I will check now.
I mean
but I personally, I don't, I'm not really competing against you guys. But I know like there are some memes sometimes.
No, it is, but it's true though. The one thing though, what the people always gonna ignore is that if you ever watch our stream, you will understand why we have the pull count that we have. We're just trolling the whole time, yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. But I mean, you guys also play much more than the average World 40, 30.
I wouldn't say so. Last year that was not the case.
I guess then my guild just plays less. Yeah.
No, that was last year. We were actually missing a lot of raids. That's why we did the replacement raids now.
Okay, I mean, as I said, then I guess it's my guild that plays less. It makes sense. Which is why I joined. So, right? Don't want to raid more than like 3-4 days a week.
So, Perke, what happens if you don't miss any raid days as a guild? Because then you're sitting on the replacement raid days.
Well, but as I said though, like that's the new meta. You just replace something from the future. You never know, yeah. Maybe
yeah, but if there is nothing to replace because you're not missing any days, aren't you just raiding extra days?
No, we're just gonna say that in the next year we're probably gonna miss, and then when we do it, well, good thing we did the replacement raid. Yeah,
you're doing the replacement raids in case of missing raid days in the next tier.
As I said, we did not invent that.
That's some good mental gymnastics, man. I like it. All right.
You can see wildly swapping when the boss energy gets to 99.
Yeah.
As you need every single raider on one side on Mythic, unlike Heroic, which only needs the majority of the raid being on the side to activate the phase. So small difference. First prisons of the fight. These are easy, but somebody's DC'd, I suppose. Looks like somebody DC'd, yeah.
What? That is unfortunate.
I think it's Pricey, or it's not moving. Yeah, looks like Price is DC'd. Yeah.
That is unfortunate. Evoke it down, evoke it down. And
that's Mage, it's Mage.
Oh, it's a Mage?
Yeah, that's Pricey that got DC'd.
Yeah.
Mage down, even worse.
I think Pricey should come to lead camp, because here we never have DC issues. The internet here is great.
Well, yeah, I think this is gonna be a wipe. Although they're resting Nalle, maybe they wanna commit with Bloodlust. Oh no, it's
just 360 no scope Stormfinger.
That's just GG.
Just an unlucky pull that happens.
Yeah, it's that's honestly also one of the most fun abilities in Heroic, because you just know, depending on who in your raid team gets it, you just know that thing is going onto the entire range camp.
But they did do some interesting things with those frontal abilities. I also cannot remember when was the last time that the frontal ability worked like that. Like, you know, just having a person get it and it's like just sticks on you, and
yeah, you have to tank it.
Strange.
You have to tank it.
Normally you have to move, yeah.
Yeah, you have to dodge it.
That's what I was saying. This raid has a lot of frontal abilities that are all different. Some you place it, then you move out. Some you have to tank it. It's a bit confusing, you know.
But it's good, for example, because every time they introduce something fresh and they like it, they start irritating with this abilities. We see what happened with the Blazes, yeah? When Blazes first appeared...
What happened? Rage replay? I think I missed...
Oh. I rage.
Oh, wait. There you go. Sorry, guys. I misclicked something with my foot.
But yeah, I think like we seen it with the Blazes. Like Blazes are almost back into every tier now. Every boss has some Blaze mechanic nowadays.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Yeah.
Since Fyrak.
Yeah, it's just like...
That's a good mechanic.
It's a good mechanic, yeah. It's visually appealing, and I think the first time something similar appeared was on Argus. I think that's the first time we saw those blaze lines happen.
Can't remember, but I
the scythes, you mean, or?
Yeah, there was exactly like this dark bluish line, and you had to dodge, but it was like not on the player, right?
Yeah,
It was just
yeah.
from the side. And then Fire Act was where the real blaze, like.
Yeah, this was the most intense one though.
Yeah.
Because you had the bombs and stuff. Maybe Galivix has some nice mechanics with the blaze. And not just heroic.
I'm so curious about
does with the
Galivix.
rockets.
Yeah, I know, but if they hit something, it doesn't matter, right? Just on players.
We're probably gonna one-shot a Mythic if you hit somebody with a mini rocket.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. That's generally what it tends to be. That's going to be good times, yeah. No, I think WoW raiding has developed in a very interesting and very fun direction over the last few years. And I think especially this expansion so far has gone in a really good direction. This tier even more so than Narrow Bar Palace, and especially like the spell visuals this season in general, not just for raid but also for M+, are incredibly good. I love how clear everything is.
It's true that they improved on that. Also, this raid, judging by the difficulty, is still on paper, unless the Galivix is like 500 pulse boss, still a bit easier than the previous raid. It's taking as long simply because this time we had Heroic and Mythic released together, so we wasted so much time doing splits. So it was literally like 4 days in week 1 of splits.
Yeah.
And when you have Heroic week, you do Heroic week, and then you have like an extra day maybe into second reset with splits. So overall, I still think previous raid was harder, unless we're gonna see like 500 pulls on Galivix, but still very high difficulty.
I'm really curious what the vibe is going to be after this tier. If we assume that Galivix is a regular hard end boss, like 200 to 300 vibes, I do wonder what like the guilds are gonna say. Do they like when the tier is kinda similar in difficulty all the way till the end, or if they really want like a ramping difficulty where you kinda have 4 easy bosses, then 5th and 6th you wipe a few times, and then the last 2 you're just wiping a lot, right? Because now if you look at it, basically there is virtually no difference between Styx, Lock and Stroke, and Bandit, I would say. Bandit is a bit easier, but that was only due to extra gear.
Well, Bandit also is a boss that's more designed as a puzzle boss rather than a mechanics, like a individual mechanics check. Like you need hands to play Styx. Not Styx. Sprocketmonger, that's the one.
I got confused so much with names. They're so weird as well.
They're wild. And Bandit is more like raid coordination and a little bit of having hands and eyes. Good old eyes.
The boss that required most mechanical skills so far was the 5th.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't dare to say the names, guys. It's too confusing.
You're the smart man here.
I mean, I know one arm Bandit. That's an easy one. Maxi, obviously, Galivix. Then Bank Junker. I know Reverb or something is the 3rd.
Yeah.
Second is Cauldron.
The one
First, I can't even remember, bro. I know it's the boss with motorcycles. That's how I say.
The one thing I can say though is for us normie guilds, like both me and Lorgok are like in the same boat here.
I ended up being normie.
You guys are normie guilds. Come on.
Yeah, we are.
No.
It's all about the perception, right?
Yeah. but the thing is, like, I feel like for us this tier just looks great.
Yeah.
Because we already gonna get buffed next week.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And if you look at those bosses, everything, the whole difficulty comes at the end.
Yeah.
And you're just gonna skip that due to the.
I still think the 5th boss will get a nerf this week.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There are only 4 kills. What the heck? Yeah, that's crazy. We're going into week 3 almost.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm curious. I'm not sure if you were talking about it, maybe like the Void Orbs in the last phase.
Yeah.
That could use a nerf.
That ability is too deadly, and I mean, I was saying that while it might look easy from the stream, it's not easy when there are many overlaps and you have to sock mines, you are getting dragged in.
Yeah.
You know, definitely like hectic. I think they might just nerf them so that if you get hit by 1 or 2, you can still survive, and more than that, it's a wipe. Right now, if you get hit by 1, it's almost guaranteed a wipe.
Also, I'm not sure when it happened, but Echo has a 3.6.
Yeah, I saw that. It was like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
They're getting there. But I mean, I saw Liquid, they got to like 3-ish, and then they wiped another 3-4 hours, I think. So it could take them a lot longer. But historically, I know Echo, they're very good at the last execution. Once they get down to like low percent, they're really good at finishing the job, right? So
yeah, finding extra damage, min-maxing a few more percent.
and
of
staying focused
boss
when it
HP.
matters
Yeah.
most, right? Because I think the damage-wise is gonna be okay as long as everyone is alive. But staying focused to get there with more consistency and just playing well is the main factor here.
And we are also approaching the 50% mark here. This
First
is where,
time in a while, or?
where things get really interesting.
Oh no.
It just feels like a while because we had the whole run back previously. So now we're going to go into the mines. Mage Mass Barrier is actually assigned here. Willie is going to pop that in just a moment to support the healers a little bit. Some shields on a few group members. First mine detonations are in. The soaks are to follow. The healers need to be on top of their game to keep everyone alive in this situation. One more focus on our shaman. The last mine is being soaked. The follow-up splinter soaks are done as well. The rocket is coming through. The Dispriest barrier is down and everyone is alive and kicking, at least for the moment. Super clean execution. Now we just need to survive the double whammy. It's going to be Skufte with the tank soaking that for the moment. And of course, we got bangers on the hunter that's going to explode in just a moment here. Everyone taking massive damage and we need to push the boss. 10% energy remaining, 0.4% on the boss. It's an easy damage check here for Method. Heading into the intermission. Time Warp is popped in. And we're gonna send this guy.
Very, very clean intermission so far.
This part is only hectic for healers. I hope they can keep up and everyone stays alive because we really need to get those phase 3 attempts, as is the hardest part of the fight. And we haven't reached much today, at least from the time I got here. Oh, nice blink from Wiley on the opposite side. Feels good to play mage here because we have so much room for
feels really good.
Dodging and stuff.
Yeah.
We have one dead, but we also have a combat rest, so that's fine.
Also really interesting to see the tanks repositioning the boss every single time he comes out of the bullet storm and kite him back into the oncoming room split a little bit because he charges forward. He always charges with the rotation of the room split, and now we're into the mindset. So this is the big progress point for Method at the moment. They need to play these mines clean. You don't want to pop all of them immediately. The healers need to pump everything they have. You need to soak while not running into the mines at the same time. One soak, a little bit of coordination going on here. Now the icicles are coming through. These need to be baited into the mines to freeze them in place because you don't have any of the jails to block the icicles. One more down, immediate combat is coming out. And here come the 4 jails. A reposition with a nice blink here, positioned exactly so the boss doesn't enrage any of the elementals, and we're looking solid. 3 down, a few healers gone, but we just need to clean up these jails, these goons. The rockets are coming through, and this will break open a lot of the walls here. This is the Warlock gate to try and come out, but the tank front into the raid group is going to kill off a bunch of the raiders. But for the first time today, we see Method almost clean through the mines and into the jails.
Yeah, this was great execution. You can see that the strategy was executed properly. We just had a couple of deaths which caused the wipe because we have less people doing damage on the heads, then less people soaking potentially, and that's probably what caused the wipe. I think we had 3 or 4 early deaths right before the 4th set of jails, which was a big issue, but overall I think it was properly executed, and if we keep getting there.
The main thing is that we have this consistency, I would say, that you get to enter intermission, everything is ready, everybody's alive and healthy, hero is popped, you're just full on blasting, right? So we already have this setup where we know we can go progress the last phase of the fight relatively smooth because it doesn't come down to luck. It's not like you're getting there somehow, right?
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, we did see the hardest point, well, one of the hardest points of that last phase being executed really good. We had a few unfortunate deaths. That happens because the healing is so intensive at that point, so that those were just like unfortunate things. It's gonna get better.
Yeah.
But this was a really, really good pull.
Yeah,
now.
this was good.
Like,
and immediately shaved 4% off their personal best pull. So 18% now the new best for Method. Solid. Really, really solid.
And it's also the fact that like the percentage on this boss is a bit different because like the point where we just wiped, if that point is executed properly, that 18% pull suddenly becomes a 10% pull. You know?
Yeah, after you get through the first part,
yeah,
you have a bit of time to chill and just DPS the boss. and then the next comes.
Yeah. It's, I want to say, another 1 or 2 kind of mechanics sets after the jails we've just seen that they need to play in that last phase, and then we're already at the point of, yeah, you've done it. You've played the entire fight. You either kill the boss now or you die.
Exactly. Like, you always take things step by step, and I think a very big step has been done now in this phase.
Yeah.
And I think this is exactly what they're also talking about right now, because they're like, okay, guys, we saw what happened there. Do those things a bit differently, and just let's go get there again, and we got this.
Yeah. It's going to be a good chunk of analyzing now. Okay, how did people die there? Did something like predictable kill them? Do we need extra CDs, personals, or anything else we can give them to help people survive? How do we position? Because I think the way you bait the mines at that point in the fight is very, very important. So have everyone on the same page on where to stand, so the mines are baited in a position that is most easily playable. That's going to be a big topic, and of course they need to figure out where do they want to move with the mines depending on where they spawn. Like, what's the pattern you want to develop here, and also what's your movement path for when the icicles spawn, because you basically, since the icicles spawn from where you are when you get the icy boots debuff, you need to, once you get the ice debuff, cleanse it in the fire puddle, and then maneuver around a mine so the icicle that's following you hits the mine instead of you. So it's a very, very tricky piece of movement and just positioning for the raid, and also nothing you can really kind of draw out on paper, because it's always changing, because the mines never spawn in the same place.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, me and Lorgo have talked about it a lot of times on the previous bosses when it comes to this finishing consistency, right? And I mean,
Method is great at getting there.
Yeah.
But then when they have to execute the last part, normally they get stuck. But I hope this is the exception so far into the tier, so they can close that gap, because it's a trend now, right?
Yeah. We have to we have to say, like, Method's current pull count and progression is really good. This is smurfing level, yeah?
This,
And but the question is now, though, okay, but how long will it take you to go from here to the kill? Because we've seen Liquid did it, Echo didn't do it yet, but they're also like
very clutch. They're good at
they're good at it, but they also have way more pulls than we do at the moment.
Yeah.
So assumingly, let's just assume that we really keep playing good, and hopefully, and we just like go and kill this boss within the next 40 pulls.
That should be the goal.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be like at least one of the bosses that we did bad would be like erased, you know? And if that was to happen, so what would your opinion on that be? Like, is it the comp difference? Because we see a lot of new players like on this boss specifically.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you just play good, others you don't, right? Sometimes you have the boss that tilts you, and then it's like a chain reaction in the raid, and everybody starts underperforming, or not everybody, but a big chunk of players. This comes down a lot to the mental aspect, and you know, if they can keep the momentum and they believe in themselves, then I think they can get through it and avoid that you can call choking in the last 10-15% and close the gap. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of like our only shot to close the gap before Galliwix, because as you mentioned, the last 3 bosses, there was always this last 10-15% where they spend more time than they should. But judging by the performance on these first 69 pulls that we have on Magzi, I mean, it's been great. By far the quickest progression, and I really hope they can keep it up.
Yeah, so far the progression has been excellent. 69 pulls, very nice. And I feel like it takes them currently about like 10-15 pulls to figure out these mechanic hurdles and get these cleaned up. Like the mines, I think we started seeing them about around like pull 50, 55, somewhere around there.
We can see here the progression line.
Yeah. And
it looks really, really good.
It looks really, really good from the get-go, but it's also we have also something happening that
What is Liquid? I guess Liquid killed it, so like
yeah,
gone.
Liquid's gone. They've moved on, left us behind. Poor us. But there's also something happening that I was personally expecting with the graph here, because Mugsy is such a backloaded fight. There is so much difficulty in this last
last 25%.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the last 25% is like that's going to be 70% of your entire progress.
Yeah, I agree.
So now the graph is going to draw out a little bit, and it's really onto Method to kind of break that pattern a little bit and maybe make another jump or two down on the percentage on the percentage marker.
We definitely seen the struggle, especially between like I would say 26% and 10%.
We can see what we meant earlier, guys. That Method gets there like at good pace with the others, and then literally they took 50 pulls just to go from like 3% to 0. Yeah, that's as many pulls as they took to do the other 97.
Yeah.
And same here, you know, they got to what 8%, and then they had another 100 pulls just to kill it. When, you know, that's how much it took Echo from 100 to 0, right?
Mm.
And then also here, it was 6. Yeah,
but also something you can see with the Method graph is just the consistency is not quite there where you would like it to be. Like
it is there up until it isn't on the. But early wipes is normal though, because you have to practice and get more comfortable around it. You know, I understand that like at the start of a boss, you want everybody also to like get the mechanics, so they start learning it. Like on the bank junker, you know, you needed every player to get the ball like 5 to 10 times to get comfortable with it, and then you know you could progress and start thinking of the DPS requirements and other stuff.
But once you hit like you hit a point like, let's say pull 85 here for Method, roughly like 12%, right? Yeah. And from that point onwards, that's kind of the part of the progress where you would like to see, like, you mostly want to wipe to progression point mechanics and stuff, and a lot of the wipes we see during Method's progress here around the 60% marker, the 50% marker, and that's the type of consistency that I feel like they need to work on a little bit more. I mean, ultimately you can't avoid these early in the pull wipes.
Yeah,
they
early on,
happen,
but later into
keeping
the
them
progression,
to a minimum, that's important.
I agree.
Vicensbert is asking why Meta's so close. Are they playing around the clock? No, they're actually taking proper breaks and having good sleep.
I mean, Method did play more than others. Like we sleep less. That's also true.
Do we?
Yes, they sleep less on average, and they also had the fastest splits of all the guilds, which gained them some time. So most efficient splits and less sleep. So they, even though they didn't play as good on the previous 3 bosses, the gap isn't as big. And now on Mugsy, they've been the fastest progressing, which helped close the gap a bit. So the combination of these things doesn't make the gap as big. But yeah, now imagine like we didn't have the extra 50 wipes on One-Armed Bandit. I totally believe we would be on pace with Echo to kill this boss. Like
for sure.
Yeah, and that's possible. And that's also by being slower on Styx and the 5th boss, which I never remember the name of. So just saying that having the different approach of being faster with splits and maybe a bit less sleep, you know.
I think if the trend on this boss for Method continues and they just finish the boss without doing any extra pulls, without any choke points, I feel like it's gonna be a 3 guild race on the end boss.
Let's hope.
Especially if it's tuned properly. Yeah, if we have an end boss that is tuned quite hard, we're gonna have 3 guilds racing for that world first, and that's gonna be very, very hyped.
Hey, if Method has a really, really good afternoon, maybe this dies in like the next 30 to 40 pulls.
Yeah, I mean, I said today, this boss needs to die today if you want to still be in the race.
Exactly.
You can agree, Perk, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm always like a realistic person, and I think they can definitely still be in the race, but it needs to die today.
But honestly, like
I hope they can manage to pull it off, because it's really, really important.
Midgard is saying taking world second Mugsy would go so crazy. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. Like, even though it's kind of hard to expect right now because Echo is very far into this boss, like a 3% pull. Like, they probably need just 1 or 2 good pulls and they got it. But I could not imagine the the atmosphere at lead camp, if that would have to happen, I think everybody would be screaming. This place would be shaking.
It would be electric.
Definitely.
That would be great.
Is there a chance Liquid loses being so far ahead? They're not that far ahead, but there is a chance, yeah. I would say they're the favorites to win, but you know, the race is tied.
The gap is currently really small though. Like, guys, you always have to keep in mind that Liquid did start like 1 day earlier. Like, that's not a meme.
I mean, they had, we gotta admit though, this time it was power outage, server going up
for sure.
late. There's logging issues yesterday, so they lost another 2-3 hours. So overall,
really
this is the race where the head start is doing the least amount of difference if you combine everything. But yeah, I still agree that being ahead helps, but it also, you think it's like 10 hours, but then again, other guilds can get strategies from you. So if you combine then all this tier, I think it is the one where the head start makes the least difference.
What I wanted to say though with that is that last night when they killed it, that was like, this is that same day for us, you know, because it's not like that they killed it a day earlier. It's like literally, it's their night is our day now. So if Echo is to kill it like now, for example, they are ahead in my books.
No, I fully disagree. Echo has all the strategy and plan of what they did, and that's not. And it's also Liquid. They also have a different approach to pulling. They always have faster pulls overall, so you might see like a higher pull count, but they're more efficient in total time spent on the boss. Like anytime a guild is normally like from US is ahead at this point, unless the European guild kills it around the time they wake up or a bit before. If the boss doesn't die today from any of the European guilds, unless Gallic is like super hard, I think you will leave so little room for catching up. So that's why I'm saying even Method needs to kill it today so they can have some progression on Galliwix, and you know, you have then room to make a comeback.
The interesting part about Galliwix, obviously, I mean, you guys probably have talked a bunch about it already in the first half of the race. What is the boss actually doing, and how do you play this boss? Because obviously the Dungeon Journal just gives you the entirety of mechanics of the last phase heroic, right? So we don't know exactly what's happening in
Mythic. I mean, the top guilds often have like a way to find abilities through Wowhead, you know, like data mine stuff and so on. But Blizzard likes to be like
they've got really good at
secret with last boss Mythic, So I mean, I assume most people in Method already know what's going on in Mythic or have found something. But obviously you're also gonna have to try it yourself, and that's also why Liquid went dark. You know, they had an extra 2 hours or something. You don't want to reveal like some abilities, and then other guilds can just get the information, and they waste. They basically do the work for the others, right?
Yeah. So basically 3 full days of progress on Galliwix for Liquid. If Echo and Method manage to take it down today, more like 3.5 to 4 days for them before reset.
Yeah.
Do you think Galliwix is dying this week?
It has to die this week. I think that's the plan of Blizzard. Because if it doesn't die this week, then it would mean Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, it would mean at least 350 pulls, and then you go into the next reset with the damage buff that we get from the raid and the reset, and then unless it's tuned for like 500-600 pulls, then the boss will literally die straight away in the next week.
Yeah.
So I think they want it to end probably by Monday-ish, so 3 days of progression. I think it would fit.
Yeah, for sure. They don't want to go. They don't want to let the boss go into another reset. That would create a lot of community drama, I think.
It's just anticlimactic. Have you ever run into a boss where you've spent hundreds of pulls on prog and then it got nerfed and you kill it the next morning? I mean, you probably.
I
have,
I had it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I had it especially. So Sylvanas, I would say you can ask also Echo's people. Sylvana was probably the best performance Echo's ever had, despite the difference not being as big because the tier was a bit easier. And we almost lost because Liquid was like at 47% because of the head start and stuff. Then they didn't manage. The boss died at 45, by the way.
Yeah.
And I remember that in week 2 they one-shot it, literally one-shot it, because the whole raid gets like a power spike of like 7-8% from the gems, which was a super stupid system. And you know, if you get everybody to do 7-8% more damage approximately, combined with like the extra volts and all that, it was like completely game changer. And also another example is when you got the double legendary in Sepulcher, like Rigelon. If you did it with one legendary, one of the most intense DPS and healing checks that I've ever played in my whole life of like 10 years of World First. Week 2, I mean, it was intense for non-World First guilds, but once you done it with one legendary, you know, like it was a joke for the level that we played at. It was like, you know, you could literally play with one less person and still manage, you know, just from having the extra legendary. So yeah, sometimes one extra reset of gear completely turns things around and makes bosses so much easier, especially ones where it's a number game.
Yeah.
The Ragnarok was a really good example as well, because it was still within the progress, but luckily the 2 guilds that did the first kills managed to do it with one legendary, which was like the truly hard way.
We see that we started pulling again.
Yeah, it was a while though.
It was.
I guess they were explaining.
Yeah. Like they got to that one point, and I think they're just like making sure that everybody has an idea what needs to be done perfectly now. But yeah, I'm really excited to see like next time when they reach that phase, if they have like something new there. Maybe another weak aura or something.
Yeah,
like
could
that.
be, but I think. I mean, that's the benefits of being behind, kinda. It's never beneficial, but you can kinda copy and see what others have done, if they have some special weak aura, some special strategy. So you don't have to plan as much on your own, if you know what I mean. You can just kinda do what the others have done, and you know, sometimes it might not even be the best approach, because maybe there is a better strategy for it. But why change a working system, right? Especially when you're like on a tight timer, because if you then come up with something that is potentially better, good, you waste less time on the boss. But then if that strategy is not viable or is worse, then you're literally putting yourself in a terrible spot.
Yeah, if you're like super behind, you just don't have the luxury to experiment.
Yeah, it doesn't give you room for changing stuff, or even let's say you have a strategy that you pre-planned before the boss, but then you end up behind. You're not normally not even gonna bother anymore. If the other guild managed to do the boss in a different way, you're like, okay, we're just gonna do it the way they did, and we're not gonna waste pulls trying out something that might be better. But then what if it isn't? If it isn't, then we're, you know, you're shooting yourself in the foot, how we say in Italian.
I think we witnessed that on Smolderon actually, because Method was a bit late to get to Smolderon due to like splits took longer and some loot distribution took longer. So they were a few hours behind where everybody else was at Smolderon, and then they tried something that they thought
I
was
remember
better.
that. I was there.
Yeah, they tried to do something that they thought it was better, and it just took.
It
like,
was
not
it
good.
was not good. Yeah, it was discussed after the progress. I'm not gonna say the specifics, but we had something that was working that others did, and we were doing really good progress, and then we literally wasted 2 hours to come up with something different that wasn't necessary and didn't end up working. And that's a perfect example of what I was saying, you know, and which is why Method learned from it to not do it again. Like if a guild killed the boss in a specific way, you're just gonna do what they did. And I mean, I suppose Echo and Liquid, they've done the same mistake in the past, and I think at this point they also have the same approach. If they're behind, no need to change a working system. Just do what others did, and then when you pull ahead, if you do, you can come up with your own strategy.
Yeah, fully agree with that. All right, 50% mark. That's where things get interesting for us.
That's the mine plus raid soak overlap. Probably the hardest part of this phase.
Indeed. Previous poll. This looked incredibly clean, so...
Fingers crossed we get through it and we can see some phase 2 and 3 action.
Exactly. Here come the mines. The first soaks are going to come through. The splinter soaks are on the follow-up. The second and third detonation coming in immediately as well. Big damage coming through. Skane dropping down to 20%, but immediately getting top offed again. The Disc Priest is ramping like crazy here. The mine soaks are done fast and clean. Now just the rocket soak without anyone dying. The Rogue is solo. Big shield to save his life there on the tail end of that impact. Great work by Method's healers. The double tap coming through. 3% left to go. We're still ahead in damage compared to the PB, so there should be no problem whatsoever.
We have a
Spray and pray. 10% energy left to go as we have 1% on the boss. They're gonna cut it close. 0.4. One more energy point. And just before the cast finishes, they're
that was
transitioning
so
into
tight.
the next phase. It was
guys,
so
clean.
close.
Bloodlust goes off, boss going with the first charge. Normally this is easy. I think the damage gets harder as the phase goes on. You just gotta move clockwise.
I love this weak aura, by the way.
Clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, I love that weak aura.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the weak auras to myself. I didn't help the splits, but I want them.
Yeah, in between, the boss gets dragged back by the tanks ever so slightly, so he charges into the turn of the room split of that big Tesla coil. So the raid group has the most space they can have to dodge. Another draw back here by the boss. He charges forward, and another bullet storm to be dodged. This should be the last one. Once this one is done, and you can see...
We can see Crystal almost going down, but he gets healed by last second, luckily.
So
we are
much
baiting now.
Yeah, mind bait is coming through. So much damage going out on everyone. Bangers, heal bangers. Oh my god.
Really
he is down
struggling,
on 20%.
but we're still
And now
alive.
the mind soaks are coming in already. Everyone on 20%, and the healers need to pump. The soaks are in. The healing absorbs are out and getting healed away immediately. The icicles are next. These need to hit the mines. You gotta clean your debuffs. 2 dead, 3 dead. Halme about to fall as well. You don't want to lose him as well, but it is happening. Norris gets picked up immediately, and the jails are out. Reposition onto the marks. They're breaking up the 4-spot formation here, putting it out to the side a little bit, but it's a lot of members dead. Maybe we can see a little bit more damage on
Once
the
the
boss.
sub goes off, everybody will die.
Yeah. The
So-
rocket breaks some of the walls. The last few goons still standing, but this looks like a pull that is to be about wrapped up.
I still like the fact that we reached this point, but we can see that the healers fell behind with during the phase 2, and then they never managed to get back into like full HP, which obviously once the mines arrive, if you're not fully topped, then the raid starts dying, and that's what happened. You can't get into that jail phase with 4 deaths, and all the raid are like 20-30% when the mines come, right? So I think was something, I don't know if there was something buffed, but definitely healing related issue there.
So this is what I was mentioning earlier, that I'm kind of curious what they're gonna do the next time they come here, because I saw them replacing the markers earlier, and we did see like they use these positions now. But yeah, like you said, they had an issue there with I think healer ramp was wrong there.
Yeah.
I think some healer didn't do the ramp properly.
You could
or
see
like,
that Tanner's POV with
Yeah.
the raid frame. Everybody was like at 30% by the end of the phase 2, and then the mines come, and if you're not top, we had like 4 or 5 deaths to it.
because the
We
way
definitely need
you have to
do
set
better
up
there.
like good healer cooldowns there and just pop one mine after another and just go through the healing. You saw it was really tense, and
But they fell behind, so they
fell
weren't even
behind,
popping
yeah.
the mines because they would just wipe all the raid. Yeah, I mean they didn't practice. I always say the intermission or second phase, whatever you want to call it, it's the most super intense part for healers. It's super chill as a DPS. You just have to dodge some 2 abilities. But as a healer, you know everyone's sticking down, and you know you have to also move while healing, and yeah, definitely very intense. And we could see now that if the raid isn't top by the end of that phase, then you just, as you said, with the mines, you just fall behind and you don't really recover from that.
Yeah, that's basically the whole point now here, that they need to like figure out, okay, what are we missing, what can we improve, and if that part is stable, then going into it was on heroic kind of similar. When you get those 2 prisons, all you needed before was just the raid to be stable. Like you needed everybody topped up, and then you go into those prisons and it was quite easy. Same thing here. If everybody's topped up, if everybody's healthy, we get those 4 prisons, we gotta go in and just kill it. From there, we get a bit of a breathing space. So I think if we pass that point, we are like sub 10% maybe.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, want to say NODA sent us the 1.2k donation, which we had yesterday from the quiz. So thank you a lot for supporting this good cause.
And
I just wanted to say it because we were waiting for the donation yesterday, because we did like some quiz, and if we got all the answers right, it would go up and up, right? So yeah, now they...
So Chad, you know what that means, yeah? So
I don't know, guys.
That means that the Bossman's score is gonna get painted green.
Yeah, Scott, I need to go gym later, so I can't go to the gym while being green.
Yeah, so that is going to be absolutely fun to watch.
And we also had a donation from Seeb. I don't know if it was announced.
I cannot wait to see the costume,
so
actually.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, we have some more pet pictures that we need to get back to at some point later today. But
yeah,
we'll
can do it
definitely
during breaks
get those
and stuff
done.
potentially.
Exactly. Dinner break, I think, is a good time frame for that. But in the meantime, we're waiting for Method to pull.
So
once
wait,
again.
you're also getting painted now, or what?
I mean, apparently I was one of those that was meant to be painted, but we'll see. We'll see.
But if you need to get painted, you know how much paint they're gonna need just because of you.
Yeah, true.
I think there is a joke to be made here about going goblin mode for a workout or something, but I don't know, man.
I mean, I would maybe do it if somebody comes with me to the gym, so I don't look like a weirdo, you know. Imagine how people are gonna look at me. Please have somebody close to me that has the same cosplay or whatever. I mean, doesn't look as bad, I guess.
Let's go and log our goblin mode workouts,
I mean, you would
dude.
do
I
a
can see it.
perfect. You would do a perfect Hulk cosplay, honestly. Like even look like Hulk a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, guys, thank you for all the donation. It's for such a good cause, and happy that we broke all our initial goals, and now it's like we need to figure a new one out because we are close to 6K already, and I'm sure like if we do like more transmog reviews and pet reviews, like we're gonna
might actually get there.
That was a fun segment. I was roasting pretty much all the transmogs.
Is your transmog always on point?
No, it's bad. I don't even bother with transmog.
Really?
In the past, I used to wear my challenge mode set from Mist of Pandaria because I think it's super cool. But then over time, I just got bored and I never used it again. Yeah, I've never been a transmog person in game, but I did roast somebody that showed the transmog, and I said, I'm not a transmog guy, but if my character looked like that, I would be forced to transmog myself, right?
I think if we set a goal at 20,000 that Skull comes back for a tier, we would reach it in 2 days.
Yeah,
true.
That would be something. I mean, we'll go check in with him. We'll see what it takes for Skull to come
You
back.
want Method to go top 10 or what?
I
hope he's not listening, guys.
I'm not commenting. I'm not commenting.
Skull cooking stream. I mean, Lorgok is apparently really good at cooking.
Nah, I disagree. I'm kind of forced, and with me cooking is that when I'm like deep into a cut or right after that, I like eating tasty food. I put a lot of effort into my meals. You know, I look at recipes. I buy like special sauces or sweeteners, like low calories ones, and I make stuff very tasty. But when I'm bulking, I just make food for the sake of it, just because I have to eat it, and I just get through it, you know. And it's super boring. I make bland stuff, kinda.
What's your favorite cut meal?
I mean, I don't have. I guess my favorite diet meal is the oats, because the way I make my oats is super tasty. Even now, unfortunately, in the hotel it's really boring oats, because I don't have all the stuff that I normally have at home. You know, I have frozen fruits. I use almond or peanut butter at home. Different protein powder flavors. Then I have like sweeteners that are no calories.
Yeah.
But in the hotel, I just have oats. I put some water, protein powder, and that's it. You know, it's super boring. But the way I make it at home, though, is by far my favorite. Also, cinnamon powder. I think it's underrated, but if you like cinnamon, super good for oats.
Yeah, my wife loves to take some blueberries, some cinnamon sugar.
Yeah.
Some milk.
Blueberries, I like them, but I normally use raspberries on my oats and a mix of blueberries and some other small red ones. I can't remember the name. I just get the mixed frozen berries, you know, and then I put them in the microwave with the oats, and they freeze kinda.
Yeah, okay.
How is it decided who gets different loot? So, let's say there are two people of the same class, and one gets a bigger upgrade. You're gonna give it to the person that gets the bigger upgrade, assuming that you're gonna use both. With stuff like tokens and stuff, or even like important items, you're gonna go by priority of role. So it's like DPS, then healer, and then tank, but also priority by class importance. So if it's a mage, that you always want a mage in because of the raid buff, and it's your main mage, like in this case Wildy will always get all the best items first, because you know that you're gonna use him every raid, every boss and stuff. And let's say it's a class that you're like, okay, we're gonna use this class maybe on 2-3 bosses, but he gets a bigger upgrade, then you're still likely gonna give it to the person that gets the smaller upgrade, but is guaranteed to be in on every boss. Now it's a different story if you're on Gallywix and you already have a preset composition. In that case, you're always gonna go by highest DPS upgrade or healing, whatever, because you already know which classes you're gonna use on the last boss. And at that point, it's not like you have to assume, oh, I give it to a second DH, but we're only gonna use one DH. No, at that point, if you know you're bringing 2 DHs, you're gonna give the item to the DH that gets the bigger upgrade, if you know what I mean. So there are different ways to assign loot, but the main, as I said, in short, main priority is DPS, healer, and third place tank, and then it goes by importance of classes that you assume that will always be in, so you don't waste the loot on people that are on the bench.
Our main mage would like a word with you. They actually gave some of his loot to me.
Oh really?
During
Oh
splits.
my god.
he was slightly disgruntled. It was very funny.
Yeah, that. I mean, in Warfare's guilds, you don't really ever give loot to healers. I remember once though, we did what was it, Sarkaret, and then I can't remember if it was the staff, and it went to a healer or something, and then the healer quit after a week. And while he literally mentioned it for like the next 6 months, he was so salty and mad. It was an insane item. And then like if you're quitting, at least just say, guys, give it to the DPS. If you don't want to announce you're quitting straight away, just be a team player. Say, guys, I can pass, you know. Yeah, but that's when post progression, you don't follow this priority as much, but you rather go by like eye level upgrade and stuff, because after progress, I mean, you're gonna get everybody to get full best in slot, right? But for progression, you really need to apply logic, and sometimes it can take even half an hour to assign loots, you know, because you wanna really do the smartest choice for the raid and not waste anything.
Exactly. But it looks like we're
getting a short break, so
indeed another 2-minute break.
It's a very short break, though.
Yeah.
But it's also about time for me to bid you guys farewell. My shift is done.
It was a good time, and we did some good progression.
Exactly. We had some good polls. We had some good times.
I like his play-by-play casting.
Yeah,
super,
he's really good. Very high played.
Thank you. I am glad you guys had a good time. I had a good time as well. So
yeah,
I think we'll do some more casting the next few days.
I think so. Yeah,
I'll be here.
I'm staying until Monday to Tuesday. So.
I'm only here tomorrow, and then I'm gone.
You're leaving as well?
Yeah,
Damn.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
I mean, we're here for 2 weeks, yeah.
Everyone, I arrive, everyone's leaving, man.
But we'll be watching the stream regardless.
Yeah, for sure.
At least you'll be keeping us company in spirit. That's good. I'll be here until they kick me out, but it's just probably gonna be once the race is over. So
I did say I would say 2 weeks before the race, and I'm not kidding. Yesterday was the first day that I was like, I'm hungry, and this morning I woke up, I couldn't sleep anymore because of appetite. So it is time probably for me leaving after 2 weeks.
There you go. Well. In the meantime, you guys are gonna chill here. I'm gonna bounce.
We're gonna chill here. Don't worry about us.
All right.
We have our chat. Chat is gonna keep us company, and we're gonna have a pool soon. So don't worry about us.
Good luck with the pulls. Have fun, and
chat is looking good,
nice,
guys.
See you later.
Bye, Litty.
See you. Method is looking good on this boss. I think if they keep performing the way they've been last like 24 hours, it's a good chance to be back in the race.
Sup, gamers?
Hello.
Today is the time to fucking lock in, huh?
Let's go.
Joins the card drops, they have bomb. I like that.
Of course, bro. It's time. I mean, they have to kill it tonight.
You guys, how long are you staying in this shift? I'm staying till 6.
I'm till 6 as well.
Okay.
6, I think.
You go gym later?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we can go later together.
I don't have replacement rate today, so I can actually go to gym.
Yeah, we can see after.
I think Dupes is also gonna go to gym after.
Oh really?
Yeah. We're gonna be method stack at
and
the
I have
gym.
a long session. Yeah, both training and cardio. So.
Oh, you didn't do cardio in the morning?
That's the thing. I start waking up because I'm too hungry, and then I eat, and then I go back to sleep.
But
because sleep is priority for progression, in real life progression.
Now we have another big brain on the couch, and I assume Shakin did not miss a single pull that we did today.
No, I saw they ditched their own strat as well.
Yeah,
they're
that's
going,
what I was
they're going
mentioning as well. Like I like that they tried it, right?
Oh.
Like why not? But they ditched it very fast, you know.
They
Yeah,
saw that one time when he got stuck
Yeah,
with the red
yeah.
circle, couldn't come in. It was like, okay, let's ditch this.
I always said, normally when there are guilds that kill the boss or go through a phase, it's almost never worth doing your own thing, right? It might be better, it might, but what's the trade-off? If then it's not better and you waste hours on it, like it's just simply not worth it, right? If you have a working system that a guild killed a boss with or got through a phase with, like, is it really worth it? I would say 9 out of 10 times it's not worth it risking it. So.
Yeah. It is a little bit different though from what Liquid did on the kill, because they have taken what Echo is doing. Basically, Liquid used 2 of the front ones prisons to soak the red one, and they only break the walls from the front 2. But the Echo strat is doing it on 3. Like you have the boss, and then you have the 3 prisons around, and then you break all 3.
Liquid often have different strategies on bosses. Even on Princess, they did a totally different thing.
Yeah.
I don't think their Princess strategy was as good, but it totally worked for them. And everybody and the other progression guilds ended up using Echo's tactic, but Liquids are the one that killed it first. So I feel like Liquid is the kind of guild that sometimes they may not have the best strategy, but they make up with it with insane personal individual play.
Yeah, they have insane
They're
skill,
really good individually. Like
Yeah,
they often happens, I think.
I often have to think about that because you just said it. Yeah, I agree. Their Princess strategy was really, like, wouldn't say bad, but it wasn't as simple.
as good.
It wasn't as simple to learn. But we had a thing on Sarkaret where it was the other way around, where Liquid had a much better strategy and Echo.
Yeah, that's in the Liquid one worked much better for the first as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why
and then Echo had like a brute force strategy kinda that almost everybody ended up using, which was really bad though.
Yeah, but then eventually it worked when you had crazy gear.
Yeah, once you got the crazy gear, it was the better strategy.
I remember.
But,
Wait,
but like
I completely zoned out. Which boss?
Sarkaret.
I remember, because I was still part of the World
because
first
it's one of those bosses that I will always remember, because we made a giant leap on that boss just because we went with the Liquid strategy, and our kill was basically with our best pool before the kill was 17%. We went 17-0.
Really?
Meanwhile, you watched all the other guilds doing the Echo strategy, and they would wipe 1%, 2%, 0%. They just kept, because the Echo strategy was all about damage. It was just crazy damage requirement, because you skipped the hard part of the fight.
Yeah.
But you needed so much damage to kill the boss. Where Liquid strategy was, you play the hard part, but if you do it, it's free kill basically. Yeah. So, and Method also did the Liquid strategy back then, I believe.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
When did Liquid go in then?
When?
Because like
I can't remember
how
precisely. Yeah.
I can remember if I think about it, but I have to think about it.
But I do remember what Perker mentioned, and I also remember that then Echo acknowledged that they just had the best strategy, and Liquid gapped them on that boss because of that.
I remember how last phase it was like everyone stand in the middle, then you get the 2 bombs you pick up at the back, and then you soak the big black hole in melee. Bombs go out to the side, usually mages. They go down. And then
was going
when
myself.
the mages come up, that's when you take the knockback with the gateway to the back room with the big circle in the middle. Then there you also soak a black hole.
Yeah, and then
you can't soak it on the mages, because then they get a stack, and they are supposed to get like the next debuff again.
That was the Warlocks that did the next one. The second set of bombs, the Warlocks did it.
Yeah, and they got rest or something, right?
No, the hole on the side, that was just...
If you get next bombs, Warlocks did it, but mages got the soak, the black hole. Like, if you were mages down with the bombs, you came up, you didn't have any stacks, then you got the black hole, so you could immune on top of all the pillars.
Yeah, that's true, that's what
and then afterwards, Warlocks picked up and went down.
Yeah.
And then when Warlocks came up, that's basically a time we pick up 2 more bombs, but then everyone goes down together.
Everybody goes down, and that was the Liquid strategy.
Okay, that's the Liquid?
That was the Liquid.
Okay, then
and
we copied that
Echo
one.
was basically skipping that step.
Okay. Yeah. Then we played Liquid.
First mines. Let's try to get excited if we cast the first mines part of this boss. I think it's so simple and generic by now. You know, just literally scout the soaking mines, the raid gets the paddles, raid soak here, and then we go into the other direction of the room.
P1 is like
I mean, P1
playable
has
for
some
sure.
overlaps, but not this first part, you know.
Yeah,
like this first part with the first jails and the first mines, I mean, it's super, super easy. But the overlaps with mine combined with soaks, I think that one is a bit sketchy, you know.
Towards the end, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just one of those fights though, where the one wrong move and somebody will die.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's very, very unforgiving. You just have to play very clean throughout the entire fight. I wish the whole mines animations would be a bit more visible. They're really, really blending into the room layout, right? Like it's hard to see them.
It can be, especially on the red side, right?
And it's also the fact when you get the circle, right, when they're like spawning, you see the mines walking towards the circle, right? The mines go out of the boss, right, kinda, in a way. And that also scares you already, but they are not active until they reach the circle, actually.
How many wipes do we have that we die in P1? Because that I've
We have a good amount, yeah. We only got to the last phase like 3 times from in the last hour and a half, because I mean the start was a food break. So, but I see that we're struggling with healing requirement in the intermission, or you can say phase 2, because it's super short. I rather call it intermission. We fell behind with heals, and then once the first mine spawned in the last phase, the raid was just all at 30-40%. So as soon as the mines got popped, which had to be popped before the jails, we just had 5 deaths. So the healers need to improve on that. I don't know if there was a ramp missing or something went wrong, but definitely the healing requirement was too much for them on the good pulls that we had.
Yeah, and I've seen other guilds struggle with that as well.
Yeah, definitely seems super intense. And I mean, if you get there only once or twice, it's hard. So it's one of those phases that you need some practice, especially because there is also a lot of movement, you know.
One thing I really like that, I hope we see that this pull, but we have started seeing in intermission how everyone that can cross the beam goes to the other side, because you're baiting all these like lightning circles in that intermission, right?
Oh yeah, so you bait less for the people
exactly.
that... that's
so
a good point.
Like half-half.
I mean, to be honest, here having class with Blink or way to teleport on the other side is such a massive help. I mean, mage is literally like cheat. You can mess up like the direction on which you go, and then you just blink over. It's one of those fights where it's so strong, mage.
This is a type of fight where I would definitely bring a third mage as well. We have one.
Oh yeah.
So I think we're gonna run 3 mages once we get here. Just looks like a perfect mage fight.
I agree.
Liquid played 3 mages.
Especially if you don't have like all these monks either. I mean, that mage is one of the better alternatives, I think, because I don't think many guilds are gonna have 5 monks, you know.
Yeah,
to Windwalkers, I mean, I don't know. I can see one Windwalker in lots of guilds, but I don't see any non-top 10 having 2 Windwalkers, to be honest.
But it's also such a hard spec to pick up, right? And I feel like if a lot of guilds start going onto the world first train with the Windwalkers, I don't know if that's gonna work good, because like it doesn't matter if it's an OP class if you can play it, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of the harder specs to play in game, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. This is the hard overlap that we normally get. We have the third mine spawn together with the rocket that needs to be soaked as a raid. We get the barrier down normally so that people have a higher chance of surviving. You normally want to pop all those mines before that overlap.
Exactly.
And we see a first death from Nate. We do have a rest, so it's still recoverable. Incy also goes down. We have another combat rest. Big raid soak incoming. Barrier down.
Incy yanked, I guess.
Yeah, he yanked.
I don't like the frames when you don't see if he has ank or not.
Yeah.
I like to
especially
see.
if you're a class that rests, you should definitely have have it visible. So, I mean, Crystal normally plays a priest and he never has to rest. So, but if you're a druid, you really need to know if they have ank, right? Because otherwise you waste cast.
And here we're gonna try to milk the boss. I think they're holding quite a bit here, because we wanna push over right on the 40% mark. Like we want a little bit more milk here, I think.
Perfect. Damage was very good. We faced it just how we wanted. So hopefully we managed to survive this intense healing requirement, which is the reason why we struggled getting into the phase 3 clean.
We popped last a little bit early, but you see how many are crossing over to the other side, and now we're baiting lightning on both sides of the boss. So I do like to see that.
Yeah, that is a good point I missed, but definitely makes sense.
And we always pull the boss back, because he can't charge to the other side and then you're screwed, so you always pull the boss back.
Watching tank POV is like, you can face roll so many abilities and still not die.
Yeah.
It's like that's why I believe that it's by far the easiest roll, right?
Yeah. It's definitely the easiest. Like it has the lowest skill ceiling.
Yeah,
but you can never fail because then
Yeah,
it looks so bad when you die.
Okay, we have a healer going down, which means we're gonna
do
fall
have a
behind
healer.
the
We
fields.
have- do
Yeah,
we-
but it's hard because the ramping of the healer
Yeah.
will be gone during the mine spawn. So the raid is a bit more healthy than earlier. So maybe we manage.
Yeah, so far we're looking great. Let's see the.
Oh, he got blasted by a mine.
Yeah, he got blasted by a mine.
Yeah,
That's
this is over.
unfortunate.
We don't rest. We don't have rest for the tanks. So yeah, it was a bit of a mistake, but it happens, you know.
He stood in a mine. I'm assuming it's still Skofte.
Yeah, Skofte soaks all the mines.
Yeah,
Normally,
so-
he just uses bubble and soaks them. And the Paladin is by far the best class for it. We can see all the like intense jobs are being done by him. Meanwhile, Nate is just tanking the boss on this fight.
Nate accidentally standing in a bomb. Then he leaped back on the floor into another bomb. It's like, oops.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see though, even during the intermission, the tank can just run over and not take any damage. If you do that as DPS, you're just straight up dead, you know.
Yeah, dodging those mines is way harder than it looks like.
Yeah, especially when you're melee, right? Some can be kind of hidden.
They also have a huge hitbox as well, like so it's.
You have such a time requirement at that point as well, because what needs to be done there is we soak 4 mines, we pick up all the shrapnel from them, then we leave 2 mines for the 4 icicles. When people get icicles, they have to put them through the mines.
Yeah.
I feel like
and then we do.
Too very low.
Sorry, it was a misclick.
All right. And then after that, we do all the prisons, and after we have handled all the prisons, we want to soak the mines again, like the 2 mines that are left.
Yeah.
I've seen Echo. That is where Echo are struggling currently. The mines that enrage, they don't soak them early enough, and they start like running after people, and people are just running around in a circle, hoping to not get hit by them, and then they die.
Yeah, but I mean, it was kind of. I watched Liquid last night, and you just know, okay, you can kill the boss, but you will still need a very, very good pull, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Liquid struggled sub 5% for like 4 or 5 hours, I think. Like each time I tuned in the night, I was like, oh, it's still 5, now it's 3%, now it's 2%, and then they got it down, you know.
The kill was really clean.
I didn't watch it, but
kill was clean.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can kill it otherwise. It has to be clean, so.
But getting out of intermission, I think we want to look at like the 23 point something mark. That is when we want the last spin to end. If we're on the 23 point something mark, then the DPS is at least looking good up until that point. And then it's like you play all the bombs clean, and you play the jails clean, which is like the hardest overlap of the fight. But if you manage to do that, it should be somewhat doable, yeah.
It's been a while though, like looking at the last few tiers, it's been a while where the last phase is like literally the hardest one.
Now it's always the hardest, yeah.
Yeah, because like in the recent tiers we did tend to have easier phase trees, and it was like, oh yeah, the hard part is getting there, you know. And now it does feel like every single boss is just super hard at the end.
Yeah, I mean, this expansion as a whole, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Queen was also by far the hardest before the nurse. Then when we killed it, the last phase was a joke, but for the top guilds, last phase of Queen was crazy.
That nerf was insane, though,
bro. I was so disappointed when I got to Queen last phase because we had like 5 clean pulls on it or 4 and it just died. Then I see Warfare's guild, they wipe for like 200 pulls plus just to get it done. You know,
and the DPS requirement was
crazy.
insane. They had to milk so much, pull off cooldowns and every single thing.
I mean, that might have been one of the hardest phase trees
yeah,
in general.
it was. Yeah, it was really,
well,
really
okay,
hard.
technically it was phase 2 now.
Even Firak last phase was really, really intense, to be honest, with the blazes and those seats.
Yeah,
we can see, guys, Skofte's POV is the only one doing something in this phase. He hawks the first without anything, I think, and then he just pops immunity to get through the other mines. We can see bubble goes off. Other people have to help soaking paddles on the edges. Just chilling, you know. Bubble, nice. First raid soak. Impossible to die from it. Like, this one is so easy.
Yeah, the fight really ramps up. Like every ability also increases the amount it does, basically, and then, yeah.
I don't like this ability that does a big red line. It's so useless. You don't even leave a paddle after you get the big circle on you. So unnecessary.
Well, I mean, I think the whole point about it is that it can kill mines, right?
Oh yeah.
And so, like, if you're doing some weird things
You don't
with
want
the
to
mines, it
misplace it and
becomes
stuff.
really complicated. Yeah.
But it has been like such a weird tier. I know we were talking about it yesterday, but basically the warrior tank is just tanking the boss, and the paladin tank is doing all the work.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Even on the 5th boss, Paladin was just doing all the extra work and doing the big debuffs normally, and it was just chilling. But I think the value of Bubble plus Pelward.
Yeah.
Now he's also putting the yellow paddles on the edges with Pelward. You can see Pelward is up.
He's playing with one hand. He's
chilling.
like, oh no.
I mean, it's funny, yeah, but that's what he has to do now. You also have Saka as a tank. So many utilities, to be honest. Such a huge value. Okay.
He did
This
something
is
with
too
his
easy,
hand,
guys.
and then he
This
went.
is- Let's see some spam POV. I like his big wigs bar. I wasn't gonna say the UI because the UI is not the best, but the big wigs bar, very clear and visible for us casters.
I don't like when players have the numbers showing on the rate frames, like.
Yeah, I
it
don't
just,
even know
it
why.
just tanks your
Clutter.
FPS
So-
completely.
so
yeah?
bad, yeah.
Yeah, well, why would you want to know that, like,
doesn't
Valdi
make
has
sense,
this
yeah.
much HP and stuff like that? Like, it just tanks your FPS completely.
I mean, it's just clutter on the frames as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't like it.
So unnecessary. But this UI has a lot of questionable things, to be honest.
He's North American. What can we expect, huh?
Generally, Warlocks tend to have a very awkward UI, but, like, the numbers are like, no.
THD plays like full Blizzard standard almost, no? THD?
Can't remember. But I've watched this UI a lot. I mean, his stream.
And then the numbers, that should be the Hellpots and Hellstones, right? The 2-1.
Yeah, that is Hellpot,
Yeah,
Hellstone, yeah.
that should be Hellpot
On
and
frame.
Hellstone.
Which for me, like when I was raid leading or healing, I think it's valuable. If you're a DPS and you're not a guy that talks ever, I mean, you don't have to have it really.
Yeah, I also track it. For me, I also want to see like in those because I think it helps more to see when people are overusing things. You know, like it helps pinpoint who is like not really sure how the mechanics work. You know how often like damage happens and then you see somebody pop a personal after.
Yeah.
And you're like, why? You survived it. It's over.
What?
That was a bit sketchy.
but
We see Raimi going down, but we have the combat dress available, so he should get back up soon. We got the rest. We can see Wildly breaking the shield almost goes down. Luckily, he manages to survive.
But
add shield broken.
Didn't
Gotta
even
make
pop
sure to
Cauterize
focus.
there.
Yeah. He did use healing pot, I think. I can see.
How long does it take until he
5.
one guy presses Arcane Intellect?
Oh my god. I always insta buff as soon as somebody dies. Okay, we
There we
missed
go.
the soak.
Yeah.
Red paddle missed by the raid, which means insta wipe.
I was gonna say, oh, we pressed Arcane Intellect, but Raim died again, so it didn't track him anymore.
Yeah, this pull was a bit questionable, but it's fine. We go again. I think I'm gonna take a food break, guys. Okay.
All good?
Yeah, go for it. Go
Yeah.
for it.
Did you eat lunch?
Yeah, I had it like earlier.
I am number 2, yes.
Do you reckon Echo is gonna kill the boss like very soon?
I mean, it's a hard fight. It can take a couple of hours, but it will definitely die today. I mean, for them, I think they want sooner rather than later, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean that's the funny thing, yeah, because the boss is 3%, and you would say, well, the boss is essentially dead.
Yeah.
But in reality, it could really take a couple of hours because just how hard this last part of the fight is.
Yeah, I think it has already taken like about an hour since they got their new best pull. So. But yeah, I mean, I know you guys talked about it before, and I think Method hasn't started out great this tier. I think everyone can agree and see that. But if they kill this boss today, we can all forget what happened, and it's just Gallywix rush.
I mean, I was saying that even before we got to that boss, but then chat goes against me and said like I'm coping too much. But I'm a big fan of like every boss is a different experience.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like things happen. We saw a lot of good things on the previous bosses, and we saw a lot of bad things. But like, sure, if we just had the better finish, you know, that's the only thing we actually missed. We even saw the graph earlier on Bandit, how fast it took us to get to that 1% mark, and then it's just like whoop. Then we just for some reason take 40 pulls to kill the boss, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And happens, but so far on this boss we are OP.
Yeah,
like different players almost. You know, like they. And it also shows that they have really, really strong mental, and they're really locked in, and that they believe in this. Because, you know, if you look at Strix, okay, you could say Strix, whatever, just a small hiccup. Lock and Stroke, you know for sure you completely failed that boss. And then on Bandit, you're like, well, it could have been way better. But then you show up on this boss, and you're like 60, well, now 72 pulls in, and you're at 18%. I mean, it just goes to show that they just fully believe in themselves, and they're so in this race. They want to be here.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that matters the most. If you have this mentality, all the other things are gonna get fixed in the future, or maybe even this year, because it's not over yet.
Yeah, I really hope that they've like what you're saying is true, because we know Liquid killed it this morning, Echo is gonna kill it today. So it's really just like, if Method can play well and they can kill this boss today, almost everything that's happened thus far doesn't matter at all. Like, now is the time to lock in, you know? Now is the time to don't fucking think about, oh, we wiped so many times on Bandit when we didn't need to. Oh, we screwed up on Sprocketmonger. It doesn't matter. We're on Mugsy. Tomorrow, hopefully we're on Galawix, and we're just blasting.
I want to ask you now as well, because like earlier I talked about it with Lorgok, and he didn't think that was the case, so I want to know your opinion. So let's assume Echo kills the boss like right now. Do you think they're ahead in the race?
Not by much, at least, no. I mean, obviously they're a little bit ahead because they get to the boss, but I think Galawix will be hard enough that seeing the strat from other people will be value that Method can catch up very fast. That we see on Mugsy, right? Like, we got to Mugsy lower percent because we can watch what the other guilds are doing.
Yeah.
We had our own idea. We even scrapped it because we swapped to theirs now. So it's like, I think if Method managed to kill today, I think it's very, very even. Actually. In the race, in my opinion, at least.
All right.
Do you have another opinion?
No. Well, I was gonna go to the method that the first initial question was about Echo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to know if Echo kills the boss right now, are they ahead of Liquid?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you think so?
I do, yeah.
Okay. I don't think so. I think Liquid has smurfed for many tiers, and we even talked about them having their own strats even since Sarkareth, right? Like,
yeah, I mean,
and they have already pulled a couple of times on Galawix. They're now sleeping. If Echo kills it right now, and they stream their pulls on Galawix, there's no way you can in any way say that Echo is add-on.
Oh yeah, they're not, but they would not stream, man. No way, yeah.
You don't think Echo would stream if they kill?
No, if the Echo was to kill and go Galawix, they would go instantly dark. I'm pretty sure about it.
I don't think so. It's too early to go dark, don't you think?
I don't know. Like, I think it's interesting because you also said like Liquid has been smurfing and they had their own strats and stuff like that. It is literally the biggest improvement that Liquid did make over the years, right?
Yeah.
Because they used to chain pull and just go, just learn the fight, figure it out somehow. And now they're really, really smart about the track tactics. They most of the time, I would say, have the better strategy, and that used to be the strong point of Echo, where people in the past would say, well, if it's a hard tier, Echo wins by default because Liquid cannot come up with strategy, and I think that's completely out of the way now. That's just not true anymore. That's why I also think that like Echo would go dark, because they always believe in their strats and Liquid believes in their strats, so we might actually end up in
full dark,
completely clueless full dark moment. Yeah,
I mean, maybe, but I don't see that happening. I mean, it depends. If Echo kills it super late at night, then Liquid have probably already started their stream and started streaming it.
Yeah.
Then there's no reason for them to go dark, I would assume,
Mhm.
right? So it is really like a timing here where like I think now is a little bit too early. If they kill it in a couple of hours, then maybe. But then Liquid is starting stream soon, and then yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
I'd love like for some absolute like insane scenario where like I don't know, like Method goes full Smurf mode, kills the boss within the next 2 hours. Echo does it as well, and then everybody goes dark. And then we're back like 5 years ago when nobody was streaming.
Everyone goes dark for 3
when
days.
nobody was streaming, and we just go guess things. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
I remember there used to be people going into the game on the server just to check what comp people are playing. You know,
Yeah.
they would just check who's online, and then that was everything we knew. Like there was no streams, nothing, and there all you knew is was the comp, and then you're like talking about the comp for like the entire day.
Yeah. I think if that was the case today, you know what people would do? Because everyone has multiple accounts. They would just park their characters inside the Ray or alts.
Yeah.
That's what they would do, for sure, bro. You would have like, you search Method, and you have like 60 characters inside the raid. It's like, okay.
I also have to say, IRJbo, what he wrote with this, he's so right. Because the moment I said 5 years ago, I realized, well,
That's
5 years ago was
2020.
Shadowlands, no? So
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, like 5 years ago feels to me like I was a teenager and just playing casual WoW, but in reality, it's probably around 10 to 15 years at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like end of Legion, I would say. Still, people did all of this shenanigans.
And Legion was like what, 2017?
Yeah, 2017 was end
I
of
don't know
Legion,
why I knew
think.
that now. But
Yeah, but I think 2017 is like end of Legion. Yeah,
yeah, and that's like 8 years.
that is crazy.
Wow.
Wow, we're old. Unfortunately.
Yep.
You're also one of those people that look very young, but you're older than you would
Oh,
think.
I'm
I
like
think.
one of the oldest
Yeah.
people at lead camp right now. Yeah. Well, I guess I got lucky.
Yeah, I mean that is good proc. Good proc.
All right, we seem to have a bit of a delay here. I guess they're just talking about some small stuff that they need to change, some small, because I feel right now healing is a bit of an issue.
Mhm.
Like they just need to find more stability. Obviously, very hard fight to heal. I think that is probably the thing they're talking about right now. This feast up icon always makes me hungry, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it looks so tasty, kinda.
It's always when it's a real feast, you know. Back in the day, or at least in this expansion, the feast that doesn't give the perma buff looks the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when people put down the fake feast, everyone's like, "Oh, fake feast, fake feast, fake feast," and then you get you put down the real one, and it's the real one. Because that is full scam. Putting down the feast that doesn't persist to death anymore, that is full scam.
Okay, so I have a question in regards to like those consumables. I know it is definitely not an effective thing for the world first race. But how would you feel about like unused consumables, like let's say damage pots with a cooldown?
What
So
do you mean now?
like an actual cooldown, like 30 minutes.
Oh, that fat cooldown.
Like that you can only use in that holy blessed pool, best pool of your life, and you're like, now is the time we use some heavy thing. How would you feel about? I know for world first race it would be a disaster. Yeah,
Yeah,
Chad,
I think
so don't
in
flame me.
general would probably be a little bit of a disaster. Like I know in lower tier guilds, you don't use augment rune every pull. You only use it towards the end on
Yeah,
hard
when
fights.
it's that's exactly also where I'm kind of going at.
And
Yeah.
people are also like sometimes rank 3 pots can be super expensive, so you like start progression with rank 2 pots, you're like, who cares? And then when you go for kill or it's a very hard segment, you rank 3 pot. There's also things I've seen, so if we had a pot or a potion, buff, whatever, that you can only pop every 30 minutes, it would probably be giga expensive, and you would feel like, oh, those are only our real tries. And then you accidentally wipe to something, big drama. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I 100% agree with you. I'm not saying I would want that in the game. We just had like a topic the other day, like between friends, where we were talking about like what kind of things you could add to the game that would make it easier for normie guilds to like progress the boss. And like you said, you know, most of the guilds won't use even an argument rune until it's a serious pull. Like you're gonna go into last phase, like for example, Queen Anzurek was like you get into the last phase, everybody is alive, and you're like argument runes, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying is like, you know, instead of just waiting for some nerfs or so, what if there was like an utility like that is like, okay, you get 5% damage buff when you pop it, but it's like 30 minutes cooldown, so you cannot just like use it every pool.
I personally don't think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I don't think either. I just wanted to know your opinion about it, because I think it would literally cause drama. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
like,
it would be.
You call
big
guys
drama.
big pots, pop it there right now. You do it, and then boom, wipe instantly after.
Yeah, someone is in their cooldowns with their big potion. Obviously, they don't want to do their mechanic, and it's like you wipe, and you're like, what the? Come on, bruh.
Flask of supreme power. And you should have like a weak aura that pops out Palpatine's picture with like the lightning out of his hand when you pop it.
But it is, I mean, a lot of consumables I feel like are being used nowadays compared to not too far back. I feel like we have everything. We have like thing on the weapon, flask, food buff, potion. Then you have augment rune. It's like when they have the ready check with like MRT,
Yeah.
like the whole window is covered with
I mean,
buffs.
I feel like that just adds a bit of an RPG element to the game, right? It's not really like fun, I guess. Especially like from competitive aspect, but I would assume that a lot of players, you know, that and we always need to remember that World of Warcraft, I think the largest community is the casual community.
Yeah.
And it will for sure feel good if you just put an enchant and things like that. Like it feels like you're working on your character, right?
Bro, crafting was so expensive though. When you're crafting like weapons for 12 characters, and then you're like, okay. I think one weapon craft was like 30k or something.
Oh, I mean,
and for 12 characters, that's a lot of money, bro. You're up in 360k, bro.
The first year of this expansion was insanely expensive.
No.
Like we went broke. My guild had no money for that.
Did you do any boosting?
Yeah, we did, but we got robbed.
Really?
Yeah, we got robbed by 25 million gold by an ex-player, so...
Oh, no.
Unlucky, guys.
Classic Honolulu moment, though, a little bit.
For sure. Alright, closing in on that 50% mark. That's where things always get interesting.
Yeah, P1 really is like mines. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
It's just mines.
Like, just don't accidentally pop a mine, and obviously don't over pop them.
Yeah.
Let the healers heal up.
I managed to soak every single one can also be kind of hectic at times. Which will be the one that's coming up at around 50% mark, yeah. Someone saying back to farming Black Lotus. Classic gamers, you know.
The one thing I'm against is that this boss, like, only with the walls, right? You could say it gives me an Altarian vibe, yeah? Like,
really?
Yeah, because of the walls, you know. Like,
yeah.
There is a wall mechanic, and it's second to last boss. So for me, that feels like, you know, they just took one boss and like, okay, let's use this.
Neltarion, what an ass boss, bro. I didn't like that
You
at
didn't
all.
like Neltarion?
No.
No, I love that boss.
I hated it. You had to press the weak aura thing, then you got assigned to a number, and you go to the corner. In the beginning, at least, we had the map, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of a good weak aura. So good they broke it. So on farm we had to just YOLO it, but then they made the circles like super small, so it doesn't matter. One person dead, but we have 2 reses, and we're through the hard part. Now we're to the milking, to last phase. We have seen at sometimes here they pop last, which I think they will do now again. Yeah, they pop last a little bit early, just so that we can practice. But ideally, you don't want to pop last here. You would want to pop last now.
Yeah, good call there as well. They really needed that last. That was like very, very tight right now. So also Biff is a really good raid leader. Good thing that he spotted that there, because we would have just wasted another pull. You know, just use it, go practice the phase. You lost a few percent on boss damage now, but you don't care. You know you're not in kill range yet.
Yeah.
So.
And every class that can go to the other side, make it easier for everyone's bait. We have 1 dead, but we will rest them up afterwards. Does it look on the raid frames that we have swapped cooldowns here, or I feel like we're dying? We're dying.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that we died here. I wonder what happened. Did we just like play bad?
Maybe. I mean, if you have the good lust, it's also helping healers here, right? Because then we would have a lust a little bit longer into this phase. Would help with the healing, assume.
I mean, I assume this was just personal mistakes now on the deaths, right? Like.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't see. I mean, I can go and check when Logo comes back. I can just check on logs real quick what happened on this pull. Just like to pull that.
It's funny though that
1433.
this is essentially a heroic mechanic though. Like, the only difference is that the room is cut off. So.
Yeah. But I think it spins way faster and just the things on the floor, right?
But you also have a VCAR now telling you left or right. You know. On heroic, I mean, I know there is like a way how you can guess it, but on heroic we just YOLO'd it. Yeah, you just figure it out.
Yeah, I heard Rage this morning was flaming the Raiders for needing a weaker for it. But I feel like...
Wait, Rage was flaming?
yeah, she was flaming on the couch here, flaming the Raiders that they needed a weaker for clockwise, counterclockwise. But I feel like when you know it's clockwise, you can sneak and like go diagonally super far left.
Oh yeah,
so
for
that you don't have to move as fast. And that is like the time you want to save. I mean, it doesn't say that much. You can remember it, but it is also like...
It gives you a head start where you should be placing yourself in advance, so you have a bit more extra time to damage, especially as a caster, right?
Yeah. Because if you go to the middle and then you have to start running around, it's like way more running.
Exactly.
But if you go far left, then you're fine for a long time.
And like that's also the hero phase, right? So you do want to milk some damage there. That's where that's where you're gonna gain the most damage in the entire fight. Like from afterwards, you're just surviving. You're just playing a game of survival till the end. You're not gonna milk the boss as hard as you can in that phase. So
in that phase, we push from 40% to around the 23, a little bit more, like 23.8 or something like that. And yeah, I mean that's almost half the damage required until the end. So it is a lot about surviving, and then you have to kill all the goons and stuff.
I believe we didn't have a soul stone.
It looks like it, yeah.
That's what's happening right now.
But also saw a lot of people walk away from their desk.
Yeah, because probably they heard we have no soul stone, so they were like, okay, break time.
Even Kanamans went and poked on Wildy's shoulder. I don't know why. Usually when you don't have soulstone, it is that a healer dies during the pull and they just press soulstone.
And they just press soulstone, yeah.
If that is not the case, then Spen gets a stern talking to. I remember always watching Shella's weakers on his screen before the pull.
Yeah,
so
no
it's like,
soulstone.
no pet, no soulstone, pet on passive. It's like the whole screen is just covered in text.
But I feel like, you know, we know Shella pushes keys a lot. I feel like players who do so many keys, they have the reflex to always soulstone the healer, right?
That is true.
Or like the tank or whoever they're doing it on, but like they're gonna be less prone to forgetting it. I'm
a little bit sad we don't see Shella He's not here at the venue. He's only in on one boss.
It's just not a Warlock tier as well. They
Yeah.
had like one fun boss and that's it.
That is true.
Well, we don't know Gallywix though. Like everything is possible, but
And
generally
lately,
looks like a.
I know also Shella, he likes diving into like minuscule min-max on logs and stuff.
Oh yeah, he's very
So,
smart.
He loves to do that stuff.
I had him explain Smolderon to me, and I was like, "Wow, that was really good." You know, like he just took a paper and just drew some lines, and he was like, "Okay, I get it now."
Yeah. My TLDR on Smolderon was like, first set you have a big gap, no stressing. Second set is super rough.
Yeah.
And then we go into mission.
I think the best strategy, the best strategy that you could write for Smolderon was first telling people to reduce graphic settings.
That is true.
That they can actually see the tornadoes. That was insane how much difference that made.
Yeah. I remember a lot of people had a weak card that just did it automatically when you got into a fight with that boss. Hopefully we see a peace ripple now.
It's also interesting to see that how heavy favorite Shadow Priest was up until this boss.
Mhm.
Well, you could also say that on Lock and Struck that was also not the best Shadow Priest fight, but that was just mainly due to all the mechanics that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
But now you see it like on this boss, like it's not being used. It's questioned, and how do you proceed on the next one? I mean, I do think that the guilds always look at the land boss, and that's where they start prepping the characters mostly. But I mean, I'm again in this dilemma where I'm like, well, Windwalker is great, Mage is great, just get more of those. So I don't know, is the Shadow Priest type gone, or do you think like it's just temporary and on the next boss we're back to 2 or 3 Shadow Priests?
I think what you said before is like the most important, that they look towards the last boss. And this time around, obviously no testing. Dungeon Journal was a little bit iffy, like people are trying to figure out what happens. And I think a lot of people expected the bomb to come from 1 ad or 2 ads or something like this. And in Heroic Normal, we see like 8 of them, 6 of them.
Yeah.
Like, so I think Shadow Priest loses a little bit value there maybe. But I mean, we wanted to play quite a bit of Shadow Priests on One Arm Bandit, so I think on Gallywix, if ad DPS has a lot of health, Shadow Priest value stonks rise.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that Method skipped out on early on this tier for sure is Mage value, because Mage value on all of these bosses have been insane. I remember you saying that to me behind the scenes, like one of the earliest days. You were like, we're going hard on the mages. I think this is a big mage tier. And you were definitely right there. And it's also like when fire is good, then you have Cauterize and you have Ice Block. Like,
and I think that's always the main point that like you cannot ignore, right? Like when Arcane is good, Arcane is very cooldown dependent and very Arcane is like this. The fight has to suit them. Period. That's it. Like Arcane can do Arcane could do 20% more damage than any other class, but if the fight style doesn't suit them and they cannot do their cooldowns properly, it's just not gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
But Fire Mage is a complete different story because they have the freedom to do anything, right? Like Fire Mage can just blink around, cast while moving, do whatever, and then when Execute comes in, that's where they're just like in Wonderland, yeah. They're just like completely. It's like playing a Warlock in Mists of Pandaria with Kill Jaden's Cunning, or how was it called?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels absolutely amazing when you get to a hard part of the fight. Not only do you know you're doing a lot of damage, but your mind just is free when you can just spam Scorch instead of having to stand still and cast Fireball.
Yeah, exactly.
Like your mind is completely free of the game. You're just like, oh, what mechanics? Like, oh, popped my Cauterize. Unlucky me. I guess I have to press one of my 1,000,000 defensives next time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you look at the Windwalkers, they only affected the melee comp, I'd say. Like, you know, they probably... Because I think Warrior looked way better and the Demon Hunter looked way better. But now with the Windwalker, you're like, okay, we can play a Windwalker instead of a Demon Hunter or instead of a second warrior.
Yeah.
So I don't think they affected much of what you do in range, but yeah.
Windwalker also gains a lot of value on this fight because we need classes that can get out of the goon prison.
Yeah.
Missed a bomb there.
But that's also where the second Demon Hunter comes into play for us, right? Like, looks a bit sketchy when they do it, but it works, right?
Yeah. You double jump, get the wings, venture retreat out.
But you also have to pick like a side of the wall that is not too tall, right?
I think so, yeah. If you go in the gaps, I think you're safe 99% of the times.
Yo, how are you?
Hello.
What did you eat? Chicken and rice?
No, I made beef and I was lazy to make also rice, so I just I bought the rice cakes at the supermarket, which is still rice, just
in cake form.
Yeah. It actually I liked it a lot. I mean, now I like everything, but
You hungry every day now?
Now, yeah.
It's starting to kick in?
Yeah, I was saying that this morning I woke up like 6:30. I couldn't sleep anymore because of the hunger, and then I went for breakfast and I went back to sleep. It will get worse and worse.
Yeah, understandable.
I was checking also while eating some Echo Spools. They're also struggling a bit with early wipes right now.
Yeah. It is one of those bosses, right? Like, even in last phase, it's mines that does so much around this fight. And when you have another mechanic lined up with it, it's really hard. Either we have to do it fast, so then we need a lot of healing for the heal absorbs, and we need to soak everything, and then we need to handle the mechanic we are doing afterwards. So
there are like 2 hard overlaps before the first, the end of the first phase, and that's where normally people start dying. But on a clean pool, you ideally don't have any deaths early on.
Someone saying, what do you think about German grocery stores?
I don't know what's so special about it. I mean, there are many. Like I read that in Europe is the country with the most grocery stores for like a square kilometer.
Okay.
There are many, but I don't know. I don't see anything too special about them.
It is kind of crazy. I feel like, at least around this area, this is basically the only place I've been in Germany. We don't have the huge supermarkets, right? It's just a lot of small ones everywhere.
No. Where I live, I have 3 next to my place. Literally, like within 40 meters or 30, there are 3 different supermarkets, but they're all like a bit minor.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if I drive like 2 kilometers, there is like a gigantic one, like US style supermarkets, you know.
What does the Austrian say?
I want to say that I prefer the Austrians ones because, like, you're right. And the one thing I see in Germany is, like, they have a lot of those grocery stores, but they're a bit smaller, right? And Austria has, like, only the big ones. So we don't have the small ones. We only have the big ones. And we do have a few of them as well in every city, like, so there's plenty. But I prefer when it's a bit bigger and you have, like, a lot of things to choose from.
And it's usually, in Sweden, it's the same way I would feel like. When I grew up, I feel like there was a lot more the small ones. But the small ones have been replaced almost by like bigger ones at centers everywhere. But if you go into Stockholm, then it's horrible. Like they buy, it almost feels like you're in New York when you're thinking about grocery stores in Stockholm. It's like, you have a big building and bottom floor is like a little shop.
Yeah, it also depends from the area you live in. Like I lived in Rome my whole life, and in Rome it's hard to find like gigantic ones where I lived in the center.
Yeah.
Because there is simply not enough space, you know.
Exactly.
So you would only find them inside malls. Like if you go into a mall, then they have like the huge supermarket US style. But outside of that is like more smaller ones everywhere.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, the mine goes unsoaked, and we have Kane going down.
sketchy.
We have the combat rest, so we can recover from it. I think we're gonna keep going.
The problem always the issue when this happens though, even if you survive it, you probably had to overcommit on something, and you're just not gonna have it for the later part of the fight, and you know you might be just delaying the inevitable, you know.
Yeah, like they're doing right now.
We don't know what they're trying. I mean, we have that. I guess they just want to get through the intermission and then just use Bloodlust for the damage requirement. But I think if you have 2 deaths so early and don't have a combat dress, I don't know.
Yeah,
I would probably just call it. But that's what I was saying yesterday. Like, I'm one of those. As soon as I see something negative, I just start calling the wipe, and I get flamed for it often.
I would probably want to call it as
I
well.
mean, in this case, I think you're right though, because it's gonna be hard to push the damage check of this phase.
Yeah.
They will 100% have to use the hero for it. I think they just want to practice this. I think that was the call. I think they just want to practice this point because here you're still like wiping here and there. So because I don't think you're gonna make the push properly. Even with hero, I think it might be.
Yeah, they're quite behind on damage. Oh, with hero it's doable. Bloodlust.
Yeah, but if you bloodlust here, I feel like a lot of, at least the sediment here on the couch, maybe the raiders aren't feeling the same way, but we're like, ooh, we're taking a lot of damage in intermission, we're dying here.
Yeah.
And we don't want that to be like a mental barrier, that, ooh, we're gonna wipe now, and you start practicing intermission with less bloodlust uptime in intermission, then you will die even more.
Yeah, no, but in this case, I mean, it makes sense kind of to call the wipe, because in that case, you're gonna have to shift bloodlust early to make the DPS check, and also you are basically going into the whole fight with one less person alive. No combat rest is available, you know, and it's super early into the fight. We had like 2 deaths at 80%. Obviously, it's a different story. If you're like a bit deeper into the fight, then you might as well say, oh, let's just, you know, test the mechanics and stuff. But in this case,
I'm an early wipe enjoyer myself, for sure.
Yeah, same. We're doing great, Rise Demons, thank you. So Echo is pretty much matching Liquid's pull count. I mean, earlier we had a small disagreement with Perk. He was saying that if Echo kills it before Liquid wakes up, he thinks they're ahead, but they're not even close in my opinion.
Oh, we had this when you were gone. I asked him actually.
I said the same as you, Logok, yeah.
Yeah, Liquid is ahead by like a good amount by now. Even if the Echo kills it now, they just have like 5-6 hours lead, I think. Like, but I mean, the last boss obviously is the one that matters most, and ideally is the hardest. So gives room for both Echo and Meta to catch up, especially if Liquid underperforms on it. But yeah,
it's one of those tiers though. For sure, Echo knows they need to kill it this reset.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Like,
but I don't think Blizzard wants to prolong it to the next reset. Unless they maybe delay the buff, but that would be so weird. Unless they make it so hard that the buff isn't relevant.
Yeah.
Because maybe you don't even get to the last phase before the reset. And then in that case, it's fair, right?
But I feel like this tier is already like it has like the perfect setup for the community drama after, because like if Echo is to win, then it's gonna be like, oh, Liquid had power outages and things and that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that there will be much like to discuss unless it only goes into the next reset. Like power outage at the end of the day and the login issues, that kind of evens out a head start.
Yeah, but then they get reset before, right? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The reset, if they kill it because of an early reset, then that's obviously like super controversial and not fair. But if it dies before the reset and it's Echo winning by like a few hours, I mean, you still had the head start technically, so.
Yeah, Filthy in the chat has the right attitude. Echo ain't winning, Method is winning. I mean, we were talking about world second here. We obviously know we're taking the world first.
Good point. Rocket soak, everything clean. Mines were soaked properly this time around. Big tank line, I guess that's how you will call this ability. It's called tank soak on big weeks. I guess that's the way to.
It's called double whammy shot.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess they.
Is that what
it's actually called double whammy shot,
right?
Double whammy shot.
I mean, double whammy. I'm not sure if it's shot the last word, but it's double whammy something. Yeah, I think it's shot.
Double whammy.
Chat, I know you guys are in game. Just open the journal and tell us if it's a double whammy shot.
We will see another one, right? So
yeah, but I think it's not gonna say like the entire word. It's gonna say double whammy. But yeah, the names are amazing. Yeah. Everything in this tier, like from the design, from like the whole vibe and the ability names and the bosses' names, it's all cool. Yeah, really, really heavy goblin team.
Is it always for everyone that like boss 1 is lowest and then it grows upwards with?
No.
That's reverse, right?
Yeah, it's reversed.
It triggers me.
I've never seen it before, actually.
All right, chat confirmed it. It is the double whammy shot.
Yeah, I never call the abilities for what they're actually called. I only say how you handle them. Every
Yeah,
time.
and in top guilds, especially with complicated names, you always rename to something that is understandable by everyone on big weeks. So like in this case, they call the tank line, the whatever it was named, tank soak. So you know that's tank soak, you know. Then mines is mines, and yeah. I guess mines also have a different name, right?
Yeah, it's unstable mines or something.
We just want to make it so that it's clear for the raiders what ability is coming. Oh, that's some nice soaks right there. Every paddle being soaked. We go with the immunity rocket soak. This one is also easy. This is not the harder part of the phase. I think the next rocket is where it gets a bit sketchy. If we get through that. Skofte also handles this mechanic. He's just doing everything here.
Yeah, I mean, Warrior is just there to press 1, 2, 3, do big damage.
Yeah.
That is the Warrior brain. Good to see that it fits onto the tank as well.
It's really funny how Warrior came out of nowhere this tier, like the Prot Warrior, because for the most time on the PTR there was like a completely different vibe. It was like, alright, you know, Prot Paladin, Blood Decay, even Vengeance Hunter was being mentioned, but even every time Vengeance Hunter gets mentioned, you just know that's not true. Yeah, that's just, they're always unkillable, broken, blah blah blah, and they never end up on progress.
Yeah.
But then yeah, for me it was like I was actually watching when Max was doing the community tier list, and then I think it was a clip from Dratnos that he looked at, and he got DC'd on the first boss PTR because the first boss on PTR on Mythic had the disconnect issues. Like you would get a mechanic, you just instantly DC. Happens very often in general, like on PTR. And Dratnos was just tanking the boss while being DC'd. Like, I was on his Warrior, I think, and that was like, okay, yeah, this is it, the Warrior tier.
Blasting.
We are approaching the art overlap, which is the mines combined with the rockets. And if we get through that with everyone alive, we can assume that we're going to go straight into the phase 2, which is the phase we want to practice together with the last phase. So let's see if we manage to get through here. First mine being soaked by Skofte. Far away paddles, perfect blink. There is 2 more right there
in the
on
back.
top. Oh my god, nice leaps.
We got it, right?
And rockets, raid soaking coming. Seems like the raid is alive, every mine was
Barrier
soaked.
down, we get in.
Then surviving. Yeah, they're getting blasted, but
Boss
like
percentage looks a little bit behind. I think we're gonna lose here again.
no, I don't think so. You can see on top right of the screen we're totally
Yeah, I think we're
with
fine.
damage, yeah.
I think we're fine actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. All good.
Yeah, we have to rest his
because you
want
wanna push. Okay.
Yeah, no, because you also you can push into the cast as well.
Yeah, but you like the milk. All the other guilds are doing, or at least Liquid did on the boss there. Is like they wait towards the very end of that push before they go over to the other side, and they don't want to trigger the other side before intermission, basically.
Okay.
So you before 100% energy, you need to push the boss.
But so far so good. As long as the raid stays healthy, which is very important to end this phase with the raid properly healed up, I think we can get a good phase 3 attempt.
All right, we have another
so
charge
last
now.
charge. Raid
This is
definitely more healthy than it used to be.
Exactly, I was gonna say, yeah.
Except Fady, but I think it will be fine.
Yeah, I think you only really die initially.
This is definitely the cleanest phase 2 I've seen so far.
So now we need to soak 4 of the mines.
And just don't get accidentally killed by that. So we see 1 go off. That's planned, obviously. Healer cooldowns are out.
We're soaking 2 more, 1
yeah,
more.
And that, okay, we have a CR for that, and everybody else is fine.
Get him up.
ISS into the mines that are still
ISS into
alive.
the mines, remove the debuff. Let's see.
Okay, we have a good
Perfect.
attempt
Okay.
at the prisons here. Like a really good attempt at the prisons. We will see.
They are in position. Everybody is in. Perfect. All right, let's go.
We still see everybody alive. Gotta make sure to kill those ads and soak those rockets with the immunity. We can see Jimmy jumping over.
Absolute
getting in the
best pull so far, chat.
Very, very good, guys. See,
Ooh,
3 people going down, but
So that was the immunity issue, I would assume.
I can see 1 Ed is down, 2 more going down now, 10% left, which means we get through this part for the first time ever. We still have a combat dress. You can dress a DPS.
Finger gun is not hitting the 1 Ad under the boss, and we need to actually have started soaking these mines already. Now we're gonna kite them just to get the best pull and see the next part of the phase. But we need to have already soaked these mines to be honest.
So somebody accidentally popped now, I guess, and then it was over.
Still good though, we got through that part for the first time. I did notice that the damage was very uneven on those ads. So I do wonder what went wrong, because there was an ad that died while the others were at 50%. I wonder if somebody went to the wrong area, or maybe they lacked some cooldown. You definitely want them to die around the same time. Although I have to say that the person that gets the rocket, like in this case it was Jimmy, he had to get out of his jail early on. So I guess that ad is always going to have a bit less damage, if you know what I mean. But yeah, this was a good pull. We got to see that part. We got the new best by 4% compared to the older new best. Definitely good good progression.
But I'm surprised why we died on that soak.
I assume that they either, like, because I feel like, you know, those should be the immunities, right?
Yeah.
So either they just completely forgot about it, or they just mistimed it,
I think some people just soaked by mistake or something.
No, but I also saw Wildy was one of them, right? And he should have an immunity there.
I do see Wildy sometimes being a bit greedy with late immunity. He pops it like on the last global, and obviously you need to do that on a boss where it's very tight on DPS check. But when you're just progressing these phases, just play safe. Even if you lose 1 full second of uptime on the boss, definitely think it's more beneficial for the raid.
That is usually like the real question about like top end raiding, because you have people, and I usually was one of the people that always played very safe, which meant like mechanically I could hold myself like down very good, but then on like super min-max bosses I only start min-maxing damage like quite a bit when it is required, and then you otherwise have like people, you know, fragments, while these people are known for just like min-maxing damage, even though it might not really be needed. So it is like one of those questions, how should you play?
I think it's also, I think it's a really good point that you're like bringing up here, but because in general in normie guilds there tends to be a bit of a pressure to show up on logs as early as possible, but I also agree with you that you should basically learn the fight first, feel comfortable about a certain overlap or part of the fight, and then just start optimizing the damage. But nowadays if you do that, you're gonna end up like having very low numbers, and then it's like, oh, why are you doing no damage and this like that. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword, I feel.
I think it's all about the specific fight and having common sense. Like in this case, I don't think it's ever worth gridding it out. Then once you start reaching like very low percent pulls, then it makes sense. I'm always one that is known to like min-max damage a lot and do like big numbers. Like on my class, I mean, this is a weird flex, but I've never played with somebody that clearly like beat me damage-wise. But it doesn't mean that when I was progressing a boss early on, I wouldn't play it somewhat safe. You know, like I remember on Jailer, it's a good example. Like in Echo, Canex was often doing the wild charge after getting bombed just to min-max an extra second or two in phase 1. That wasn't a DPS requirement. And despite being a DPS gain, you would gain 2-3 seconds per phase 1 at best on a phase that you don't gain damage. He did it well every pull, but he died twice to it. And even though you know, you did gain a couple of seconds per pull, like those 2 deaths in phase 1 could have been avoided and it weren't necessary, right?
Exactly.
So it's all about having common sense and being like, okay, it makes sense to do it here. You know, if I know it's a super tight DPS check and it's the last phase of a boss, execute, then I would do it myself too. But if it's a phase 1 or a part of the boss that you just want to get through to see the next phases, then I think everybody should just play safe.
And we have had so many bosses that are that, like, oh, P1 damage check is not a problem. Then now we don't need to min-max P1 anymore. It's just better to just hold cooldowns for a later part, or like not greed, like, oh, you get a mechanic just take the global and press like a
Yeah.
personal, or as a druid, go bear farm. Even though you're super safe already, you could just go bear farm. It doesn't matter because we don't need to push the damage.
Unless you're in a mirror seal, then you're just bear form the whole time.
Yeah, on the last boss, bro, I went into on the last boss to be like, yeah, let's try bunking for like 10-15 pulls. I would have to sit bare from like half the phase 1 to make it alive, and I was like, just get me out of here, like, please.
All right, I'm gonna go for a quick refill.
Yeah,
so
go, enjoy.
So we had a good pull, now we're talking again. Strat talk. Maybe they're fixing what you said, the goon damage being uneven.
It was very uneven, yeah, I gotta say. I saw not dying, and then there were the other 3, it was like 50, 40, and another 20.
Yeah.
Could also be that somebody had like 2 minus cooldowns coming back, and I just popped them there. I do wonder what's the idea behind it, because obviously you want a lot of damage on those, so because the earlier you clear them, the easier everything becomes. But then you also want boss damage, so... But then you have classes that can get out either way on their own. It's a bit sketchy. I mean, this is one of those parts where you really need to assign things in a proper way.
Yeah. Okay, they're shifting a little bit here. I wonder if this is like liquid, because now it's looking a little bit more liquidy than echoey. Maybe not when they move that one forward. It's probably a triple person still, because liquid only did double from my memory. Do you like this tier from a watching standpoint?
I think it's pretty good, yeah. I mean, obviously the final judgment comes from the last boss.
Playing. Oh.
Yeah, no, from the last boss, to be honest. Like, last boss, if it's a disappointment, like Sarkaret for me was a disappointment, or if it's a hard one with like great mechanics, then it will totally change my final opinion.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they have changed the fight on Mythic compared to Heroic.
Yeah.
That is very interesting to see.
But so far, from the first bosses we've seen, and doing it on Heroic myself, and the first 4 Mythic, I would say I give it a 7 out of 10. 7.5.
And last tier, what would you place that on in comparison to this one?
It's hard because it had a lot of hard bosses. The first 4 were like super easy and boring.
Yeah.
I mean, difficulty-wise, the last one was like a 9 out of 10 until the last boss, and the last boss was also... So difficulty-wise, the last year was like a 9.5, you know?
Yeah.
This one is looking more towards like a 8 out of 10 difficulty, which is still very hard. And I put something like Sepulcher like a 10 out of 10, you know, like the ultimate challenge.
Yeah, Sepulcher was crazy.
10 out of 10 when it comes to difficulty, guys, not in terms of raid or design in general. I took a break earlier, so but I will do it like 2 hours.
We can do that still. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go to comms a little bit, take a little bit of a break, since the raid is talking anyway. Could be interesting to listen to. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
I have to jump out immediately, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if Bangers does this middle soak instead of you, then this won't be an issue.
You had the soak on you, so you would have to jump out either way.
Well, if he just soaks on the set before, he doesn't get it.
Right, like that, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we can. This does mean, though, like, Bangers can't, like, turtle the mines after.
Verb can just do it instead, then.
I guess he has to, yeah.
What are we achieving?
I think we have one less mage, right?
But what are we achieving if we're just swapping mine and Bangers' assignment?
That you are inside and Bangers is outside. That's about it.
It's better that way, I think.
I mean,
you can always get out yourself. He can't necessarily.
Okay,
Also,
but
Hunter pets is annoying with these.
them pets are awful. What about we do what Nala said though? Or is that real bad, do you think? Because Verb could get from Skull to still the middle to do the soak.
Then the same thing is gonna happen on Skull,
I
right?
think we have a perfectly decent fix here. We just
Who do we
put
have
bangers
as our
in.
soak?
I mean, at the moment it'll be Nate, Scofter, Bangers, Mage, right? And I guess Uggs as well by the sound of it, if that's what's...
Doesn't that already work? Don't you only need 5?
Yes, but we want 6. Just if
It's
in case
very
anything
nice
happens.
to have 6, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
And then it frees Verb up.
Where we wiped, do you want the finger gun to the wall or to
Finger
break
gun through the
surging
edge.
ad? Okay. 'Cause I was thinking if we're only killing the 2 that we're on top of, because the other one
We
is gonna
talked
be
about
a
this,
mega
right? It
far.
stuns
Yeah.
them.
Oh yeah, it does. Sorry.
No, everything was fine. The stuff was put in the right place for the most part. It's just we just kind of didn't kill goons quick enough. And I think this will help with that a lot. Changing. Do we move the markers?
I moved them, but you need
No,
to verify.
that's fine, I think. I mean, Skull can kind of just be against the wall. It doesn't need to like jut out like that. But yeah.
That's probably it.
And then yeah, boss is
Yeah,
wedged in. Like the soak is actually like behind purple and green, kind of. Yeah.
You
Like
run
on
it
the
down
picture,
exactly
so-
what we're changing them.
So
It's
is
on
it is
the note, right?
is Blue and Skull on their own now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing we changed is we swapped you and bangs in the soak.
Okay, my note is unchanged.
Well, I haven't pressed send
Okay,
yet.
okay, I mean, sure.
And that means blue is. I mean, yeah, Ugg should be able to leave, right? You have 3 DPS in there. He can just like slap it, leave soak, right?
I mean, if he has to leave, then it's the same thing as what just happened when I had to leave, right? Is one person leaving.
But Nala said he was on his own.
Yeah, I think both you and Uggs left.
Yeah.
Because Uggs went to
Well,
soak
Uggs-
and you
No,
left.
no, no,
Uggs was still in.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be an issue then. 2 DPS should be fine. Like that shouldn't even have been a problem. Maybe you
Yeah,
just
I
didn't have
didn't-
enough damage for some reason, or
Maybe I need to just hold a bit more. And the Uggs as well, then I guess.
Yeah, I have regular amounts of damage, but yeah.
Good job, Uggs.
this should be better anyway.
Nate is almost doing more than you, Dalla.
And I can do more.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure we do. Like, the quicker we get everyone out of there, the quicker everyone's slapping the boss again. I don't think there's such a thing as, like, hold damage for the boss if you're hitting these goons. Like, just slap them.
You need to get out to live as well, because you need to
Yeah.
get on the boss for healing.
Yeah. Right, so... Yeah, the soak now is going to be... It's, like, on the purple and diamond. Kind of how I showed in that picture that I linked in TS, if you look at it again.
Purple and blue, you meant?
Is it blue for
Is
us?
it-
No, it's purple and diamond. It's triangle and diamond, right?
Is there enough space?
No, you said purple and diamond.
Triangle and diamond.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think there's enough space there, Bev?
Uh,
Like looking at their picture.
well, I said they do need to be moved a bit further apart. Did that
Yeah,
happen?
yeah, I don't think so.
Who's getting? Look at them again and then say if they need to be moved.
I think they're too close still.
Yeah, yeah.
The closer the better, though.
Yeah.
As long as there's room for the soak and the tank and stuff, and there was, right?
I think
Scott?
there is. No, at least.
I mean, you need the you need
that's,
the soak to be directly in between, right?
Yeah, they had
Yeah, then
marker
I'll move them
here
a little bit.
even.
You do this. This looks good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
what,
right.
what I
Much
don't
not
want
really.
is I want the soaker to walk through a bit, like where Faithy is. Like, don't
They
stand
can
on the
do that
front
here.
end.
Yeah, you want to go all the way back
Because we
here.
want to leave an access for like the warriors to be able to like sidestep and cleave with their executes at the front, like facing the markers.
From here.
Yes, exactly. So the soaker needs to walk like to where Faithy FTM are bouncing right now. Please make sure you're like aware of that, guys. Like walk past the markers slightly.
There's only like 4 people
It's
doing it
not
to get assigned this,
gigafar,
right?
it's just, yeah.
Just to clarify, if I'm back in the immunity soak now, is that what we want to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
Okay,
only
so-
4 people that can get that rocket, right? Mages, Uggs, and Bangers.
Yes, exactly. It will be Uggs, Bangers, Pricey, or Tom that gets it. That's a good point. Make sure you're all like hyper aware where it's going. Yeah.
Unless someone misses this soak in.
Yeah, of course.
You won,
Then
right?
they're dead.
But you can live it. Oh,
Okay.
like I could at least.
That should all work pretty good.
It's going here, right? Like where I'm right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, that should all work. I want to say something. Oh, the map thing. If in the last phase, if it's still active, is like completely wrong now. So don't look at it. Just you're looking at markers.
He pushed a new update.
Oh, you did. Okay, cool. That's fine. But,
I don't know if that's what the update was, but he updated that week or.
Yeah. All right, that's game. I think.
Okay, guys, where is the center of the room?
It's,
Mate.
Yeah.
It's the middle of the N.
Okay, so it's like. Okay.
Yeah. That's clearly a pie.
I'm getting fucking AoE by sirens.
Do you live in the hood?
No, I mean kinda.
UK battle
Base.
No,
It's
I
like a
mean,
little
kind
bit of a hood.
Little bit of a battle room.
That's respectable.
feel at home.
FTM would love it there.
Not as bad as Baller.
Guys, it's going great now. Let's keep it up.
Let's kill the boss.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not talk about the fact we're 3% behind on boss when the jails happen.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we find damage.
We have not
I
stripped the
know, I
cooldowns,
know.
which we can. So
People, I mean, people
One.
getting out of jail late is awful
Two.
for that boss damage, right?
For sure. 3.
I think
Four.
it's an enemy resolve, dude.
Look at it.
I actually thought we would be more than 3% behind. I think 3% is
Go to
actually
the mark.
not scary at all.
Okay. Oh boy.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
No, you're
Doing
right.
great.
Being 3% behind after all that is not that bad. So.
Losing price is still haven't peeled every CD and still uncomfortable. Like we fucking slam this boss.
Slamming the boss.
I don't think we can peel much else from P1. I think we're kind of
I don't think
there.
so, but yeah.
But I think that's okay.
It's
Yeah.
okay. I will blast more.
yeah, we just need to do more damage.
Just kill boss.
Let's rough more.
Gels
Oh.
coming.
I'm trying.
Have you tried Catform, Crystal?
Nope.
I
Really
hate
trying
mages,
to
hate
outform
mages, hate mages.
Ready for fire soon. 3, 2, 1, go. Frontal. And swapping sides. Same thing again with the mines. Just keep to my pace. It was good last try. Fucking hell.
Wee wee.
Baiting.
Live, mate. Where do you live, mate?
You play up your
Doxing
window.
myself,
Focus up,
dude.
focus up, focus
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even a little too fast there, actually.
It was great.
Good for this.
Round side. We're facing soon. Getting triple joust. I'm near the fire. It's quite deep. Don't splash here. 3, 2, 1, go. Watch your health now. It's always a bit sketchy here. Don't splash each other here. Frontal. And we're phasing soon. Be on blue. Off to the other mines. Mellow's hanging left. Keep to proper pace here. Baiting mines. Baiting. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, barrier. Good.
Pop instance run. Watch Tom.
Be on the brown side.
Hit the rocket, maybe. I don't know.
Just keep hitting.
Yeah, okay.
Right, the first one is left. 2, 1, left.
Bonk, potion.
Beat. 2, 1, ending. Drag him. Next is right. 2, 1, right.
Spatial crystal. And you can conduit at the end.
Ending in 2, 1. Now, Monk Taunt. And it's going left in 2, 1, left. Watch feet.
Don't die here.
2, 1, ending. Drag up, ready for mines. Watch your feet when they're spawning now. Baiting. Baiting.
I need help back here.
1, 2, 3.
Wait, that's a double miner.
We missed.
We missed one.
Oh.
There
Was there a bait and a mine spawning at the same spot? I think I saw that, like, right in here.
Yeah, it's...
Maybe we have to delay first pop like a little.
Yeah, maybe.
We do have time.
But that can still happen.
Hello. Good Yes, pull. who's back.
Good pull. Unlucky, yeah, at the end.
Yeah, we were watching from the sideline.
Yeah, we didn't want to interrupt. We're like, what if we just show up right now and then we instantly wipe and they're gonna blame the casters for it, right?
Yeah. We blame Perky, all of us.
That's okay. I'm used to it.
How has Honolulu rating been going?
Pretty good, actually. I mean, last night, just 1% wipe on sticks. I'm pretty happy.
That, I was impressed. First time I was impressed by them since I follow them. Like, I mean,
no flame, by the way. Yeah.
You know, guys, me and Lorgog are really good friends, but I really think we're gonna start this guild beef.
Yeah. I like. I'm always like a troll, but toxic in a toxic way, but also friendly. You know, it's my humor. You know, you need to keep the banter on, and with my friends, I'm always like this.
Nah, we know we have a good team for this tier, right? I think this tier is gonna be fun either way, and whatever rank you end up at the end, it's like it comes down to like momentum. Like I said, we could have also had 4 hours of lock and stroke progress last night if the Demon Hunter equipped his ring, but that didn't happen. So we just go next.
It is what it is.
That is rough.
And also the Demon Hunter is a really good friend of Jimmy. And Jimmy actually found out about it before I even told him. He came to the room and
he came straight away and said, "Oh, the DH from Honolulu." You know, how did you even know? Like,
they're really good friends. No, they're good friends.
Okay, probably told him.
Yeah.
Probably Reddit front page. Honolulu's Hunter, DH didn't use the ring.
616 item level on that pool.
How did he not die even?
That is like last year progress item level.
Eye level's crazy now, bro. 616, and that is without one item equipped. They're like 660, bro. What's your average eye level actually in your guild?
Ooh, it should be close to 660 because that
After crafting,
yeah, that pool was 658 with that demon hunter.
That guy, yeah.
So that's the only item level I actually remember.
Did you have the second spark already?
No, that came after.
Yeah, I am like 656, but I need to craft a weapon, and then I still have all the mythic crests with me.
I love this question, by the way. This whole deep dive, how does 20-man raid actually fit their narrative and actual WoW universe? Because I'm not a lore expert, so I'm like curious if you guys have a take on that.
Not really.
Lorgok is named Lorgok.
Lorgox. No, I don't think there is any reasoning behind. I mean, we literally saw it during the WoW's history. We went from 40-man raiding to 25 to flexible to 10 and 25, and now it's finally 20 mythic.
But I think the question here is like the raid, because we are 20 players, right? I think in the lore sense, it's actually still one person, right? I think that's the question.
You think it's only one guy?
Yeah, I actually think that the raid counts as one person fighting against Muggsy. But chat knows for sure, right? Because I know that at some point in my WoW career, I actually asked that question. Like, are we actually a 20-man army fighting the boss? Or is it just one fictional person?
Bro, it has to be more people. That's the whole point, no? We take it down together, we're stronger together.
Yeah, let's see, chat. We need to know some answers here. We're not lore experts. Surely somebody knows that.
First mines, soak those paddles, and the first big rocket, where I don't see anybody dying to, but let's not jinx it.
Yeah,
the only thing that can wipe you there is not soaking the red paddles, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, but you only have 3 mines, so it's not hard. Not a lot of rage or like absorbed healing on the raid. You only have to soak 3 of them, and then you get into the big rocket. Yeah, it's super easy. I really think if you're getting here with your guild and you don't get through this beginning part, you gotta start preparing more, because this first part is very, very easy.
Yeah. That's why I often say when phase 1 is easy, and you've seen it for many pools. Like as a caster, there isn't much you can tell. I mean, unless somebody dies. Or
yeah, of course.
But
like Pricey, he lived.
Yeah, I think he got hit by Cleave, or
yeah, I don't know.
I do wonder how much damage it does, because on heroic it doesn't do much. It takes maybe 40% of your HP, but on mythic I would assume it one-shots you. I hope so.
I've seen before, we always saw the mage try to line up, do damage on these first 2 prisons, but they've stopped caring about that now. I think they're trying to push a little bit more boss damage themselves, instead of pushing damage into ads. Just to make the push to 40% without lust a little bit easier for everyone else. And I know we also say every time that Crystallized that is playing the druid, he's just doing damage in P1, more or less.
Next, mind bait.
You just start singing a song, bro.
No. I'm like reading, like I'm like fully focused into this lore talk right now. Like I'm really curious.
Those are the mines that you soak while the immunity rocket happens simultaneously. There it is. We see Wildy going with a quick double blink together with the immunity group.
You have to give us a TLDR on the lore stuff after
I mean,
the raid,
it seems to be it seems to be more favored in that we are like a group actually, but you might be the one person who's leading the group.
When everyone's called champion.
We are champions.
True. Everyone is our whole chat is just this now. We're coming up to triple prison here. And then we get through this clean and we get to the hard overlap in P1. And that is basically P1 dead.
Yeah, that's basically all the phase 1 dangerous moments.
We seem to have found the consistency here as well right now, so it's only random mine pops or something that can go wrong, but other than that it looks very smooth. Even the raid frames are like very stable now.
Yeah, I would say the mines combined with the raid soak, that is quite dangerous, but we should still be able to get through it. Big frontal while they make sure to break the shield. The mythic shield on those lightning ads.
I actually don't know. While they tried to like go super far behind with his icicle, but he didn't need to. I don't know why he even tried to do that. Didn't do any difference at all because his icicle still popped the first wall. So.
And that's the art overlap. Mines being soaked by Skavte. Then the range gotta make sure to get the red paddles into the big raid soak. That will happen as the raid gathers together. And we expect
Span
the
goes down
barrier as
sadly,
well.
but we have a CR. We have 2 if needed.
Oof.
There it is, the big soak. Get
Everything's
the barrier
soaked
down.
now.
Immunity glasses don't soak there, so they can get the next one.
Can you imagine how hard this fight would be if the mines were just walking faster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is basically their range, right?
We are
That would
on
be crazy.
pace with the DPS, so we don't need to use any weird bloodlust. We can see Wild is waiting till the end to swap platform, so they activate the next phase. They actually did have to use bloodlust, as they weren't gonna make it, so unfortunate.
But it is like
I'm
a couple of
surprised
seconds.
because
Yeah,
judging by the top right, they were actually on par.
No, I think that's completely fine. The
Yeah,
way
just to
they
get through the progression,
Yeah,
you know,
I feel like this. It's not gonna hurt them a lot. Like
Yeah.
even on like later points when they're like going for the kill, I don't think this would have hurt them a lot. It's maybe like 1% difference, even though 1% is massive in this fight. Yeah, but
I mean, it's probably not as good because when you pop Bloodlust later, it's as you get your 6 minutes back, or 3 minutes back, sorry. So it's probably, I don't know which class still has 3 minutes, but
Yeah, but
it would also be the next set of 2 minutes at that point, right?
Yeah, but you don't hold to 6 minutes on this fight. Like you pop it here in intermission, but it
Yeah.
is like a couple of seconds now.
Okay.
You would get it now back, both 2 and 3 minutes, because now we're 6 minutes into
Yeah,
the
but
fight.
you don't pop it here. Like or
don't?
Liquid didn't pop it here. No,
now
they
we're
pop it start
getting
of
the
intermission.
mine
Okay.
soaks. Those are the sketchy ones. This is where we always struggle to heal up, but so far it is looking good. I think we have one more set. Good, we've done with those. Now you need to remove the debuff and freeze those mines.
Very good movement by all of them to
Perfectly
freeze those bombs.
executed. Okay, and now we do have one dead, but that's completely fine.
We still have a combat rest. You could potentially
Yeah.
get him up. Jail's being placed on a marker.
Everybody is alive now. Everybody is in
gets
their
rest.
jail. Okay, looking really, really solid.
Big
Immunity
rockets.
soak
Now
here.
immunities, we do not want to mess this up.
Well, he sent that ice block. Yes.
Yes, there
He's
we
not
go.
being greedy now, you know. He's playing it
Nobody
safe.
that perfect. And now we
This
just
is
need
the
to
best
make
pull
sure
yet.
that the goons die.
Very good execution. As
This is
dying,
actually
there is
a
one left.
very good pull, guys.
They're all dead now. With
Yeah,
only
one more
person
goon
being
is
dead.
up though. One more goon is up. We need to take care of that one.
We have the finger
Good.
gun on the ads, and then after that we will have to.
Oh, he did. It's fine. It's fine. He still broke the shield, which was the goal. We can see both ads' shields are down, so they're being DPS by the raid. We are definitely getting a new best here, which is very motivating for the raiders. We did get through the phase. You know, we broke the shields. We get to
Ooh.
see the next step of this part, so they can also plan whatever.
That
they
was
did
a
wrong.
massive pull now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're
That's
still playing here.
11%.
So just for the viewers, what will happen here is we will bait all these mines. We will mass root them or use some sort of CC on them for a short while, and then all these icicles will go behind, so you don't die. And then it's just a boss.
Just blast the boss.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a rush to kill the boss. Yeah.
We can maybe see the sub 10% here. They don't have enough DPS. There's all healers alive. Only
Hit the boss, healers.
healers are showing how
Hit
good
the
they are,
boss.
guys. So
We
they
want
can
a
just flame.
one-digit number. Let's go. Hit the boss. Tanks can do it, Nate, execute.
And that is the full enrage when you start
Alright, that
spinning.
was a
Very
very
good
good
pull,
pull. And not only like, should we look at the percentage here, but like, the hard part was really clean, and the only mistake was with the frontal, right? That the frontal just flat out killed 4 people, and from there it kind of escalated, right, with the bomb pops and everything. If that frontal was placed correctly, I mean, we would have had everybody alive,
guys.
Yeah.
I wanna see the Raider.io graph.
Oh, that's gonna be a bungee jump
we are,
again.
Pool 77, definitely massive jump in progression.
But we already had like the big improvement just on like pull 72 or something.
Yeah.
So we are getting like deep pulls now a lot.
There it is. Liquid is not visible here because they went dark with logs as they were progressing on Garliwix and didn't want to show any information. But yeah, this is very big, guys.
But they killed around 150, 160, 150?
150-ish, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, I mean, we really saw the bombs didn't seem to be that big of a problem. They soaked them very well. We saw Pricey go down, but we rest him instantly. Our goon damage could have been maybe a little bit higher.
I
on
think
some
it's
of them,
still too uneven.
Yeah.
They need to spread it out better, or maybe they swap some people and see, oh, this guy's doing a lot more here. So I definitely think they can handle that part better. But if they do it clean, then they are straight into the next part, which, you know, means we get another big chunk of percent down.
But we also saw them swap again how they handle the prisons, because then they went full liquid strat now.
Yeah.
So we were seeing Method before doing 4 prisons in like a diamond shape, big red circle in the middle. Then we swapped it to the Echo strat that is like a triangle of 3 prisons and 1 prison alone, and you put the big red circle in between all 3.
Yeah.
And now we're doing the full liquid strat, which is like prisons along the wall, and then you just have 1 that's out, and then you have the big red circle between 2 prisons only. So we're on full liquid strat now, basically. And I feel like they got this good pull gave them a lot of confidence. They would definitely
for
keep going
sure.
with this,
And I feel like, just judging by the pull content from what we've seen Liquid and Echo do, I mean, progression-wise, this is definitely the fastest progression.
But this is by far the fastest, yes. We gotta say though, this is the part where Method has been struggling.
Yes,
the last 10%
true.
is where they have fallen behind on the previous bosses. If they can continue at this pace on this boss, that's where you close the gap. We are being given a chance to close the gap, and it's time to execute it.
Yeah, for sure. Today is time to lock in.
What earthquake?
This is the moment of truth.
What earthquake this would cause?
Yeah.
Let's dream a bit, yeah. But what earthquake this would cause if we somehow full smurf right now?
I mean,
and,
if you
we
kill
just
it
go
around the 100 pulls mark, that would be already huge. It's definitely hard, and we've seen Ego. They started today around 10% with like 110 pulls, and they're still around 3%-ish.
Yeah.
So I definitely think if they played good, they would have killed it like 2 hours ago or so.
I mean, I would even start saying now, because I said when we were off the cast that, oh, we're about like after intermission around like 2.5 to 3% off damage, and we have been getting a lot of time. We have to early last just to push. We need to start min-maxing P1 a little bit, because we're getting close to a kill, like kill percentage. Imagine you're 2.5% off this already, and it wasn't clean towards the end. This is like a 4%er if we get a little bit further, you know. I don't think that was like a kill pull, but you start min-maxing damage already in P1 intermission. Our P2 is obviously what we're practicing now, but we want to get to the stage that when we get the perfect P2, we're nailing the boss.
I agree. Like, we can also see that Double Warrior is working really well for us. I mean, the damage looks very big, beating the Windwalker and the Demon Hunter there. And it's only gonna go up as long as the longer the fight lasts, right? So, definitely good to see. It feels like at this point, like if we look at the overall progress that Method has made, the comp for sure is really good. Like, it works with all the ideas that I have set. So they just need to go and for the finish. But I mean, right now, like it's too early to dream about it. But it's looking really good. But we know
I'm just scared of the last 10%.
Yes, I agree with you.
Because we went on big copium on like previous bosses too. They're like, oh, they're doing it, and then you know, another 5-6 hours.
Well, you know, Biff said on Bandit, like, when they had like one of those 1% vibes, well, we cannot catch a break. Well, maybe now.
This is the
True.
break you can catch. I would just like go full motivational speech on them.
Oh,
like
for
I
sure.
would go full like.
Are you one of those guys
wanna
that,
almost go there.
No,
and
I'm
be-
not. That's the point. But like today is actually the day you lock in. Like
I feel like the motivational speech aspect is like not a skill, a talent. I mean, some people are just made to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
And some people just it wouldn't feel right, you know, if they just force it.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't sound great, you know.
I'm definitely in that camp where it doesn't sound great
Yeah.
if I say it, but someone should do it.
Yeah,
you know?
it's the same for me. I would sound like it would sound sarcastic, you know, with my humor and stuff, and how I am. You know, it's like there would be a bit of sarcasm into it. Despite I would be serious, but just the way I am, you know, everything I say sounds sarcastic.
No, I think you have a fair point. I think motivational speeches, if you can do them, if you're good at
You need to
those-
be a natural.
Yeah, but they are very important. We've seen it in every other sports as well. Like when you just talk open to the players and tell them, okay, this is how it looks like. This is what we need to do. Believe in yourself. Do your best. You know.
Yeah, but today is also like, I don't know. It's this tier has been a
Roller
little bit of a
coaster.
shit show.
Been a roller coaster.
Yeah, to put it bluntly, a roller coaster. Yeah, but now it's like I don't know.
I mean,
it can all catch up today. Like actually,
For sure.
Liquid killed it this morning. You killed this boss today. You're still in it.
Yeah, you for sure. Like you have the golden opportunity here to erase all the mistakes that you did so far, and then you also have many things going for you, because then you kind of prove the point as well. You know, like you're like, you know that you're good. I think all of us knew that like Method has a good team this year. I think they were also very hyped, and that might have been also the issue. I think they might have been just way too hyped, right? Maybe the expectations were just through the roof. The moment you go and you mess up 2 pulls, you start questioning everything.
Starts instantly on Rick Reverb 13. And
Yes,
you're like, oh,
yeah.
what is going on?
Somebody
guys?
saying Kuzna was a beast at motivation speak. Yeah, he's the only raid leader I had in Warfare's guilds that was good at motivational speeches. All the others were natural, so they wouldn't even bother, you know. Like I know Scribe would be like, it's just not in me, you know. I can't do it. He wanted, but he just couldn't. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly. Yeah, I feel you.
And Beef, I mean, I've never heard him being having a motivational speech either. So
Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Kena if Method is recruiting a motivational speaker. I have a lot of practice because given how my guild tends to mess up bosses, you know, motivational speeches are very important to us. So
yeah. And I don't think Kuznam is playing anymore for like last 10 years or something. He quit in Legion.
do you think like now on that topic, like players like Kuznam, obviously legends of WoW, very famous, a lot of world firsts. You know, he's probably watching somewhere, looking at the world.
He does
first.
watch from time to
Yeah.
time, because during some race he writes something on Twitter, just a single tweet.
Yeah, and do you think he misses this whole thing? Because he knows
It's
right
hard
now.
to say, because he's never played while the race was being live streamed, so it's also quite different, I
Yeah.
think. But I don't know. I mean, Kuznam is one of those that was definitely like, when he was playing well, he was top 5 player, best player I ever played with. But he was also like, his skill level went by his motivation. So if he wasn't motivated or hyped, he would dip quite a lot. Yeah, but if he was hyped, he was like.
Maybe that's also why he was good at motivational speeches, because he felt like the
could be,
motivation
yeah.
himself.
But when he was hyped, he was literally like top 3 best player ever, I think.
Okay, now I do have to ask, because out of curiosity, who was the most angry player you ever played with?
Angry? Okay, that's a good question. I want to think properly. I mean, I have to say one of those is probably Gamco. Yeah, I mean, OG Nogi was, but then he changed, and you know, now he's a chill person. And yeah, I mean, me and Nogi had our discussions in the past, you know, but now we're good friends, you know, all in good terms. Even in Echo last year, we played together, we were all good, you know. Now I'm speaking, this is something of like 7-8 years ago that we had our disagreements.
Yeah.
Then angry, I mean, definitely not Sko. I mean, Sko had his angry moments. I mean, I didn't play with Business, or I only played in Warfare's guilds, kinda. So I'm thinking Gamco was one of them. I think, yeah, maybe Kuznam as well was one of them, yeah. Oh, Podum, yeah. Podum is probably the one that was the most angry. You guys remember Podum?
Yeah, I remember the
That was really good, but his mental aspect wasn't suited for being an officer. Because he was an officer in Method and then Serenity, but he was insane, you know, like a really, really good player. Just a bit angry, let's say. Yeah, I think those were the people. But I mean, to be honest, there was never a case of somebody that was like, okay, actually Viglund, I think, is the king of this. You didn't mention it, but you must have thought of Viglund, or?
Yeah, I mean, Viglund is up there for sure.
I think Viglund is top 3 most angry player, yeah.
I've played with some spicy
I
ones,
mean,
for sure.
these are the ones that come to into my mind, yeah.
But do you think a lot of
People grow over time, you know, like even I had my moments, you know, of just anger and stuff, but you know, then you grow and you're like trying to work as a team and you want to be professional, you know, and you handle situations better with just being wiser and older.
When I did the desk slam on SLG, and then I was like, ooh, didn't feel good. Because it puts like a mood over the entire raid. It's just not good when you're like openly angry at someone else.
Who's the best player you ever played with? I don't know. I mean, there are many. Special mentions, I guess, Skarius was a Holy Paladin in Echo. Kuznam when he was motivated. Revis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't played with that many. I mean, I've played with a lot of good players, obviously, but not as many as Lorgok.
Yeah, it's hard to say because there are many like really, really good players, legendary ones. But then, you know, to really stand out when you're like all very good, so you need to stand out over players that are already like world class.
Yeah.
So it's like, for example, Prime Barcelona that had every insane player. You know, you had Suarez, Neymar, and Iniesta, but then it was Messi that stood out, and you had to be like that good to stand out in a group like this good. I mean, that's kind of the same context, but in just a WoW scene. So to stand out when you have already so many like insanely skilled players, it's not easy. You know, it really requires a crazy skill.
Yeah, I mean, I've never played with. Like basically the whole Echo roster I've never played with, right? So I don't feel like I know some players I've played with that are really good. I know Twice was really good.
Twice?
Yeah, not the Pieces Twice. There's another Twice guy. He played in Method in Antorus. He was in on one boss, I think.
Oh, I
A
remember.
little bit of a spicy guy
I don't think he did that well in Method.
Yeah, but he
didn't last like a week or something.
He was in on Progress, but after that he left or kicked. I don't know. But he was a good player. He was for sure. A little bit of a spicy guy, but he was good. Viklund was mechanically very good.
Yeah, Viklund was really good. Yeah, I agree mechanically.
But then also some bosses like just fit other players.
I agree.
Yeah.
I fully agree. I mean, everybody has the bosses that they are better at, and some that they are worse.
Bangers is very good, but one thing Bangers has, and it affects a lot of people. But when he starts tilting at like other people making mistakes, he starts making way more mistakes as well.
Yeah.
I remember on Painsmith, he was like our leader guy, calling where we go. And when people start dying to, you know, in intermission,
He starts choking himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you guys showing this? By the way, again, we already seen it a lot of times. I think. Yeah, we're pulling now.
Okay, but we also
we're proud of the progression pace of this boss, but I think we've seen it enough.
Took some minutes now to pull the boss. I guess, you know, they've seen the entire, you could say the entire last phase now, and I think they're just like doing some fine adjustments. Okay, what went wrong, what we can do better.
And they also want to know how to approach that part precisely. So for people that maybe didn't listen to the tactic on the first explanation, I would be guilty of that if I was there.
Now I wish I was like, now I wish I was just backstage and just listening to the comps, like because I feel like they must be so pumped right now.
I mean, if you want to, we can listen to comms right now.
Nah, we just
we don't have that many headsets.
Ah, that's true, at least.
But for sure,
we were close to getting the Steelseries listen in earlier, just 0.5%
yeah,
off.
0.5%,
yeah.
right?
We will for sure see it during this shift though, right?
I hope so.
You
Yeah, on this pool already.
2 more
I hope
hours.
we don't we get rid of the sub 10% debuff for good, yeah.
Okay, so
It's a debuff the last 2 tiers. The 10% debuff that we get and the skill level goes down.
a bit of a different question now, though, because Echo is obviously probably somehow following what's happening. Do they get stressed out now that that method is getting closer?
I don't think they're getting stressed. I think they're thinking more of Liquid as of now. Like, if I was them, I would just think of Liquid.
I think.
And if you're getting very close and you're on the last boss, and then method is close and they already lost to Liquid, then in that case they would be like, oh. But right now, I mean, knowing them and being part of World First guilds for long, I would just think of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think also the only time Echo would actually be stressed is if somehow Method killed the boss before they did.
Yeah.
Then it would be like, what is happening? But before that happens, I think they don't even think about it.
Yeah, I don't really think so either.
Yeah, chat is asking this while they always look like he's falling asleep. I mean, yeah, but when you look at the damage meters, then you know for sure he's awake.
But mages are crazy now. He just popped combustion. It has already gone to 40 seconds of his combustion. Oh, now 1 minute. Oh, now 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like 95% of mage players are fire mains.
Yeah.
It's like...
It's their time to shine.
And does feel... I don't know, like, I'm not a mage player, but I feel like I would prefer Arcane.
Fire is the most fun, in my opinion.
I'm an Arcane player myself as well.
Yeah, I feel like Arcane fits more to the whole team, you know?
I like fire more.
I used to be a fire guy. Actually, my favorite time, Nighthold, Frost Mage. Best time of my life. I don't think there has been any spec that it comes even close to being that much fun.
Frost Mage during Nighthold?
Yeah, during second part of Nighthold, like not during progression.
I mean,
like
I know I had it as my ult and I was blasting back then with my... That's why I remember I told you the Tombo Sargera story. It was, I don't know, it was strong, but it wasn't that fun, to be honest.
It was the most fucking... I was so much fun. I've never had that much fun. Just double ice
It was so easy to play as well, so...
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you had to like blink forward to do double Iceland's trick and stuff, I remember.
Yeah,
if you didn't have enough haste, so you would just blink forward each time.
Exactly, and with Gul'dan Trinket or with...
yeah, then you could just cheese it, yeah.
With Lust, you could just walk.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you would instead spend your blinks to move backwards and you just walk forward. I think Frost Mage with a lot of movement required on like, let's say Star Augur, keeping 100% Icy Veins on that fight, I think that was kind of hard. And it was a lot of fun in my opinion. But then I became a Fire Mage guy. But Arcane has been so good for so many tiers. And I just, for sure, just like being the... You have your cooldown window, you do like 80% of your damage in your cooldown window. And then I can be a read later POV after that. I can just like... I don't care if I miss a global, it doesn't really matter. Like, I could just talk and try to raid lead the group as best as possible.
Oh, this pool was getting out of hand a bit. Like, we lost a healer earlier. This is not gonna be it.
Yeah, that's
this spot is particularly hard always. Like, we see it's always the struggle to heal everything up.
It's the overlap, yeah, like rockets plus mines together, and there's a raid soak as well, so more people have to soak.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, you know, a lot of will come down to like also some like RNG with the procs when you're healing, like some crits and stuff like that. Like the fight is really heavily tuned to hurt, and that's why you're also running this many healers. And you know, because I know that they have like the same like they always use the same cooldowns there, right? And you always do the same soaks kind of in a way. So you just need to be way faster on healing this up. So
yeah, I mean, it's probably the time in the fight where we have to pop the fastest amount of mines ever, because like we get 6 mines, we have to pop all of them before we have to soak the big soak together, the red circle. And when we get 6 mines later on in the last phase, we only pop 4 of them and we leave 2. So this is like the overlap that we have to pop the most amount of mines.
I think sometimes if they're slow, we don't pop the last mine till after the soak.
Okay.
I've seen it happen a few times. If they notice that they're a bit slow, you know, because...
Yeah. Makes sense. Do we see a best poll soon?
Hope so.
Yeah,
I'm checking the egg on my second on my phone.
I think the moment they get into the intermission again, I think we're. I honestly feel they feel really good about the last phase. The few pulls that we had there, it felt. Every pull felt like a massive improvement. Yeah. Like, so I feel like they really know what needs to be done, and everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
I saw Jimmy listening to Down with the Sickness.
That's a nice song. Yeah, I do see what you mean. I'm checking the Echo's pull, and by the time the surcharge happens, they're like 1-2% ahead on damage. But that's just more practice, right?
Yeah,
With more practice, you're gonna catch up to the same damage.
Come on, guys. Lock in. I wonder what they're talking about. What do you think they're talking about?
They're like, don't be afraid to use the Hellstone there, because we don't want to waste a pull. You know, it's gonna get better with time. At that part, if you feel like sketchy, just use something. We just want to get through the fight, learn a bit more of phase 2, and then we can optimize later, right?
We can actually, because Spen was tracking like Hellstone and Hellpot, we could watch his POV during that time at the end of the phase. See how many people
We can see who
press
misses it.
Come on, guys, pull.
And is Frag the most experienced player on meta? Chat is asking. I would say so.
Inside this radius.
Yeah. I mean, he's in general probably one of the most experienced players in the world, right?
Yeah. Before I, how many word first does he have actually? I don't know if he has one less than me or same. But me and Jimmy played for approximately the same amount of time.
Yeah, you started also very early.
I started 1 tier before him, but then I quit. I came back. I missed 2 tiers, but then he also quit, and then he came back.
Yeah.
So
he played Uldir. He played in Future. Then he came back to Method.
Yeah.
Then it was Echo, and then after Sepulcher he was no longer.
Yeah.
But you played 1 more tier.
Yes.
Yeah. Because Sarkareth tier you were in Method.
Yeah, and I also played Uldir, which we wasn't playing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was in Future and Uldir, and then was the. What was before Sarkareth? It was Rasagast you played.
Yeah.
Echo.
I actually think we might have the same amount of word first. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm counting. It should be both 10.
That is a lot. But it is a long time since Fragnes has been in Echo now.
In Method.
No, I mean he's playing in Method now. Like it's a long time since Fragnes has been in
since
Echo.
Sepulcher.
Yeah.
I mean
2.5 expansions. Or 1.5 expansion.
1.5, yeah.
Alright,
the last 10% is tough, to be honest. It is tough, but still, the progression of Method has been very great on this boss so far.
Yeah, we see them talking again for a extended period of time, like, so it feels like they really want to nail something down now, because like usually after that 10% pull you would assume they kind of want to go again, you know.
Yeah.
But it's been now a couple of pulls where like, okay, after every pull we've been talking for a few minutes. So
somebody in YouTube chat asking, is this Mystic? No, this is LFR 20 man, my friend. I'm just kidding. And yes, Liquid killed Maxi on Mythic, only guild in the world, and they're on Gallywix. Meanwhile, the European second place battle is going on between Echo and Method, with Echo being ahead currently at 3.5% and Method at 10.5. So, yeah, we'll see who gets it down first.
Looks like Frag is watching some older pull.
Oh, true.
yeah, guys, don't get excited, yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna get baited. This is it, guys.
He's just watching a replay.
He was helping other ads being killed as well.
Yeah, the frontal is the one thing that killed a bunch of players here.
Yeah, I don't think they were very well prepared for it. Oh, I removed the POV from the good pool. Are you gonna stream Gal if you kill Mag before Echo? Probably yes at this point. I mean, Liquid is literally waking up in 2 hours.
Yeah.
And they're probably gonna stream as soon as they wake up. At
That's
that
what
point,
Perky as well.
At that point, they don't have any reason to not stream it. Well, they do, but you know, you still want to live stream the race, unless it's super bad for your team because you're going to sleep and then you can show something to the other guilds.
Yeah.
I do wonder how bad that phase 1 on Galivix is gonna be. Like,
yeah,
like the healing requirement in on Heroic was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I've heard some rumblings. The fight might look a little bit different on Mythic. We will see what happens.
The rumblings. I mean, we did see, you know, 2 kills on that boss, so we did get a bit of an idea how it might look like. You guys wanna check it out? It's on YouTube. Just like look for world first Galivix kill, and pretty sure you're gonna find it.
But we were talking about that yesterday off stream. Basically, like there's a corner covered with lightning on both those videos from the exploiters. I wonder if that is just some bug or if that is actually how the fight starts.
Which is it's unique kinda. I don't understand why. I guess we'll find out soon if Meta keeps playing like this.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is like on Heroic, you die on the 5th like time you have to blow up a bomb. So if you cover one corner, then when you have 5th bomb, you have almost covered the entire room, right? Because then you cannot place it in one.
Yeah.
You only have 6 options. That I could see being a reason, but it could also just be some bug, like when you get there by exploiting, the boss starts differently.
But it could also be like a thing where you have to deal with certain mechanics while standing in it. You know, maybe just an extra difficulty aspect that forces you to go
maybe,
there.
Yeah.
But very interesting choice. But as you said, it could also just be a bug because the boss is not like technically not even live. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe it gets replaced. Maybe it has like a different legs when you actually go there and stuff like that.
Ragnaros all over again.
First J is going down. We wanna get those arrows behind the walls, so people don't get one shot by those. You can also break the walls by doing so. Although breaking the walls at that point, if everybody gets out, is not really necessary, I guess. Because people going in have an ability to get out. That's a specific reason for this raid composition. Every class pretty much can get out of those jails. I think with the exception of Crystal, maybe?
Yeah, I think if you were somehow one class...
go Nightborn.
Yeah, and if you can't go... I think it's Void Elf, but yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't do that, then rescue still works if you time it correctly. You can still grab a guy out of there.
Yeah, for the walkers, yeah, I think that's true. DKs, I don't think they can, I don't know. I mean, that's why we don't have DKs, but DK numbers-wise are a bit undertuned, so... We see the red paddles being soaked. That's the big soak from the immunities. We see being placed on the wall, immunity soaking. Now big tank line. You want the tank to get in front, then the other person gets a big circle debuff plus a stun. You just want to move out of it. It doesn't leave any paddle, so you don't have to place it on the edge. Frontal cleave being placed on the wall. Now it's just literally chilling and DPS the boss. Nothing happening for a while. You can see the mage swapping last minute before the boss reaches 100 energy. With a good blink, you could see the fire mage on the opposite side of the room.
And now we're having the 3 prisons.
Yeah.
And usually we don't have any trouble here.
Yeah, this is relatively easy. Triple prison. Gotta make sure to kill those ads. Being DH here must be great. That's probably why we're using 2, right?
Yeah, it probably feels pretty good as well. Just being able to leap out a little bit more fancy than everyone else.
Yeah, I'm very amazed by the double demon hunter tech here. It just feels really good, honestly. Like even the darkness is just so useful. Like just having an extra darkness.
DH is one of those melees that you often stack if they're good, right? They just have a very big package overall with between damage, utilities, mobility.
Yeah, like
and pretty good survivability.
Yeah, the self heal right now is like ridiculous. I was gonna say before when Fragnance got the frontal, or was it Verb? I think it was Verb actually. You could he instantly got like cocooned, but I think probably could have easily lived it just by hitting the boss now.
Yeah, Scoffed dropped to soak the mines here. He will probably pop bubble soon. All the rest of the raid needs to get the ones. Oh, I think one went unsoaked, but it's still fine. You can see he's popping the bubble. He wants to make sure to soak every mine before the bubble runs out. Pricey goes down, but Verb goes down as well. One more extra battle. Raid soak happening simultaneously. 4 deaths. I think this is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the hardest part of phase 1, as we mentioned, and we can see there is a pretty nasty overlap. So everybody needs to play it properly. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case now, and we just go next.
I think it was actually Scoffed that missed it because he was like walking in and out of that
Was
one.
it?
I think so.
I mean, on Heroic, there was some bugs where you could not pop a mine somehow. Like, you would run into a mine, it would just not pop.
Yeah.
I don't know if that happened, didn't actually see it. I know that Liquid was complaining about some bugged ad last night. In the last phase. I think it was the shield ad.
Okay.
And they were like, bug, not fun, blah, blah, blah.
Did you guys expect Echo to kill the boss earlier today? I definitely did, to be honest, but yeah.
I mean, it's a hard fight.
No, it is very hard, yeah, but they started like 8 or 7. I thought they would kill it by like 10, 11, and then in that case, I would say, yeah, they're pretty even with Liquid, if not even slightly ahead. But now, I mean, Liquid is definitely like confident and on the lead, you know, like a noticeable lead.
If Liquid wakes up and Echo hasn't killed the boss, I feel like they're
that's
like,
a bad starting point for the last boss.
I mean, then we can fully agree, yeah, they're like fully ahead and they feel really good and confident from that point on.
Historically, has there ever been a case where a guild is like almost a day behind on the last boss and then catches up?
Firek.
No, but Firek, yeah.
Firek was
it wasn't like a full day behind, but like 2/3 of a day. Yeah, I agree.
Honestly, even more. Like Liquid has really played.
Liquid
that fight
killed
bad.
Tindral on Monday late and Echo on Tuesday late or something, and then obviously there was the reset. That's I think how it was, but I think Liquid had a worse strategy in the last phase on Firek, so it made it really harder overall. Something was different that didn't pay off and relied more on RNG or something. I cannot remember.
I think though, like the catch-up was not also just due to Echo playing good. I believe there was some hotfixes to phase 2 and phase 1 because the ads were like
impossible.
Almost impossible in phase 2, right?
Last and
and this is where Echo
caught up.
It started with the first intermission shield being like insanely big as well.
But definitely though, it's quite rare to see like big comebacks if you're like a full day behind on the last boss. Yeah. It happened in the past, which means I think if we kill now, we're still in it as well. But I'm trying to look like objectively, like how common is it to make a comeback of a full day on the last boss. Obviously, if it's an easy boss, then like it's very, very hard, right?
Yeah.
But if it's like Firek, which was very, very hard, then yeah, you can see.
Especially if you have multiple phases and one of the phases almost unplayable, and that is one of the other ones, then
that was the most fun world first experience for me from the viewer's perspective.
I've never seen this close race at the end.
I still have a collection of screenshots of Echo players, how they looked like when they just weren't sleeping the entire night. That was absolute cinema.
Yeah, I've watched lots of races, and I mean, I played myself. I lost count with plenty of world first, but I think that was the closest one we've ever watched. You know, where both guilds are like around the 1% mark of the last boss, and you know everybody was super stressed. Any pull could be a kill for both guilds.
Yeah.
Cannot remember any time that it was this close. So that was a legendary watch, to be honest. And then Echo ended up winning. I mean, it was a special event happening from Liquid. One of the Liquid players, I don't want to name anybody, but yeah, things happen, you know, even the best players make mistakes, so there isn't really anyone to blame specifically, but
that became huge though.
It was huge. I even defended him on Twitter because, you know, I've seen even the very best players in the war sometimes play in a weird way, and they make it work, but in this case, you know, it was a reason for wiping, and you know, and then obviously in that case you're like, okay, wait a minute. This was bad, and now I caused like a really bad wipe because of it.
Yeah.
But you know, often you underestimate how important it is to make everything the easiest for you, like a key bind or, you know, like a weak aura change or, you know, playing a specific mechanic like in a safer way.
I wonder how many people know what you're talking about.
I mean, I bet some
yeah.
do because that was a viral moment.
Yeah.
But that was well, that was still legendary though. Like, insane race to world first, and you know, I hope we get to see something similar on Galivix, to be fair, because yeah, the last one wasn't even close, to be fair.
Yeah.
Although Echo and Method for the world second, it was a nice battle. The difference was like an hour only or something, and you know, I think Method was like a 3-4% when Echo killed it. We see the big soak with the immunities. That's the easy part. Then the tank line being soaked by the tank. The range DPS with the debuff gets a stun first, and then they get a big circle around them that they just have to put somewhere that doesn't hit anybody in the raid. You don't have to place it on the edge, but if you want to do it and you don't lose any damage, you might as well put it on a wall, you know. Nothing to lose.
Yeah. We're getting close to the triple prison here.
Yeah, this is like from the triple prison.
This is when
and
it ramps up.
afterwards, yeah, and then the mines is basically the core part of this phase. And if we pass that, we're gonna see some P2 progress for sure.
Yeah,
I feel like on the prisons we're really good now. Like we rarely make any mistakes here, but once we get out of those, this is where the fight ramps up a bit, and we're still struggling there to find a consistency. If we do end up finding consistency there, well then I guess you're just chain pulling into the last phase, right? And
yeah,
that would be nice.
Sure.
But honestly, I don't think we can do much about it though. I just think the fight is really, really hard at that point.
It really is, and you're like trying to hold a bunch of things probably because you want to save it for last phase. So
Okay,
I think you're
guys,
playing
this
it a
is
little
the
bit.
hard part starting. First, we want to bait the frontal in front of the heads to break the shields. Then we move the boss there. Mines gonna start happening.
Mines are coming out now.
Scouting needs
If
to
we
make
could
sure to
swap
soak them.
to span just to see if people press Hellstones.
Yeah,
we
good
can
point.
Because we see a lot of
We
twos
don't
on
see
his
the
raid
full
frames.
raid frame because of his
Yeah,
cam,
that's
but
true.
you can see
Alright,
we
here
see all
go.
numbers though.
Nurse doesn't have health nor help, but
Mhm.
either of them, but the rest have it both.
Here we go. Let's see. Okay, that first
Big
heal was
overlap.
very fast though. That nurse got hit there, so that was.
Oh, the
not-
melee one! Oh my god! But
Oh, we're fine. We're
two
fine.
deaths, including a healer. This is recoverable, but definitely not something you wanna see. With red paddle going through, big raid soak happening. We actually don't have a combat dress, which means
Miss
we
another
might have
one.
to use bloodlust, and we have also Fade going down, and
Yeah,
this is just a
this
wipe.
is
Feel like
just such
red
a
paddle
hard.
is kind of over, right? If you get the one going
Yeah.
through so early, you can assume that you might recover, but then what does it mean? You can see a lot of people use health stones, health
Yeah.
pots on a phase where you're not meant to burn everything because you want them for the
Last
overlaps in the last phase, right? Or potentially even at the end of the second phase just to help the healers approach the last phase in a more healthy way. So yeah, definitely. I mean, to be honest, when you soak all those mines at once, it's a lot of red paddles, right? All the raids need to commit, and sometimes, you know, you might just go on the same one and one is left unsoaked. So
It looked good on the first two pops, but then it escalated from there.
Yeah, we missed one, and then we didn't even soak one, like you said. We kept one out.
Yeah.
And then we soaked one afterwards, and it was not good.
I mean, to be honest, this is that's the part that is gonna cause a lot more wipes. To be honest, I feel like the rest of phase one is quite easy. I mean, yeah, you can still make mistakes and have some deaths here and there, but raid wiping mechanics, I don't know. You would have to do some like major mistake, but that overlap there, I mean, it's totally reasonable to see wipes there because you know it requires a lot of coordination and yeah, everybody do play well, and it's also like communication helps in that case.
And again, no Soulstone.
Yeah, I was gonna say about it. Like I see Crystal running.
Yeah, FTM as well. Healer job.
usually when you have a situation where the entire raid is dead and nobody is releasing or getting rest, then it's either the raid leader shouting at everybody and everybody's just like, okay, I'm not gonna press anything until this is over, or you forgot the soul stone.
I know what happened. FTM has the soul stone. He
used
died
it.
mid-pool, he used it insta, and then they didn't redo it before dying, which means, yeah, like, that happens, you know, just
Yeah.
person with Soulstone dies and gets rest in the fight, and then the Soulstone is just gone. That's fine, you know, but I guess no, we don't have two Warlocks to have 2 Soulstones, so I don't think you can do much about it. Kinda unavoidable, unless you use an Ankh, but do you really want to waste Ankh?
Nah, you're not gonna do that
Yeah.
on this level for sure.
Yeah.
Like, if it was my guild, I would instantly say just Ankh, you know.
I
but
mean,
like,
if you're early bulls into progress, I think you would call it the Ankh, but if you're late, like 10% now, you definitely want to save it for more important parts.
yeah.
But
No
this
doubt.
run back is very long, actually.
It is,
They
yeah.
just reached now. We're gonna get rest here in 2 seconds.
All right, but we are
Yeah,
back
I was
now.
watching literally Echo now, and on the same overlap, they wiped. Like the same overlap in the phase 1, which is the hardest part of phase 1. Mines together with the Ray Sock rocket, and they had a wipe as well. So that part is definitely like something that's gonna cause a lot more wipes in the future, and even in farm I expect. Unless I think next thing they're gonna nerf is like the amount of mine spawn. It makes sense, right? So with less mines, you know, it requires less red paddles to soak, and definitely reduces the difficulty of the boss.
I see this happening every day in YouTube chat, and it's going. They're going hard at it right now.
I know, they're just. I don't
This
even know what
guy
they're
is-
discussing. They're blasting each other. What is going on?
So this ESA guy, every day he says, "Oh, we already killed this first day." Every single
Oh.
day, and people are just taking the bait every time. So
He's a masturbator.
yeah.
I was seeing some crazy conversation going on, but I couldn't follow because we were mid-pool, and now it's still going.
The thing is,
We're speaking
before
of YouTube chat, guys, yeah.
we called him out, and he had gotten timed out by like some mod in YouTube chat.
Chat, you
And
heard
then
it
he's
as
like,
well,
"No,
right?
no, please don't ban me, please don't ban me." We were just laughing.
And he's doing it again now.
Yeah, every day.
The masturbator.
Yeah, I was like, chat, I'm surely not the only one who heard it, yeah.
Without baiter, how do you call it? Well, I'm so confused.
Bruh, you're a legend. Never change.
Guys, I have no idea what this is about. We have an early death already with
If I have any of my players in the chat right now, this is a new soundboard on our Discord.
Is that not a word, somebody that is good at baiting? Huh?
You can go for that one. Yeah, it's all good.
I mean, I don't know if it has another meaning, but I think it does at this point. Okay, somebody can tell me off stream.
No, we're good. Yesterday we talked about Ben and Jerry's. Today we talk about this. Let's let it be.
Ben and Jerry's overrated, friends.
Well, no.
It is
No,
overrated.
no,
yeah.
no. Ben,
I mean,
Ben
I
and
think,
Jerry's is like literally,
I think
literally the
being,
best ice cream.
being Italian, where you have the best ice cream worldwide, and then you try Ben and Jerry, and like this is just average at best, you know. Because I know lots of people that love it, but I tried it and it wasn't that special.
I've never had. I don't know.
In Sweden, it's super popular, Ben and Jerry.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Like I have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Swedish friend, 2 Swedish friends that they get it on a weekly basis almost.
Okay,
You
I
see
don't do
the
that.
ice arrows being soaked behind the wall. Okay, this part of the fight is honestly quite boring.
Yeah,
You
it
gotta
is.
bait the frontal on the head to break the shield. Mythic mechanic, if you don't know, every head has a shield on Mythic, which can be broken by the frontal cleave of the boss. We're getting mines next, together with the immunity soak. Let's see Scoff's POV. We can see how he soaks the mines. Normally he bubbles and makes sure to soak each mine before the bubble runs out. See if he's gonna do the same here. Normally the first he soaks it without bubble, and now he pops it, and we can see 1, 2, and 3. Clean.
Yeah.
So good so far. So far so good.
But it is kind of interesting how this fight, like every mechanic ramps up. We start with prisons, we have 2, then we get 3, then we get 4. We start with mines, we have 3, then we get 4, then we get 5, then we get 6. So it really is just like we say it over and over here on the couch that the beginning of this phase is so easy, but it is just like twice as hard towards the end, especially with the overlap of the rockets. So we really should not be seeing any deaths like
next prisons
65% or something.
Yeah, I would say even these prisons are relatively easy because there is no special overlap here. You just place the prisons, you know, you kill the head inside, and that's kind of it. But then the hard part comes. That's the one that has caused a lot of problems. So we see the next prisons happening into tank frontal, which we can see Skofte is baiting on the wall. Now he places the yellow paddles on the edges so they don't bother us for the later part of the fight. As they say throughout the whole fight, I suppose. We can see the ice arrows being baited behind the walls so they don't die.
We see here also he is assigned to sack the guy that is being finger gunned here.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Shields being broken by the frontal of the boss, and now the big overlap is coming. We can see Skofte's POV again because he has the mind soaking part, so we can see everything that happens.
And now we're in this moment where the skills are getting fully tested.
Let's see, guys. No red paddles going through. No deaths. Let's do it. First mine being soaked. You can see the bubble going off. He has 5 seconds left to soak them.
Just soak now, yeah? All good. One more mine.
Oh, that was tight with the bubble, but he managed.
There we go. Alright, this was
very good.
Very clean.
Barrier down. Getting the
Very
barrier,
clean.
soak as a raid. And good. Now we see the tank line going.
DPS looks very good as well here.
Yeah, the DPS were so far ahead actually. They must have changed something because it's 1.5%
This
ahead.
has been the cleanest.
Okay, Bangers is dead, but we have a combat dress and also another combat dress for Raimi. Still fine, you know, the DPS was super far ahead. We might have lost a bit, but you know, for progression purposes, we can get through it.
This is very good push.
We use Bloodlust here. I wonder if it's changed.
It was really really clean up until the point where 2 players died, but that was just an accident, I would say. Other than that, it looked really. Oh no!
Dan charged that.
Dan charged, yeah.
Guys, I've seen it so many times. Warriors charging on this, so dangerous, and I knew it was gonna happen. Like that's just not a reliable play, in my opinion. But yeah, unless you're tank that can just face tank it. Anyways, we don't have a combat dress, but that's not an issue. We can still get through the 4 jails phase, which is the idea now, so we can progress through a part that we haven't seen before. Last charge of the boss, and then straight into the last phase, which starts with some mind soak.
Floor. You see one guy dying as well.
Yeah, that's the Dan War. No, Pricey, sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
let's see if we can manage to soak these 4 mines.
Just make the best out of it. Soak the mines. Practice this part here. Obviously harder to soak the mines with several players dead.
Skofte dies. This is over.
Yeah, this is not it, guys.
We
don't have combat dress. It's not gonna work. I mean, he's meant to soak the bombs and stuff. It's just simply not gonna work.
What was the issue here? Was it the charge that was just not in a good spot?
I don't know. I mean, the lightning on the ground is like baited by players. I guess a lot of people that should be on the other side didn't make it. So it is a little bit unfortunate.
I'm Italian, guys. Yes, of course. I mean, I think it's easy to recognize the Italian accent.
I think we
My
saw
speech
some
is trying,
new
is improving
Vicars
over
there.
time, but you know.
We saw some new Vicars there. What the screenshot that he just that
I don't
FTM
know.
made.
He just photoed 4 goons on top of each other.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe FTM is a gooner. Who knows?
It's nice to watch healer POV during the second phase because it's the most intense part for them, kinda. You can see the HP bars dropping like crazy, while for DPS you're just chilling and you have to avoid the double frontal clip, which is quite easy. But yeah, as I was saying mid-pool, doing that charge jet, I mean, you guys must have seen it previous pools as well. It's so dangerous and I feel like unnecessary. I mean, obviously you gain like 1 second uptime, but the dangers of it I don't know, it doesn't feel rewarding enough, right, to just gamble it like that. And I knew it was gonna happen, and I'm pretty sure we had more deaths to it in other pools. I just wasn't here catching it, but yeah, it's one of those plays that doesn't feel like safe and rewarding enough to do. You know, gain 1 second of DPS to coin flip a death. But sometimes charges also are directed like a bit different. You know, like sometimes the boss is maybe turning in a way, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard point of the fight, and you have like no space to make a mistake. You get hit, you get stunned, or if you just go to the wrong side, or even just get clipped by it.
The whole reloading must be some weak core or add-on update, right?
Could be.
Yeah, I think it was what FTM was screenshotting. There was something was off with it, and he probably just sent it, and they're like just changing.
He always
right
takes screenshots of stuff.
Yeah, we need to find a bit more consistency right now. I think we
Apparently,
want
Echo
to
had
see...
a 3% pull. Echo had a 3% pull just now, apparently. But they didn't manage. I'm a Lazio fan, somebody asked earlier.
But somebody also said, like, you look like you would put ketchup on spaghetti, and I'm like, they don't even know that he doesn't have the tomato sauce on pizza.
Yeah. But I do put tomato sauce on like pasta or rice and stuff. Depends. I like it on specific stuff, even on like meatballs. I think it's nice. But on pizza, I mean, I still like pizza with tomato base. I just like it more without, you know.
I think meatballs are overrated.
What
Depends
are you
how
saying,
you make
bro?
them. Depends how you
I'm
make
Swedish.
them.
There's no way you're talking about this.
I knew you're gonna react to that.
That doesn't
yeah.
work. Yeah.
Liquid had 155 pulls, I think. But guys, I wouldn't compare pull count, especially because Liquid, first of all, reached like an impossible part earlier, and also they're the guild known to pull much quicker. Okay, they had actually 147. Okay, sorry, my bad. But Liquid in general, if they have equal pulls to Echo method, that means they were much faster because they don't use as much time discussing strategy or doing weak auras. They have a different approach which works for them. So it's better to look at total time spent on a boss while being in the raid as a full group, and you can only do that, I think, I don't know if there is even a way. I don't think so.
Usually there's like there is this website, I don't know who does it, but they have like compilation of who spends the most time. And it takes like on the log, it takes like from your first,
from first to last pull. Yeah, that's a good
off
point,
the log or something like that.
Yeah, but you know, you remember, you also know for sure that Liquid has always been the guild that pulls quickest, right? Yeah.
But I mean, we see now Liquid did very well on this point, especially when you say like they reached the lowest percentage first. They played the last phase the most with pre-nerf.
Yeah.
So
gotta say, like after seeing Echo get the 5th boss world first, sorry, forgive me for not knowing the name. I just forget the names of some bosses. Like
conveyor belt guy.
Yeah. And I was like, damn, maybe Liquid isn't playing that good this tier. But then they just nerfed One Arm Bandit without even getting any strategy help, because Echo went dark, I think. And then they totally destroyed this boss as well again. Like they're really like there's rarely ever like a time where they play really bad on a boss. You know. I feel like nowadays, if you just look at the mechanical skill of each of the 3 guilds, they're probably the one that has the highest mechanical skill overall.
I definitely think so.
But the mechanical skill isn't everything, guys. By the way, you know, you have you could win if you're like 5% worse in that aspect, but maybe you have a better tactics or better strategy, better splits. You know, there are a lot of things that come into play, and you know, in any sport, the best doesn't always win. You know. You don't see the same team win every time, like a World Cup or a Champions League, or even, I mean, in my sector, like a bodybuilding competition, because that's what I love a lot. Or, yeah, that changes often, you know, because sometimes you can underperform, or maybe it's not your week.
Well, we also have to do mention, like, the Liquid does have the luxury of just being Liquid, right? I mean...
And then the only US guild that competes for the World First Race, which makes it very, very good to get good players.
Yeah, like you have to think, like if you look at the esports teams, Liquid is probably top 3 names.
Yeah, it is one of the most popular. Yeah.
Like, I think G2 might be bigger. No.
I don't know. I mean, G2 is definitely one of the biggest, but I don't really know which one is the biggest.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, so when you're getting players, I would assume that a lot of players would wanna play for such a big,
I get
brand,
what you mean. I mean, Liquid is a huge organization. They're the only competitive guild for World First in US, and I mean, obviously, being such a huge organization and being a World First, that also provides monetary benefits, right?
Yeah.
Which also adds like a chance to get good players in an easier way. So there are definitely a lot of benefits, and they're probably in the best spot overall. And that's why we see them so consistent. You know, they're always like between first and second.
They have been doing very well lately.
Chat, not quite true. Like, I'm Serbian actually. I just live in Austria.
Wait, aren't you like Serbian heritage, but you born and lived in Austria, or you
No,
moved
I was
there?
I was born in Serbia and I moved to Austria.
When?
When I was like 13 years old.
So you don't have any Austrian ethnicity.
What do you mean?
Like you're not Austrian at all. Like.
Nah, I wouldn't say so. Like, I mean, I like Austria though. I have the citizenship as well, but like my roots are from Serbia.
I have some Serbian friends too. One lives in Sweden. Yeah,
I mean, of course I'm a Jokic fan. I came to Austria to play basketball, so.
Let's go into pool number 81, guys. It is time to get a sub 10%.
Did you actually play basketball when you were younger?
Yeah, I played 6 years, and I really came to Austria to play pro basketball.
Really?
Yeah, and I broke both of my hands after like 2 weeks.
Oh no!
Oh, lucky. And then you didn't become that tall either.
Yeah, that was the problem, right?
Did you grow fast early on, or?
No, I was like, it took a while for me to start growing. Like
Same.
with 183 now, you could still like be decent in basketball, especially in Austria. But in Serbia, it was not possible because somehow, like, I don't know, when you're 12 years old, you're already like you shaving yourself and stuff like that in Serbia. So I was really not gonna fit in there.
Yeah, I was also one of the late bloomers.
We have already had one death, but we keep playing.
I missed that. Who was it?
Sudan.
It's okay. I haven't seen him die much. I think he's playing really well. He's a new trial, guys. Performing super well on his monk, and he also had a druid, I think, or between monk and resto druid. And he might have had also a priest.
I think he has a little bit of
a bit
everything.
of all.
Yeah. But I think he's not focusing a lot on priest and paladins because that is like kind of locked down by Crystallize and Skåne.
We can see the first jails happening. Super chill moment. Next ability would be the tank frontal into the ice arrows that you want to put behind the walls. So you don't get anybody to get killed. Obviously, these ice arrows are easy, but you just want to make sure always to not stand in front of any, even if you're not targeted. Because obviously, if you don't pay attention, okay, that was a bad play by Pricey, but somehow he survives. I think he's just frozen, or is it Pricey or Freddy?
I have no idea who it is.
Somebody's frozen, but he might just make it alive.
He got pinged as well.
But it's kind of funny. You're like super
I'm
safe.
surprised he didn't get one shot.
No, you're super safe in those ice prisons. You just.
I'm confused. Normally, don't you get one shot?
No,
On the Roik, I got killed. I thought.
No, you're just chilling there, and you're gonna come out. I don't know if you stay longer though on Mythic, but I don't think so. I think we're back. I think it was Jimmy even, no?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was hard. So there was a mage, but then...
No, I just saw a Demon Hunter come out of nowhere from the back, so I think it
Might
could
have
have been Jimmy, actually.
But it was exactly what we usually see. Like, you need to touch the fire to get rid of your, like, ice skates mechanic.
So you go faster, yeah.
Yeah, so they always start in the fire, and then they go out. So they still have line of sight of the boss. But this guy got the icicle outside, went into the fire, then he went out again.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
You can see the tank frontal being baited on the wall.
And now it's the tree prison again. Almost close to the
that's
very
the
hard overlap.
three prisons wave. That's an easy one, right? It's not something that does cause many deaths or wipes.
Yeah. We see
What comes next is
everyone, literally everyone has Hellstone and Health Pot ready as well.
Yeah.
So no one is. They probably have a call. Do not press them.
I mean, normally when I progress further into a boss, I really try to avoid using it unless it's super necessary that I would die otherwise. But you know, and in fact, I remember when we reach a phase or a point where you're fighting for the kill and you need everything for the last phase. I remember, let's say, sometimes I died in phase 1, and then the healing officer would be like, this is not his fault, it's the healer's fault. It's not meant to ever use Healthstone or a healing pod there. Like, that's literally what we're trying to avoid. And we see Wildy going down.
Yeah,
we don't have a
that was
combat.
unfortunate for Wildy.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened, but
I think he got hit by someone else's icicle.
That is not ideal, but we can still get through it. Mines, with the rocket overlap happening soon, we will see some Sculptus POV to show us how he soaks the mines, and then
I mean, if we leave this, we're gonna have Wildy for the intermission for sure, though. If we leave this, and this is usually the sketchy part.
5, but
yeah,
let's say range soaker as well on the red paddles should be fine though. You can see the
we
bubble has
have
3
one
seconds
more
left.
pop. No, 2 more.
Pretty tight. He manages.
Okay,
Some
and now I
good,
just need to
good
go
soaks.
back in that barrier to soak this. Back in it. Go, go, go. All right. Okay, it seems that we've done something with this spot because this felt really stable again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
damage feels good as well, to
Yeah.
be honest. It doesn't feel like we're that behind that we need to use Bloodlust early or something.
This is the
But while
part-
he almost goes down
Yeah,
again and he manages to survive by literally 1%.
This
Very,
is where we
very lucky.
lost 2 players last time. I wonder though why. Is it just because of the passive damage increase that is happening at this point?
I mean, could be, or it's just that they're loading up everything for the intermission, right?
Yeah.
We did pop the last, like, 7 seconds early or something to make the push when we have had a couple of dead, but...
But hey, intermission, everybody alive for now. Hopefully nobody gets hit here.
We see everyone that can cross over to the other side will do that so that we have less lightning puddles on our side. We'll see they do that again here.
Yeah, that
Ooh,
is
this
one.
one was very awkward.
That's one of the risky plays that you don't want to do. Like, half the times you're likely gonna get hit and potentially die, but he managed to survive, which is good.
And it's
Last
also-
charge from the boss, which means they have to dodge clockwise, and we see Incy going down. Can't see if he has an Ankh totem, but he doesn't apparently, which means
No.
we're gonna be 19 men for the last phase.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
First mindset. Go,
it's-
sorry.
It's one less person to heal, I guess. That's the positive thing.
Yeah, I feel like we were a bit low going into that last charge. So you had to play perfect. Like if you get hit by anything, you're just dead there.
One thing I want to point out is that the healers are really managing to get everybody fully healthy by the end of that intermission
No.
compared to the earlier pulls, which is very important for the progression of this boss. We can
Ooh.
see first.
So one bomb was not
jails
frozen.
of the last phase.
But they rooted it.
Okay.
So we are playing these prisons.
Nurse
as-
goes down, but still we can manage.
And then we're gonna get the red big circle here, and we're gonna put it right on top of the boss. And
Okay,
we ho-
immunity
hope-
should come out now.
Yeah.
And immunity soak. That's very, very clean.
Very nice, very clean, very healthy here.
Now gotta make sure to kill those ads before the end rage, so everybody can go back to the boss and then prepare for the big mines wave.
Spell Warden himself for this
Yeah.
golden buff.
Ads down. Very, very good.
We did lose a healer, sadly, but the frontal is good. The
We-
frontal is good, so...
We need to start soaking these mines. This is what needs to happen right now.
And we did one now. One is being soaked. Second one...
He's running around with it. I think someone went out and soaked it now, but we're dying.
Yeah.
It is good, good pull though.
Good
We
pull.
had 2 deaths for pretty much the whole phase. So this is something we wanna reach.
Now I need a quick bathroom break, so... I'll
Yeah,
be
I
right back.
also wanna go bathroom soon. Maybe we can take 5 minutes and put TS.
We can do that.
Yeah.
We had a good pull,
Yeah.
so we can do
Yeah.
that. See you
Team
guys
speak
in a
on,
little
guys.
bit.
See you soon.
Through the boss. The mines will be rooted, so you can kind of ignore the fact they're running around. But yeah.
If you don't have a spare, you can just go left as you're looking at the boss.
Yeah.
Scum to heal me!
Why did I take an explosive payload hit before the double whammy shot?
Did you stand in the line?
Well, I was on me.
Problem, guys.
I should take both, no?
Did Nate stand in it?
I was in it.
Oh fuck.
Like 99% sure. I can check the bot.
So there is, if you want to be smart, if you get 2 stacks on the last bomb of the process, you're okay. You don't have to press it. If you get it midway through the process, you need to press it, or you're like very likely dead. I'm trying my best to call it so it doesn't happen. I mean, just change the sound or something if you want to, but you need to know when you have 2 stacks. You can't just like not know that information. Because like we literally saw it a couple of tries ago when FTM and Suran died. I think FTM maybe just survived, but that was exactly that situation on the first mindset.
Literally just the pull we did.
It shouldn't be 2, should be 3 at least. Like 2 is fucking waste. We're gonna be burning all health pots before fucking last phase where we need them.
No one ever goes to 2 stacks when it's done properly.
Check the logs.
I mean, I'm watching the frames.
I've definitely had a number of sheep.
Did you watch it before? Because we literally talked about the shit yesterday. Healers have had the frame glows on people with 2 stacks from fucking start of prog, and we had people on 2 stacks a lot. It's not like a problem. What do you mean?
Like people aren't going on 2 stacks very often at all right now. I'm staring at the frames.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that going in 2 stacks is not like instant.
Okay, then what happened this try when Suran died?
How many stacks was he on?
I think 2, maybe 3.
But I
and
think
the way you stop yourself by getting to 3 is by health potting.
But it's just gonna be massive overhealing. Like we can heal 2 stacks if it's on a couple of people. If it's like 3+, then yeah. But
okay, 2 is 3, and if people die to 2, then
yeah. On our last one, we had like 6 or 7 people go to 2 stacks throughout the course of the fight.
Yeah, sure. Change it to 3 then.
Yeah.
I think that pod will probably just save him anyway. Just make sure that we actually press personals like we're supposed to.
Personal doesn't have this.
Well, it's still damage taken and maximum HP, right?
I mean, it'll like maybe like let you live if you do overstack, right? But if you end up in a chain where it just keeps going up and up and up, it's not going to help you.
No, of course. It could just like give you like an extra second or something to allow us to like top him somehow.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I get you.
The thing is, if you get like 3 stacks, you will still have to press personal because it's like 5 million absorb that no single target heal will get you up. And then you get 4 stack for another 6 million.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah. You need both. If you hit 3 stacks, you need personal and a health pot.
Reload.
You ready?
I'm here.
Can't win.
Dragna, we do that, yeah? For P3? Take Thanos.
Hmm.
Did you check the channel?
I mean, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Mine's 1, 2, 3, 4. In jails. 3, 2, 1, go. Frontal next. Phasing. Doing mines, melee's bait. Baiting. Baiting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
Bugged. It's bugged.
Yep, it's bugged.
I try.
Okay, well.
Good job, Chris. Slightly behind because of it. Watch your health.
Phasing here. Doing triple gels next. Next to the fire. 3, 2, 1, go. Frontal. Moving over. I wouldn't say we're like ahead, so press whatever it was you were talking about, Tom.
Yep.
Baiting mines. Bait. Bait. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, someone.
I think we're just dead.
Yeah, someone soaked with me, headbutted.
Yeah.
Hey, we missed one here as well. There was 3 and we were only 2 soaking.
Yeah, you have to look after that area, Melis.
I think, Jimmy, you're muted, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I said that was my bad. I tried going to the area that was missing.
Hello, hello, hello. I saw a couple of in chat wondering where we were. We're here.
We're here live, guys, from studio angle.
Yeah.
Look how big I am compared to Lorgo, bro.
Almost the same size, bro.
Is it GP large or GP small?
GP large, then we have our camera. Small is without us.
All right. Unfortunately, that was not the pool. We were here watching. We didn't want to interrupt the mid pool.
Yeah.
Just have you listening with the comms. But now we're back. Seems they need us. You know, like I think we.
They definitely do.
Yeah. We actually bring luck into all those pools. So it must be the Lorgo angle though. Like Lorgo, so many world first under his name. So when he's here and when he's watching, we're playing good, yeah.
What is happening in the chat? This must be my guildmates, yeah, they're trolling. Yeah, I was so confused. I was like, they must have
That's a
time be
coordination.
together, and then I
Yeah.
read the names that my guildmates, these trolls. The boss is not back for us. I don't know which bug you mean, or maybe the reason we're just missing out. We
Oh,
can
that
see
was a very, very,
very
bad
bad
start.
start.
Oh.
Yeah, think a red paddle went off, and yeah, feel like it's really hard to recover from it. Even though in the first phase nothing happens really, just one red paddle will get 1 or 2 deaths, and then probably don't wanna continue.
What needs to go right to get the boss lower than 10%? I mean, we just need to go into that last phase, play things correctly, and we got it. It's just like this whole overlap with 4 prisons, popping the mines, doing the frontal. It's just a lot of damage, guys. The fight ramps up in damage the longer it goes, so it never becomes easier. It only becomes harder all the way till the end. It's like it's not one of those fights where you have to do that one mechanic and you know you got it, right? It's just like you will have to heal all the way till the end. It's just gonna feel so bad, like the damage.
I see Wildly standing up, also
Yeah,
spend, so
basically
they have
all-
a 5 minutes break.
Oh,
Guys.
the break timer
Well,
is out.
Back
They
to
have
the studio so the guildmates can troll. What up?
You do really look big, Lorgok, on this screen. I have to say.
I'm even putting in this is not a good angle. Yeah, you guys are out angling me. Out angling me.
Oh yeah, the angle is really helping me here. Yeah,
Well,
I feel like
I
it.
obviously have a black shirt, so it makes you smaller.
Oh yeah, that is why I'm so small. Yeah, it's the black shirt, guys. If I were white, I would be as big as Lorgo for sure.
Yeah.
What's
you
your
see how
strongest
pale I am,
part?
though.
Legs.
Legs, yeah.
I think that was a bit obvious, and also shoulders. Yeah. The
Look how
weakest is
pale I am, bro.
Yeah, I'm always darker genetically, but yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
I do go to sunbath, or how do you
You
call
do?
it? Yeah.
Yeah, I did go 3 times before coming here, but it's more because I'm doing it for the composition, right?
Yeah.
Because they're gonna put the spray tan, and the less you use, the better it is on paper, but you're kind of still forced to use it.
I probably have the tanning cycle of a degenerate gamer. I think that is usually how often I tan. Never.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden doesn't help with the weather, at least.
True.
I lived in Italy, and it's always sun after like April. So now that I moved to Germany, I'm sometimes, damn, if I want to tan, I'm just forced to go tanning beds.
No.
Because I also have a balcony where I could just get a lot of sun in Germany, in the house in Germany. But yeah, the weather doesn't really help, so.
That is true.
So, since it's break time, and I say I only answer these during breaks or splits, somebody asking what exercises for bigger shoulders. So the secret to bigger shoulders is you wanna train all the 3 heads of the shoulder, and that's kinda it. Then you find exercises that you have good connection with. If your gym has great machines, you can use those. But you have to make sure to train all the 3 heads equally, kinda. Front, middle, and rear.
What is front? Like a press like this?
No, front, no, that's medial.
Middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Front would be this way somehow?
No, front is any pressing exercise. So
Okay.
shoulder press and chest presses.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
And back?
Back is
pull?
Real delta machine or face pulls, like the rope.
Yeah. So basically press, pull, and then side.
Yeah, you
Something
never
like that.
have to focus on front, especially if you're like me, that I have a dominant front shoulder and I use my chest less. That's just a form issue. And yeah, you do have to focus on it if you're lagging on that body part.
There you go, guys. Tips from
Yeah.
our strongest
That was the
world
only
first competitor
question
ever.
I would answer. I always avoid fitness-related questions unless it's a break or splits. I mean, splits, guys, you literally have to come up with something in like any topic.
I
you
mean,
want to
it's
speak
interesting.
about my sister, you know?
I mean, it's still an interesting topic. Like, why not? Like,
Yeah,
I feel
of
like
course. But
I
I
feel
wanna-
like nowadays a lot of gamers are going to
No,
to
it's true.
fitness, Yeah?
If I compare it to like 5-10 years ago, gamers try to be more healthy in general, which is a good thing. The raid leader for Method is Beef. He's very introvert kind of person, I would say. Although he's obviously very good raid lead, but he doesn't like to be on the spotlight or have like any attention on him, except obviously within the guild because you need to. So. Yeah.
Somebody in chat says my personal trainer is training me quite hard. But when I told about Lorgok, he was impressed the way you look.
I mean, I look like a pro. I'm
Yeah.
just not a pro yet. So just
But-
a matter of time, bro.
But I think there is also a general misconception that like the personal fitness trainer has to look insanely
Yeah,
good.
I mean, I would say if you're in your prime years, so like 20, 30, I think the least you can do is look in shape.
Yeah,
you don't have to be a
okay.
bodybuilder, but
Yeah,
you need
look
to
in
be
shape,
Yeah,
yeah.
in shape. You know, like have some visible abs if you're doing that for work. But if you're like 50, 60, and you have a lot of experience as a coach, then I mean, I understand if you can't be bothered anymore, and you
Mhm.
know, supplements I use too many, guys. I mean, I'm super advanced with supplementation, but for my clients, I don't suggest too many. I mean, depending from your budget, your health, your goals, your physique reminds me of Andrea Mamboli. Yeah, I think we have similarities. He's also from Italy. He's better than me, but maybe I will catch up to him one day. Creatine, yeah, creatine is the best supplement out there, and the thing is, it's underrated, guys. You know, creatine has a lot of benefits, even to your brain. So it's very beneficial for your brain, for your sleep. If you use 10 grams, up to 10 grams, it's super, super good. Go read the research. It's not just for strength and endurance gains. You can never stop taking it. You can, but you lose the benefits of it.
It's also quite cheap, right? Like
It
it's
is cheap,
it's
yeah.
a very cheap supplement,
Like
but
20
it's also,
euro, it lasts you like 2-3 months. Yeah,
and it's the only that is like really, really proven to work 100%.
It's
right?
super good. Yeah.
Do you cycle creatine or
No, you don't have to
always
cycle it.
You're always.
Yeah, you
always
can
on it?
take it all life, and yeah, that's not bro science, not even, because bro science has to always use it. Like you know, people that say, oh, if you eat too many eggs, your cholesterol goes bad. That's the same. It's not true. There are a lot of stories, you know,
Or
like
if that
or
would
that
be the
carbs at
ca-
night are bad.
Yeah.
These kind of things, you know.
If the eggs, I heard the egg thing is a thing with the cholesterol
it's
so
not
many
true.
times. If that would be true, I'd be dead
Yeah.
by now, for sure. I think I eat eggs almost every single.
I love
day.
eggs, yeah. I mean, nowadays you see, we don't do breakfast often together, but I do.
But I always go with
5
the eggs
egg
as well,
whites
yeah,
and
yeah.
3 full eggs. You can eat chicken every day, even like meat every day, guys. I don't know, why wouldn't you eat chicken every day if you want to? It's meat, protein.
Yeah, but it gets boring quite fast.
It does get
now.
boring, yeah. Chicken,
Yeah.
it does get boring.
What about you, Shaking? What could you eat if you could pick one type of food that you could eat every day for the rest of your life, and only that one? What would you take?
What would I actually take then? Probably some pasta. I love pasta. Probably some saucy pasta. Maybe some. I don't know.
Chat, I don't accept sushi as an answer. That is illegal.
Sushi is not
No.
bad. It's not my favorite. It's not something that I would pick as a cheat meal, but I like it. If I go to a proper place, I can blast like lots of it.
But yeah, probably some pasta and some sauce.
Alright.
With a little bit of meat. I don't know. There are a bunch of good pasta dishes, I think.
I mean, Dragon Terror, first of all, 8 is quite a lot, but it's also a genetic thing, and you can use a lot of supplements that help your cholesterol levels. Like if you want to get protein from eggs, you can also do lots of egg whites, and you know, you do maybe 2 or 3 yolks. You don't want to do 8 full eggs, too many fats. That's just not ideal for macronutrients. By the way, we're going back into POVs because I think
Yeah,
they're
we have a
pulling.
pool starting
We're
right now.
so
right
we're
now,
getting
yeah.
ready now for pool number 84. We need to swap to GP large. Yeah, buddy.
One thing we heard during the listening, they were not only managing to talk a lot about the heal absorb here and how they're handling that, because you get a lot of stacks by the way. If you get popped, but you don't get healed up before next pop, they said on 3 stacks, then you definitely pop a health stone or health pot. They made a weak guard change for that, and they also talked a lot about, like, I think Wildy is one of the players that might hold his cooldown to intermission if they are ahead on damage.
So for the ads, uses them or what?
No, just on the boss in general.
Oh,
like,
okay.
because there was something Biff said, like, oh, we're a little bit behind, so Wildy use whatever you said. He said that verbatim.
Yeah, yeah. So let's see if the changes are gonna benefit the guild in any shape or form. We wanna see a sub 10% pull as soon as possible to keep the morale up, because once you get to a good percentage, and then if you get stuck and you don't progress for a long time, the morale goes down, you know, and people start losing focus, and you know they destroy the momentum, and has been an issue on the previous bosses. We want to make a difference now.
One thing I feel like we cannot let happen though is if Echo kills it, which they should like soon, right? We cannot care about that at all.
Yeah.
Like we just gotta focus on our own gameplay, because I feel like that is a thing
For
that
sure,
happened
for
early
sure.
on
We are
the
in
race a
power
lot.
play totally right now. We just need to focus, like you said, on our own thing, and we know we are really, really good on this boss so far. And as long as we manage to go on like this, I'm pretty sure we. I mean, is it okay to like believe that we could kill it today?
Yeah, I mean you have to, because if you don't kill it today, don't want to jinx it, but it's the first place at least. It's kind of a big copium from that point.
Oh
on,
yeah, for sure.
Like let's be real. Already Liquid, I think they have like a pretty big lead at this point, even over Echo. I mean, right now there's no doubt Liquid is by far the guild in the best position, but you know they could always play bad or have a wrong strategy, or you know maybe Blizzard does something bad with tuning and it kind of blocks them for a few days. We can see the rocket with the immunities being soaked here. That's an easy one. The immunities being popped. Plus, I saw also Nate was soaking it. I guess as a tank you can just go in and not care.
Yeah, I mean we see. Yeah, for sure. A lot of people are just soaking it.
Yeah. Big frontal being positioned on the opposite direction. Now it just chill, blast the boss. Nothing going on for like 10-15 seconds, even longer. This is just the blast the boss kind of parse into prisons.
This
Second
guy
prison
YouTube
wave.
chat still, bro.
Yeah, the prison wave, as usual. So far, everybody's in their spot.
I haven't seen many problems on this wave
Yeah.
specifically. So this one should be relatively easy unless people get hit by the ad clip, which is something that you shouldn't really.
It's really hard to see though. Like
It is. It's not the easiest, I gotta say, but the cast is very, very long. So
Yeah.
getting hit by it would be really like pure trolling. We can see the ice missiles being placed behind the walls, so nobody gets hit or gets frozen or gets one shot. Into the big overlap soon. First, there is the frontal cleave of the boss, which needs to be directed at an head, so we can break the shield. And then, yeah, the big overlap. We fingers crossed that we get through it.
I
Then
feel
we
like
can
they
see
moved some healer cooldowns away from this spot, because now we're looking very shaky than
struggling a
usual.
bit.
But I think they just put more things for when we start popping the mines until like we can leave this without something.
Yeah.
Right? And you see, we did catch up. So if we did actually move a healer cooldown towards here, it should feel much smoother now when we start popping the bombs.
Let's see some wild POV. Big soaks from Sculpted, and the raid needs to follow up with the small red paddles. Great blink by Wildy, saving the raid there. There is another paddle on the top. Raid soak with the barrier. He's being a bit late with moving, but totally fine.
Yeah,
Pop the barrier.
We were for sure much more stable here. Like
Yeah.
this was really good now, and let's hope that we don't tick down here. We usually struggle.
Oh, Nurse
Yeah.
goes down just to damage, but he also Suran goes down to.
But we do have 2 CRs, so if nobody else dies,
something else. Yeah, with 2 CRs we can still get through it. I think the damage requirement is fine.
oh yeah, for sure. Like we're completely
Dan
fine.
dies as
Dan
well.
dies
Yeah.
as well. That
was
is
that the
an
frontal
unfortunate-
cleave or what was it?
I don't know. I think it's just the damage here.
He's checking the deaths. Skofte wasn't happy. If you check deaths mid pool, you know that you're not happy with it.
Yeah.
It's just that because at that part of the fight, the Moxie stacks are at the highest point, and everything just hurts
much more. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just brute force healing at that point, and just like maybe a bit more aggressive usage of health pot is needed.
And I think we're holding a lot to like make this safer as well.
Don't wanna say it, guys, but tank is so facial.
Yeah. You don't have to care about mechanics.
You just don't care about anything. You just get, but it's every boss almost like that. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. That is the World of Warcraft that we play.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have to need you do need some benefits if you're playing a tank, right?
Yeah.
But we are into last phase, one dead obviously, but
Can still manage the jails.
Yeah.
I think.
A small issue when you have dead people at this point is that the jail's
Oh.
gonna hurt more because you have one less person to soak.
Bubble up. Gotta make sure to get all those mines while the bubble
one
is
more
running.
soak here.
Okay.
Oh, Bangers goes down. It's
Everyone's
over.
there. We missed one.
Yeah, this is it. Right.
It is what
Echo
it is.
apparently has a really good pool, but I think they died.
That's
yeah, they just
Enrage
died
here.
now.
They just
Oh, it
died.
was at 2.5%. Damn. To Enrage. Well, they actually had a few deaths. Yeah, they had a few deaths, so it wasn't the cleanest pool. But it's definitely very tight for DPS, though. That goes to show how good Liquid is, and also
Yeah.
goes to show another thing, guys, because people keep saying, "Oh, Liquid's eye level is lower and it's lower." It is lower, maybe, yeah, but probably they have more rare items or, you know, better stats or whatever. So it's not all about the total eye level. You know, they might just have items that benefit them more for overall damage and output. And then we can see now, you know, they got through the Enrage. They have the least amount of pulls on this boss. Yeah, we mentioned it. Yeah, we literally mentioned it like 10 seconds ago.
But yeah, it goes to show as well how we talked about like this last part of the fight, even though, you know, we're talking about 2.6%, that still feels like a lot in this fight, yeah? It's not like something
Yeah,
you
I
can just
agree.
find somewhere.
I mean, if you have a perfect clean pool,
Yeah.
you can get it. But that means that you have to basically perform very well, everyone alive, no random deaths, no
Yeah.
losing cooldowns or whatever, right? The boss is very well tuned. I think this is the version we see now is a perfect penultimate boss.
Yeah,
You know,
I
I
would
think
agree.
it's
Yeah.
just about right difficulty, not insanely overtuned, requires a lot of like good play, good damage, good heals. Yeah, I like it.
And it's also a boss that will scale very nicely with all the buffs that we're gonna get and the new gear. Now, obviously not so relevant for the world first place, but in general, like I don't think this boss will need many adjustments at all. Like you're just gonna get more
Yeah,
gear
with
the
extra
buffs.
HP
Yeah.
and healing and stuff, yeah, definitely. The version of this boss is definitely doable. Yeah. I would say though, like bosses like the 5th, I always can't remember name. You do need adjustments. I think
For sure,
the
for
orbs
sure.
being so deadly, it's not gonna work in a worse guild. You know,
I'm-
you can't have orb basically guaranteeing a one shot to the raid when you know there are 3 times that they spawn, right, or even 4 or something. So.
Yeah, they're way too punishing considering that they're actually hard to dodge.
And everybody has to deal with them as well, you know. So definitely think that will get nerfed.
Possibly, yeah.
One arm bandit is gonna be fine, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. But it is a little bit crazy they didn't touch or nerf Sprocketmonger at all.
Yeah, I was
guess it's
surprised.
coming.
I even mentioned after the first kills, but I said that it's gonna get nerfed the next week. Like, I still believe by the end of this week we will see another nerf on it.
Yeah.
Oh well, the first nerf, because we haven't seen any nerf post kills, yeah. Which
It's
is
only
wild.
the 5% boss HP they did early on in progression. That's the only nerf they've done to
yeah.
it.
I mean, the spark does give you a bit of a damage increase, but that's still way too low for that fight.
Yeah.
That fight is just so hard at this point.
And it's more a mechanical fight, I would say. Like, you can see that Echo managed to get it down with not so clean pool in week 1, which means that, you know, with extra gear, you know, it's even easier damage requirement wise. So just a mechanical boss. It's like Painsmith, you know.
I mean, you also see instant dollars is at like 660 item level, wiping at 4% on that 5th
Yeah.
boss is just...
That is not healthy.
Yeah, that is not healthy.
The Chinese boss also getting to magazine now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
168 pull on one arm bandit. How they pulled really fast, gotta say. That
is always what they do, yeah.
They must play like 20 hours a day or something at least.
They chain pull every time. I wonder how it will be for the Chinese when because they have the prize money, but
Yeah.
they're so far behind on reset. Like,
But I mean, realistically though, I mean, I think you can totally agree that even if they were to get the raid on the same time, they're still behind. You know, their pull count is always higher, the total
Of
time
course,
spent
yeah,
on
yeah.
the boss is higher, and they also get all the strategies from us and other guilds. So they're still not on par with the top guilds.
but
like,
that's what I
not even
wanted
close, I think.
to get to. Basically, it's like it would be interesting to see if they ever were ahead at some point for whatever reason, how they would do, because obviously they need a lot of practice for a lot of tiers, but the incentive they get is just going to increase every single tier.
Yeah. So hear me out. I have a business idea. What if one of the top 3 guilds moves there to fight for the prize?
Yeah, that was actually not jokes. I think it was mentioned once. I don't know if in egg or method, but it was mentioned. Yeah. But I don't think it works. I don't think you can even move there being a European citizen. You need like a working visa and stuff. Yeah. We can see Wildy being the very last player of the raid to swap to the other side of the room to activate the next phase. Mythic mechanic, which requires every member to be on the side of the platform to change phase instead of only the majority, which is heroic. You can see jails.
I also love the V-card that they have that shows them, okay, this is where you place it.
Yeah, do the other guilds have something similar? I would assume
Yeah,
so.
they have something similar. But this one is really easy to understand right away. Like, as long as you have the right orientation, as long as you're looking in that direction, you know exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, usually it's always like looking from middle to of room or something, you always say.
Over the years, I've seen some crazy weak Aura stack. I think the craziest one was Star Ogre from Exorcus. Yeah, that was something else. Yeah, I think you just literally put lines on all the room, and he just told you where to run. You didn't have to do anything. You already knew that you had to go this direction and that you would be safe, because it calculated that you wouldn't face any member with the opposite mark, and then you would go towards the one that you want to go to.
Yeah.
On their kill video, it's visible. It's insane. Yeah.
But it was like you had 3 different colors, and then in the last phase it would be like middle of room would be cut off or something from some mechanic.
No, yeah, that was
and
the big cleave, but that's a different mechanic.
And then you couldn't look at add either.
Yeah, that one you have to turn. Yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't easy for people playing Surrender to Madness.
Yeah,
that was I'm not gonna lie, that was a really intense fight for Surrender to Madness, because you had to blast the last part, then you had to do the marks, and you had to obviously dodge the big purple wave.
Yeah.
But that was already the very nerfed version of.
Yeah,
Surrender
but
to
on that
Madness,
boss
yeah.
was still insane though.
On that boss it was insane. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see the immunity soak going off. Everybody's alive.
Oh, now you put me back in time when Warlock said that's embrace, that scaled up with each missing % of the boss HP, the execute.
Oh yeah.
Bro, Warriors was also
And
insane.
while
with
he's
the
swapping at
legendary.
99, as always.
Yeah, they were also ramping, right?
Yeah, Warrior had like a Helm legendary. Every time you executed, you did more damage with execute, and just stacked up
Oh
to
my
insane
God.
numbers when it was like a long execute fight.
If the boss doesn't die by the time Liquid wakes up, they must be really, really happy to be
Yeah,
fair.
I think so.
Like, they will probably gain a lot of confidence as well, you know. Honestly, last night I was actually thinking that maybe underperforming a bit. I was like, how is it still not dead at like 5 AM? But seeing the difficulty of the last 10% and seeing how Ego now is struggling much more as well, I mean...
Oh yeah, I mean, if
they are
you,
definitely
if you
blasting.
asked me yesterday, I would have said, you know, Echo kills it before lunch.
Yeah, but then again, we didn't know how difficult the last 10% is, right? And we only saw Liquid progressing on it a lot, and seeing that it took them quite long, I was assuming that maybe it was just like misplay. We can see Frag going down, I think, yes, but at least he broke the shield. We can see Wildly swapping side towards the end.
I think
of the
Fairness
energy.
was stuck in a prison. We see on
Oh.
the monitor there.
That's unfortunate. We can see he
We have
was
a
stuck
s-
in a prison.
Yeah, we have a
indeed.
CR in 20 seconds.
But
though,
he's
so
LOSing everybody, so might need to use Bloodlust just because of the lack of DPS. Big overlap incoming soon with the rocket that needs to be soaked by the whole raid. Red paddles being soaked clean. Yeah.
Oh, I think we were really fast on those pops now. Like this might be something else, because those pops really went like super fast.
I
right
feel
now.
like it's kind of similar timing always, because you want to pop them before the bubble runs out. So he has like 7 seconds to pop them all. Otherwise, he's just gonna die to it, you know.
And it's also you want to pop all of them before, ideally before you get the big
I've
circles.
seen them pop it a bit later when they were late, but it's very rare. It's not ideal.
And here they last.
Yeah, and they don't have Jimmy, which is in LOS. So
Yeah, so they lasted now just to make sure everybody lives this damage and that we can push the boss, obviously,
But
but we
they
didn't
push it, yeah.
manage. Boss
Yeah.
was way too high.
unluck. Yeah.
Do wonder though, was it just Jimmy missing? Was this much of a gap on damage?
I mean, it is It was that like 70%. It's one player DPSing, so he's gonna do like a 1 to 2% extra, right?
And that's right, Swordian speed. We did in fact pass 5k.
Wait, what?
Donation mark. Oh, but that happened earlier.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I
we
was
did
like,
dog it.
oh.
And we will get the cosplay show from Sko and Lorgok.
Yeah. By the way, we got a debuff from Warband donation. Don't say the word IT. And then we got an anonymous donation of 35 USD. Thank you guys, everyone. But I'm against this warband kind of thing, especially when we're doing a mythic progression where I would just want to have a smooth cast, you know. I'm totally fine with doing the warband during splits or breaks, but I feel like I don't want to focus on something unrelated to the game while casting a mythic boss, right?
I get what you're saying, but it wasn't the hardest word in the world to avoid.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't wanna think, oh, I can't
But
say
you just
this
said
and
it
that.
though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you for the donations, guys. Really appreciated. We going with a ready check, so hopefully it's a quick pull. Feast up, guys. There is a meme in the guild that I always forget to eat the feast because I'm always doing something on second screen or tapped responding to clients or watching a football game. So I always miss the feast. Yeah, they always flame me.
Do you not have the weak aura?
I do have. There is literally a weak aura that says Lorgok feast up, but I still manage to miss it often. It's crazy. I feel bad. I should probably pay like a tax to the guild because they've wasted like 5 feasts. No, 5 feasts per week at least just on me, you know.
Kinda interesting to hear that a guy who literally lives by the fact that you need to eat on a specific schedule and a specific time, and then you go into the raid and you cannot click a feast.
How many pulls? Liquid had around 145. So we're having pool number 86. Hopefully it's a sub 10%. I really hope you guys get world second. We hope for a world first, but right now,
I mean,
you know, seeing how ahead Liquid is, even second would be a great achievement. But who knows? Who knows? We want to believe.
We do have to assume that Echo is a bit frustrated right now.
They must be for sure. I mean, they had. They normally at the guild have a lot of momentum, but in this boss specifically, they didn't manage to pull it off. You know, they have the, I guess we can call it the method moment of the last race. That the last 10% they just start struggling, and they got hit by the debuff this time, right? Yeah, I mean, I know them a lot on a personal level too, and they're normally very clutch on the last percentages, but on this boss definitely didn't happen, and you know it could happen to any guild, right? Even Liquid,
Well,
I mean...
we hope it doesn't happen to us again. We had enough of it on this first race.
We can share the burden a little bit with other guilds for sure.
You know that meme, first time?
Yeah, for sure.
That's
I mean, yesterday you also had a debuff with your guild on Bank Junker, right?
I don't think so, no. I actually don't think it was that case. I just think the pool was way too good.
I think you just had a lucky pull, and then it was so far off with the rest of the progression.
It was like
I get what you mean.
Everything just went beyond perfect.
But it feels good though when you have like a random kill like that and you didn't manage. That would have been really satisfying.
And that's also the sad point of it. Yeah, like that kind of killed the vibe of the whole evening.
Yeah, you can be like, oh, we pulled off like a random Ward 10, you know, like with so low pull count.
You just need to look at the positives. That's what I was saying about method progression as well. You often just need to focus on the positives and accept the fact that it cannot go always your way. Yeah.
We can see the frontal cleave broke the shield, and where does he have the big wigs bar? Oh, I see them now. Next ability is the mines. We see Scoff's POV here to analyze how he soaks each mine. Then the race needs to follow up with the red paddle soaking. Barrier going up soon, and there it is. He wants to make sure to soak all the mines by the time the barrier expires so he doesn't get killed. Big soak with the immunities, so this one is easy. You don't need as many people, just the ones with immunity gotta make sure to be in. And tanks also support that soak because they can just take extra damage, no problems.
Yeah, they're chilling.
You can see Scoff getting in front. Big circle, put it on the edge. This frontal cleave has nothing on the raid, you just have to stand still, I guess, and get an external, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah,
what they
it's
do,
pretty
yeah.
cool how you have cocoon for every ability. Whenever a player gets something targeted at them, it's just like cocoon.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 Mistweavers really.
I mean, they always have assignments on this kind of abilities. Like I remember also on Tindral, when you had the debuff and you were meant to be dispel the last, you always would get an external, right? Because you know you're gonna get the most damage. Anyways, triple jail, this is the very easy part. You know, it looks sketchy, but just 3 jails, you kill the ads, although 1 is buffed for some reason.
Oh,
so why did he get buffed? Was it too close to the fire or something? Or
no, I think people inside didn't get inside, and then Suran died in there.
is there like a minimum amount of people you want inside to not get it enraged, or what?
I
don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think there was any cage next to others, or maybe they didn't.
But you go in there with 3 people like most of the time.
Okay.
But Suran died, so it ran outside.
Echo's healing is likely chaotic. Yeah, I mean, I'm not watching the progress much.
Oh wait, no,
but
I think they didn't they clip it with the boss? Doesn't it when you put the boss in the jail or something like that? Doesn't it just enrage?
Could be, yeah, could be. Oh yes, it is.
Okay,
it is. You have a point. Yes. So I guess the boss was inside the jail and he got buffed. The ad.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that is true. I remember it happened on Heroic as well.
Crucial Road, I think Echo is probably within 20 pulls. Well, to be fair, if it takes them 20 pulls, that's
would be
disaster.
bad. Yeah. That would be another like 2 hours or something.
Yeah, or even more, I think.
Yeah,
because
2
the
to
pool,
3
like
hours.
now they have like those mid to far pulls, right? Those take up like, I don't know, 5 to 6
That would
minutes.
literally put them a full day behind on the
that
last
would be
boss. Like that's
disaster.
like a full day, and that's when it starts getting hard.
Rage,
you know?
and Rage is on 8 minutes. I think you get into second phase in like 6.
Yeah. Those are long pulls. The 20 pulls would like literally go all the way in the late evening, I think.
Yeah, the healing part of this fight is really hard, and I personally don't know like Echo's new trials and stuff, how they're performing, but used to be their strength, the healing team. Now it got a bit weaker, I would say. No offense to anyone, but I mean the healing team they had was like legendary, and yeah, I mean they're still performing above the expectations that I had for them, to be honest. You know, I definitely thought they would be like slightly worse, but you know they're playing really well. At the end of the day, I mean Echo is still insanely successful guild. They really know how to win. They have the experience, so they're always gonna do somewhat good even on their worst tiers.
People are toxic in chat right now.
Yeah, so that
one guy says !casters, then who is the ripped guy, and someone else does
Yeah, I
my
saw
name,
that.
and then Lord Austin is doing Kappa.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Shagging guys, go check his Twitter. Most jacked caster and former player. Or his ex. Do you have ex?
Nah, I think mine says washed up PvE enjoyer or something like that.
I'm a social media addict person. Luckily, I didn't make any TikTok in my life because I heard TikTok is also addicting. For some reason, when I started scrolling social media, I don't know, I just waste so much time.
I don't have TikTok.
Yeah, I don't have it either, but my friends sometimes link me and I'm like, bro, I cannot open it. I don't have it installed, you know?
I think there was like a discussion, you know, specifically like the strong points of Method right now, and we could also say that this fight is specifically a healer fight. I would say it's more of a healer fight.
This is. It might be a reason why we are doing.
Yeah.
I think one thing wasn't soaked. We're doing better than on the previous ones because we're running 5 healers and it's a strength for the team right now.
Yeah.
So
that's the vibe we had before this race started. That our healing team looks really good.
Yeah.
And given that this is for sure a healer check fight, I would say so far it's been showing that the healers are absolutely performing to their best.
Since it's phase 1, guys, and we can just discuss non-in-fight related stuff. Somebody asking if Echo lost their healers. Yes, they lost Scaris, Zaelia, Thunder went back to Method, and then they had Potter, which was the healing officer, who quit. So I don't know who is the healing officer currently, but because Rising is playing the game, which means he can't really do much outside work. So there's definitely like a full rebuild of their healing team. So it used to be their strength, you know, they used to have the best healing team ever seen, but I mean, I don't know now how it is, but I don't think it is comparable to what they had before. So that's just for context, right? Anyways, double jail, that's a very easy one. We can see Skovte putting the yellow paddle on the edge of the room on top of the fire so it doesn't cover as much room. kill the ads, get out, put the ice missiles behind the walls, and straight into the next part. We will probably see Wildy blinking in the last second after these jails.
Can't be fun being the...
Oh, he gets targeted by the frontal, so he's gonna go to... Yeah, for the ad. We can see the other mages on the other side, so he's the one who's gonna trigger it. Pricey will trigger the phase change now. Perfect. That's why they have 2 mages, so it's very important to have 2 mages that can do that in case one gets the lightning thing, right?
Mages also
But the
just
shield wasn't
really
broken,
good.
was it?
It is. It's just it spawns another ad set directly
We can see some nice Coftes POV here, breaking the mines. Raid follows up with the red paddles. That was close. That was a close call. Oh my god. These are some close calls, but we managed. Into the immunity soak with the raid. We can swap to FTM's POV. Let's see. Then the big tank line, I believe, which was very, very easy mechanic. You get the tank to soak it, and then the person who gets the big circle just gets away from the raid. Doesn't do anything special, just some splash damage. This cleave doesn't need to be positioned anywhere except just not in front of the raid. That's kinda it, right?
Yeah. And it's one of those where we just put a lot of externals on the guy soaking it, because you cannot move, obviously. It will follow you. So you just have to sit there and tank it.
We already said, but I really like frontal cleaves this raid, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So many of them.
Healing absorbs and frontal cleaves is like...
true. Even on Garlivix, the healing absorbs is crazy,
The healing absorb tech is really fun though. I love the way it works.
I mean, each raid they pick like some mechanics. I think you mentioned it, and then they just blast them on every boss.
Yeah.
Like on Tomb of Sargeras, it was the soak raid. Every boss had some soaking mechanic, right?
Yeah.
And then each raid, now this is the cleave and healing absorb raid. Okay, guys, we're going into the only exciting and hard part of the phase 1 soon. Let's hope we get through it. We can check some nice Nate POV. We give him some love. Let's see. Lightning strike being baited on the shield. Shield broken. Kill the ad as fast as possible, and then move into the next side. That's kind of it. We see a death though from Fragrance, but it is no problem, I believe, since he should be able to be rest or not. He's stuck again. There must be something that is probably messing up. This is very bad because he's in LOS, which means we cannot rest him, and the rest is basically useless in this case. We might be forced to use an early bloodlust just to get through it. We have less people helping with paddles, less people soaking the rocket. Definitely very suboptimal, but we can still progress and reach the last phase, just less damage overall. Oh, the raid is ticking down, but everyone alive. Put the barrier down. Big soak. I do want to see what happened to Jimmy later though, because I will go check after the bull actually on the laptop there.
Understandable.
We can also see on the bar on the above how behind we are on the damage
Very
check.
behind, yeah. We've just bloodlusted 5%
Yeah, we just bloodlusted. We're still struggling to push it. It's probably not happening.
Yeah. Do we make it? No. Nah. I want to go check, guys, what's happening with Jimmy out of curiosity because, you know, second pull in a row, he dies to the jail getting stuck.
I think he pulled out his own headset. Or mine. He pulled. Never mind. I'm back.
Yeah, very unfortunate that there by Jimmy. Happened now twice, so we don't know. Maybe they're trying something differently. Yeah, Lorgok is on the analyst desk, checking what has happened to Jimmy. I mean, you could also just go and ask him. You should just go there in the room and be like, "Yo, Jimmy, what happened, bro?"
Do you see it?
Wait, what? Where?
Bottom left.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm not. Lorgok is it's investigation Lorgok going up.
Yeah.
Detective Lorgok right now.
I do wonder if he found out what he was looking for though.
I don't think he did.
Like I got hyped for a moment, but no information.
So couldn't check his bot because he has sub only
Guys,
VODs.
so Chad, you heard it. You need to gift Lorgok a sub to Jimmy.
Yeah, but that's not even my account being connected there, right? Yeah.
All right. Then unlucky.
It's fine, guys. It's fine. I mean, I was genuinely curious because if it happened twice, then you either try to fix it or maybe it's a bug happening. I don't know.
I mean, looking at his face, I think he's just a little bit disappointed with himself.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a mistake.
I like how
Probably talking about it.
like first I thought he was gonna look at the logs somehow.
No, I went for his
Yeah.
Steam VOD and then I couldn't open it, so he got hit by a pipe when doing the backflip. What? What is a pipe in this fight?
A pipe.
I mean, I know what's a pipe in the real world, but I don't know if there are any pipes on this boss, right? Anyways. Wait.
Alright. Detective Lorgok is going for it again.
All right. So we see there's a bit of a discussion going on right now.
Yeah.
Might be related to what happened to like Jimmy now or something else. Okay, so I mean, I do have a theory. I think they did move a ton of cooldowns right now because they're like looking to optimize the damage in phase 2 because they know how much damage they need approximately.
Yeah.
They also know if they're on track now to beat the Enrage, even in best case scenario, right? We saw now a couple of pulls, like obviously a bit harder to say because Jimmy was dead, but the damage was lacking, right? And we know that we're past this point in before, like with ease, right? So probably they changed some things around, and we might just see like next time they get there and like we do manage the push, and Hero goes out, we might actually see like a big improvement in percentage.
Yeah. I mean, it usually happens, right? When you move cooldowns, you get a little bit of a stagnant progression, or you have to move back in progression. And once you get over that hump, all of a sudden everything is smoother afterwards. So that definitely could be the case. But hopefully we solve all our issues and we keep going on progression.
Let's go, guys. 20 minutes left on our shift and the food break. So we need to get us up 10%, or I will go to the gym unhappy.
Yeah, I need some food before the gym though.
I need to eat as well, so don't worry.
Very good.
My cream of rice pre-workout. Let's go, guys. I'm hyped for this pool. Let's get it. I want to see what happened later, or ask him. This jail thing, I don't know.
I fully believe that you will keep this on your mind all the way until you see it. Or
yeah, I mean, if I was a player, I would tilt, because if it happens 2 pulls in a row, you know, and it's like good pulls right before getting to that hard overlap of phase 1, you know.
I think this thing we see down here,
Crystal is sleeping.
No, below FTM. Could mean that Liquid are waking up soon.
Oh yeah, true. Is Crystal even playing, guys, or is he sleeping?
Like that.
I mean,
I loved how you instantly went for it, yeah.
Wait a second, guys.
Oh,
he woke up, he woke up, wait. He woke up, guys, sorry. he's focused now. Dan is down. It's fine, he can rest him.
I love that when he said
exposed,
like, yeah, like the moment he said, you see it,
I'm ruthless,
sleeping.
bro. I'm ruthless. Number thing is, I was one of those falling asleep during like late pulls and stuff. So big tank line. We want the tank to take it, and then the DH, which is Jimmy, will probably get the red circle. He puts it on the edge, trying to min-max the damage first, and then he moves out. Frontal. This is a useless frontal. Just bait it anywhere. The cocoon went off on Wily, I assume, so he doesn't die.
There isn't really much to say about this P1. I mean, Dan died. That should never happen,
yeah,
really.
That's probably an individual mistake, but you know, it can happen from time to time. I think Dan has played well so far on this boss. First set of jails, these ones are so simple. Just get in, jump off the... we can see it's fun to watch this part as a mage, because you know, you do some alter time tech. He's not trying to min-max the damage on them anymore, though, right?
No.
Yeah, I think just not needed at this point.
I think he is min-maxing his damage and his shifting powers a lot
the
more
boss,
for
yeah.
boss damage. Because otherwise you would plan your shifting power around having combustion up so that you have a big ignite rolling into these two ads. But we obviously see that he's popping his combustion now and he didn't have it before.
Great placement of the ice missiles. Everyone is alive. We see the mages are waiting until the boss gets around 95% energy, so they swap to the other side to activate the phase, and boom, double blink from each. Gotta make sure to bait the strike on the ad shield.
I do wonder, does it trigger as he blinks through or when he touches the ground?
I don't know. I think it's insta the blink, right?
Yeah, blink is instant, so I don't know. I mean, in code behind, I think it is like a very fast dash, but
these paddles are a bit RNG sometimes, you know. Sometimes they go very far, and you have to like move with multiple people, like on the edges. See? Yeah.
I think
sometimes they're very easy. Oh my God, that was close. Immunity soak incoming.
I think the puddles are close to players, so you're kind of inting by standing far away from the boss or something.
Yeah, yeah.
That's at least what I would assume, because I agree with you. Sometimes it seems very close, and other times it seems like
you see
very
3
far.
paddles on range, and yeah.
Yeah. We're getting to the 3 prison here.
Can watch some nade POV, just some
Smooth so
damage.
far, but we do not have a CR, so if something goes wrong, it might be rough.
Yeah.
But would be nice to see one more really good pull before our shift ends and before
I
the
think the
dinner
potential
break.
is there, you know. I think we started handling the second phase much better with the healing. So if we manage to get, it's this overlap that always happens and causes lots of problems, to be honest. If we manage to get through that, we can get straight into that phase 2 and phase 3, obviously.
I mean, I think the key right now to this fight is literally having that consistency in the phase 1 and in the intermission. I think once you find that, you will kill the boss.
He managed.
All right.
Good job by Jimmy. Very good play there.
Oh, if he messed up there, you would have flamed him so hard. Yeah?
No. I mean, this was a good play. You could see he went into the fire. He removed the debuff and then went behind the wall. Just how you're meant to play it. There was a bit of hesitation, but it's normal. Even I would have had a bit of panic, you know, in that situation.
But he had plenty of time. It looked like at the end anyway, so it was fine.
Shield being broken, and the big overlap incoming. Mines that will be soaked by Scotve, and then everybody will need to help with the red paddle soaking as we get also the rocket that the raid needs to soak. Bubble is up. We have 6 seconds left to soak all those mines. 2 more, and at the very last second.
And just soak here.
Very, very good.
Very nice. Now we need to live through this damage. This is like the sketchy part of this phase, because Moxie stacks are very high. Everybody's ticking down very, very fast.
Damage
is
okay.
Actually does a lot of damage this time.
Oh, the tank soak.
Yeah,
makes sense. Yeah,
seems
now
like it, yeah.
All right. Okay, now frontal. There's gonna be a cocoon on somebody for sure.
I think it's
Verb. Oh, it's also good. It's a Demon Hunter. Demon Hunters are very tanky, so that's a good proc.
And we push normally without pressing Lust early, so this is like a perfect push. We pop Bloodlust and we're gonna absolutely blast the boss here. If we were on a kill pool, I'll just say it will be around just sub 24% at the end of this phase. So we'll see where we are like spin-wise, because obviously we're still progressing this boss, but it would just be nice to see, because this was a perfect push.
I like it. We also have a combat dress, so if there is a small mistake, we can still recover from it. Next charge incoming. Got a dodge counterclockwise here, and then the last one, which will happen soon, and it will be a clockwise rotation.
All right, we have one more, and we can see, as
not
you
the best bait.
We're at 28% right now, but we're gonna be down to 24, I believe. So that's a very good percentage.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good percent.
Yeah, we're like here
25.
1% ahead of our best pool, so definitely good percent. See some warrior action.
Okay, and now the mines are spawning. Be very careful with those.
Yeah, you need to soak them quick.
There we go.
We're soaking 4 of them.
Oh no, that was a soak going up, but we're still alive though. We're still alive.
Oh my God! That's the thing. If you miss it, you have to come up with like an external or raid cooldown, and maybe it's a sign later. And I don't think you can recover from it realistically. It might look like you're recovering, but then you know, everything falls apart, right?
Yeah.
Very, very unfortunate. We saw it in the back. It was just one soak.
But it's good to see pools that we reach this part, though.
We obviously Faithy be a little bit small toxic. He sees him as second place DPS, his warrior. He scrolled down to look overall on Dan.
Oh.
It's like, oh, why am I
Dan
doing
died
so
on
much more
pull.
damage?
Dan died on pull.
Yeah.
Skane is very good, yeah. He's playing well every tier, to be honest. Now he's reroll to Priest. He's very passionate about the game. Yeah, I really like his gameplay. He doesn't stream, I think, which is kind of weird because he could teach a lot of players lots of things, but some people just don't enjoy streaming, right?
Mhm.
And I understand them. Some people just like to play at a high level without having to be on the spotlight. Each to their own.
Yeah, like you just don't want to be distracted, right? Like streaming is often distracting.
Yeah, it
like,
can be a distraction, I agree. I mean, back in the days, we used to live stream the race and you were allowed to read chat. And I mean, I know a lot of players were not taking it well because obviously when you're doing race to war first and you're like on later bosses, you have like 50k viewers or 100k on the mainstream, you make a mistake, chat is not forgiving you, yeah. They just start blasting you. And I remember some players just didn't take it well, you know, they would get affected and like get very sad and stuff, and then obviously they had to make a rule that you cannot read chat anymore. I wasn't one of those, I don't care about chat, like I can take it, but definitely was affecting a lot of people.
I cared way more about like my guildmates flaming
Yeah,
me than
yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the thing is, chat is also clueless. You know, you might have bosses where you die from like something caused by another person, or maybe you have a mechanic that you have to die intentionally, and the chat just starts trolling. You're like, oh, he's always dying. Yeah, he's doing maybe the hardest soak of the boss where he relies on other people to survive. So
Yeah.
is it the player's fault or?
That is completely
because
true.
chat is always 8 out of 8 mythic before
Yeah.
everyone else one shot.
Yeah, man, have
all
you not read the
bosses.
YouTube
yeah,
chat?
exactly. Nah, chat, we like you. You're all cool.
The further we get into this boss, the more impressed I am by Liquid, to be honest. Gotta say, I mean, they're great. They're great.
They are very good.
Pain just seen the bomb bug happen on Echo Pool.
What is the
So
bomb?
when you cannot pop it, I think. So you stand on a bomb, it doesn't pop.
Oh, it doesn't with mine, yeah. That's sad.
I think that's what
And then it just
Stinky
pops
means.
randomly later, or what happens?
I'm not sure. Like, it does pop eventually.
Because
I
if it
think.
never pops, then good. I mean, I take
Exactly,
it.
then
No,
you
no,
just
no,
run
no.
around.
I get what you mean. I guess it stays, and at some point, it doesn't like have this immunity anymore. It actually pops, but you don't want that.
Like
Yeah,
I
that
need
would be
to. I
unfortunate.
think you need to go in and out. Like you go in, it doesn't pop. You go out, go in back, and then it kind of pops. But it's obviously annoying when you're like trying to time everything, and you might just double pop at that time. You know.
And if you're not prepared for
yeah,
it
if
either.
you're not prepared for it, it's done.
So we only have a couple of minutes left on your shift.
Yeah. How long is your shift?
I have 1 more hour after.
Oh, nice, nice.
Who is joining you? I guess Darkmech and
Dark
Krista?
Mech and Krista.
Yeah, I had a good cast yesterday with them. Yeah, I really enjoyed. Actually, it was with Krista and you. Yeah.
Mm.
It was my first time with Krista.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Someone saying I think a different person has to pop the bomb if it bugs, but I think
Oh.
out and in is probably more likely.
Yeah, it has like some detection issues, but it was actually like if it's as common on Mythic, that's annoying because on Heroic it did happen quite often actually. But it can also be good in the later stages when you get all those mines that you don't want to pop and somebody accidentally standing on them. You know, if the bug happens, you take it.
Yeah, for sure.
Are we gonna have more pulls before food break, guys? I wanna see us up 10%, okay? Otherwise, my gym hype is lowered.
If we pull it now, we will kill it right after 6
Is
o'clock.
it 7 minutes 30 or?
No, it's like 8 minutes a
Okay,
little
8
bit.
minutes.
It depends on when you push, but with the push we're doing now, he starts the cast on like 8 minutes. And
So today, guys, we're gonna see some Galwic's progress by Liquid, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna go dark if they wake
I
up
don't
today,
think so
especially
either.
if Echo's still not being. I mean, Echo is also gonna have food break soon, which means it's basically like they wake up when they're still on Maxi.
Yeah.
They really wouldn't have any reason to keep it dark. I mean, they would have. You can still benefit from it, but at that point, you know,
yeah,
it's not as big of a benefit.
And they're gonna get a lot of viewers, and their sponsors will be happy, obviously.
I don't know what we are discussing right now. Let's see. They're all looking at second screen, I think.
Yeah.
Second screen Andy's.
Yeah.
Quap is chilling.
Maybe Echo was in a good pool or so.
I just must say, I feel so bad for Quep every time I see him on camera.
Same.
Like being here at the venue and you're the only person not playing.
Yeah, and Quep is one of the best players to be honest. But you know, it's one of those cases where, you know, DK has never been like a strong class historically. They're good like a tier and then they're bad another.
Yeah.
It's not reliable to main it. It's like if you play Bunky nowadays, it's not reliable either, right? It's not like a mage or warlock or that you always bring one. So I think if he wants to get a raid spot like as often as possible, he should probably commit to another 2 classes as like his main.
Yeah.
And he's one that has passion to learn an alt to like perfection. He's motivated to play and stuff, so I can definitely see him doing it.
He's such a nice guy as well. When you meet him outside, always very friendly. And from what I hear from others, everybody's saying he's the absolute perfect player. You know.
He's very good. Yeah, one of the best, I think. You can see Wildly soaking the red paddles with a prize in front of him. Prize is going for another soak, and the one was taken by Nate. Big rocket soaked with the raid. Very easy this part of the fight, and then next thing is tank line. This part is so boring. I have to say. I mean, I think even as player, after the mine pops, you don't really have to pay attention to anything because, yeah. I mean, the mines you still have to soak and, you know, use your brain a bit, because if you miss a soak, you're gonna die. But we can see Wildly and Pricey will blink out at the last second and phase activated. Very nice.
Like this boss becomes so intense from like 50% and down, but to 50% it's like kind of snooze fest.
100%, yeah.
We can mention though that like we managed to get rid of evokers, right? Like right now, evoker is basically just a buff.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still good on single target.
Now monks took over.
Yeah, monks took over, but like it's been several tiers now where it was always a double evoker angle.
Yeah, I prefer where classes like monk that don't often see the spotlight get some love. I think they deserve it. You know, I'm totally with it. It's kind of stupid that there are classes that barely ever see raid spot, and some classes you bring like 4 of each quite often. You know, so definitely happy for the monk mains. And you know, I know Clicks, for example, is originally a monk main, and now he rerolled to monk for Echo. Then obviously Steel is probably the only guy that plays always monk, even when it's not as good, just because he's very good at it. He's probably like the best monk in the world, and yeah.
And he's sick at PvP as well. So
yeah.
I mean,
I think Nale is like a main monk, like very good as well. Or am I mistaken? He's a new trial. I'm not very familiar with him, but I think he was a main monk originally, and now he's playing monk very good with the raiding team.
Would make very much sense.
Mind soak into rocket that will be soaked by immunities. Still a very easy part right here. Yeah, the fun part, as you mentioned, starts around 50%. Everything ramps up damage-wise, and then the soak with the overlap of the rocket. Every debuff will start hurting much more.
It's like the boss does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Even ticking damage is quite deadly at that point, right?
And all the mechanics are just more. That's the biggest thing, you know. Like you start with 3 mines, like who cares? And then towards the end here you have 5. And then last phase you have 6, and then you have a million of them.
And a quick wildy blink, as always, right on point.
This was on 99 actually.
Yeah, it was close, but it's good. You know, you wanna min-max the damage.
For sure.
Prisons, the triple prison wave, that's still easy. As long as people go in.
I really like this weak aura. They have the picture.
Yeah, very
so
good.
easy.
Yeah, there are some weak auras that I really want to have for myself as well. I mean, I think I can just ask. I mean, they would just give me.
This tier, they have been like open with giving it to other guilds that are helping. So I think they're
some of my guildmates, I think, even displeased with methods. So
Mm.
Gotta make sure to get those ice missiles behind the walls. And fun party starting soon, guys.
Yeah, now
So-
we're gonna move the boss soon, and
First the finger gun, baited in front of the shield. Make sure to kill the head before we swap to the other side. And yeah, fingers crossed, guys. I wanna see a sub 10% here.
yeah, this is our
Focus
last
up,
pull.
guys.
This is our last pull, probably.
Yeah. We have good boss percent. 2 rests is available. Everything on point. Gotta lock it in and get through it.
All right, the mines are coming out. We
Show
don't
us
wanna,
some soak, Scotty.
We do not want instant pops by anybody else except our tank. We are soaking now,
Very
and you
good.
can see
Bubble up.
Bubble is up.
Oh my god, that one was
Oh,
close. You can see the ping, but they managed
Yeah,
the DH. Very,
yeah.
very good soak there.
And just the last 2 soaks now.
Oh!
Oh my god, I am.
Oh my god, you can see everyone is late to the rocket soak
Yeah.
because everyone panicked to soak those red paddles. But we managed, guys. Now tank line. Gonna make sure to put the circle on the edge. And we're going into the next phase, guys.
Yeah.
Only
Damage.
one dead, Nalle, but you can get rest.
No,
Think,
it's Nate actually.
No, it's Nalle. Nate is alive, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see?
True.
Yeah.
Damage
Dan
was,
also went down.
But we do have 2 CRs, and we just popped hero. So we
wonder
are
if-
in the intermission at least right now, and everybody's alive. So we can still play this pool very, very good if nobody dies here or nothing wrong happens. Let's see. Charge is going out.
Dodge clockwise. Focus
Very
up, guys.
smooth first charge.
You can see Nate
Nobody
going
took
through.
any extra damage.
Oh, he gets stunned, but that's fine. It's fine.
He's a tank. Who
Yeah,
cares?
Yeah, who cares?
I don't want to ever get stunned there as a DPS mid.
You're dead instantly.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got the battle.
Oh, that was
unfortunate.
So it was bad that he got stunned because he couldn't walk back, he couldn't taunt back the boss, and that the boss charged this way, and we're all expecting it to
Yeah,
charge
if
forward.
if the boss, if you have a plan with the charges being in a specific direction, all the raid acts accordingly. So
Yeah.
the moment you charge in the wrong place, that means all the raid is unprepared, and as we could see, 7 people died straight away.
That is true.
So yeah,
unlucky.
that is
We
definitely
were
not
hoping
what you
for
want to
a
see.
really good pull there.
I assume we have a food break soon, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I definitely think they.
I will be joined by some new friends here.
Yeah.
There seems
But
to
they
be
are all yapping.
Let's see.
in the
Maybe
kitchen
another
area.
2-3 minutes. I'm not in a super rush.
There seems to be some setup going on. I guess we're gonna see something special happening after when the food break starts, right?
Yeah, we can switch. Okay, guys, we're gonna change shift. Me and Perk are gonna leave. Caster change. I think the raid is gonna have a food break soon, but for now, looks like we're still pulling. So stay tuned. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great
We
evening. and
enjoyed
go
this a
Meta.
lot. Much more fun to cast Mythic. See you, bro.
Waggle. Waggle.
Something to tell you. I've got news for you. Gonna put some wheels in motion.
Big cam on us. Hello, chat. How we doing? Yep. You ready for this?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. It is break time. We have 23 minutes and we have a charity goal that we have hit, which was 2 ogres in 1 shirt or something like that. So what we're going to do is Shaken is going to tape Krista and I together. And then I think we're doing, I don't know what we're doing, but then we are going to do Daily Quest tied together as well.
Yeah.
And then there's a special little segment at the end if we get time.
Yeah, they needed to find the 2 most ogre-built people.
That's right.
And that was us.
That's right. We match in height too, so it's absolutely going to work. All right, so let's do this. Let's stand and let's get. All right, hold on.
Outstanding.
You come closer, yep, and then get up in my hip.
Yeah, I'm real close.
No, do leg first. I was saying to Krista to get up in my hip.
What is going on? Filler.
Feeling pretty good about this right now. We've swapped to moving cam too.
Yeah.
I've never felt so close to you. I don't know, bro. I didn't make the rules. I think you should be going upwards too. Yep. Start going the inseam.
It suddenly got a lot stinkier over here.
It did, didn't it? You're all smell.
Okay. Oh, genius.
This is like engineering tech right here.
Loop-de-loop.
I would have kept going up, but alright.
Okay.
Oh! Nah, just get in there, bro. I'll hold this. Yeah, I got you.
Man, my left side is so warm right now.
Put your arm down, you goose.
I'm keeping it up so we can get around my...
But you can put it in front.
My giant waist. Okay, like this?
Yeah. That's better than this.
I think this looks more awkward.
Nah, definitely not.
Okay, what about this?
You got a question?
I don't know where to put my arm. Okay.
I feel like we need to go up here. I reckon we could also go down again too. Like we have heaps of tape. We could go all the way down and make like a taped sleeping blanket.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think it's got to be like, oh no, because then our other legs would be tied together.
Yeah, but how funny would that be?
No. Here's what I think we do. Ready? Go round once more. All right. Then we go. Got that? Oh wait. It's got to go through there. Yeah. Now we're cooking with fire.
Cooking with gas.
Yeah. Then we go all the way down again. Put your arm down.
Okay. Arm down.
I don't even know if you have to make it that awkward. Yeah, you could just relax. All right, I reckon we're pretty good now. It's not bad. All right, now what did we have to do with this? Oh, now we do daily quest. All right, we have to walk over to the desk.
Okay.
All right, you go. Let's go this way.
Okay.
Go this way. All right. So.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Just take a step. No, with your other leg.
Oh.
There you go. Right. So
I was already
like
live.
this, and then together. There we go. Wait. All right. Okay.
Yeah, we
So-
kind of got it. Okay.
All right, we're in the rhythm now.
Yeah.
The big
Gotta
question
get through
is,
this gap.
who is
Okay,
Mug
I'll
and
go
who is
first.
C?
Okay. Go sideways.
Yeah.
All right. Nice. Good job.
Okay.
All right. Sick.
Oh.
All right. Press pip.
Oh yeah, Pit.
Did it work?
No.
Nope.
We need hard override, I think, from production.
Uh-oh, yeah, they're a different color.
All right, here we
Okay.
are.
So now they can't see the tape and we look awkwardly close together. Like they can't even see. Okay. I don't know where to put. See, now I don't know where to put this arm.
No, you gotta steer.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So we're gonna play WoW Dogu. So how this works, for anyone that hasn't seen this before, there's these tiles and with these categories. So we need to basically think of a boss that flies during an encounter and is a raid boss. So it's kind of like Family Feud, except we need to find the answer that is the least picked.
I really like the comment that this is Muggsy LFR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's quality. All right.
So flies during encounter, raid boss. So obvious ones are like Saffron, but I'm thinking like MOP Heart of Fear, first boss flu.
Yeah, I think Alyss Resort, Firelands, but just because the mount is
yeah.
iconic, people might think of that one a bit.
Falmist from Sunwell. I don't know if that'd be a really common one that gets picked up.
I didn't play Sunwell, so I don't know how like iconic that is.
All right, let's send Falmist.
Okay, what was that? Felmost? Here, yeah, you type it. I move mouse, you type.
Falmist, the bottom one.
Falmist.
Oh,
that was a good one.
I'm wicked smart. All right, which one are we doing next?
Okay, Demon and Raid Boss. We did this yesterday, but it was
did.
isolated to expansions, so I think...
We did Eridar Twins, didn't we?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Let's see, so... Anchorage was all old gods. I think going going back is usually safer.
Ooh, someone suggesting Brutalis, which was another Sunwell one. Probably not going to be very well known. I could be a goer.
Oh, also, what was in Hyjal?
Hyjal?
BC Hyjal.
Oh, there was...
There's demons in there, I think.
There was. I can't remember what the first boss... The first boss was a demon, I think. And then... The one when you got to the Horde camp was a big-ass demon too.
Yeah, what's one
Chat,
of those...
can you help us out with Hyjal bosses?
There was a demon where its stomach had a big mouth on it.
Stomach had a mouth on
Yeah,
it?
like, you know those two, like, those fell beasts that they have, like, the hooves, and then their whole mouth is like a stomach, and they have the wings, and they kind of look like pigs?
I don't know. Chat, Mount Hyjal bosses. There was a big demon. It wasn't Magtheridon.
Yeah, like
Ali Isabel or
yeah,
whatever it was.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
gotta be a good one.
That's what I was thinking. I see him right there, yeah.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, that was not the one I was thinking
What
of either.
the? That is a pretty... I think that's a pretty good guess,
Is that
though.
the right picture? Was that? That looks like Mother Shazra.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, Asgalore! That was it, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
wish
the one we were thinking
Shoot.
of. We can't change it now.
Yeah,
It's done.
okay, we can't change it. Okay, final boss.
Okay. Look at the percentages going up while we're playing.
I know.
Drives me nuts.
Felmus was a really good one, though.
Was. Final boss. Or just a raid boss that's a final boss. Right. La 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 la. What's a, like, think of one that people would have just forgotten about.
We could think about those mini raids. So, like...
What was Ruby Sanctum? Valian?
Hallion.
Hallion.
I'm down to send it for Hallion.
What about, like, OS3? I can't remember what that one was.
It's HAL, if that's what you were...
Of course I was. I was just saying. I was testing something.
Hallion. What?
What?
Okay. Well, it was for the mini raid.
That's
okay.
totally a boss. It was Ruby Sanctum.
Yeah.
It was a raid.
Yeah.
Yep, that's got to get fixed.
Yeah, rigged.
That's got to get fixed.
Okay, flies during encounter, wield swords. Did Smolderon have a sword?
Smolderon did have a sword, yeah.
But he doesn't, like, fly. Yeah, they probably... Okay, that would probably be marked red, though, if we did that one.
Illidan would be, but Illidan's, like... It's pretty mainstream.
That's glaives. Oh, wait, I think
they
said they
glaives
counted.
count as swords.
Yeah. I don't think... Would people think of that as flying, though?
I mean, he has wings. He flew.
Yeah, he literally did fly. That wasn't, like, floating or anything.
Fallen Avatar? I don't think Fallen Avatar had...
Oh, he did, actually. If you remember, when he went into the encounter, his wings were, like, nailed on the back of the boss room.
Okay.
Which was really freaking
Fallen
cool.
Avatar have a sword? I can't remember. Twin Valkyries from Trial of the Crusader.
Ooh, I think that's a good one.
Yeah, alright, let's do it.
Twin Valkyrie. Yeah, that's a really
Send
good
it and
one.
see if it works.
I'm sorry, I didn't click on the thing.
Yeah, it was your fault. 100%.
Twin Valkyrs.
Or Valkyria. Ooh, yeah, that's, I mean, 12%'s alright.
Okay.
A demon with swords. The demon with swords. Doomlord Kazakh is one.
Yeah, I
That's a
think
good
that'd be a good
one.
one. Kael'thas has...
Oh, Hallion got fixed while we were doing this.
Ooh.
0% because
Yes!
it didn't count before.
Watch it go up and...
Crystals would have
Our
done that.
cheaters
Shout
are
out to
gonna
Crystals. Ooh, Mother Shazra. Oh, is she demon? Yeah, she surely is a demon. I mean, yeah. Mother Shazra. Mother Sharaz.
Yeah, mommy. Oh my god.
That was a high one. That was unfortunate for us.
Yep.
Final boss wielding swords. So that's Illidank, Arthas. No, you can't see the tape. It just looks like we're incredibly close to each other. Are you enjoying WoWquest, my darling?
Let's see. Archimond. In Hydra, was he just like punching you?
He didn't have a sword. He dropped
Yeah.
Cataclysmic Edge, but he didn't have a sword. It's like Lich King, Arthas.
Sire. See, we weren't sure about Sire the other day.
Sire counts. He does count now.
Okay.
What do you want to go with? Pick one.
I think Sire would be the least picked, but just because of the technicality.
I think Lich King would have to be the most.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I think Sire is one of the lesser picked.
Lich King would have been like Fiddy area. Wad raid boss that flies during the encounter.
Okay, Wad. That was a more recent one for me. Well-ish.
What was the Wad first raid?
Sorry, I just remembered. HFC had Iskar.
Yeah, I did have Iskar.
I think that'd be a good one.
Yeah, let's do Iskar.
Okay, oops.
Wrong
I
box,
clicked on
wrong
the one.
box.
Yeah, let me go back.
Abort.
Oh, sorry. Do it again. Iskar. That's gotta be a good. What? Man, I thought I was not like the others.
That hurt.
Okay.
Wad raid boss that's a demon, so Gorfiend would have been one.
Tyrant Velhari was also a.
It
She's
was.
an Eridar.
That'd be a good one, I reckon. I think we go Tyrant. We were going to go Tyrant the other day and we didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, bro. We are in...
Try V. Just go League V first.
We are in the German keyboard world. What's a Y on a German keyboard?
Oh no, go like V E L.
Okay, that'll work too. Yeah,
Okay,
nice
not
one.
bad, not
nice
bad.
One. And then Wad boss, final boss. So we got Archimond, Blackhand. I feel like I'm missing a raid.
Heimel.
Heimel.
I think that's the least picked one, whatever his name
No,
was.
Heimel. Oh, Heimel, Imperiator Margok or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's probably the least picked one, so we'll do...
Top one.
Yeah,
I
not
mean,
bad.
we did okay. 184. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Look at these, all these people. After
I know,
Battalion.
just stealing us. But we did pretty well.
Yeah, the Iskar one, though, I kind of entered there
Yeah,
for sure.
that's on you. All right, well, we're going to move back to the couch because there's something else we need to discuss.
Oh, man.
All
Okay.
right, let's move. Let's roll.
Run away.
One outside.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Outside. Inside. Outside. Inside. All right, you go through.
Okay.
Now shimmy. All right. Outside. Inside. Outside. Inside. Outside. Inside. Outside. Inside.
Look how we have matching shoes, too.
Yeah, we're so cool. All right, you go forward. And then back. Good job.
I have clearly been sitting here the whole time.
Well done.
I'm expecting you guys to won the game you were playing.
182.
182.
Pretty
That
good
is
score.
pretty good.
All right, chat. There is 9 minutes left on this break. And there's something that I would like to discuss. Because
All
at
right.
Elite Camp, the Race to World First, we run a pretty tight ship. Unfortunately, there has been a crime. I'm serious. A crime has been committed at Elite Camp. There's a big kitchen policy here around tidying up for yourself. Making sure you're clean, put away your dishes. Someone from the Raiders left this mess.
Yeah.
Now, we asked in the Raider chat in Discord who made said mess. And nobody owned up to it. So, like all studios, we have things captured perfectly in 4K. Thus, we have evidence, but we need your help, chat, to determine who the criminal actually was, because there's not one, but two possible suspects. Production, can we please have the footage entitled Caught in 4K? It was a quiet evening. No one was around. Jimmy came for a snack. Vaping inside. No one's around, bro. I can't get caught. Looking for some snacks.
Oh?
1 bar. 2 bar. Do you need 2 bars? Probably not.
At first, I thought he was gonna stuff them like in his pants.
Wait.
Alright.
Just wait for it. I'm going to the fridge, bro. You know what? This bar's pretty nice. I might have another one. He's about to leave. No mess. You see the mess, chat? There's no mess. But wait.
Oh, a Canadian appears.
The maple leaf appears. Bit of chat. You enjoying the raid? Why not I get some more snacks?
Wait, what is this? Should this be on the floor, he says?
What is this? What do you think? Oh, what else is in there?
Oh!
Wait, well, we need chat's ruling on this. A mess appears! Dun, dun, dun! Okay, chat. We need your help. We need a poll now.
I have the verdict
We
already.
need a poll. Was it Spen or was it Fragments? Can we please get a poll?
Would it be impossible to enhance in on the drop area?
That would be amazing if
To
we
see-
could do that.
Also, keep in mind, Fragments is the Demon Hunter player. Do we think that the Warlock player really is more likely to do that than a Demon Hunter player?
We need a replay.
People want a replay.
People do want a replay.
With the enhanced
can
feature.
Can we replay that portion? Do you think it was a twofer? Do you think they were both in on it?
They did suspiciously have their legs parked in a way where it was kind of hard to see. It might have been a two-man job.
Rewind.
We're gonna go back here, chat. Here we go.
Oh.
Is that mess near Spen's foot there? Did you think Jimmy just flicked it out at Spen?
Nah, I don't think so.
Do you think Spen did a scoop? Let's see.
Look, Jimmy has his hands like this. Jimmy's down with his hand now. And then he goes up.
Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Chat saying it's 100% Spen or orange shorts.
For sure.
Well, it looks like we have a verdict from chat. It was Spen 100% guilty. Judge Darkmech rules. Spen is guilty. And goes to jail.
Oh no. What's his bail
Unlucky.
set at?
What's his bail set
What's
at?
his bail?
1 soulstone. Unlucky, but there it is, chat. The Raiders will be coming back from 4 minutes. I reckon we can untie ourselves now too.
I feel like this is a full casting, no?
I gotta eat dinner, bro. Unless Crystal
That
wants
is
to
true.
feed me.
Yeah.
That is true.
I'll feed you like a bird.
I'll feed you like a bird. All right. Well, I think Kane, are you gonna come and jump on here for a second?
But it was for sure Span. And
It
it's
was,
always
100%.
these North Americans. You know what I mean?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Us Europeans, we're just here, innocent as ever.
Oh, we got some scissors here.
Oh, I've almost got through the top.
Oh god, these scissors are so blunt, bro. Look.
No, but bro, you're using it. It's a right-handed scissor, and you're using it left-handed. You have to put pressure
Well, I
down.
have a microphone in my other hand.
You're a dad gamer. You should know how this
Oh,
works.
look at this. I
Oh,
just busted us free.
I'm free.
I'm free. There we
Honestly,
go.
when you're like tied up to someone that weighs like a decent amount more than you, I feel like every movement you made, I was just like, I don't know how to describe
I
it.
am pretty hefty.
Mm-hmm.
I am
It's being
pretty
tugged along.
I'm pretty hefty human. Alright, chat, and then I'll return. I think Kana's gonna come and grace you with some wisdom. And I'll be back.
that sounds surprising. Grab a headset. Do you not want to get your food?
I already ate.
All right.
Oh, well.
I ate my big salad.
Holy moly.
All right.
Mr. Andreas from Handshake. From Handshake. I don't want to crush your hand. Hello, chat.
Hello, Canemans.
Hello, Shakermans. Now, the real question is, are we going to be discussing something like WoW, where she can join in? Or an incoming Dota game?
I mean, you were the one that joined our couch. I feel like you come with the wisdom.
To be fair, I just was told to come here because Darkman wanted to eat.
Yeah.
Just kind of hoping that you were going to, drive it, but...
Okay.
Yeah,
we can just have a chin
You guys
whack.
can talk about Dota. I can give my input from a league perspective that
Yeah,
everyone
so
cares
what do you
about.
think about the Dota version of Vayne versus the Dota version of Caitlyn? Who's gonna win?
Dota version of Caitlyn. I don't know. I don't think it works that well on that map, just because like with Caitlyn, there's been a couple of tiers you could play her like in the jungle.
Yeah,
and,
that's good.
I don't know. the traps just aren't as effective in Dota since like the streams move in a direction and something about a speed boost.
I mean, actually, that's actually pretty good. They did actually update their streams with speed boost these days, so I actually thought that was good. No, but hello chat, how we're all doing. So, I want the predictions. Is tonight the night or will be tomorrow? And more important, is it going to include a bunch of Ventus runes?
I don't think Ventus runes is something you pull out.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you do, but I would see that would be
Like,
crazy.
What do you think is better? Okay, like, hypothetically, for both of you. This boss gets incredibly nerfed by Ventus, right? It has a heavy damage intake, so the DR of the Ventus is very good. And it has a tight DPS check. What if we Ventus now and just kill it really, really quick? Right? Because that Ventus actually will be impactful. Like, on this boss, Ventus will be very, very impactful. Like, people are constantly at like 1% HP. Having the DR there is going to be great. So, with that in mind, would it be better for a guild that's slightly behind? Ventus, get to Galliwix quick. Get as much information as possible. Yeah, it's going to be a bit harder, but you'll still get all the info that you actually want, and then play for the reset. That is obviously under the pre-assumption that you do not kill Galliwix this week.
Exactly. That is the problem, right? So I think Galliwix does fall this week. I think Blizzard has been giving us some hints with giving us an extra spark and so on, that they want this to fall this week, and they don't want the drama of NA reset early.
Fair.
So... I mean, clearly this is something you guys have discussed, because you are... No. Okay. Nah, I wouldn't do it. I think the boss for sure would be easier with Ventus, but the same case would be the same for Galliwix, right? So I think in general, just like... I think the boss dies this reset. Does Method kill it this reset? And we're speaking about Galliwix now. Then, who knows?
Yeah.
But you gotta play for the long con, I think, and...
Fair.
Yeah.
What do you think, Krista?
Yeah, I think like if you're playing for first place, which I assume is what we're doing, then you would want to save the Ventus for Galliwix, because that's the only way. But let's just say hypothetically you were like, no, we know we're going to reset. I feel like Muggsy just makes more sense, because it's like you get the boss down faster, then you can go into Galliwix, and it's like there's just more pulls you can do on it for more practice. You already know that next time around you'd be using the Ventus there, so yeah, assuming you're playing for this week, I think it would just make more sense to hold for Galliwix.
That's fair. Also, I can't believe I just got fucking wooed by one of my trials.
That is true.
Jesus Christ, man. How far have I fallen? I'll remember that, sir, mate. I'll remember that. Next time you need to be a wee brother. I mean, I think like the most annoying thing, right, and like this is kind of like my perspective obviously on it, is let's say tonight doesn't die somehow. This certain guy's not healing because he's fucking shit, right?
Happens.
So you don't kill it. And then tomorrow it's a struggle, and now you're looking at the Tuesday, you're like, God, we need to fucking get there. Like, we're falling so far behind. And then you Ventus. That's the worst feeling.
Yeah, but if you do that, then you're already trolling. So it's like, we might as well just troll to the end. I feel like this whole tier method has been struggling a little bit, and we have a chance to make a huge comeback on this particular boss right now.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that is what you play for. Momentum is in your corner. Hype should be in your corner. Tonight is the night you kill it. And then this discussion is nada.
Can we pull up the POV of Waldy real quick? How do I do this? Waldy cam. Do you know how to do this?
The POV of Wild.
I just want Baldy's camera.
Yeah, let's see. Wildy. Potentially this one. Let me see if I go to.
Is he stuffing his face with some Italian food, perhaps?
I have no idea.
Let's go here, and then there he
Well,
is.
There I see. Taking a quick sip. Does that look like a man that is ready to blast all night and get the skill?
You don't have to blast all night if you just pop off.
I mean,
pop off, King.
Looking at the damage meter, he's popping off though.
Yeah.
Dude, all I'm saying is, you would have loved to play this boss because it's like, you hit the boss, you go in, you ignite this guy, you go back out, you ignite, you blink through the next thing, you ignite that guy, now you're back, and dude, it actually kind of looks cool. Playing mage
Kinda looks cool.
actually looks kind of cool.
Yeah. But they have stopped min-maxing damage for the ads.
Yeah,
They're min-maxing damage for
Yeah,
boss now.
I was actually going to ask, like, the last time I was here was evening the other day, so now today I know you mentioned that they changed a little bit of their strat, so since last night, what are the major changes that they've made, and what do you think they're kind of getting stuck on currently in their prog?
Random thing,
So-
I didn't even realize the Chinese guild killed Bandit.
Oh, they did, yeah.
Yeah, when did they kill this?
A couple of hours ago. I mean, you see two. It's like an
Yeah,
hour
that's
ago or
why. But
something.
like normally they pull so freaking fast that I'm like, oh, they
Oh,
just killed
yeah,
5
yeah.
minutes ago. Never
Nah,
mind.
it
Sorry
was
for
like
interrupting. Continue.
An hour ago or even more. I mean, what we're getting stuck on is very easy. It's just the mines in last phase, usually. If you're dying to anything but mindset on this boss, you're actually full trolling.
Mindset?
Yeah, I mean mines dropping.
Oh, okay. I thought you were turned into Skani for a second. It's just a
Oh,
mindset.
mindset.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just
yeah,
a
no.
mindset, guys. It's just a mindset.
No, but so there's one hard overlap before we get into last phase, and then there's one in last phase.
Yeah.
If people die there, it's like that is expected, to be honest. I mean,
It
that
is.
is the hard part of the fight.
I actually think like, because like obviously you talk about the overlap, but it's like the hands and stuff. It actually seems the hardest part is right after those hands, where it's like you come out and you have 2 more bombs, and those bombs have been like the banes of Echo's assistance.
Yeah.
Like they get out of the hands, everyone's alive, they're feeling great, and there's 2 more bombs, two little buggers that are sitting there, and then they lose someone there, one goes through, wipe. Or they lose like 2 DPS there, and then they don't have the DPS anymore. They
Yeah.
burn the boss.
So
But
in
like-
last phase, it's like it starts with we soak 4 out of 6 mines.
Yeah.
Then we do 4 icicles into the 2 mines that are still left open.
Yeah.
Then we do 4 cages, where everyone is gooning hard,
Mhm.
and then we do
That
the
sounds so
red.
hard to say.
Then we do the red soak with immunities.
Yeah.
And then after that, we have to do the finger gun on the ads.
Yeah, yeah.
And right after finger gun, we have to start popping the mines.
Yes.
So we pop a mine, we soak, we heal. We pop a mine, we soak, we heal. And if we get there with all alive, we're chilling, bro.
Yes.
But that is
Well,
the very, very, very hard
chilling
part
is
of the
kind
fight.
of wild.
We're
because, like,
chilling,
there's
bro.
a shit. Like I can guarantee you, at some point, just like how Jimmy was sneaky with like those crumbles over there, yeah. Like he's gonna be sneaky and randomly fell rush into the bombs and boom.
Yeah, but
Something-
if you do that, you're trolling.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
mean, he's a demon hunter. Demon hunters tend to do the trolling, but that's fine.
That is true.
I
that
think
is true.
for me a big discussion as well, because I saw obviously Echo had a really good pool, and they just wiped to enrage. It's like it's still tight on the enrage. Do you have the percentages that like people enter? Because obviously like the boss transitions at 40, does the 3 charges, and then he kind of continues the phase. Do you have the percentages of like what people enter
23.5-ish.
for all 3 guilds?
I mean, that's when Liquid killed it with, and I've seen Echo is doing around that part as well, and I don't think they're like, oh, we need to min-max more there.
Yeah.
I think they're more like, we need to play
Okay.
P2.
Do we kind of go to the point as well?
Like 1.5%, 2% off.
Ooh, we don't like those. We don't like those. But
So,
okay.
but it is like, what I think Method is struggling a little bit with now is like, we're moving a little bit of stuff, we're fixing a
Yeah,
little bit of
yeah.
weak auras. I know they're talking about the heal absorb and so on weak
I
aura.
mean, it is just one of those bosses because, like, I think at like 60 pulls, Echo was at the point that we are at right now, and now they're at 160, and now they're like 7% more. So like it, you can definitely tell it's like one of those bosses. It's kind of like what happened on Ensrek, right? Where it's like you got through the fight, haha, Berserk at 15%. And you're like, well, fuck, I guess.
Yeah.
Time to like min max every single thing, and then suddenly you start wiping on the ads in P2 on the intermission. You start wiping on the web thing again, like in the middle, and it's like. Liquid. Oh, apparently Liquid also killed him in a rage. So like, there you go. Like,
yeah, well,
this
in
kind of
the
like
cast of Enrage,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it
so,
is like an 8-second cast.
this kind of
or
like, just
something.
like what makes me believe more. It's like, maybe just chuck on like a cheeky like 8 Ventus. Like just secure it, because like the last thing that I feel like you want to happen. Like put it this way, right? Like if you were Echo right now, would you rather? Because they got to the 2% pool.
Do you think you
or
play
3%.
5 monks and Gallywix?
Well, like that's kind of what I mean. It's like obviously like this is like where like slightly being behind is kind of advantageous sometimes. Because let's say you saw the Galliwix come, granted it's very subject to change because they just started, right? It's like, do you think you play 5 monks? Maybe you can Fantasy 2 of the monks, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, now you have that. Are you gonna play the double warrior? Well,
We missed the soak.
That's a great start. But like this is kind of like where I'm like, maybe you can do some cheeky ones, and like having like 2-3 Fantas on Galliwix less is not gonna make or break it either. Well, hopefully, obviously. I think that's the hard part. So that's kind of where I'm like, maybe you can do it, and then maybe you can avoid like a 1% wipe or like 1.5% wipe or something.
Yeah.
And that very well could be worth it. But I mean, like, calculating that is rough. But I can also see
Do you want to
that a caster that's way more handsome, way better. Oh. Oh, wait,
Yeah,
right, we can be
yeah.
4. Alright, well, I'm free here anyway, so you can join. Oh my god.
I don't need to be in a shot anyway. I love how Trine. And you threw it on the ground.
Can we resurrect it?
Is that a cable issue? Daddy
It
Dark
has to be
Mech?
connected to this, because this is the battery. Oh well.
I think that. Yeah, I think this is just a plastic thing.
Well, Marius was toying around with it. Or maybe, at least they were making their own, because he showed me earlier there was batteries in those things, but that's because
Where
they were
does
making
the
their
cable
own.
go? Doo-doo.
We broke it. Oh no. Well, we're about all to
well.
get fired. Does the Dev Focus stream Rame? No, he does not. I'm sorry to tell you.
But you can
How
still
old
find
is Wally? He looks like a kid. He's actually 43. He's the oldest member in the raid team.
Oh yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, there we go. We're
but
back.
you look great. So now you can activate your mic.
There, I'm back.
Oh.
Oh my god, we're so back.
All right, let me get some POV control going.
All right, puff me up, daddy.
POV me up.
Are you gonna do like the full production? We're going to span camera in 3, 2, 1.
Well, no, because they can hear it.
No, just cover it up like this.
Oh, and then they can't hear it.
make
Oh,
sure that
okay,
the
yeah.
stream can't
Wait,
I forgot.
Let me just wipe her mouth.
Doing the full, what's it called, like American football coach?
Yeah, yeah.
Red, blue.
That's so real and true as well.
What's the thoughts, gang? How we feeling? How we feeling about Muggsy?
I think we're feeling pretty good. I mean, I always think once you get that dinner break going, you get a bit of a refresh, step outside for a moment. I always think after like the big food breaks are good. So we were just talking about how we're really, really hoping for a kill tonight, and that would be great since Echo has been stuck in the same spot for a while, and ideally we can catch up to Liquid, who I believe are keeping their Galliwix private, which is totally fair.
Keeping it on lockdown, as you would, as you would. Muggsy, it's all about that last phase, isn't it?
It really
it's all about
is.
the 700 bombs and the frost boots.
I actually think the design like Muggsy is like Muggsy is really good, where it's like one of the bosses, like it's all about the last phase, but the first few phases are like enough happens that you don't fall asleep, but then like it's easy enough that you can get through it really quick. And you can really get into that min-maxing. Because like very often you will have bosses that are just like all about the last phase, and the first 4 minutes are just like. Granted that we have a Resto Druid in there, and as you can tell, he's not doing a lot of healing. And I've asked him what he does, and he just tells me that he pretty much just spams Wrath.
Okay.
So like, it wouldn't surprise me that he is like full like vertical. Like he is just like in the chair, full backseating, causing some Wraths. Probably apply like a little hottie here and there. It's
No, that's fair. Like we saw the same thing on Fallen Avatar back in Tomb, right?
Oh
Like once
my
you kind
God,
of got the
yes.
first phase down, and he went down. It was like 80% or something.
Yeah.
And then that's where it began.
Yeah, I
this
wanna
is true.
tilt everyone a little bit.
Tilt
really
away.
fast.
Do
like
it.
Everyone can see here on the standard screen. No, go back. So top left, middle of the screen.
Yeah.
He's tracking everyone's mana, including Padmok and Dragneo that is not in the raid. That is just not okay, guys.
Honestly, I didn't realize it. We need to fix that.
No.
Gotta fix that.
Alright, if we kill it tonight,
Why isn't
I will
Dragneo
have it
healing?
get fixed.
You're sitting at 100 mana, bro!
I think...
He's a paladin, it doesn't do anything anyway.
True. Oh, it's actually causing some heat. Oh, no, never mind. They're just DPSing again.
You are...
Is that just what they do? Do they just cause cracking Jade Lightning?
I know Scoffter's had a hell of a tier. I was talking to him the other night. He's just like been the tank mechanic person.
Yeah.
The entire time. Run the gold out, like pop the bombs,
Yeah.
roll the rubbish.
Immunity this guy, immunity myself.
I mean, it is very much like, I find the tank design so weird this tier. Because
Mhm.
like, there's a few tanks that are like, hello, I am big and beefy. Like the warrior and the DK and stuff. They're like, hello, I am big and beefy. I have constant negation. I can reduce all the damage all the time. And then there's like tanks that are like Guardian Druid and Prot Paladins. Like, hello, I have some negation here and there sometimes. Please don't have me tank too much. I'll die. And I mean, this is like one thing that I think Blizzard does do really well these days, which is they actually make bosses just hurt.
Yeah.
Because back in the days it was like,
Yeah, just taunt
it's like
swap.
nothing, and like these days it's.
You should have. You totally should have.
I feel like I feel like at that
these days
point.
it's-
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, it is kind of nice that like they make bosses hit hard.
Mhm.
I think that's good. It's just like, it's just so weird on the sign. Oh,
Banner dead.
did he get zapped?
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree, but I feel like on the flip side,
He's stuck inside.
On the
Wake
flip
me
side,
up
for
inside.
like for healers, it's been the health's been like super rubber bandy. I think the last like super popular tier for healers was like Legion. We've had some like or expansion, I should say rather. There's been some good tiers. Like Sepulchre was quite good for healers, but other than that,
Mhm.
like I mean, look how much we're under healing. Except suddenly we get 5 on this fight, which is nice.
I mean, I always think like, I sort of believe it. If there's a boss that is 3 heal, it is either the DPS check is so insane.
I always like this.
Yeah.
when they get to when they're dead and that frontal just comes out and it's just like bugger. I'm just gonna run as fast as I can around the boss.
Okay, before we continue with any of the topics, we need a name for this. If somebody dies inside the circle and they can't get out, do we call it the cringe cage?
Spagooda.
I just need a name for when somebody gets stuck in there and
Oof,
dies.
maybe chat can help us out. I feel like cringe cage is a little bit too on the money. I feel like it needs to be a little bit more subtle.
Okay.
No, not softer.
Not
We
softer.
can call
Still
them out
needs
for sure.
to be
It just needs to be a little bit subtle.
Okay. How do we call it, chat? When a raider dies inside the cage, because if you got to place like Transcendence or something, how do we call that? A gobby gooner. I actually kind of dig that.
Yeah.
Sus stable.
A burger.
I like sus stable.
The okay, Hedry.
Yeah,
the
Kana,
Kana.
yeah.
Natural selection.
Cage of shame. Gulagged.
I like that.
Died to trappy weppy.
Actually, I like you could add the actual Bruce the Gulagged. I think Gulagged Goon.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gulagged Goon. That's a
Goon.
good one.
Right, okay, there we go. The Gulagged Goon.
Good
Thank
job,
you.
chat. Well done.
Good job, Bruce. Oh my god, that's the actual Bruce.
You think Gallywix dies? I think Gallywix dies this, like, in terms of world first, it dies this reset. You all on board for that?
Why did you do
I get it.
quotation marks on the world first?
Well, I mean,
In times of world first.
Well, I mean, there has been a banger video released.
Today is Sunday?
Saturday.
Oh, Saturday. Oh, ooh.
Yeah, it's Saturday, bro.
Saturday.
So,
Yeah.
ooh.
Yeah, I think Liquid get it down.
Liquid
before
will
reset.
have 4 days, 3 days. Because it's on the
Count this one as well, I think.
Yeah. So they'll have today, Sunday, Monday, and on Tuesday they have reset.
Yeah.
So pretty much the question is
today, Sunday,
like
Monday.
Gallywix seems like a pretty lengthy encounter, yeah. Like Gallywix is gonna be like a 9-minute encounter, like probably 9 minutes 30ish. Because I think the range is either 9 minutes 30 or 9:45.
Do you think it's different than 3 phases?
Sorry?
Do you think it's different than 3 phases? Or do you think there's more than 3 phases?
Oh, is there a secret
Like a
phase?
secret.
No, I don't think. Well,
Actually,
So
when's
1 phase per day, or
I think the question is more. It's because, like, how many wipes is it going to be, and how long is the wipe going to be? Because Gallywix is going to be a lengthier boss than most in this tier. So, like, how long did it take them to take them Moxie? It was like 1.5, 2 days.
yeah, something like that.
So if Gallywix is going to be 50% longer in fight length, which obviously it's, I mean, it pretty much is, yeah. Then it should take in reality 3 days. So either they are going to go.
With Crystal spamming Wrath here. Like,
Yeah, it's a
and
great
that's
POV.
it.
Isn't it?
That's it. That's all he's doing.
Can we go full cam? Just go full Crystal cam for a second.
Yeah, show the healer babes. I agree with that. Smoke it. You know, funny enough, I actually had to fend off like a huge line.
Oh,
of-
that's not face cam.
Like, tell me that's the face of a man that is enjoying himself. He said it as like, I hate Rest the Druid and I'm casting Wrath. But I personally think it's going to be close. I can imagine that Liquid might have to pull the All Night on the Tuesday to try and get it. I can imagine they might have to. It really is just going to depend on... Because I just think it's going to be a lengthy boss. And I think that for that reason, it's going to take a lot of time to wipe.
I think they get it before reset. What
I
about
can see them. I can see it. So to me, it's literally 50-50. I can see them get it.
What do you think happens, though, if the Renown, like, damage buff comes into play? It turns into an absolute shit show.
So, because I think it's so tight it's on the reset, right? Like, to the point that it might not die this reset. If the chance are it doesn't die, it's going to be at like 5-10%. You log in, fold, like, you re-clear until this boss, fold. Because, like, at this point, you can just be like, okay, if this drops, you take this. Like, 4 people will take the fold. You take folds before this boss. You obviously have cleared all the lieutenants, so you have the 3% damage and stuff. You go in, this boss dies really fucking quick. Because it's just a DPS HPS check. It's an absolute joke in, like, 2 resets. Go Gallywix, it kills.
Yeah.
Like, 3% damage and healing flat out. And then before any gear, like, just the folds is like an extra 2-3%. All the gear you get in this raid will be like a 1.5-2%. And then 3% more from the raid. If the boss is like 10%, by the time that Gallywix, like, let's say they don't kill it before the reset, it's like 10%, it will take him like 5 pulls and it dies. Like, you don't have to do any heroic splits, no nothing, you just go in
No,
there.
no, it won't be a need.
I mean, with a percent increase, the last time we even felt something like this was back on Sylvanas, right? Like, remember when, I think it was Liquid came back with the Shards of Domination, and then Sylvanas just fell over.
Yeah.
After the reset.
Betting hasn't gone well for you this tier.
Exactly, but I can say right now, not enough money in that bag to be doing any betting right now.
Oh, shots fired.
We should get better house. You can move in with me instead, buddy.
Sheesh. Betting me? Oh no.
Actually, yes. Actually, Trino, let's see how ballsy you are. We'll bet for Shaken. Custody of him.
No. It's over.
If I win, he comes home with me.
So I went on a bit of an adventure today, so I've seen bits and pieces of our pulls, but I assume it's for jail section that we're still struggling on, and then mines out of that, or
yeah. Sort of. Like, usually it's we have a couple of people dropping before we get into 4 jails. We have gotten to the 4 jails with everyone alive like 2 times, I think.
Yep.
And then a little bit uneven damage on the goons. And then we just like struggle with the 2 mines, basically.
I was just about to say, have we had any issues with the 2 mines? Because apparently there's been some issues with them. I can't remember who came into the green room before and said, oh, it was Liam. It was Dupes. Said that Teef was like running into like back and forth through those 2 mines, and it just wouldn't ignite.
The mines were definitely very buggy.
Yeah.
We've had plenty of times like on Heroic as well, where I think like the 4th and the 5th mine, it has, I think, something to do with like fully rooting them. And then trying to trigger them afterwards, and it just doesn't register you. I don't know why, but it's like sometimes like we had to trigger the mines, and Spen was just like running into them. It's like, hey guys, mine is being a little bit buggy again, like the Leaf Man would say. And then I just go custom it over, and I'm just like, kaboom.
What if this is what triggers the bug? You root them, and it becomes enraged, so it breaks the root, but the game still thinks the mine is where the root was placed.
Oh, because if they're out for too long, they become immune, don't they?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you root them, but it times out by itself before it becomes immune or enraged, then maybe it works properly.
I mean, that is my tinfoil theory, kind of. So, like, we will obviously see, but yeah, it's just a little bit spicy, a little bit weird, but
very good pull here.
It is a good pull here at the moment.
So we have 1 more charge left, right? Oh, it's charging the wrong way.
Oh no. And Tom also died. I don't know how you died in his intermission, to be fair. You must suck.
We do have 1 Beerers, though. We can get
it does a
Wildy
lot
up.
of damage.
No, he just sucks.
Okay.
I mean, he flamed me earlier this morning, so I just need to find ways to get back at him.
Metal.
Honestly, making it here with everyone alive, though, is one of the hard things that they've had to deal with. Because once you get everyone here and you get that lust rolling, this is where the boss can actually start to melt. So it's actually quite good.
Get these soaks.
I mean, we did get out of intermission, and it's like, obviously, we had Waldy Deadford as well, was our best geared player. And, like, you know, the boss is around the 23 area, so it's like, it's not...
Spen goes down. Unfortunate. We will keep playing. We get these freeze off on these mines.
Is it just kind of just because, like, the last charge was kind of shit?
Yeah.
It went the wrong way.
Oh, Liquid enabled locks, by the way. 62%. 36 pulls.
Ooh, we lose a lot on this 4 jail straight off the bat.
And what we want to see here, we soak this here in between those two. So we're
Yep.
going for liquid strat. We tried Echo for a while. We're going for liquid.
Yeah, Echo are doing 3, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then after that, we go out. We will have a finger gun, which we need to break those 2 absolute
The
maniacs.
MK2 electroshockers.
Yeah. And after we have handled the finger gun, we need to start popping the last 2
The
mines.
last 2 mines, and then it's root, ice, blast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Root, ice, blast. We can do it. We have the power. We just need
Do
to
you
pull
want to
through.
change your prediction now? We see 2 hours of pull last night, maybe 3.
Oh, they're on the
Okay.
board.
62%.
Let's be
They've
real here.
come alive.
Okay. Hold up.
Hold up.
Some
Wait a
things,
minute.
Some things
Hold
real
up.
quick. There's no way they had 38 pulls in 2 hours.
Okay.
That's number one. It probably was a little bit more.
They could have taken a lesson from JTH or Hot Pot Heroes. Those people pull with vigor.
I mean, maybe they don't have cameras in the venue. I'm just saying. Nah, but like they definitely put a little bit longer, I feel like. So that's one thing.
Would make sense why they wake up later.
I
as
would
well.
say, out of everything that I like, okay, I mean, it's obviously really hard to say because we haven't seen the fight. But if Gallywix is anything like Gallywix, they have just gotten out of P1, which is just the frontals with the heal absorbs. And it's just like, can you out heal it type thing, which is typically the easiest. Gallywix really, like on Heroic at least, obviously, he really starts once you get out of the, when you go into the first intermission, and you have to make that 50% DPS check pull when he gets into the suit. Now, Gallywix kind of starts in the suit, to my understanding, from what I've heard. So
maybe
I don't know. Not on the video I watched.
there were some cheeky, there were some cheeky videos here and there. So
we will see. I'm very interested to see if one corner is already lit up because on that video you're talking about, both times it happened. So
I mean, there's a very nice video at some point with a very good soundtrack, and that's
Banger soundtrack. Goes
have
so
you guys
hard.
have you guys noticed that it's added to the playlist for the stream?
I have not actually. There
It's
you go.
in here. It's in the. It's a banger soundtrack.
Although I know the beginning of Gallywix is simple, but it kind of reminds me of Sarkareth, how like the start of the fight, you just went out the gate with that intense healing, and like a lot of people
Yeah.
were dropping off, and then like who knows, like the later phase could
I think-
be.
Can I just point out, just so I can get this giant graph off the screen?
Oh yeah.
We, like, obviously we took a lot from Liquid and Echo because we were kind of late to the party, so we could learn a lot. But we've actually we've progressed really well through this fight to where we are at 10%, and we're
think-
still fairly early in pull count.
I think. I mean, I agree. I also will say that, just like what I said, Echo had a similar pull count, like around this percent, I think. I think now you are kind of at the point where it's like, this is just where you get stuck.
Yep.
And then the most annoying thing after that is you need to get consistently through that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think on a fight like this, that's just hard.
Yeah.
Because you need to play ridiculously good every single pull. Like, this is definitely just one of those bosses. Which, again, is why I'm kind of going with my tinfoil Ventus 10 people theory. Like, just do the squishies.
I don't think it's a terrible idea, to be fair.
Fucking put a Ventus on bangers. Like, that Hunter is not enjoying the rot. Okay?
Exactly. And if not, we can just bench him on the last boss, right? We have Antopper.
Second, yeah.
Cold.
To be fair, it's actually not that bad of a shout, yeah? It
You're
is
gonna
not
run 2
that.
Demon Hunters on Galley?
I don't know.
We're about to find out.
Send a Vantus, bro. Send a Vantus.
Jimmy Ventus up, baby.
Oh, Mr. Well, he did make that mess with Spen. It was a
Exactly.
joint effort, so
Yeah, it was a joint effort.
that's your penalty.
Minus points. Did you
That
see
is
Ferb in that video?
I did not know.
There you go.
I didn't know
He
Verb was
didn't
Norwegian
report
either.
Spen either, to be fair.
Dude, they're all
Actually,
cheeky
yeah,
like little
'cause you
buggers.
said you sentenced him to jail, but he's still there.
Yeah.
This is jail.
This is jail, that is true.
Is he going the-
You think that guy's going home until he's hovered that fifth floor?
Actually, he got assigned to the Gulag Earth prisons.
No.
Gulag Goon.
Punishment.
The Gulagoons.
You really don't want to be a Gulagooner because that is like
GG.
That is FF, yeah. That's why you FF.
Ready, check out.
Pop them
Let's
Roonies.
get it on.
There's a really nice screenshot of like, we took a screenshot of like the gold bank being filled, like, 3 taps with all the runes. And people like, oh, that's not enough. And then like the guy that has bought all of our runes just like takes a screenshot of like his character, all the bags, and his entire bank just filled. And it's like, it's okay, guys, we've got more. And like the best thing of like, weirdly enough, it is such a good investment for us. Because like we typically like buy the runes out of the expansion for like 1400 gold. Because like obviously like when most people don't progressing, they get relatively cheap.
Yep.
And then we slowly buy them. Like every so often we'll just buy. Like, you buy 60 here, 100 here, etc. Exactly.
When you're looking at me, mic to the face, bro.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Broadcast,
I'm very bad
broadcast
with this.
knowledge was shaken. That's right.
True.
Calling you out.
I'm getting busted here as well. Yeah, it's terrible. But it's like, so we slowly buy them, and then after the tier, when we have like, I don't know, maybe like 10k left or whatever, how many we have left. In reality, you can just sell them for like 1800 gold each.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite good gold, you know.
Yeah, that is
It's
true.
not bad. It's not bad.
Soaks. Done.
Dude, watching people play DH is like
Group soak.
you play like Elemental Shaman and you're just sitting there and it's like lightning bolt.
No, I
Like,
know.
I
like,
think to
and
be
then you
fair,
watch
though,
Jimmy play DH and it's like left, right,
I was
right,
going to
up,
say
down.
though, I think sometimes that's the Jimmy version. Jimmy plays like
Can we
the ADHD model
swap
of.
the verb? Do we have his POV?
Yeah, we do, yeah. Like there's a noticeable difference sometimes.
And swap back
like,
to Jimmy. And swap back to Jimmy.
No, actually swap back to Crystal. And then just watch him by comparison.
I have to move. I have to move. I have to move.
Yeah. And back to verb. You just stand still, dude.
It's so
And-
like yeah.
And now the best one, go to Crystal.
Raph. Raph.
Literally playing
Raph.
one-handed. Like
Raph. What was it like healing on Muggsy? Raph. Raph.
That's great.
Man's not even in jail. Just hardcast. Raph.
This is like his own version of jail, like
Yeah.
having it.
Oh, he is. I mean, just look at that. He's slowly starting to like descend backwards. Yeah.
Scoffed on gold duty, just chilling out here.
And then he late spell wards here.
Yep. And then gonna
Meow,
go
meow,
wait for the
meow,
frost
meow.
here.
Man, he must be having so
Skaboom,
much
skaboom,
fun.
and
It's
then
like,
out
here
I
we go,
go.
damage time. And he's now required to sack someone. There you go, bloop.
And I'll just make sure I taunt back for the next
I like
mechanic
his
that I
UI
have to
though.
deal with.
He's like one of those like black bar enjoyers. It's very, very good.
I feel like it's hard to see. There's so
You
many
set up-
buttons on this.
Yeah. I hate people that have weak auras like this.
And I would prefer, like, I would prioritize lay
do
on
you
hands
mean?
and
Sweeper is
bubble
fine.
over.
Oh, no,
like,
is this what Crystal UI
This
means?
is set up amazingly.
Oh yeah, we need to
Like-
talk about that.
The thing for me is like it's so many
Bombs.
buttons. I find it so
One.
hard to track what he's actually
Three
tracking.
soaks.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's like
Two.
go Scofter. Wow.
3.
Oh, the bubble, the triple soak.
Last one.
One more. It's a goal. That's kind of cool
Nailed
actually to
it.
use the bubble for that. Can he make the soak? Oh, that's my
Of course
tank.
he can. Of course he can.
They call him powers. They call him the Scofter Ranger. That sounds real weird to say.
Scoftonator.
Scoftonate. That's a good. I like that. That's how we call that part from now on.
The
Here goes the
volunteer
Scoftonator.
rocketeer.
So here we're a little bit AFK. We're just chilling.
Someone died
This
during
is
the AFK
free.
And
phase.
then we
This is
will
free.
move over right on 98. That's usually where we see the blink.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Look now. 97, 98, 99 even.
Ooh, that's the good milk. That's the good
That's a
milk.
good milk
Or
there. That
milking.
is
Like
a good
if
milk.
that was a milk, that was 4% fat instead of 3.5. Yeah.
That is for
I'd say
sure.
it's 2%.
Isn't that worse?
2% milk. 2% milk. You
We
don't
can all
want
agree
4%
it's
milk.
pasteurized.
Isn't that like the fat content?
Yeah. Isn't fatter milk tastier?
Why do you want fatter milk?
Because it's tastier.
No, no one wants fatter milk.
But that's literally
I'm a
tastier.
3% enjoyer if I drink milk.
I'm
for
that
sure.
half and half kind of person. Give me that 10%. Like I'll
I'm
put
like
that
a
in my
no
cereal.
fat kind of milk.
I'm pretty sure.
enjoyer.
I'm pretty sure I'm lactose intolerant.
All right, double jump, ventral
Whee!
retreat. We don't play no jails here. Do you
No
think
gooning
the?
action.
Do you think?
Ali-
Quick chat that the encounter designer, much like on Queen Ansarac with the roots, is annoyed with how the jails mapped out, or do you think they thought this would be the case?
I definitely think they're disappointed.
Like
They must be disappointed.
That you
they
can
would have been like,
bench fully
I have
3,000.
cooked up the sickest mechanic, bro. We're gonna go 2 jails, 3 jails, 4 jails, and they're gonna break them with the frost shatter arrows. It's gonna be wild. The mines can break them. They're gonna lose their minds.
How do you think-
Neck minute, 100 monks, demon hunters, mages.
It must be so hard for like encounter designers. Because I mean, Ian has literally asked us this question at some point in an interview that we had, like a private one, where it's like, how do we design a boss that's a good challenge?
Oh!
I should stop talking. I distracted them. So sorry.
They only lost 2 though, but
It's not ideal at this point.
Yeah, but you were
Get
holding.
in!
Okay, I think someone just said why, but he just triggered them all.
Bad luck.
But yeah, it's like, how do you design a boss these days? For us, that's a challenge. When they put in a ridiculously challenged mechanic, and our reaction is we're gonna race change to Void Elf so we can TP out of them. Play
even
a
that
comp
was
has
insane,
5
wasn't
TP.
it?
Play monks that have a TP, mages that can auto time out, demon hunters can blink out, and then warriors just execute the boss.
Even without the blinks, like I sometimes think about the I forgot what the boss was called, but the second to last one in Emerald Nightmare, the dragons, where they're like, we're just gonna take this dragon away from everything.
Yes,
so there's no mechanics.
Which method didn't do.
Yeah.
And lost the race to world first to Exorcist.
Ooh.
So with that, I'm leaving.
With that, you go fucking home after that insult.
With that burn, I'm off.
Yeah. Well, it was a pleasure.
Shaken.
Have fun on the cast.
I will handshakes. Firm handshakes. Firm handshakes. Even though you insulted me, you'll get one. Firm handshakes.
Thank you.
Ow.
I mean, it's called a firm handshake. You need to like squeeze it a little bit.
So,
Alright. Bye, chat.
good luck, everyone. Good luck, method. Today's the day. We kill it, right?
Absolutely. We're going to do it for you, Shaken.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll do it for you.
And we're already on the small.
Well, I did it so you could get away.
Yeah.
It looks much more professional when the people don't walk up and leave.
Yeah, and
Now
you're
we're drawing
nothing
attention
but
to it.
professional, Lark.
I am
We
nothing
really
but
like that.
professional.
So, see you guys later. Bye.
Goodbye, Kings. And then it was just me and this other loser.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can have a headset now if you like.
Blonde bimbos on the couch.
You can have a headset now if you like. Do you want a headset?
No, I sometimes I like the microphone.
Do you
free
feel
up
like
my
Sabrina
ears.
Carpenter?
Yeah, exactly. Actually.
Yeah.
All right.
Mugsy, eh?
Yep.
I'm trying to do a much better job with these POV switches.
Mhm.
Trying to make them quick. All right. Well, 10%, 95 pulls. What are we thinking? 100 and... When are we killing this? It's 7 o'clock. You and I are on till midnight, technically.
Yeah, technically.
When do we kill this boss?
Well, so we have seen kind of earlier in Prague, they did a nerf to the last phase where they don't gain the stacks of, I think it was called Moxie anymore.
Moxie. No, it doesn't stack in intermission anymore unless that's what you just said and I tuned out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's gone. And then they also gave us partway through yesterday the additional spark, which is a pretty big buff. That's like an extra craft you can do.
Tis.
So after these things, and we've seen that Liquid has killed it. I don't remember what their pull count was. And
I reckon Liquids was around 140. But chat, can you please confirm that? Was it like 144?
Yeah, chat's the expert here. They're the real expert.
I reckon it was 144, 146. I was close.
Yeah, so I think Method is doing quite well on this boss, and we had a lot of information to reference. So I'm hoping that they can get like a 150, maybe a 160 on here. And I just say that because Liquid's like playing out of their minds this tier, you know?
They are. It is interesting. I think Echo are obviously amazingly talented raiders, but they just seem to have struggled to go with Liquid this tier. So it'll be very interesting because they will be champing at the bit to kill this boss tonight so they can start catching up, and they are absolutely capable of it. But Liquid are like a long way ahead now.
Oh yeah.
Like a long way ahead in this race. So anything can happen, but they have definitely set themselves up to be a long way ahead. So we'll have to wait and sort of find out and see how that goes.
Yeah.
But we need to get Mugsy down so we can start getting right on the heels of Echo as well.
Yeah, that's right. We have been seeing some good prog today. The percentage jump that we've seen isn't as big as what we were witnessing yesterday, but that makes sense since the later part of the fight is the
So
real
hard.
part. That's when Crystal has to stop spamming Wrath and actually press the healing buttons.
No more rats then,
Yeah,
is
no
there?
more rats. That's to help keep everyone alive, but this is what they do. Phase 1 partially is just getting through it, keeping everyone alive, and then saving as many CDs as they can along with their healing cooldowns for during Lust, and then just to help just chip away at the boss's health. So
It's a pretty crazy boss. Like it's interesting. I think you go 3 mines, 5 mines, 6 mines, and then the final stage, and each mine requiring 3 soaks. So you're ending up like it's kind of a bonkers fight. You're ending up with what, 18 soaks in that last one, and then you have to pop those last 2 when you come out of that 4 jail without getting the other ones. Like there's a lot going on.
yeah, there's like a pretty tight sort of timetable schedule they need to pop those mines, because you don't want to do them at once. It just kind of creates a bunch of too many soaks. And so they have to kind of stagger them a little bit.
Got the healing absorb from it as well.
Yeah.
Apparently your mic's a bit low too.
No, I'm holding it at a weird angle. I'm
You're
not
holding
speaking
it at a
into it,
weird
but now I
angle.
am.
Broadcast etiquette. We got this. We got this. When was the last time we had a secret phase boss? The Jailer.
Even then, I know like a long time ago they used to do like a ton of actual full-on secret phases. Lately, it kind of feels like they just do a little add-on. Like the Jailer
Yeah.
just gained a shield. Sylvanas, she actually just went down to 45%.
I agree. They've been terrible.
Yeah.
Mizoth was terrible.
Yeah, so sometimes when I ask like a race rule first player, do you like the secret phase? I think most of them say they do, as long as they're not like a disaster or, you know, really imbalanced or done strangely. But I guess from your perspective, like, what do you think of secret phases as maybe a spectator or like a previous?
I
cutting-edge
love
player?
secret phase, but there have to be things like Archimond or Gul'dan. Like, there's just two secret phases that just like nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
I think especially.
Oh, and Garrosh Hellscream's one was pretty cool too, where you went out the front of Stormwind. That was pretty sick as well.
Yeah, I took a break during that one, so I unfortunately missed it. But I think Illidan, sorry, not Illidan, Gul'dan.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people like that secret phase. From a healing perspective, it was a little boring for me, but one thing I really did appreciate was like Illidan had kind of been like gone for a while. And then on that fight, I really liked how like a massive lore drop came from the secret phase.
I think it was very thematic too, which
Yeah.
worked with that one so well. Like it was a secret phase, that, like, or a mythic phase or whatever, that you just were like, oh my god, like this is awesome.
Yeah, you broke it. Yep.
Same kind of thing with like Argus as well to an extent. But yeah, it's just, I think as long as it's visually appealing, it generally wins. Even I don't think if it's as mechanically heavy, if it's cool visually, generally I feel it sort of ends up working with people going, this was really cool. All right, so we just coming back here because this isn't a bad pull at the moment. 33%, 2 B reses in the bag.
Yeah.
Second charge going now with the Bullet Storm.
Yeah, not bad at all. And their lust had already been popped, so this part is like actually quite scary. All it is kind of just like dodge the circles, don't get hit by the cone, but they do have a little bit of congestion as they rotate around the boss. Even if you get hit by one of these electromagnetic circles, it's not lethal, but you can see how low people are dropping, and that could very much finish you off, especially because there's a stun in addition to it. Like, it's almost a guaranteed death.
Now we got to get this finger pistol over these ads next so we can take the shield off them. We do lose Dan War, but we will press on. New set of mines out as well. We're going to go to Scoffter here. He's going to be grabbing these. You see the bubble. And we get these soaks. Not missing any of these soaks right now. Frost's going to go into the mines. There we go. So 2 are frozen. They've done that well. 4 jails coming out now. So there's going to be 2 immunities. The rest will be assigned. We are down, so we'll see how long we limp through this. And then the soak is going to go over 2 of them.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen them change up. Before they were kind of doing like that 4 squared thing and breaking all of them out with the fire, but I believe they changed over to, oh, there's the wipe.
Yeah, that OG method strat was kind of wild, wasn't it?
Yeah, before, for anyone that like missed it, originally what they were doing with those 4 earthen cages is they were kind of putting them just in a perfect square and having the fire soak just on the tippy edge of all of them with immunities on the inside. So they changed it up to what we saw now, where they're kind of making a little crescent against the wall.
Yeah, they've gone the liquid way. Echo's still overlapping 3.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we're doing 2, which liquid did. So just gotta, yeah, it's one of those things where if you can manage to get through that, if you get through that 4 jail, you pop your 2 bombs, and then it's just get over, soak with immunity, dip in, and then frost shatter arrows behind the things, and then it's just run away with the boss and blast. Like, if we can get through, you'll see massive drops, which is exactly why Echo have gone from, you know, down to that 2% area, because once you can get through there, you take massive chunks off. And we started the day at, I reckon, about 11 this morning. We were at 25% area.
Yeah.
And have managed to chunk down to 10%. So you get through those areas, and this is a boss where you see big marker changes.
Yeah, we've gone through a lot of revisions on this fight. I know that this is like a later one, so it's typically bound to happen, but like there have been so many strat changes that we've seen to this. I know visually it's
yeah.
kind of hard to pick out sometimes,
Mhm.
but just with who they have like immuning and the positioning of these earth cages and different priorities, even like moving the lust, which is sort of planned for Prague.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the most these are the most changes that we've seen in a while.
Yeah. It's a heavy boss. Do you know what's kind of interesting? Like 146 pulls for Liquid, 169 for Echo at the moment, and we're going to probably end up in the same sort of pattern area.
Mhm.
It's a really cool boss, right? Like I think it is a very mechanically heavy boss. It's tuned like pretty crazily. Do you feel like after the race this is going to be a memorable boss? Do you think this tier has any sort of standout memorable bosses for good reasons?
For good reasons.
Yeah,
I wonder.
because like so Styx was like a crazy fourth boss, and I feel like all the bosses have been really cool, and I feel like the theme of the raid has been amazing.
Yep.
But like, are you looking back on any of these bosses and being like, that was a Rygalon moment? That was a, you know?
I don't think any of the bosses will necessarily go in like the Hall of Fame, but I do think there's some bosses that people will like. Like so far, I think Muggsy looks pretty good, but this is coming from a spectator point of view. I'm not sure how the Raiders feel, because sometimes we definitely see a disconnect with these things, right? There were a good amount of Race World First Raiders that were like, Tindril is the best thing ever, and then everyone else got there and they're like, what are you talking about? So sometimes there's a bit of disconnect. I'm curious to hear what they think, but from my point of view so far, I think Muggsy looks like a pretty good fight. There's a good amount of healing to go out. There's a lot of things for DPS to do, and a lot of it isn't super interrupted from movement, except for maybe like the cannons and the cones. So I think overall, like, this for me is one of the more memorable bosses, but I still don't think anything will quite make Hall of Fame. But I still haven't gotten to see any of Galioix yet.
Yeah, I mean, either have I for that matter. It is interesting. I've really enjoyed this raid. I've really liked the theme. I really like what they've done with some of the bosses, but I think out of Mythic that we've seen so far, Muggsy is sort of head and shoulders above the rest in terms of mechanical overlays. Like there was so many interactions in this fight, and even though the jails didn't get played the way that was intended, I wonder if it will end up being played that way by some of the lower progressing Mythic guilds that don't have the same class ability, and it'll be nerfed by then anyway, but maybe they'll end up playing the jails in the intended manner. But yeah, I just don't think there's many other bosses that really stand out in this raid, otherwise that you're going to look back outside of Muggsy and be like, that was such a banger.
Yeah, bosses that like don't get enough love and I think have like the cards stacked against them are earlier bosses, because like they go down so fast. So anytime people list Hall of Fame bosses, they seem to be the later ones.
Yep.
So I try to kind of put them in their own separate category, because then I was thinking, what about maybe the first three?
Rick Reverb was cool.
I was just gonna say, I think Rick Reverb mostly for the theme though, because like pulling him, he goes, "It's Rick Reverb." You know, it's just a fun concept, and also I really liked the Cauldron. Sorry.
Oh, Cauldron of
Carnage. Yeah.
I think the first three bosses for that matter. I think Vexy was a really cool first boss too.
I think they did amazing on the first. As starter bosses, I think these are some of the best early bosses we've seen.
I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree with that.
Yeah, it's just every little thing, like how whatever her name is, Moxie, she comes in and starts like drifting this giant battle tank, and if you're in the way, it'll just kill you at the start.
Clean you up.
And then everyone's just driving their motorcycles, and they're like, "Get out of here, skid mark!" You know, it's just.
It is.
goofy.
It's awesome. They did a really good job with that. As far as first bosses go, was amazing. Double jump, vengeful retreat. See you later, nerds. We're all going to dip in here so we don't have any line of sight or loss of uptime on the boss. Then we're going to run over because you need to dip into the fire to remove your Frost Shatter Boots debuff. But we all do it because that way we go in there and we don't have anyone
Yeah.
line of sight in the boss and losing any kind of uptime on the boss.
Even the tank has to do that too, because when they get that big knock, like that
Mhm.
big tank buster on them, they have to stand in the fire to remove, otherwise they'll get encased in solid gold, which luckily I don't think we've seen any wipes to.
Nope.
Because it's a pretty easy thing to do, but that's why they just kind of bathe in the fire until they're ready to come out while the other tank handles battling Muggsy.
It's pretty crazy. There's so even like with these MK2 shock ads, you have to put Muggsy's finger gun over the ads, otherwise it's shielded. But you can see that big shield icon on that there, so that finger gun will go on someone. Just needs to be baited over the ad, and then when it goes off their move, we're doing this soak with an immunity because it's the second soak. There's the turtle that goes. Oh no!
Yeah, actually, when you look over, they might have just had someone miss that. So if you look, it's like 2 mages, a hunter. Like those classes that survive were immunity classes. They might have had someone not standing in there because you need at least 5 for that to not just one-shot the raid.
I thought Skofta was in. I thought Skofta was in there with Bubble. We saw an ice block and a turtle, and I think that was it.
I think, were we watching Nate Pops? Because I think he was just kind of, or I think Nate was in there because,
Yeah, I'm not sure now. It's like it's
I
gone
already
too
forgot
fast
what I
in
saw
my
10
memory.
minutes ago, yeah.
Exactly the
Or
same
10
thing.
seconds ago.
What just happened?
But yeah, the insta damage right there, that looks like
Is
a
the
missed.
berserk tight? So the boss will go berserk if it hits 100 energy in either zone. But then when you get to the very final phase in terms of like the enrage check, Liquid managed to kill it with, I'm going to say like a second left on that 8-second cast kind of deal. And their kill was like clean as, so it is very tight.
Yeah, it was to the point where I think sometime yesterday they temporarily dropped a 5th healer, and then they were 4 healing for a bit. And when you find yourself doing that, that is a huge, huge, huge indication of a tight check. But I unfortunately didn't get to watch their kill, but from what I understand, they ended it on 5.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. And they played out of their minds too. The kill was very, very clean. It's alright, we lock and load, we go again. 97 pulls on the board, 10.59%. Echo still yet to put Muggsy to bed at 170 pulls. It's anyone's game right now for the second Muggsy. We just need that one pull, bruv. It's just one pull.
Yeah, we are sitting at the 10% range here, and we did see both of the other guilds as they got close. From here, they got a couple of new bests until, at least for Liquid, it had gone down, and Echo has been sitting at the 2.02 area for a while.
Big call out too to Hot Pot Heroes and JTH as well. Like Hot Pot Heroes on the board now on Muggsy, 67% from 12 pulls.
Yeah.
Here come the CN guild.
You know what's crazy though is they're sitting at 6 out of 8, and the next guild is 4 out of 8. Like
I
don't
know,
remember this late in the tier have
Yeah.
we ever seen that happen.
It's kind of crazy. Liquid's pull count on this boss was 146. Calfast. All right, here we go again on Muggsy. So, let's see how we do. We really should be getting past, like, all the way to 50% fairly cleanly. Now, it's pretty free and we know exactly what's going on. We bait the mines here. We get 3 to start with, 3 soaks from each. So, pop, soak, and there's a healing absorb. Pop, soak, healing absorb, pop, soak, healing absorb, and away we go.
Yeah,
we've soak this rocket as a group.
We've seen this a bunch of times. I know last night, right around this first soak here, we were seeing a couple of wipes from individual deaths, but it looks like they kind of got it together today. None of that. We just usually have to wait around the, I think it's like the the third soak that we see gets quite dangerous. The third and the fourth soak are very dangerous periods. So we're kind of like a, whatever that is, 4 minutes into the fight waiting room. For things to actually start happening. But that is just the nature of prog. You get much used to the beginning. You have to get more consistent at the end. Because consistency is key.
Absolutely.
On these where you have to be so specific with the movement. You have to make sure the same amount of people are getting in the soaks, and everyone has to remember where to go.
Here comes 2 jails off to each side of this. We're going to get into our soaking positions. And away we go. We're going to have our people that can get out of the jails, either using Void Elf Racials, Transcendence, Blinks, Double Jump Vengeful Retreats. but basically we don't play any of these walls as intended. Scoffed is chilling out in the fire there. Spell warding himself late here, just dropping all of that gold in the fire. Everyone dips in. They move all the way around here into the corner. All those Frost Shatter boot lines going into the walls of the jails, which is what you're supposed to do to break people out. And away we go onto the metal side. So now we'll have these MK2 Electro ads, which you need to put that pulsing finger gun over them to remove their shield. So we're going to knock those down, dodge these circles on the ground. A new set of bombs will be out shortly too.
You know what's crazy is, like, if we think about how they originally intended these mechanics, where you have to break people out with the ice lance in the jails, to do that, I almost it's hard to see just from the mythic point of view, but I feel like you would have to send like healers inside of those with the DPS because they're sitting in there for such a long time.
Yeah.
But like we're changing all of that. I don't even know if this boss would be doable in its original state if there wasn't a workaround that they thought of. But it's a really nice. What is it?
It would be interesting
Nice
to
strategy.
see. Like it would be but they always figure something out. But yeah, it would be wild to see if they were playing it as intended, if it sort of worked. You can see that big red line there coming out, which Scoffter, of course, has to intercept generally and use some mad mitigation there to reduce the damage. Then Jimmy, who had that debuff on him, just running out, exploding it out of the raid, and then getting right back in.
Yeah, they get a little bit of a breather here as they're bringing the boss back onto that median in the center of the room. Here's the 3 soaks that are coming out. This was a big white point for them yesterday. I can see they got a bit more consistent at it, but they want to make sure that they get those ads down as soon as they can. Kick all those casts to not give the boss some extra shield or health, however you want to think about it. But this part's gotten a lot better. And then soon we're going to see, yeah, there goes the Frost Lances. So they want to make sure to line of sight these and...
He's around.
You know what? This is really hard for healers as well, too, because people are line of sighting.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're, like, taking damage. They're line of sighting. So this actually is a little difficult for the healers as well, since, like, they have to move around that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A pentagon. Yeah, pentagon.
Oof.
Penta's 5.
Dropping math in here.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that. We WoW players. All right. Comes the next move here. We got 2 more ads over here. So we got 1 that we're dealing with that's been hit by the finger gun already. We got 1 more to clean up so we can get rid of this shield. I'm just going to watch this as we move around.
Yeah, and there we
Very
see.
nice. New mines.
It's a really nice, like...
Oh, no. That's not good. Rez goes out
Yeah,
straight
Rez
away
insta.
because he is on bomb duty. There we go. Soaks. Falling a little bit behind on these now. So make sure they get to that soak. That soak up the top. Nice. One more.
See how difficult that is, where they have to have the group soak. So this is the non-immunity group soak. And on top of that, Scoff's going around, soaking the bombs, and then people have to stand in the little shrapnel circle.
Yeah.
So that's a huge, massive damage overlap area in this fight. Originally, they were kind of having issues with the cages, but at that point, that's like surviving.
Yeah.
That's people aren't just like dying to like silly mistakes. That's a really hard portion for the healers.
Yeah, it's a big overlap, and the moment you fall behind too, like we did with the res going off and things like that, you set yourself backwards. Really hard.
Yeah,
because
he wants to actually soak those like as soon as possible. Because if he
yeah.
gets those soaked before the group soak, you kind of spread out the damage there.
Yeah.
So right there is actually a perfect example of if that's delayed just a little bit, you have to do them at the same time, and that's like almost impossible to heal through, even with the 5 healers they have here.
It's super tough. Oof, near pull 100. When's the new best coming? When is it happening?
Yeah, actually, could we pull up the poll counting? And I know we saw it recently, but I just want to see how long they've been sitting at this percentage.
Want to see how... Oh, you want the graph. I thought you wanted
Yeah.
our pool predictions.
Oh, we could look at that too, actually, but let's see.
So we're driving at the moment. We're still following the same kind of echo line, to be fair. Like, we have until pool 125 area, if my eyes doth not deceive me, before we need to take a big dip down into
that
world.
They've been sitting here at this best pull for about 20 pulls now. They're almost at the point where Echo had gotten their best, but of course Echo had been behind Liquid as well, so They were able to reference Liquid for those better polls. We were able to reference both, but you can see it slowly starting to converge there. Oh yeah, here's our original prediction. So I just for anyone tuning in, I want to be very clear. We were asked to make these predictions.
Royben got it for Liquid. Like smack on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because she's big brain.
Big brain.
Just to be clear, we gave our predictions before the bosses were even done. So we're not, well, we are quite stupid, but...
We're well, I'm definitely stupid. 128, I mean, 128, it wasn't bad, but yeah, I mean, 231, you're well over.
Ooh, yeah, I have the highest prediction for this one.
I think probably, to be fair, anywhere between Royben and Mr. GM was probably the safe mark.
Yeah, Mr. GM, Royben being the geniuses here.
But we'll see what Method can do, because one good pull can change the game. One good pull can shift the course of Undermine, if you will. Oh, back into a little bomb there with the whoopsie-doopsie. Yeah. Nate's expression said it all too, I think, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, like you could even see, so obviously Nate's a tank. Even him absorbing one of those bombs, that brought him to like 30% of his health. Those things do so much. I think in the Dungeon Journal, it said that they do like 16 or 30 million. I know that's a big gap.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's anywhere between there.
It's hard to remember how much stacking mitigation a tank has on them at all times. So I was like, it could be either, but basically it does a significant amount of damage.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? It makes me think it's got to be 30, because if you're a DPS sitting at 10 million health and you pop like a 40% DR like a shaman, that could potentially mitigate something like around there. So it must be 30. I don't know. We'll see. I'm making things up.
I'm just making things up. Don't mind me.
So here we go. The first set of the Earthen Gulag Goon prisons.
Oof, there it is.
And then the tank getting into position for that molten gold with the knockback there as the ads are going down. And then everybody's going to escape, and these Icelands players are going to drag them into the circles, make sure they line of sight it so that they don't die. And it's a little hard to tell from here, but while they have this mechanic on them, they're also slipping and sliding.
They are. It's so annoying.
Oh, yeah.
And it's doing damage too, which is why it's real important to get rid of it when you can.
Exactly. But the kind of healers that we have are quite nice, because it's like a Druid, for example, could just kind of pre-hot them. I know he is spending most of his time DPSing here, but the kind of healers we have, they can at least, you know, sort of keep them up while they're out of their sight. But here we go. Back into the fight. Some mines are being baited.
What do you call it? Do you call it the metal side, or do you call it the blue side and the red side, or?
I would say, you know what? I like to go off of, what's it called? Syllables.
Yep.
So I would just say blue because it's simpler.
Okay.
Instead of like
metal
orange.
And dirt.
I heard dirt. That one threw me off. I would just say brown.
Liquid did metal and dirt.
Yeah, I would say blue and brown for me.
Here comes the double whammy again, that big red line that'll go on someone, and then the tank needs to intercept it, puts the mitigation down, then that player will take whatever source of mitigated damage the tank did. The more mitigation, the less damage they take by that pop at the end. So they managed to do that well. They have to bait that spray. Generally want to bait them into the wall, but that's okay. This Elemental Carnage here was nerfed with Uncontrolled Chaos as well, which is interesting. Uncontrolled Chaos got nerfed before we even got to the fight, so they obviously felt like that was going to be way too hard.
Yeah, honestly, that's like a good thing though, because
it's
way worse when any team gets to this fight and as they're progressing something gets nerfed. So I really do like to see those proactive nerfs based off of like the information they're getting from these players, because that way you don't have to worry about some like badly timed like things where it felt like wasted pulls.
100%. We're going to stay on Spen here till he hops out of this jail, and then we'll go and find there's the teleport. So we're out of that jail, and we're waiting for the shield to get removed. Here we have 2 players frozen there, which is no bueno. This is going to end poorly. There's that finger gun being aimed over that MK2 ad. We're going to melt that one on down, but this pull is knowing pretty south fairly quickly. We're just going to hang in there for a little bit more muscle memory, though, until we explode.
Yeah, we haven't seen a deep pull in a bit. I think it was maybe since like Shaken and Kana were here, so that was maybe...
What did we get?
40 minutes ago.
We got to 4 jails, I reckon. didn't we?
Yeah, they got to
We
the
got
4 jails, but it
jails.
was already looking a little spicy because I think a couple players had died at that point, but you could still
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
see the mechanic. That was certainly, though, like you said, a quite spicy point in the fight.
It is pretty crazy. It is.
Yeah,
nuts.
but based off the other trajectories we've seen from Liquid and Echo, we should hopefully expect to see a new best here. We're going for that efficiency, because if there's a boss to catch up on, I mean, this is it, right? They really want to get...
This is the spot.
Yeah, they need to get Muggsy down as soon as they can, just because like they really could catch up on the pulse here with the extra info that they had, and on top of that, they really want to get into Gallywix, because as we've been talking about, it's now kind of up in the air of like, will Gallywix take the next reset?
And do you know what too? Like, let's Jimmy just watching the VOD back to see what happened. Let's just speculate for one moment here.
All right, let's speculate.
Let's speculate. So, I think, in my belief bubble, that Liquid are playing so well, I feel like they can kill Gallywix prior to reset. And Echo are obviously very capable of that as well, and I believe we are too if we play well. But if it doesn't happen, and it goes down to basically a race to reclear, because if we had a full reclear and vaults, and the damage buff from Renown, this boss likely dies, right? Like straight up now, your 10% probably gets there. So if Echo can't manage to kill it, it would just be a race for the 2 EU guilds of re-clearing through, and who can do it swiftly, and then who can knock off over whatever Gallywix sort of progression points they do. And by that stage, you would have learnt a lot from Liquid if they've killed it.
Oh yeah, so this is a hypothetical if Liquid kills it before reset.
But EU don't manage to,
But
and
EU
then it's a
don't?
massive race between Method and Echo to re-clear through.
Honestly, that would be pretty fun.
It would be pretty rad to watch.
Because we haven't seen something like that happen in a while.
Have we ever seen anything like that happen?
Actually, the last time between like at least the 2 frontrunners that we saw where it was killed on a different lockout was Sepulcher, I think. Because
Yeah.
Liquid, they like gave up, or
They went home, yeah.
they gave up
Max,
because
yep,
of the
put the mental.
They
like,
were there.
mental
Oh, they were there for so
interests
long.
of his
and
players ahead of it,
rebooking
which
was
is good.
hard and stuff like that.
I think everyone was just exhausted too
Oh,
from
yeah.
that one, and I think that's fair.
And then I think Method, I think they had to kill at the next reset after that, but
I think they did. They just kept trying it
yeah,
down.
they kept going. But I don't think we've seen something like that happen. So I guess for the sake of entertainment, it would be quite fun. I know the discussion of like who gets the head start first would that would be eliminated in that event. But it would be quite fun here because historically, you know, we've seen Echo has like always beaten Method.
Yep.
But then if they come back with a fresh reset of gear, it is kind of a there's less like ultra min maxing.
Yep.
And more of like, yeah, we need to speed through this quick. And I wonder if one of the guilds would opt into like doing less splits or clearing faster, like not doing as many runs just to get to the boss faster as
Oh
well.
yeah, I think they would just go straight back into, like Kana was talking about it before, I think they would log in, straight to re-clear, get to this boss, take vaults, kill quickly, and then race Gallywix. And that would be an absolute banger to watch. But it might not even get there. This is all just, you know, just throwing some scenarios out there. You never know though, but I think it would be rad to see us be able to keep pace with Echo here. If we can, and if we can kill this before Echo, that's obviously going to be massive.
That would shake things
That would
up.
be huge.
Because like the last time since the remake of Method that we had seen them even get second place was back in Sepulcher. But it would be really nice to